Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV, open forum political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. As the days go, more revelations and further revelations from the IEBC keep proving that actually Raila Odinga is the winner of the presidential elections of 2022. The rot in IEBC is just enormous. There are no words to describe it. If what is going on right now is what has been going on at IEBC, then it is true. IEBC is a scene of crime. It's no longer a body for facilitating the finding of leaders for this great nation. Well, I want to appreciate everybody for your availability to follow and be part and parcel of our discussions on this particular show. Unfortunately, we are in a crisis again with Facebook, but it's being sorted out. And of course, we are back on the Mtembei YouTube channel and still running on Sound Candid Talk channel. So whichever is comfortable for you, follow through and let us flow as we discuss our politics and the demand that let the rightful winner be crowned. Thank you, everybody. Tatu Juma, karibu kwa show. Fatan Abdullahi Muhammad, hello to you, karibu kwa show. Nani huyu mwingine? Roda Njenga Otieno, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Yufin AO, thank you so much, good evening to you. Welcome to the show. Of course, kuna Deborah Davi, exactly, thank you so much. Okay, now let's get down to talking, and please don't watch alone. Make sure that you're inviting your crowd here to be part and parcel of the conversation. It is important that Kenyans air what they feel and think about this entire scenario. But we have been here before, but we have never been here in the way we are here before. And I believe this time round, we must do the unexpected. That means the unprecedented, and the making of history is in the offing in this great nation. If we will all accept to tell each other the truth, this has been coming for a long time. And I think it is time no longer that Kenyans should go and vote and get the winner of elections be declared best on the votes they amassed from different regions in this great nation, and not somebody to go and subvert the will of Kenyans and make the loser the winner and the winner the loser. Thank you, everybody. Please, let's get talking. Invite your crowd, please, and let us flow together. There seems to have, of course, this connection from Facebook, but it's being attended to. As soon as it is ready, our Facebook crowd can find their way into the show. But if you're able to get us, please remind them, just share that link on your Facebook group, your Facebook profile, and somebody will locate their way into the show and they'll be able to make their contribution. I'm excited that we are all here and we are set to proceed with the discussion. And this time round, are we making history together, or we are standing in the way of the making of history in this great nation? With these revelations, there seems to be something cooking that each Kenyan needs to be alert to. Uh, Philemon Samoya anasema Bernard, hello Kenya kwanza under hot soup. that has been coming all along, and it is overdue. We must get our act together as Kenyan people and rescue this country once and for all. We have lived a life for a long time. It is about time we got our nation back and got it on the right track so that we secure the future for our children and our children's children. So, wherever you're joining us from, be the ambassador of the show. Push the show so that everybody gets access. This is where Kenyans speak and are freely to air what they think and feel about the whole situation. But more than that, we are looking for a better Kenya. We are looking for a just Kenya. We are looking for an even Kenya where every Kenyan will be free to be Kenyan and not apologize for the same. Thank you so much. I'm glad that we are all finding our space in here and talking freely. Karibu sana. I'm happy Mr. Guru is here. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you.
Glad to see you. This thing is becoming hot.
You know, one thing that has come clear is that Mount Kenya region voted for Baba. I now understand why most of our people are quiet because they got a shock when the results were read. You know what was happening in our region, central Kenya, is that those who are to vote for Baba did not want many arguments with the hot hands of UDA. So they chose to keep quiet and express themselves at the booth. And therefore, I now understand why most people in central Kenya just went quiet after the results were read. Na hii maneno Bernard, watu wakisichukue kama ni mzaha. Hii maneno itakuja kuwa ngumu kwa sababu it is so hurting for people to wake up and go and vote only for people to circumvent the will. I have seen Gachagua has called the Jubilee Mount Kenya MPs. Those are signs of panic. The other day he was dismissing them. Now you can see he's trying to work around and see if they can come on their side. I don't know what he was telling them. Perhaps he's talking of favors that they are likely to extend to them. But you see, that is not; those are not the people. The people, the democracy is domiciled in the hearts of the people, and therefore, it is something you cannot steal from them. So, what is going to happen? We are waiting for Baba, and this time, he must be a serious man. If it is to come out and express ourselves, the Constitution gives us that leeway, and we are ready. He just needs to organize those who voted for him across the regions and tell them to congregate in the capitals where in the county capitals. If it is Kakamega, you know the town you visit. If it is Kisumu, you know where you visit. If it is Mombasa, if it is Embu, if it is Meru, so on and so forth. So that the truth can start being realized and that Kenyans express themselves in such a manner and so roundly that the world will not just, shut their eyes on what is happening. I've seen the ambassador of America is trying now to do shuttle diplomacy. Anaita Baba hapa, alafu jioni anakimbia upande ule mwingine kuona Gachiedha. So these kind of games are not acceptable. You'll be very surprised, Bernard. In Kiambu, Baba had more votes.
Yes, Mr. Guru, you're mute. Kiambu Baba had more votes.
Yes, he had more votes according to the statistics that are coming out. He had 400 and some 400,000. Well, the second man had 300 and something. So Kirinyaga, the same, almost the same. So what is now the case is a forensic audit that must be done. Servers this time must be opened Bernard. Hakuna lingine isipokuwa server sifunguliwe na ikisindi hata ya 2017 ifunguliwe. Wacha ukweli ujulikane na Wakenya ili demokrasia yetu izidi kukua, kwa sababu haiwezekani kwamba Bernard, mimi naamka natumia pesa yangu kwenda kupiga kura, alafu pumbafu fulani ameketi pahali kwa kompyuta to change those results. It is unacceptable. This time wacha kujiapisha baba ni he will be atachukua Bible apende asipende
Lazima kuwe na rais wetu tumechagua.
Atakula Bible atakula Bible.
Yes, this time he must swallow the whole Bible. Wacha ila ali swallow a few verses. This time it's all the Old and the New Testament together.
Atakula Bible wakati huu. Actually, let me tell you, Bernard, those figures are themselves very revealing because they indicate that Kenyans are very mature people. They gave Raila votes. This time, Mount Kenya voted for Baba. But the kind of theft that was done in central Kenya is unacceptable. And I can tell you that if Baba says this is it, that will be it. And those who are holding power or masquerading to be holding power right now, we will soon find out how slippery the ground will be. Because you see, our constitution, Bernard, gives people a leeway, a very big leeway to express themselves. You know, there will be nothing like breaking the law. It's just expressing yourself. Picketing is part of it, and other constitutional means. So there are those who are saying, oh, the Supreme Court made a verdict. Yes, that is legal. But you see, this is a political issue, and political issues are solved politically. Political solutions are found in political problems have political solutions. So don't be cheated by anybody that we are trapped. No, we are not trapped. I think the seed that was planted by Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, the likes of George Anyona, Martin Shikuku, Koigu Amwere, Raila Odinga na wengineo, kina Gitopu Imanyara, that seed is still residing in the hearts of Kenyans. The right for self-determination, the right to choose the leadership that you want, cannot be taken away from Kenyans. And that is why I still strongly believe that Baba was just patient enough so that enough information is provided so that he doesn't act on what he cannot prove tomorrow. So I think he has been patient, just like Mother Karua said. Some of the information was held back by the IBC. I understand today Chebukati rushed to the offices. I don't know whether he was going to rock off or what he was going to do there.
He forgot to switch off the server. He went to switch it off.
I understand they are also harassing the staff to find out who leaked the information. But all those are actually Wewe Bernard unatoka kwa community ambayo inapendelea kuku sana, na unajua kuku ikitaka kutaka mayai vile uteseka, akiwa kwanza haijajua pale itataka hiyo mayai. So that is the kind of behavior we are seeing right now. Itakuja kudhihirika hivi karibuni kwamba Wakenya si watu ya kuchezea. These are not times when you just, this is not Nyayo era. This is not Nyayo era. People have become more enlightened. By closing
let's allow the people to do the introduction, Oga.
To cross off my opening remarks, I can only say you ain't seeing anything yet.
Thank you, Mr. Guru. We appreciate that. And things are boiling over at the IEBC. Whatever that has been hidden is coming out on the rooftop. This is the Kenya we've been looking forward to. We must be a country that thrives in what is right and not what is false. And hypocrisy must come to an end as far as the election of our leaders is concerned. I'll play a short video, then bring in Alex to make his opening remarks. Kenyans must awake to this tuache mchezo.
Stated clearly that the Mount Kenya region actually voted for Raila Odinga'S, and at that time I said that he obtained a minimum of 40%. But when the elections were declared, many people thought that I did not know what I was saying. But the truth has been revealed by the whistleblower, and it has shocked many Kenyans, seeing that Raila Odinga'S obtained over 2.6 million votes in Mount Kenya region.
You're looking at him as like there's something there. Are you like, you don't know him? How have you had enough time to get comfortable enough to be in a bad situation, look at him and find comfort? She just walked by. Her son. I just need to talk to her.
Okay, thank you. Please keep your mic mute until it's your time to speak. Let's stay within our standing orders. Those are Kenyans responding to the revelations coming from IEBC and how the elections of 2022 was handled. And the revelations are proving that the winner is not the one who was crowned. And so Kenyans want the right winner to be crowned and let the loser be given what is duly his. Alex, welcome.
Bernard, I want to tell my people here that every Friday I reward myself. When I work so hard, especially when I put more than 90 hours, I just don't go to the house without rewarding myself. I go somewhere, I buy my nice suit, I buy my nice tie, I buy my nice shoes, and I reward myself because I've worked hard. Nobody worked hard. It's me who worked hard. So right now I'm in a shop. I'm trying to buy myself something, but at the same time, I always log into the conversation of where we are going as a country. When we grew up, we were very timid. Like Dr. Cornel West, one of the most impassable, staggering figure in the world, always says that it's a milk toast. And I think people should Google that word, milk toast. we cannot just milk toss ourselves to a way that we accept illegal laws to become illegality, and then we just allow our children to live in the next generation as if we never existed. That's a bent hell no. When Jubilee comes yesterday and tells us who won the election, how he won the election, how much he's got, they were in power, it really pissed me off. I could not understand that you are in power, you tell her who won, how he won, how much he got, and then all of a sudden another person is installed to us like a monarchy. That was the departing for me from Kioni. I don't want to listen to Kioni anymore. It can't be that you have all the powers, everything, and then you come to tell us how you gave victory to somebody and you knew he did not win. How did he get inaugurated, Bernard? It's mind-boggling. Bernard, we never went to school for no reason. There are people in our villages who depend on us, Bernard. And the longer I live, I come to understand there are people, when you say something, they believe it. It is an eternal truth. Because you are a little bit exposed, you are a little bit educated. But how do we lie to our people? Somebody won an election. He got given the election. He stole the election. And we were in government. Within that, what transpired, Bernard? You know, I'm not getting it, Bernard. It's just mind-boggling.
Van Alex, just before you go further, the dynamics of leadership are such that the greatest and most dangerous enemy is the one you have in your house, not the one outside your house. It's easier to fight the one outside your house trying to get in than to fight an enemy that is already in the house. What happened with this election is so dynamic that the people who are in power are also shocked that there was somebody inside their house who was not for what they were planning and working. Secondly, it would be irregular for Uhuru Kenyatta to abuse his power by trying to do what you are asking him to do without any evidence whatsoever. So we should not even get to the place of trying to apportion blame at this point in time. It's whatever information that has come forth, is it credible? And then this is not happening for the first time. Okay, we have been here 2007. Uhuru Kenyatta was not in power. Jubilee was not in power. To 2013, 2017. So this is a culture. And when it becomes a culture and somebody who is an opportunist, who knows how to take advantage of the situation, may get away with what he does. But when he is caught, the Bible says a thief, when he steals to feed himself, people will understand. But when he is caught, he will be made to pay 7 times. So there is stealing and there is being caught. When you're caught is when the consequences exhibit. So in my understanding here is Uhuru Kenyatta alizungukwa nyuma. Ni kama tu wewe uko na bodyguard wako ama secretary wako, then I pay your secretary to give me information about you that I can use to nail you when you're not aware. Then you come, you want to present yourself as if you are Mr. Right, when your secretary has given me personal information about you that I can use to nail you. And then when I begin to do those revelations, you get shocked. How did I get that kind of information? So I would that as we look into this, let's remain, understanding. Najua kuna ile, when you're in the seat of power and there's when you're looking at it from outside, it's different.
Bernard, we have no problem with that. But I think where it has reached, we need to investigate and know where we are going. Because what we want is not a mirage, Bernard. We must actualize what we want. And once we have actualized it, we must make a decision where we are going to. There are elements who are cabals within us who knew what was happening. For us, we did a right front campaign whereby we did not want any connivance. And as Kenyans, we came out and we sold our agenda. We sold Martha Karua, we sold Raila. And people bought her, bought them, both of them. And I cannot say anything further than that. They like it on, let them go to the nearest political pulpit and the nearest pin drops. I'm a basketball, I'm a whatever it is, and kill themselves. Raila won this election, free and square. There is no question about that. Just like 2007, the people who lied to us in 2007 that he never won, now they are coming out. We know who won this election. But what we don't want is these shenanigans and cliches that are coming from the Orengos, from Kajuangs, from all these people from South Nyanza who are trying to legitimize that His Excellency, calling Ruto His Excellency. Fuck it, Bernard. I'll say it, and I'm not going to fascistize this. We are not going to call that person His Excellency. How? It's not going to happen. Our leaders have disappointed us, and we are not going to allow it, Bernard. We must create a movement right now that is serious to get us out of this dilemma that we are. We are not going to create a leadership that is going to legitimize somebody who stole election, broad daylight, alafu anatuambia right in the movement that hakuna serikali ingine mtangojea, hii ndio serikali. Bernard, that was hurting. Orengo speaking 14 times, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency cheered.
It's okay, Alex. Take it easy. Take it easy. It was an act. It was an acting now.
We don't want that acting. No, Bernard, wachana hii maneno ya kupembeleza hawa watu. We have the powers, and they must listen to the wisdom, conventional wisdom of the people who are hurting like me.
It's okay.
We were not here in Mutembei 24 hours for the last 8 months. We've lost people. We've lost Temba. We've lost Mama Selina. We've lost people. And because the way we are doing things.
Alex is okay. It's okay. Take it easy. We are in a very good position right now. But if we go the way you are going, we will lose everything.
Bernard, hold on. Bernard, let us think. No, hold on. Bernard, I'm not going to allow that scenario. Let me tell you, Bernard, here in Mutembei, there are people who are here who are waiting for results. And we must tell Baba right on his face, whatever happened on that weekend, we must rebut it so that we can go where we were to reclaim our victory. We are not going to go into that shenanigan. Baba must know that this time around, we are not going to joke around. We don't want a handshake with Ruto. That's nonsense.
There is no handshake. I don't think Baba is going for any handshake. But all in all, let us not lose the side. Let's not lose the ball. Okay, our eye must be on the ball. If we attend to every frog, wherever, every frog throwing a stone on every dog that is barking, we will lose the ball. So the best thing right now is how do we channel our energy into keeping the ball until we score completely. So
and that's where we depart with you, Bernard.
To remain
Bernard, let me. You see, Bernard, for a long time I've been giving you respect in regard to this issue, and we have been patient enough to see where we are coming from and where we are going to. And where we are going to, it looks like there's no strategy that is aligning with the common person in the ground. We have given these people enough time. They do not understand what we really want, Bernard. And we have come to a point whereby we must tell them the truth, even though our mouths shake. Bernard, it has not come overnight. It's because we have looked yonder. We have seen them, what they are doing. Orengo 14 times saying His Excellency. Nonsense. His Excellency what? Nonsense.
Okay, that's enough, Alex. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate you for sticking with us even as we continue with this conversation. I will just call upon each one of us for sobriety and focus. I have been in public leadership for a long time in the church world. And the greatest time when you need to slow down and think deeply is when you're in the middle of a crisis, especially when you are about to experience a looming victory. You can lose it on flimsy matters. And I keep giving this example. I think you've heard me say this. You remember our first historical deputy chief justice, Her Excellence Nancy Baraza. She got into the office, she served, and we were looking forward for her to become Chief Justice eventually. But what happened? She just went to the supermarket, made some police, wherever, watch man, oh, get woman.
That was
Okay, get woman.
Kwamboka, my cousin. Kwamboka brought her down.
Yeah. So that is exactly what I'm saying. You can be in the highest office and be brought down by the lowest office by you not managing a crisis properly. Where we are right now, we must channel our energy in one direction. And that energy is every Kenyan, the majority of Kenyans, needs to come out and follow the due process of us getting our victory back. And for that to happen, we need to provide leadership, not just to stir up people's spirit. We need to provide leadership. How do we provide leadership? The strategy that Alex is talking about needs to be laid down clearly, like what Kaucho has started to do in the Bunge la Wananchi. That is a movement that is unstoppable, but it must be channeled, because if everybody just left their house without any strategy, you'll be scattered, and that's the end of the story. We don't want to lose these on demos. We don't want to lose these on making noise. We must get our victory, and for us to get our victory, let's remain sober. Let's provide explanation, especially for those people in the interior, those who have been fed by UDA propaganda. They need to be sobered up and then be told that there is always an option. The Supreme Court is not final, especially when it gives a ruling using wrong information. If you adduce or submit wrong evidence, and then a case is ruled using wrong evidence, when the right evidence comes, that case should be overturned in view of the new evidence. So the aspect that UDA is pushing, that the train has left the station, the Supreme Court has pronounced itself, it is null and void. If the ruling was based on wrong information, the right information has come, let that ruling be reviewed. And for this matter, it is good for us to push and ensure that every Kenyan is on board. Tukiita watu kutoka nje, the whole of Kenya should be out. And that's how we're going to win this. But if we have some part of Kenya that is deceived, trying to prove otherwise, we may not get this, especially the Mount Kenya people. If they voted the way they voted, they must be the first one to come out. And when we just move, kumbuka sabasaba, those of you who are old enough, this country can come to a standstill if we insist on what is right. And those of you who want to justify what is wrong, you are welcome to do that, but we just group you together with thieves. Any supporter of a thief is a thief. Any supporter of evil is evil. Any supporter of corruption is corrupt. And those people belong to jail. They don't belong among sane people. Thank you very much. Let's keep moving. And please don't watch alone. Make sure you're inviting somebody to join into the discourse. This is Mtembei TV, Open Forum Political Discussion. We are live on Mtembei TV YouTube channel and Mtembei TV Facebook page. Yeah, I think, yes, Facebook page, and Sound Candid Talk channel on YouTube. So whichever is comfortable for you, please follow. And we still urge you to subscribe to Sound Candid Talk channel, our small channel that is growing. We need it to get to 1,000 subscribers before Monday. So let's keep pushing and let's ensure that we do what is required. Rhoda, dakika mbili tafadhali. Let's observe time so that we don't keep many people on the queue. Thank you very much. Rhoda, huko ama vipi?
Niko hapa, nitaongea hapa kwa sababu macho yangu inalia, niko na shida na macho. I'm little bit allergy when it's like this. Na sina dawa ya kuweka macho, sasa inalia saa zingine. Sasa nataka kusema hivi, mi nasikia vile Alex anasema about Nyanza, leader of Nyanza. Those people, reality, after you could see the body language, it's not that they like Ruto for reality. It's force. Ni kuforce, ana force hawa wazee ati wampende ama wasahau. Walijua kura zuri tuliimbiwa. Mtu kama Orengo, he's very educated, he's very smart, ni mtu lawyer. Na alikuanga kwa nini kwa koti. Yeah, unajua vile Ruto, unaona sasa kuna Wakenya wote, hakuna mtu ajui hii kura yetu ilibiwa. Only the foolish. Everybody know, even a 5-boy girl or boy know that. Vile watu walitoka hata Mount Kenya, walivote hata huko Kirinyaga. Nakwambia hata mkiona kampeni za, ukida huko kwa YouTube uone makampeni. Kirinyaga kulikuwa kumeja, hata watu wa Kirinyaga walikuwa wanapiga magoti. Oi, tafadhali Mungu tusaidie. Walikuwa na ria. Siku ile watu wazee, watu wa jamii ya ya Kirinyaga, watu wale wazee walikuwa wanapiga magoti, woi, have mercy on us, kwa sababu walikuwa wanasema kwa nini hatukiitikia mbeleni, na walivote. Ni watu wengi sana mimi najua walivote. Sasa watu wengi wamekuwa surprise, wamekuwa hearted, watu wamekuwa na depression, watu wengine hata wa Mount Kenya wameshajiua vile wanaona vile vitu zinafanyika. Kwa sababu huyu jamaa alikuwa anaenda kufanya kampeni na kumanipulate. Hawa wote kina Musalia Mudavadi, Waitangula, wote wakiwa Mount Kenya walikuwa na manipulate. They are very bad people. Sasa tulikuwa watu wa Mount Kenya si wajinga vile watu wanafikiri. Sisi ti wajinga, tuko very clever. Ni vile sisi tunakuanga wazee wetu kama shushu zetu walikuwa natufundisha kunyamaza. Lakini umesahau kina Matiba nyinyi. Mliona vile alipigana na Nyayo mpaka akakosa nini? Nyayo akamweka ugonjwa wa nini? Sijui ni ugonjwa stroke. Msicheze na Wakikuyu. Wakikuyu hatupangangu nini? Mashuru. Tunakuanga tunaangalia watu 18. Hata mimi mmeniona hapa. Mimi si wa kupakwa nini? I am a very strong woman. I can fight with Ruto. Na hakuna pahali fight naye atanikiwa hapa. Kwa sababu nataka nipatie justice yangu. Alafu mimi nataka kusema leo nikasirika na Gachagua. Gachagua, please leave our former president. Former president is a son of Mama Gina, si bradhako, na ni mtoto wa late Jomo Kenyatta. Leave him alone. Uachane naye kabisa, si bradhako. Wewe ni mtoto wa Rigathi, huo ni wa Kenyatta. Hamjatoka tumbo moja, achana na yeye kabisa. Leave him alone. Na mimi nitakuwa na fightia, ukifanya kitu huru nitakuwa na fightia. I'll be always fight for my former president. My king is my life. There is no president whole world have been for a country maendeleo yetu tunampata saa hii. Whole world, whole Africa. There is no president whole Africa have bring for us in Kenya, whole Africa maendeleo vile tumepata na huru. Kila kitu tunaona ni Uhuru amejenga hiyo nchi. Angekuwa watu wengine, watu kama Museveni, si amekuwa president 40 years, nini amefanya hata nini? Si ameweza kufanya tu project hapa. Uhuru ni alikuwa kwa kwanza kuleta train hiyo Afrika maskasini na Afrika zote. Unaona? Na ndio maana walikuwa na by the way I start to notice there's a many people, especially leaders of East Africa, like Museveni, they didn't like him. Because the way he was talking, the way he was behaved, they didn't like him. And that's why Museveni was very happy. Sasa Gachagua, leave our former president alone. Please. Leave him alone. Huyo ni mtu wa rate Jomo Kenyatta na muache,
thank
si
you.
brother ako.
You made your point.
He's
You
not
made
your
your point.
brother. Leave him.
The message is at home. Asante sana,
Asante.
Rhoda. Thank you. Let's keep moving. Everybody, please, let's keep inviting each other as we continue with this.
I'm sorry, I have to say something about that.
Who is talking? Alex. Order, please.
Okay? I'm only asking.
Order, please. Now, let's all get down to understanding what's happening here. There is a reason why we moderate this discussion. One is so that what we are doing is understandable by the viewers, especially those are the most critical people on this particular discussion. They need to get what is happening. So when you intercept, when somebody is giving a submission or making a recap, then you intercept in between. He has not finished what he's saying, and you want to say something in between. What you're creating is confusion, and we don't want that. The lifting of the hand remains a standing order, especially when you want to keep whatever point of order. Please, let's go back to observing those, because we shouldn't be here to be part of the problem. We need to be here as part of the solution. Thank you. So, as I was saying, as you watch, make sure that you are sharing so that you invite many people to watch. Okay? And those of you who haven't subscribed to Sound Candid Talk, the other channel, as we are streaming there, please make sure that you're subscribing. We want to get those 1,000 subscribers as soon as possible. I'm projecting by Monday we should have gotten there. So please, let's work towards that. And you can help me do that by just inviting people personally in your own crowd who love what we do here and can enjoy this kind of programming to be subscribers. So you just take that subscription link and give to them and tell them to subscribe. If everyone gave me 10 people, will be 4,000 subscribers and not 1,000 like we said. So please, let's do that. Thank you very much. Alex, what is it?
First of all, I want things in order. If people don't want to subscribe, don't beg them. Leave them. We are not here to beg people. That's the first rule. We are not beggars.
Alex, mimi nimekupatia nafasi ya kufanya ribati ile ulipaswa kufanya, tafadhali.
Sawa basi. Let me do that. Waibera, the other time you told us here you are going to go like in a chair, but whichever it was, we must look at things with all reasonability. We are not puppets here. When we come here, it's not like we don't have anything to do. We wake up at 4 a.m., we go to our normal jobs, later on we start doing other things, other gigs, because we understand that we must have a conversation. And one thing I must tell you, this issue saying leave Uhuru alone, we are not going to leave Uhuru alone. Uhuru made strategic mistakes that any president should not have made. And I have come here to give a classical example of Botswana, how Masisi took off the Kamas. And today the Kamas are in exile in South Africa. Anybody who doesn't know that history should go and look at it. 3 weeks ago, Kama, who was the president, his father was the president, he also became a president for 15 years. He was giving a live hits from South Africa, how Masisi got them from power and what he has done. Uhuru must take the responsibility of what happened to Kenya. He was the president. He had the presidential powers. He knew this guy had manipulated the system. He allowed it to happen. Don't come here to tell us that we must not talk about Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. He messed up this country. He had all the opportunities. Me and Bernard spoke and we said, Chebukati hawezi kutushinda. Who is Chebukati? But we let Chebukati maneuver us because we had a weak president. A person who loved a drink more than the country. Usikuja hapa kutudanganya tusiongee juu ya Uhuru. Uhuru has messed us up. Uhuru understood who Ruto is for 10 years. When he woke up from his slumber, he told us, he knew the person who wants to become a president by honest remix.
So when we speak about Uhuru, it's not because we want to, it's because Uhuru messed us up. He knew who Ruto was, and he let him. I'm so mad with that guy. We trusted him. We gave him the trust. We put him to a statesman, but he
Okay,
disappointed our country.
Alex, the point is made. Thank you very much. But I think you are overstretching what Rhoda said. Rhoda addressed herself to one regarding Kashagwa. He did not say everybody. So please, let's not blow it out
Oh,
of
Ikwe,
proportion.
regarding Gachagua, Ikwe, what you want to say, we must put the blame on Uhuru Muigai
Okay,
Kenyatta. He has put
Alex.
us in this trajectory,
Thank
and
you.
we want to get our.
Alex, no. Don't go further. Thank you very much. Your point is made. Let it be. Let it rest there. We are in a bad place. We need to get out of that place. We will not get out of there by apportioning blame. We will get out of there by accepting responsibility. Thank you very much. Let's go quickly to Kenyan Chep 2. Chep
Bernard,
4.
we are not apportioning blame to anybody. I want you to make it very clear, and I want our
Alex, you're
subscribers
out
to
of
understand.
order.
Hold on,
Kenyan Chep 2. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you. Who is this? Anyway, everybody is a Kenyan. I can see through my phone, they are very tiny prints. Otherwise, I'm good, and I'm happy that we are fighting for this, and we are going through. I think that is the Guru. There is
There is Rhoda and there is anaitwa Mapema.
Mapema and Rhoda. Asanteni sana ndugu zangu. Naweza sema nashukuru Mungu tumeonana usiku wa leo. Leo niko huko kunaitwa Kalenjin, naitwa Cheptoo. Last time I think I called myself Mudhoni, but it was from Bere, not Daraka. It was Bere. I'm sorry, I want to correct myself because I want to go step by step. It was Bere. So today I am very happy woman wherever I am because we are getting there and we will get there slowly by slowly. And let's not get angry of anything. Let's not have any hindrance. Let's have a focus on what we are looking for, and we will get it. I'm very happy that things are coming up the right way. As I see somebody called Muturi there trying to say that Raila wanted to steal the election. And okay, then there were two thieves. Who would be called the thief now if there were two thieves? The thief is the one who is caught. So you cannot blame the other thief. The other thief is free and acquittal. So the other one is in jail, is going to jail. So please, Mr. Ruto, try to be calm and listen to what Kenyans are saying. We are angry and we are happy right now because when things reveal themselves, it is a very good thing for the country. And I know even those Western countries, they will start backing up. They will back up. They will say, really, Kenyans are hot. They are really hot. We cannot touch them. And that is the way we'll go. I was listening to this lady called Kome. Really, I couldn't believe her words. She was saying that somebody saw affidavit, and that is a criminal. It's a crime to saw a falsifiable affidavit. What is she? You see, these people, they have found themselves in a corner and they want to fight us back. We are not giving in. We'll fight them back. And Baba should go for the win, for the winning that he won, and he won big time. And these things, it is good that it's coming out from them, not even from Azimio. And before things go better, many will come out. And you'll see them, some of them will start relating with us. and they will start saying, you know, I didn't do anything wrong. I want to be on your side. That is what is going to happen. Even if they will not come physically to you, you'll see their actions, their behavior will start matching with us. And that is the goodness of the country. Let's fight it. Let's be example in the continent of Africa that if you fight, you'll get it. The right thing is the right thing. And that is what we are fighting for. We are not fighting for somebody's win. We are fighting for our win. And in big margin, I can't believe it. 2 million, that's a lot of people denied their right. And plus what others that voted for the same number. Because 2 million is the overflowing number. Then plus the other people who is 6 million. That's a lot. Let's unite together. Let's not get angry, people. Let's be happy and try to focus. Let's not have any meandering information or mind, but just focus. And Raila should go for that, winning, and get to the seat, to the chair, and start working for Kenyans who are ready to work with him. We are happy today. Thank you, Bernard. That is all I wanted to say this time, and I'm still listening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much Kenyan Chepto, Mama Mary huyo akipeana maoni yake kuhusu masuala haya, na ni muhimu kila mmoja makinike. Wale wanasema Raila Odinga alikuwa anataka kuiba kura. Kama unaongoza na milioni 2, unahitaji kuiba? Ama yule anayekufuata na kitafuta hizo milioni 2 ndio anapaswa kuwa anaiba? Na kama alitaka kuiba na yule aliyeiba, kati ya hao wawili, who is the criminal? The one who actually stole or the one who wanted to steal? Let's tell each other the truth as Kenyan people. It is not who stole, who did not steal. We want IEBC to do their job, which is provide us the right leaders we voted for. From the fact that IEBC allowed itself to be compromised by whoever so that they gave us the wrong leader, it is where our bone of contention lies. So whether it was outside influence, inside influence, abroad influence, the fact that IBC did not do what it was required to do by safeguarding the will and the voice of the people, that is where we must ensure that whatever the people said is what carries the day, not what Chebukati and team manufactured. Let's stay focused. Mapema, namna gani?
Hey, Bernard. Hey.
Yes.
Hata wewe ulienda mitini.
Mimi sikuenda mitini, nimekuwa hapa kila siku. Wewe ndio ulienda mitini, sijui Hustler Fund ilikufaa katika biashara.
Oi, my friend. Wacha nikwambie. Bernard, in fact, I lack words to explain.
Yes.
Bana, mimi niliangalia limit yangu the same day ilikuwa 800. Na mimi stock yangu it's almost some million. Sasa nikashindwa hiyo 500 nitapeleka wapi? So, but all in all, mimi kwanza penye nimefikia. By the way, niliomba tu kujua kwanza Bernard. Nimefurahia kwanza umerudi leo nimekuona, alafu umeleta hii mjadala. Nilisikia kitu jana nikaiangalia kwa TV. In fact, si kwa TV, niliona kwa simu. Alafu sikuelewa. Juu sikujua impact yake. Ukweli wa Mungu niko blind. So vile umenifika hapo umeanza kuongea, unajua nimesikia kama ni vitu inaguza roho yangu. So please, can you try to explain to me what will happen vile sasa wametable hiyo evidence ndio nianze kuchangia hapo.
Okay, one, we are in I would say uncharted water. Uncharted waters in the sense that as a country we have never been here before. Okay, we have been here many times but not in the same scenario. Huwa tunaibiwa, ukweli unafichwa mpaka miaka 5 inapita. Lakini saa hii ukweli imetokezea mapema. Okay? So katika kudili na masuala kama haya, kuna vile constitution inasema na kuna vile wananchi wanasema. Like Mr. Guru amesema, this is more of a political problem than a legal problem. Okay? Although the legal fraternity played politics instead of them adjudicating to the case legally according to the evidence that was adduced. So in this kind of a scenario, all that is needed is to verify if it is proven beyond a shadow of doubt that actually the winner of this election is Raila Odinga and not William Ruto, okay, then William Ruto is unconstitutionally in office. Okay?
What?
Now, if it's
What?
Yes, now.
Bernard, umeiona kicheko ya kilio ya furaha. What are you telling me?
Take it easy. Unconstitutionally, because the constitution says the person who becomes president, okay, is the one who gets the majority of the votes. So if Raila Odinga got 8 million and William Ruto got 5 million, who got the majority?
Raila Odinga.
Then who should be president constitutionally?
Baba.
Bas. Then if that is the case, then the wrong president should vacate office, the right president to take over. Vile wanafanyaga kwa athletics. Kama ulikimbia mbio ukifanya doping, okay? Na ukapewa gold medal, ukakuja naye hapa hata tukakupatia murisiki. Ukiwa hapo airport, tukacheza tukakupatia kila kitu. Lakini wakikundua kwamba ulikuwa umemeza meza.
Dawa za kusisimua misuli.
Hiyo gold medal inachukuliwa na hela za zinapeana, ila alikuja number 2. You get that? So that is supposed to apply. But in the Kenyan situation, there is a scenario, there is a video I'll be playing later on that explains the scenario and what probably should take place. But the real thing ni hii kitu iko mikononi mwa wananchi wa Kenya. Hata sio Supreme Court sahi. Kama wa Kenya wata-insist wanataka rais wao, na watoke wa picket wa demonstrate, they will get their president. But if they cower themselves in, stay in the house and tolerate the bad governance for 5 years, they will suffer. Hapo ndio tuko.
Mimi Bernard, kwanza nashindwa na ukweli wa Mungu mpaka sasa hivi. Mimi nimekuwa tu indoors, juu sijui ni nini ya kufanya, sijui nini ya kutenda. But I think Wakenya wamefeel for the first 3 months zenye jamaa amekuwa in office. Wamefeel and they have knew ni president gani alikuwa anatawala. Wamesikia na pia saizi mimi kitu tu ninaomba Raila wakati anatoka South Africa akuje angalia hii maneno, and we are not to take it easy vile watu wanafikiria. Hii ujinga ya move on imeisha na wakati. Kwamba eti strain sijui imefanya nini, hiyo imeshaisha na wakati. Kama exactly kwamba maneno iko kwamba baba won the election vile wanasema na vile evidence inawekwa kwa meza, afadhali wenye wanakufa wakufe, wenye wanabaki kitu ikuwe right. La sivyo miaka nenda miaka rudi, mwenye atakuwa anatuongoza ni mwenye watu hawajachagua vile mimi ninajua. Sababu atakuwa anaenda anafanya 2-3 anaapishwa pale anasonga. Na nimeona rafiki yangu hapo huyu Alex ameteta sana juu ya Uhuru. Akasema Uhuru ametumia si maneno yote. But it's not a play game, but nikirudi tena niongee. Mimi to some extent naungana na yeye kwa sababu kama walikuwa wamegundua kwamba Chebukati anaanza kutucheza na alikuwa anafanya vitu hii chini ya mlango, kwa sababu umeangalia vile clips zikipigwa, unaangalia vile Chebukati alikuwa anajifanya, si huyu jamaa angetolewa. Mimi ningekuwa president that time, kwa sababu mimi ndio nilikuwa na nguvu zote, ningefanya vile nafaa. Yes, so ukuja uone kama Alex ameteta hivyo, si kupenda kwake, ni uchungu. In fact it's paining my friend. Watu walingangana, watu walipigania baba, watu walitaka Raila atuongoze for even just 5 years. Huyo Raila mwenye tumesikia toka 1992 mpaka leo hii, kutoka sijui 81, atuongoze at 5 years only, tuangalie vile atafanya. Lakini hapa sasa tunaangalia penye imefika, Rigiji anaongea hivi, Ruto anaongea hivi, na nimesikia kuna mtu alikuwa ana complain pia juu ya kina Orengo, kina au magovernors vile alikuwa anasema juu ya Ruto kwamba president is excellency. I don't think this is the right time to blame them, kwa sababu pia kama unakumbuka baba alisema kwamba kwanza tunyamaze, watu waende mkutano na kwa sababu ya maendeleo. And I think kitu ilikuwa imekuja kwamba ni maendeleo, na hii maendeleo sio ya kuomba, ni ushuru yangu. Kama saizi ninakatwanga every transaction ninafanya kwenda kwa account, any account ninakatwa pesa, nikifanya about 50,000 nakatwa 110, nikitoa kwa banki nikileta M-Pesa nakatwa 110. 110 times a million, it's almost a billion kila dakika. So maendeleo ikikuja tuseme Migori County or in Kuria West, huwa ni ile ushuru yangu. So walienda kuchukua ushuru, let's take it easy. Nakumbuka saizi vile tunaongea kuna watu walishaingia mitini hata tujaijua wanafikiria nini, wanaongea nini. Like my friend Joho, hata tujui wanaongea nini, wanafikiria nini. My friend Junet, hatujui wanaongea nini, wanafikiria nini. So hii uchaguzi kila mtu iliandika tuweka sehemu mpaka tulishindwa ni wapi tuko, ni wapi tunaenda na ni wapi tunaanzia. So wacha pia watu tena reposition, watu reposition, turudi vizuri, then we focus on this. But all in all, kama ita happen hivyo, then Raila, na ninajua kwamba Raila ni engineer na anajua maneno vizuri, akuje tusimame na kweli tuangalie kama alishindwa kihaki, yes, na kama alishinda, then the right person to be given the victory. For now wacha nikomea hapo, ila I'm telling you, hata wewe Bernard, ingawa hautakubali ama utakataa, ulikuwa hata wewe umeshindwa hii Kenya, tunaanzaje? Hata wewe.
Thank you mapema. Kila mtu alikuwa affected. I was affected mostly, but I had to pull through. I would not say that I was the strongest of everyone, but I've been here almost every day. Nilichukua to leave. I had 2 weeks nikapumzika, and then I came back. And we've been having show almost every day. Ni wewe huko kwa nini, but the last week we have had a problem with our YouTube channel. That's Mtembei TV YouTube channel. We just resumed today, so labda ndio huko unatupata, and that's why you should subscribe on the other channel, Sound Candid Talk. Hapo ndo tumekuwa wiki mzima wewe huko tuona, kwa sababu ulikuwa unatafuta Mtembei TV YouTube. But we are happy that you are back. So we are on Facebook page and YouTube channel Mtembei TV, as well as Sound Candid Talk. If you have not subscribed on Sound Candid Talk, please subscribe now and turn on the notification bell so that we grow that channel as well, and make sure that it's a good alternative, especially when we run into a crisis with this other channel. As days goes, things may get thicker, and so we must have options, and we must also ensure that we are sharing right information. Kile Wakenya wanahitaji sasa hivi ni information ambayo inafaa. Waelewe ni situation iko vipi na mambo yanapaswa kwenda vipi kulingana na vile hali ilivyo. And so we must not just be talk empty talk, but be more concise and ensure that you are informing people rightly. Like I said, we have never been here like we have been here before, but there is a way out, which I believe is going to work, but after a long push and fierce exchanges. It's not going to come easy, but we see it come as we push and insist for the same. I saw somebody giving an analysis that the Americans seem to be taking off, huh? And so there has to be something with these elections that is so tough, huh? That some diplomats seem to be withdrawing from their previous stand on the elections and their result. And then some international communities also are now pronouncing themselves on their verdict based on the new revelations. And so it is important that as Kenyan people, we remain afloat with this kind of understanding and be on the lookout. Baba will soon be back. He will give us direction on what to do. But in the meantime, let's remain calm and focused patia tu mtu information
Unajua
ile
tena,
ameuliza.
that's my part in short. I'm just going to leave hii mkutano and I'll never come back. Hii maneno mnatuambia baba is going to give us direction. Wachana hiyo ujinga bana. It is us to give direction.
Alex,
He
you are
must
out of
understand what we are feeling bana. Baba does not understand.
Alex, Baba is not a nurse. Baba is an engineer. Okay?
We are
You want
no, you can
you want Baba to come and nurse you. Don't do that. And you are intercepting anyhow. That's not how we deal here, please. There is no way you can be a leader if you're not willing to be led. And as far as you are concerned, our leader is Baba. If Baba does not provide leadership, then we will think otherwise. But as long as he says we wait for him, we wait for him. It is important and imperative that if we are going to win this war, we must do it not with our emotions. We must do it with very well thought out methods. So let's not get worked up over nothing. This is far from over, and it will even take longer. So if you're impatient, you will lose it before it starts. And I don't invite anybody into that. Thank you. Mr. Christopher. Karibu namna gani?
Yes, Bernard.
Yes.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. Niambie.
I have heard that guy, he wants to, when you get too much annoyed, you lose your senses. You forgive him. Hello?
Yes, I get you. I understand you. Thank you so much. Make your submission,
Because,
please.
yeah. You see, good things come very slowly, not like what he was trying to push now. The guy in the vehicle, I don't know his name. So good things come very slowly. Let's accept what is being proven now out of Baba's election or votes. So it's just time. I think there are some group of people which are even more than the American government itself or the world leaders who has taken over the whole system. This is my what I think, such that it is very difficult for government even to train them. Not until they have gotten them, they have to accept what is going on. That is why you see Baba is ever patient. He doesn't want people to lose their life. There are facts on this thing. Even a small person have ever felt it, that it was being taken away from him. So I think that the only thing is to wait. We have to wait as however long it will take, because he's still alive. Now facts is coming out slowly. Let's see what they will do. Like the superpower, they are there. They are watching. Even this man might fail in his governing. So I'm only happy. I just got today in the studio. I'm very happy. Thank you for welcoming me.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Christopher. We appreciate that. And let's keep preaching the gospel of the truth. And based on the information coming up, we need to be sober, more sober. With much counsel and much consultation, a war is made. The Bible prescribes. So you can't fight carelessly and win. The Apostle Paul says, when I fight, I don't fight like he that is beating the air. I don't waste my blows anyhow. I calculate, then release my blows because I want to win. I run my race to win. So we should not participate in this if we are only doing it for the sake of agitating. We should participate in this with the aim to win. And for us to win, we need to be more sober, calculative. And of the best person to teach us is Baba. If we are pained by the loss of these elections, the most pained person must be Baba. And he has suffered this pain all along. He has not crashed. What lessons can we draw from that? He's always willing to fight another day. The only thing we want to make clear to him right now is that the other day is now today. Now that we've got the thief with his hand in the pot, he must vomit our meat, and we must get our whole goat, complete of it, head to the quarters, hoofs, okay? No leaving behind anything. And so we must, everybody must be on that understanding. Tusipige vita kufanya tu kelele na kutembea kwa street. We must get back our whole goat from the head to the hoofs. And there is no sharing of power. There is no government of national unity. There is no grand coalition. There is no handshake. Mwizi akipatikana na ng'ombe, umeiba ng'ombe ya mtu, umeenda kuuza kwa mnada, na mwenye ng'ombe amekupata kwa mnada, wewe mwizi unafunguanga kwa mti hapo kwa mnada, chief akitafutwa ama polisi, na mwenye ng'ombe anapewa ng'ombe yake. That's what is going to happen, and that's what we want to happen. Other maneno ya kusema oh we negotiate, oh political agreement, oh let us do a transitional government. No transitional government. We voted on the 9th. The vote that was genuinely voted has decided the leader. Let that remain. The 5th president must not be a fake one. We should have the right one. Thank you. So please, let's keep inviting each other and let's remain within our framework as we converse. I want everybody to participate into this. And so those of you who are yet to subscribe to Sound Candid Talk, I'm sharing the link again. Please subscribe. We want you to subscribe. We need to get to 1,000 subscribers by Monday. So if you're a subscriber, help somebody subscribe. Reach out to them. Let me see how well we are doing. We are shy of 400 subscribers. We've been doing very well. So I want us to keep going and keep moving to get to, yes, we are short to 500 subscribed by 6 subscribers. Nataka tuendelee kupush namna hiyo, tukisonga mbele, tusiache chochote ambacho kinaweza kufanya kusaidia nchi hii. Thank you. Alliance Popular Party SG mwenyewe vipi lakini?
Hello.
Yes sir.
Unajua pale tumefika, I think we should be having this show 24/7. Sasa kwa sababu unajua wanasema the light travels very fast but the truth comes slowly by slowly. It is I want to say hi to Nguru. How are you, Bwana Nguru? Asante sana. It is one of them. It was an assault to democracy to hear that somebody is leading a country because he planned to steal with the IBC. There is nothing. There's an affront to democracy. It's an affront to democracy, my brothers. Hii si mchezo. It is not business as usual. We have seen that Kenya democracy has been insulted. We have been disrespected by a cocoon of people who have stolen the right and the birthright of Kenyans. Now, this is not going to be normal from now henceforth. And that is why we are waiting for one Honorable Raila Odinga, because this is his victory. We might have any other opinion, but if he won, he won. Let us not have words to kara. There was technicalities. There was what? Somebody is a hero. Chabukati is a hero of stealing. And therefore, I think for there to be even a good democratic event in the future, the international community must speak on this. The President of the United States must speak on this. They must come out and tell the world Whatever happened in Kenya, it is not democracy. It is thievery and thuggery. Because Bernard, I've always said, it is easy to steal in your house using your wife or your watchman. Because it is a watchman who knows where you keep the key. It is a watchman who knows where you, when you are not around, you're going for missions. It is the watchman who knows your movements. Chebukati was our watchman. We entrusted that old man with the kipara with 40 billion shillings. 40 billion shillings to manage an election. What did he do with the 40 billion shillings? Plan to steal. They had a meeting with the current president. They decided on how they are going to subvert the will of the people. Liberations are coming out each and every day. Yes? And they quoted their thuggery with the Bible. That's the most unfortunate thing. And I call the name of the Lord today. May the fire of the Lord come upon them and burn their homes and whatever, because it is wrong to use the name of the Lord in vain. You're mocking God. Why mock God? Munaiba, you know what you have done with money that is taxpayer. Mumeichukua pesa ambao ni ya taxpayer. Mumehongana each left and center, and then you come proclaim the name of the Lord. No wonder hamuna upako ya Mungu. No wonder ukiangalia nyuso zenyu zimeparara, because you have no the anointing of the Holy Spirit. Mungu, na kazi ya Mungu hainanga makosa. Na hivyo ndivyo tunajua na ndivyo munahubiri. Whatever God has blessed has no dot of or has no what do you say? Whatever, where there is the hand of God, there is the glory of God. Pahali kuna upako ya Mungu, kunaonekana mkono wa Mungu. Kwa hivyo ukiona nchi ambayo hata the first 100 days ni manunguniko, ni uchumi inaenda vibaya, hatuna hata chakula kila siku. Sasa nimeambiwa dollar USD against the dollar in the bank's rate is 134, and then we are living pretty as if life is normal. Inflation is out of control. Investors are running away. This is not the work of God. This is the work of the devil. I might be wrong, but I can tell you, I've done theology, I've done the word of God, A to Z. I can tell you, where there is no God, there is no glory. I can tell you that for free. And that is why you see many people are miserable today, because there are people who subverted the will of God, and the will of the people. And the voice of the people is the voice of God. It will not take long now. It will not take long before Raila Oding'a claims his victory. We were wondering, many of us, a majority of Kenyans, what really happened. Now we have noticed that this was pre-planned, state managed, and cooked by one Chebukati and Bolo and 3 commissioners. They are well paid, they are happy, their money is in the offshore account, and they are very excited because their stomach are full. But Kenyans are suffering, and the voice has started coming against them. The life of Kenyans will not be the same again. We are not going to kill each other, but we are going to force this government to resign very soon, because you cannot take anybody's victory and take it as if life is normal. It is not normal. Many people are so, we didn't have voice. Now we have a voice. We know that the president is illegally in power, and the best thing you can only do as a president, as a person with conscience, I know in Akuuma, I know this thing is eating up this government, resign. Chukua the bold step. At least you have enjoyed some 150 years of presidency. Umeenda na chopa za government, mumekula token za kutosha, mumeiba fertilizer ya kutosha. Sasa nyinyi endeni nyumbani. We will not follow you. Go eat. Mungu atajudge nyinyi mwishowe. Lakini at this time, we are telling Raila Oding'a akuje tumchukue airport, 1 million people, tumpeleke State House. Kile kitafanyika kifanyike, because that is the only way. Hakuna haja ya kusubvert the will of the people. The will of the people was spoken on 9, and it was subverted and confirmed by another corrupt institution called the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court also subverted. They didn't even want to care what happened, because the reality is, even when they saw that the image that was transmitted to IBC portal was PDF, they should have questioned. Wewe ukipiga picha na simu yako na ni colored, inatokaje picha inakuwa PDF? Unless ulifanya carbon copy, unless ulitumia app ya kutengeneza hiyo picha yako. We believe and we know that is where the problem is, and therefore we are calling upon the government to take the bold step. Let them not feel shy. They can recover their integrity by resigning. Let them resign. Na tusiseme na wasidhanie hii kitu ni mchezo. We are happy that now things are going haywire. Politically, Kenya is going haywire. Economically, so things are going to meet in on one point. Na sioni mwaka ikisha, Bernard. I might not be a prophet, but I think I am a prophet. Li mwaka ishi before we see Raila Odinga'S in the throne. It was just a matter of time. It was just a matter of time, and majority of Kenyans are very bitter. They cannot come here because they are scared, because they know this government, this government can kill people. This is a government that has stories and histories of people vanishing. But if you vanish, it is even better. You know, Biblia inasema there were those 4 lepers, and I gave that story the other day. Walikaa mahali njaa ikawagonga kwa tumbo, na wakasema sasa tukikaa hapa inaonekana tutakufa. Wakaambiana sasa, mimi naona tuanze kutembea tukitafuta chakula. Mwingine akasema si tutakufa tukitembea. Na mwishowe wakaamua afadhali tukufe tukitembea kuliko kukufa tukiwa tumeketi chini. We shall walk towards our victory. Let them do whatever they can do. Yes, whatever they do, we have the government, they have everything. I know they are threatening people. People are being threatened every day to stop this. But this country belongs to all of us. We want to find the truth. And the truth is they stole an election, and they stole with the IEBC. That is why it was so meticulously done. They kept us busy calling state capture. Kumbe they are the people capturing the state. They kept us busy saying mzee wa vitendawili. Kumbe ndio hao watu wa vitendawili. These are the people. Whatever they claim Azimio was, it was them. They used the words of freedom, like Martin, freedom is coming, to subvert the will of the people. They made sure they had a research team to go and look the words that are used for liberations to come and hoodwink the Kenyans. The real freedom is about to come. Are you going to be part of it? Or are you going to sit down and be scared and say, now I'll be killed, I'll be sijui done what, sijui I'll be frozen my account, I'll be sijui what, because that is what they are doing to minimize the voices of the people. But the people are stronger than that. If they have enough army and enough police, let them arrest 1 million people who will be marching to the State House once Raila Odinga is here. If they have enough jails, let them come and arrest all of us now to peleke hiyo jela, because we cannot allow incompetency, corrupt leaders, gangsters to lead this country. We can't allow that. Tutavumilia miaka 5? Unaona watu ambao ni wafisadi wamejaa kwa serikali ndio wanapatia uongozi, ndio watuambie policy. Saa hii umeona wametoa mambo ya shule. We miss Matiang'i. All of a sudden everything is very opaque. Kwa hivyo hata hiyo opaqueness ndio wako nayo zaidi. Saa hii ni Nyamira wanashinda all of a sudden from nowhere. I mean, What kind of a government is this? Yeah. So we know what is happening. They are pulling strings. Corruption is there. Favor nasikia hata nasikia walikubali some zones when leakages. It was officially initiated, and it is very wrong. We want a government that is beyond reproach. We are ashamed as Kenyans all over the world to say this is our government. Where rapists are ministers, and some murderers are ministers. It's unfortunate. It is sad. Bernard, it is time. It is time.
Thank you, Alliance Popular Party SG. We appreciate that, and our country will not go to the dogs under our watch. Kenyan people, it's about time we stood up and are counted. Well, there is some analysis that I'll be sharing later on. I still want to urge us to subscribe to our sister channel, Sound Candid Talk. We want to build up that channel as well, even as we enjoy. We are back on Tembe TV YouTube channel, so you can follow the broadcast from either. But as we follow, let us continue subscribing. We are moving very well. We are at, let me just confirm, we are shy of 400 subscribers. We want to get to 1,000 subscribers by the close of the show. So let's please push and pull and convince as many as we can. We are at 398. So let's keep moving, please. Don't watch alone. Invite somebody to watch with you. We're going back to Mr. Guru to make his submission, and then I will bring in that analysis. It's about 10 or 15 minutes, so it will be a bit longer, but it answers some of the questions that are going on in the minds of Kenyans in a better way. So I rely on some sound, mature political analysts who have a wider understanding of this country, and probably from their wisdom and from their eye, we can see better. And that's why when I get some good information that I wish to share with you, and it's for the public, I will share so that we all make sense of our situation and then be able to rule accordingly. But more than that, mwenye mbuzi apewe mbuzi yake. Mwizi wa mbuzi na wasaidizi wake waende kamiti. Mr. Guru.
Bernard, yeah,
Guru, your audio is problematic.
okay.
Yeah,
there are several crimes, and some of the worst crimes that are clearly stipulated in the Constitution are crimes against the state. Now, from where our Constitution came from, in terms of the framers of the Constitution, it was never envisaged that an independent body like IEBC would actually consciously participate in circumventing the will of the people. I think it's time that people understood that institutions can also be used to commit crimes against the people and against the state. Because what is emerging from the current political scenario is that this was high-level conspiracy involving a multiple of people, some of them insiders in IEBC, consciously planning how they will manipulate the figures to hand power to someone, perhaps a client. Let me call him that, a client. So I agree with you, we are in uncharted waters. We've not faced this situation before. Neither was it envisaged that an institution could be converted into an what I would call an accessory to a crime, or even participate in a crime. Because, Bernard, what happened is a high-level crime against the people of Kenya. If the figures that we are getting are true, and I believe they are, and that is why the best way out is a forensic audit on the systems, this time for the servers to be opened. Now, when you have an institution and its employees take part in a conspiracy to do the opposite of what they are employed to do, then we have a big problem. And this is something Kenyans must understand. I can identify with the bitterness, the anger that Alex has exhibited this evening. It is frustrating when you have an institution that has been given work and money to facilitate elections, to actually participate in bringing forth the opposite of what it was supposed to do. It's like having an hospital, Bernard, when people go for treatment, instead of getting medicine to get you cured, you get medicine that will kill you. It can't be. Because that is doing the opposite. Now, where I'm coming from is that if, as is now coming out clearly, that officials of the IBC with other actors within and outside the institution participated in a conspiracy to deny the Kenyan people their democratic right, that is high-level crime that we do not envisage in the Constitution. So what we do as Kenyans, that is where we are. Do we just let it pass and say that there is next time? And like you said, this is like a culture. It's now become a culture that every election time, the left becomes part of the game. People invest in the IBC to circumvent matters in their favor. Should it be like that? Is it that our democracy will now become a captive of a few people who sit in the back door offices to come up with their own figures? Is that what Kenyans want? Is it fair or is it feasible that the whole country can be taken for a ride in such a manner? So this is a very serious matter, Bernard, and even those who may have voted for UDA, we can't begrudge them. That's the party they wanted to vote for. But if they did not win the elections, they should accept that the truth must come out. The time for saying that they are shrewd people so and so is shrewd, so is smart. I don't know what that language is, because it is Kenyans who are smart enough to be able to vote for the person or the leadership that they feel they deserve. And denying them that, you have denied them everything. No wonder such a government becomes insensitive, because in the first place, you did not put it there. Okay? So therefore, how can they respond to you in a sensitive in a sensitive manner if it is not you who has put them there? They have been put through other systems other than the constitutionally sanctioned systems. So those who are making a joke of this issue are people who have no goodwill for this country. It can't be, Bernard, that all the investment done in terms of democracy in this country since 1960s is now watered down by a few people using computers. It can't be. Now, you are clergy, Bernard. This thing is going to make the church lose face in a big way, because it's like somebody, a neighbor, steals a cow and asks the pastor, who is a villager, to come and breast that cow for him so that it can produce milk, so that he can sell and get rich. Is that the kind of society we want to have? How can you justify theft and then you make it look like it is ordained by God? Is that being even fair to God? What kind of God is this? I mean, how can it be that the clergy can take part in denying Kenyans their democratic right? What happened to the clergy of the likes of Alexander Muge, Gitari, Njoya? What happened? Ding Mwananzeki? What happened? Because there seemed to be a big problem. Then again, Bernard, the economy is tinkering badly. I've just heard that the dollar is now exchanging at 134 shillings. That's a very serious
It's not
matter.
134. I just saw right now. I went my way. It's going 144.
Can
It
you
is going
imagine?
to.
And when you read this, some people take it like it's a joke. It's not a joke. What it means in essence is that it becomes more expensive to bring in goods from out there. Okay? It becomes more expensive to bring machinery. It becomes more expensive to actually even industrialize or even drive the economy, because some of the things that we import actually drive the industry. So those industries could easily ground to a halt because of this. And then some people take it like a joke. Huh? Now, right now, the banks are revising bank interest rates every day by over 5% basis points. You can imagine you expected to finish a project with 2 million, but the interest that is loaded on you makes it even more expensive and therefore almost not reachable. So many projects could just stall in between, personal projects particularly, and it is not a laughing matter. The last time we had this kind of situation was immediately after we had the Golden Bike scandal. People lost their properties, they lost homes. industries shut down because they couldn't pay the bank loans. So I don't know where this enthusiasm and hope, especially for the so-called hustlers, is coming from, to a point where some will just spew insults. Okay. Anyway, the whole scenario does not look good. Right now, the reports are that the wealthy have held back the monies they have, the dollars they have, and this is part of the problem we are having. Because, and you can't blame them. You cannot go where people are insulting you, where, you know, I mean, somebody is talking or fighting you every other day. It doesn't work like that. Investors need to be soothed. They need to be lured, whether local or international. There are many places to take the money these days. It's a free world economy. So if you threaten me here in Kenya, I move to Tanzania, I go to, you know, I go to Britain, to America, Canada, anywhere. So I do not know what kind of government is this, because that's not the way things are working these days. Maybe it used to work in the 70s and 80s and 90s when most of the economies were command economies. But now it's a free market economy. You can move your investments across the boundaries as fast as possible, depending on the investment environment. So there's no beating the bush here, Bernard. Already signs are not very good. Signs are very bad, actually. The signs that we have right now are very bad. But now once is that we are dealing with a government that was never given the power. There are people who imposed themselves on Kenyans, and then they deteriorate the living standards of Kenyans. It is bad. On a parting shot, I think while you may get a bit impatient with Alex, just give him a bit of leeway. It also colors them. Let our listeners also, you know, have a taste of that raw anger. Some of them actually understand. They understand very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guru. Appreciate that. And I'm not standing in the way for Alex. Alex knows he's my brother, and we know each other. I just want to report to you that we are just coming from a penalty by YouTube. The reason why we've been off air, Debate TV YouTube channel, is some of the excesses that went on. So we must manage that first and foremost. And then, of course, Agnes is saying, "Where did I go?" We didn't go anywhere. We've been here all along. Only that you need to subscribe to the other channel, Sound Candid Talk. If you can't find us on Tembe TV, look for us on the other channel. Tunapatikana. So we just finished our penalty today. We don't want YouTube to take us back to another quarantine. We've been quarantined for 7 days because of some excesses of some videos that were played. And so we must tread carefully. But more than that, this show exists to help Kenyans make sense of the situation. And I really want us to stick within that. Help Kenyans make sense of the situation and help them midwife them into the required transition. So I really want that happening. And when we observe that, tunaenda tu vizuri. So Alex, you are at liberty. Make your submission before we bring in Agnes.
Yeah, thank you, Bernard. I'll be very short and brief because today here is Friday. Unajua Friday, unanijuanga mimi kitu Friday sidanganyangi. Friday lazima nikunywe kitu yangu kidogo. Nisha kunywa hiyo kitu, sengine I can't reason with mediocrity. So Bernard, unajua tunapenda Kenya. we have better opportunities here. Some of us, I'm not going to lie to you, we can't vegetize these issues. Some of us, we have better opportunities, Bernard. Hapa mahali niko sahi, naweza pata kazi karibu 5 nafanya kwa siku. Lakini sometimes I spend time to speak to my brothers to tell them, we have a higher calling than just being selfish, thinking that making money is going to help you while other Kenyans are suffocating. Bernard, wacha nikwambie kitu, and I want you to listen to me carefully today. Hatukuji hapa because we are idlers. We come here because we love our country. Out of Mutembe, I've made many good friends, including Bernard. Wakati tunaweka siasa kando, saa ingine tukiongea kama ndugu na dada, from Eugene to other people, from Barack Ida, these are people I've met, a galaxy of people who just love Kenya from their heart. And that has made me not to reason out, I give up on my country. I'm not going to give up on my country, Bernard. It's not going to happen. Guru, I don't know you personally. I've never spoken with you on the side show. Wengine nimeongea nao. Guru, wewe ndio peke yake. Wengine nimeongea nao. But sometimes, Guru, you come out here and sometimes how you express yourself, how you love your country, how you look at things progressively, it makes me adamant to ask myself, is this a Kikuyu or is this really a Kenyan? And then I realize, huyu ni Mkenya kama mimi. Wakati baba anafanya vibaya, wacha tumwambie, hii ujinga ambayo ilifanyika hii weekendi, wacha iwachwe. Orengo must apologize to us so that we can put this country in the right trajectory. That was nonsense. Tunapigania uhuru wetu hapa, and then Orengo goes there and a walking constitution. I was pissed off, Bernard. I'm not going to lie. Iyo hata kama utanitoa hapa, nitoe. But Orengo messed us up. We should have never gone into that level. Because the trajectory, if you look at the outside world, wanajua, they have seen the level of how the intelligence is telling them that watu wote wako na baba. Mimi na wewe tuko na baba. Kila mtu ako na baba. Alafu tunaanza kupeleka Ruto Nyanza, of all places. Tunaanza kusema, oh, tutampea security, tutafanya hii. Iyo ni ujinga. Baba does not need security. I'm the security for Baba. Iyo ujinga iachwe. Let's put this country in a normality. Hii maneno ya Baba akona advisors. When Salim Loan went away from Baba, Baba started degenerating. Mbadi cannot be an advisor for Baba. At least we can say somebody like Otienda Molo can be an advisor to Baba. We need to get to the point. If these are the figures we are getting, we are not going to relax. At Wendy Kwacha, we are being given the figures right in front of us that Baba won this election. 2007, he won. 2013, he won. 2017, he won. 2022, he won. And then we keep on conniving and allowing these thieves to go. Bernard, I am not going to agree to that. Hii ujinga lazima tuiache. We cannot accept this anymore. Bernard, let me tell you one thing, and I'm not being an extremist. Bernard, if I get to parliament today, I have the capability and the capacity to become an MP, whereby I can produce bills that can put this country in front of us. And you and the people who are in Mutembe, you have watched me for many years. We are coming 2 years now. You have watched me. I have the capacity. We cannot allow that to continue. If we allow that to continue, then we are fascisting. There's no reason for us. One day we talked about this, the next day we talk about this, and then we allow things to go. Hii maneno lazima tuache. Bernard, if we want to put this country in a trajectory whereby wewe na mimi, watoto wako are going to see the fruits, let us speak the truth. But if we want to lie to each other, let us lie to each other. We are not going to allow this, Bernard. This election was stolen from us. Everybody, hata mtoto anajua
What happened? Hii maneno ya kusema wacha tuache baba anajua, hakuna Bernard. Wakati baba anaenda wrong, we will tell him. Like this time around, I schooled with Fidel. Fidel was my roommate in Atlanta. I stayed in the same house. But hii maneno ambayo tumechoka na handshake, we are not going to allow. Orenga anatuambia enda uongee na ndugu yako, utuambie ndugu yako nini? That's nonsense. Ndugu yako tulienda tukapiga kura, hatukupiga kwa sababu ya ndugu yako. You sold your manifesto to us. You told us what you are going to do. Free primary education. You told us about everything. Healthcare. You told us everything. We allowed you. Then we say, this is what we are going to vote about. And then somebody comes out, takes all the subsidies, takes. You have seen now where our country has gone. And then all of a sudden, we want to agree into that. We are not, Bernard. We are not. We are in our right minds. Nothing has changed in us. We are not degenerates. We are not going to allow this. If the figures we are being given are right, we must go for our victory, Bernard. And if you don't want to go for our victory, Bernard, that is nonsensical. We must ask ourselves, are the leaders we have really caring about the pain we have in our hearts? Bernard, you saw me here. At some point, we got to a point whereby some of us, we were so distraught. Baka tukaanza kukunywa. We were not drunkards. We loved our country to the heart. But our leaders, once they get a position, they don't know responsibilities versus leadership. Then they start frustrating us. But we are tired of working in these foreign countries. We have the capacity to come and develop our country. Bernard, today if you go to CDC in Atlanta, 50% of the people who are scientists in CDC are Kenyans. Bernard, I can tell you the human capacity development that Kenya has. We may like Moi or not, but the 844 system created an intellectual. If you go to Zimbabwe today, as we're talking, most of the people who are working there as lecturers are from Robert Mugabe. He created an education system whereby it was progressive. Mugala muwe lakini mpea haki yake. Mugabe created intellectualism whereby Zimbabweans, when you look at like Trevor, conversation with Trevor, one of the most progressive journalists in Kenya, in Africa, you look at them, you listen to them, you understand. Kumbe sisi ni waakili, lakini shida yetu ni ile wakati inakuja kwa baba, we want saa yote tunataka baba, this time you are going wrong. Baba, wacha ujinga. We don't want a handshake. Baba, weka wa Kenya mbele. Hatutaki handshake. Ruto must go. He never won this election. He did not win this election. He can never win an election. We want to put this country in the front. Ikiwa mtanichukia, it's okay. But for now, Alex. Hold on, I'm finishing. Yep. For now, what I'm saying is this. Hii kitu ambayo I'm seeing, I am interpreting a handshake coming, it is hurting me. We cannot allow that. Ruto did not win this election. He cannot win an election. Alishinda wapi? Martin Deta ametuliza hapa. Nyanza, did he win? No. Did he win somewhere? No. Did he win somewhere? No. Sasa yeye alichukua kura wapi? And then Orengo start saying His Excellency 14 times. Let us stop that nonsense. Let us put Kenyans who went to the vote and voted like Bernard, like some of us went to Washington, D.C. We did not tell people, but we voted for a person. We believed in free primary education. We believed in all these things. That's what we voted for. We did not vote for a person. We voted for his manifesto. Another person comes here, anatoa kila kitu. Now we are suffering. Every day people are calling us. Nitumie ka $20. Nitumie. Bernard, I don't know, Bernard. I am mad as a Kenyan. Okay, thank you.
Alex, your point is made and it's loud and clear. And we are all together in this. No handshake, no government of national unity, no transitional government. The winner of the election should constitute the government. The loser should go and try 2027. That is where we are, and that is why we are having this conversation. There are some excesses that happened with the Orengo and team and the visit of Dr. Ruto to Nyanza. Some of them had very serious political implications. But there are some hard decisions that are made for political expedience, in the sense that I think there will be a better explanation of the same. But is it too bad that we cannot walk away from that? I don't think so. Like you have said, Orengo should apologize to the Kenyan people, and we all stand on what is right, insist on what is right, and they will eventually get there. Baba being right and making wrong political decision, that is a matter that is debatable. Why is he silent right now? He has asked us to be patient. We have pushed him to say something. Remember how much you have pushed him to say something. He kept quiet. The last conversation he talked about this was the Gospel of John. He said he will not speak until the Gospel of John is read. And in my opinion, the Gospel of John is this one. That means he already had the Gospel, but he did not want to share it prematurely. Why? He wants to get somewhere with this information. If it is shared prematurely or exposed in the wrong time, when wherever the scenario is not right, we may lose the war and lose the battle. So this is well calculated, in my opinion. We just need to plug in and flow accordingly. We are in a very good strategic place. The winner of the election should be crowned, the loser to be taken wherever they should be taken. That is where every Kenyan needs to stand. We are not, because that is the purpose of voting. The purpose of voting is to sieve out the bad leaders and bring in good leaders. So if the sieve is no longer giving us clean tea, we get rid of the sieve and get a new one. IEBC has given us bad tea. And that is what is coming out clearly. The sieve did not sieve out the wrong. It sieved out the right and then left out the wrong. And so we must get rid of the wrong by ourselves. Wakati wewe umemiminiwa chai kwa kikombe na imekuja na majani, si unakunywanga chai alafu naacha majani. So whatever that is wrong should be left out. There is this man called what? You are displaying him again. Kuchurai TV. You have a spirited defense of what is false, and we don't take that lightly here. And I think it's the first time I'm seeing you, or probably you came in while I was away. The truth is, we stand for what is true. We are not the people who are saying that IEBC bungled elections by ourselves. I have used this phrase and I keep repeating. It is the alligator that came from the water and told us Mama Crocodile is sick. We don't live in the water. The alligator that lives in the water with Mama Crocodile is the one that came to tell us Mama Crocodile is sick. We have every reason to believe the alligator. Like you who don't live in IBC, you don't work in IBC, you don't know IBC, don't tell us that the information we are getting from IBC is false. Until you have a better evidence of proving otherwise, we will believe the alligator. Mama Crocodile is sick. Let's look for his medicine, or her medicine for that matter. Thank you. Agnes. Vipi lakini, siku nyingi?
Sana.
Karibu.
Ulienda wapi? Mtu si anasemanga Bernard akienda mtu anakuja hapa kila siku kuangalia akupati.
Pole, tulikuwa na shida ni siku 7 tu, lakini hatujakata nini, broadcast imekuwa on.
Kusema sijui ya leo, sijui ya jana, hakuna kitu naona.
Pole,
wacha
unajua
nipatia
namba yako ya WhatsApp, ningekutumia link. Tumekuwa tu on, ni vile Mtembei TV YouTube channel ilikuwa na shida, ndio imerudi leo. For the past 7 days.
Sawa, sasa tulikuwa tunajiuliza kula tulipiga silienda wapi? Kama last week but one tukakuwa na mama mwingine. Yeye anaishi Nyeri. Akaniambia kwa familia mzima walikuwa wanapigia Raila. Wajui kura zilienda wapi. Tunaulizanaga kila siku. Hii kura tulipiga Wakikuyu wengi zilienda wapi? Kumbe watu walituimbia ile, ndio kwa maana uchugu aichi. Mtu anajaribu. Hata ukiona nani akikasirika hapa saa zingine na mhurumiaga sababu mimi tukiongea na watu tunakosananga, tunakasirishanaga na watu wa UDA. Hata niliwasha stakaki kuongea siasa tukiwa na wale watu wa UDA. Sababu wanakukasirika, unakuja kukunywa madawa. Sasa ukweli umejulikana. Sasa hata tulikuwa tunaulizana leo. Mwenye ako na 5,000 ndiye ako kwa kiti. Mwenye ako na 8,000 ako nje. Hii Kenya kwani imekuwa nini? Na tunaelekea wapi? Na tutakuwa wapi? Sababu kama tutakuwa hivi, mimi kwanza nilisema sitavoti tena. I've never voted for Raila. I voted for him this time and I said I will never vote again in Kenya ballot. Sababu watu wamekasirika mpaka saa hii hakuna mtu anasikiaga vizuri wale watu walipigia Raila. Kwanza wacha sasa Kioni naye akuje kusema kura siliibiwa vile siliibiwa. Tukaulizana, kumbe vile tulikuwa tunaulizanaga, kura tulipiga zilienda wapi? Juu tulikuwa watu wengi sana wale wa Kikuyu. Mkikuyu wote ule anaelewa. Mtu anaelewa kwenye tulitolewa na Moi. Hakuna mwenye alikuwa anapiga hii kura akipigia huyu Ruto. Sababu hawa watu tunajua ni waizi, kitu ya kwanza. Wanajua kuhusia serikali, kukula kwa serikali, kuiba kwa serikali. Hakuna mahali utaenda kwa biashara mpatane na hawa watu. Ati mko Nairobi. Sasa ndio unaanza kuwaona Nairobi mmoja mmoja baada kuja. Sasa watu hata uende kufanya biashara wapi? Hawa watu huwezi ukawapata. Sasa mtu huwezi ukampata. Kwani mtu hana ng'ombe ama busi? Anapea kwa busi akalishe, ni kweli? Tukienda mahali kama ni Gikomba utakutana na Wanjaruo. Huyu anauza samaki, huyu mwingine ni soja mahali, huyu mwingine anafanya kazi yake. Watu wanakuanga wapi ukitengeneza nchi? Ndio kwa maana hawezi wakalida nchi vizuri. Sababu hata mwenye hana busi hawezi akalida busi. Hata kwa Kikuyu tunasemaga, mtu mwenye hana busi unaweza mkampea busi ya kulidie, ni kweli? Uwezi. Watu hakuna kitu wanajua, ni kuiba tu, kuiba. Sasa mashida ndio hiyo. Walianza kusema hakuna pesa. Hakuna pesa. Hii pesa kwani itakuwa lini Bernard? Hakuna wakati hao watu wakiwa. Huyu Rigathi na Ruto wakikaa hapa hakuna pesa itapatikana Kenya. Sasa sababu watu ni waizi, ni kweli, ni wanugu na washushu. Tukawaweka kwa wakaimba kula. Sasa wataiba pesa ya serikali. Hakuna mahali tunaenda kama hawa watu ndio tunaenda na wao. Na hata mimi nataka kufuata hawa watu. Naenda kuchukua visa. Mimi hapa Kenya sitakaa. Nifanyie Ruto na Rigathi kazi hapa Kenya. Nisidage niking'ang'ana kulala kama sijalala nikikaa hapa. Hata bwanangu alikuwa UDA, nilimwambia nitakuacha hapa kifanyia serikali kazi. Mimi nasonga mbele. Nikae huko mpaka siku huyu mtu atakotoka hapa. Sababu hii serikali sijachokeshwa na Kenya vile imenichokesha saa hii miaka yote. Unajua hakuna kitu kibaya kama mtu amezoea kufanya kazi anapanda pesa. All of a sudden pesa hata hakuna mtu anaweza kukwambia pesa siko wapi hapa hii Kenya. Pengine wewe na tuko na wewe hapa Kenya. Kila mtu anajaribu kutafuta pesa, hapa hakuna. Hata ufanye biashara usiku mchana hakuna pesa. Pesa imeenda wapi? Paka hawa watu wachukue kiti, pesa imeenda wapi? Hata unajaribu kuwapenda, unajaribu kuona TV, ilisindikana kabisa sababu hutaki kusikia hawa watu wakiongea. Sababu hakuna kitu wanaongeanga. Watu ni siasa kutoka Monday mpaka Sunday. Walipata kiti. Hata msiulize wanaenda Kisumu kufanya nini. Watu wanajua hawakushinda kula. Na ni pengine walikuwa wanafikiria hii maneno inaweza katokesekea. Wanaenda kufanya kampeni huko. Hakuna kitu kingine inawapeleka huko. Na ndio wako in campaign mood kila saa sababu wanajua hawakushinda kula. Kama ulishinda kula unafanya siasa ya nini? Na kula ni siku moja watu waanze kazi. Kibaki alisema hivi. Watu walipata kiti, ni kweli. Kama walipata na njia halali, mbona siasa kila saa? Mbona kwa kanisa kila saa? Unajua tunajiulizaga mambo mingi sana. Kwa watu ni watoto ama ni watu wazima? Ukiona watu wakifuatana ni kama hata watoto wawezi wakafuatana kama hawa wajika. Unawaona wanafuatana. Sade tuko wapi? Sade tuko wapi? Na huyu ni president. President wa nchi gani? Anaendaga kila Sade kwa campaign. Ni sababu anajua hakuchida. Kwa hivyo anataka ikirudiwa akuwe na kula. Ndio kwa maana anafanya campaign. Na mimi ningeulizwa Raila akuje atuambie kama ni kuenda kwa street mapema, tuende tukatoe hao watu tukawangatue kwa hizo viti huko wamekaa State House. Sababu hakuna vingine. Kama mtu hakupata kula, kwa nini atutawale hiyo miaka 5? Sitakuwa miaka 5 ya uchungu mingi sana. Ukiona nani Alex saa zingine na muhurimiaga sababu anakasirikaga zaidi. Lakini sisi wote tunakasirikanga. Lakini hata nilikuwa na shida. Kwani naye huyu Bernard ameenda kama msando? Hii kipindi imeenda wapi? Na hapa ndio tunakujaga saa zingine kupumzika. Mimi kwanza yangu nawekaga kwa kitanda tu, niwasikize tu. Nikiwasikiza tu kidogo napata usingizi na rara. Sasa hiyo wiki umeenda hata usingizi ndio hiyo imekosa. Ni kukuja tu kila siku kuangalia. Ukiwa hapa tunakuanga na ile moyo. Tunatoka hapa tunakuangalia, tunaangalia Hamani Manyora. Ati Luis naye huyu anakuambiaga maneno. Alikuwa anauliza na huyu Gladys Waga anacheka mpaka meno inaonekana mpaka huku akichekesha Ruto. Na watu ni wajiga. Hata huyu mzee naye ananifurahishanga sana. Hata mimi nilikasirika. Juu sikuwa na expect hiyo reception kubwa hivyo. Mtu wa reception wanampea. Mimi hata mimi nilikasirika na hao wote. Wamegemkaribisha kama rais, ni kweli sababu yeye ndio rais. Lakini hii meno mtu anaonekana mpaka mwisho wake na Gladys Waga Orego kushinda wakiongea mambo mingi. Ni mambo ya nini? Akuje kama president na aende kwenye anaenda. Wewe wachana na mambo mingi. Wametukasirisha sana. Tulikuwa tuna expect huko ndio mahali ya mwisho. Constitution tunaye, pesa ya county itapeanwa, fanya kazi na ile pesa ya county utapewa. Si hata president akikosa kukuja kufanya nini huko kwako, si pesa ya county itapeanwa? Ndio kwa maana tuko na constitution. Ndio unaona mtu kama Alex anakasirika. Tuko na constitution ya 2010. Ile governor ni lazima apatiwe pesa yake. Hata serikali ikikosa kukuletea maendeleo, si utafanya maendeleo na hiyo pesa ya county unapewa? Tulikuwa tuna expect watu ya Azimio, magavana wa Azimio watuogose kwa njia mzuri na waonesha mwenendo. Sio lazima uende kubegi kwa serikali. Hapo ndio mahali tumetoka. Wanataka kurudi hapo kubegi nini? Si pesa sipeanwe county. Mtu afanye kazi na pesa ya county. Ndio unaona nani ako na hasira hivyo. Juu hata sisi mimi kwangu nilikasirika to the same. Juu hata Manyora alikuwa anauliza Hamani Manyora, watu mkwenye tumetoka wanaturudisha kwa nini? Ni lazima ubegi kwa president. Uko na pesa ya county. Fanya kazi na pesa ya county. Ndio unaona watu wako na hasira. Na sasa tukikukosa hasira tena inakuwa mingi. Lakini vizuri umerudi. Tukikusikia tunaweka tu masimu kwa kishwa kama mimi, unasikia watu wakiongea, kausigisi kanakuja. Sababu bila kusikia watu wengine ujue kama uchungu uko naye iko na wengine. Hata hii usigisi Bernard inakosa. Sababu tunashida kwa hii kura tulienda kupiga ya nini? Kama mtu anachukua kula za mtu mwingine 5,000 ate ule mwenye ako na 5,000 ndio anatawala. Unafikiri kuna mtu ako na hiyo raha kweli? Kila mtu alikuwa amekasirika, lakini umefanya vizuri, umerudi Mndebei. Tukikusikiza saa zingine wewe ni mtumishi wa Mungu, unafanyanga roho zetu zinapoa Bernard. Sababu hata kwenye unaenda kwa kanisa, ujui kama huyu mtu naye alichagua huyu mtu anakukasirika UDA. Kwa hivyo unaenda kwa kanisa, unasikia neno, unatoka. Ujui hata na yeye alichagua nani na utaki kumuuliza. Hii uchungu tuko naye, huwezi kupeleka kwa church kwenye tunaendaga. Unaenda tu unasema acha tu nisikize neno la Mungu. Lakini ukweli wacha nikwambie, makanisa watu walikosa kwenda wengi sana. Tangu uchaguzi. Watu wengi hawaendaji church. Sababu watu wanaonanga kama kanisa ndio ilituweka kwa hii shimo. Hata hii shida yote watu wanaangaliaga tu kanisa. Wanashindwa kanisa kwa nini ikatuingiza kwa hii shimo. Baya namna hii. Ni tumbo tu ilifanya wakatuingiza kwa hii shida yote. Kwa hivyo watu wengi wanakuaga ni vile tu, hata wengine wananiulizaga hii Mtembei unasemaga unaendaga saa ngapi si unioneshe. Nikiwaeleza wanakuja hapa wanashindwa iko wapi. Nawaambia si muendage Mtembei musikize watu. vile wako na machungu, ache kukaa na machungu peke yake. Ukienda huko roho inapoa kidogo. Niyo tu Bernard, nilikuwa tu nataka kukuona mwaka mpya, kusikiza vile watu wanaendelea kusema, kusikia mauchungu, kusikia watu wanaona tuelekee njia gani. Hii ni ya kugojea tu Mungu, lakini hakuna kutegemea ati watu wa kanisa. Hapa ni sisi wananchi tujipange, huyu mtu tuone, Raila akuje tuone kama ndio tutapeleka State House, mwingine na yeye tumngoe huko, akuje akae huko nje kama sisi wananchi, sababu hata yeye atakuwa tu mwananchi wa Kenya. Hiyo tu ndio naona.
Okay, asante sana Mama Agnes, tunashukuru sana kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Tunaamini kwamba ukweli ushasimama, basi uongo lazima ujitenge, na wale ambao wanataka kuongoza nchi kwa uongo hawatapewa nafasi. Na ningependa tu kila mmoja tunapoendelea na mjadala tukubali kwamba nchi haiwezi kusonga mbele kwa maovu, haiwezi kusonga mbele kwa uongo, haiwezi kusonga mbele kama system ambazo zimewekwa hazifanyi kazi. We are a constitutional democracy, and constitutional democracy means we are governed by the rule of law. The rule of law in the sense that tusipofuata katiba basi hatuko kikatiba, na kama hatuko kikatiba we cannot use that constitution to defend ourselves. Njia ya katiba kutetea rais ni huyo rais apatikane kikatiba. Kama rais hakupatikana kikatiba, basi katiba haiwezi kumtetea, na kama hayuko kikatiba, basi sisi tutatumia njia ya kikatiba kufanya nini? Kurekebisha kile ambacho si kikatiba. I hope that does not confuse anybody, but I want us to understand each other. Kuna mtu hapa nimemvumilia sana. I'll begin to do some purging, because if you're here and you're supporting what is evil, we are not with you and we will not have you anymore. We want people here to reason out, challenge what Mama Agnes has said with facts, not just insult or oppose. Don't oppose for the sake of opposing. The pain that is in the hearts of Kenyans is much, and the majority of Kenyans are not for the Kenya Kwanza government because they did not vote for the Kenya Kwanza government. It's a minority government, and now we are confirming from what has come from IBC so far, it is a fraudulent government. So it's not just minority, it is also what? Fraudulent. Got into office the wrong way. And so if they got into office the wrong way, we must get the right person in that office. And we will keep pushing for that until that is achieved. There is Dunia Ina Mambo going personal saying Raila ni muoga. Dunia Ina Mambo, you are a young person, you don't know what you're talking about, just drop it. If there is any person who has gone through hell and back, it's called Raila Amolo Odinga. Raila angekuwa muoga kama vile unavyosema, atungekuwa hapa kama inji. We have achieved more in this country because of one gallant legend by the name Raila Amolo Odinga. He has helped the progress of this country. We are having devolution today courtesy of him. Why? He tried so much to get into power so that he can correct the wrongs. He say now, if getting into power is a problem, let us get resources to the mashinani so that mashinani can develop. Wakati wa siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya, akasema lazima tukue na devolution ili kukue kikatiba kupeleka maendeleo mashinani. That was opposed by these capitalists. Ruto-led group, they opposed devolution. They opposed everything. Why? They believe in centralized system where everything comes to Nairobi. Then they distribute it courtesy of political favors. That will not happen under our watch. We are not going back there. And so Orengo and team, they did what they did, but like somebody described it very well, it was an act, and I think they were instructed to do that for the sake of this where we are right now. I believe they wanted to fool somebody so that somebody gets fooled very well, so that when the bombshell comes out, he will have shock absorbers. But as at now, lazima kitaeleweka. Kenya mpya iko karibu kuibuka, na mtaiona. Wale ambao muamini mtaiona, alafu muamini. Hakuna mwananchi ataenda kuvumilia. Ya kwanza ingekuwa bora, that's before I bring in JB, ingekuwa bora kama William Ruto alichaguliwa vibaya ama aliingia katika mamlaka vibaya, akuwe mzuri kwa wananchi siku 100. Kama unajua ulipata mke lakini ulikuwa ufai, okay? Lakini huyu binti wa watu akavumilia, akakubali, akakuja mwanze kuishi. Ukitaka kuhifadhi hiyo ndoa, utakuwa mzuri kwa huyo binti ili umprove kwamba wewe sio mbaya vile alikuwa anafikiria. Shida ya William Ruto ni kwamba wananchi walijua yeye hatakuwa rais mzuri, wakaenda wakapiga kura kinyume na yeye. Yeye kupitia Chebukati wakafanya vile walivyofanya, akapata urais. Kuingia katika urais hakufanya chochote kubembeleza Mkenya, hakufanya chochote kumsaidia Mkenya. Aliingia tu mara moja, akasua nini majaji ambao ni majangili ambao wako na dosari. Uhuru aliwaona wako na dosari. Uhuru alipigiwa simu, hawa watu ndio walichukua pesa za Kasha Brothers wakawa-release. Hiyo mambo yote, so hawafai kuwa judges. Alipoingia akawaingiza. Kesi zote za corruption zika drop. All that, you can't be a president who's helping the masses by enhancing corruption and supporting corruption. So for the 100 days of William Ruto, he has proven to Kenyans that Kenyans don't matter. Common mwananchi doesn't matter. All that matters is the ruling class. And for that matter, hata tukiitisha kura ingine saa hii, zile kura William Ruto anasema alipata, hatapata nusu yake. Kwa nini? He has mistreated Kenyans with these first 100 days in office to prove that he is as bad as Kenyans feared. And we should let that be clear. Asante sana. JB, maoni yako tafadhali tukisonga mbele, na wala ambao mjasubscribe kwa Sound Candid Talk, kuna link na share. Keep subscribing. Mama Agnes, you need to subscribe on that other channel, ili ukikosa kwa hii unatafuta kwa hiyo ingine utatupata. Asante. JB.
Ya mjamboni.
Hatujambo.
Ya, hata mimi nimekuja hapa kidogo, nimepotea sana, lakini nimerudi. Mimi nitaongea kwa Kiswahili kulingana na ile mahali niko. Kwanza kabla sijaongea pointi yangu, kuna mtu nimesikia ukimention ati mtu amesema Raila ni muoga. Saa zingine tunaweza msamehea kwa sababu labda ni mtu amezaliwa hivi karibuni, hawa wenye wajui wamezaliwa. Pengine president mwenye ameona wa kwanza alikuwa Kibaki. Sasa ajui ni nini ilikuwa inafanyika huko nyuma. But hata kama ni hivyo, kama ako na baba yake, aende amuulize vizuri Raila ni nani. Ama atafute mzee mwenye ako na hekima, mwenye hawezi mdanganya amkalishe chini. Juu nimegundua si huyo peke yake, kuna watu wengi. Kwanza hii generation, hii rika yenye inapiga kelele, ni vile wajui huyu mzee, na wale watu wanaweza waambia ukweli, wamekuwa wakiwadanganya wakiwaambia venye ubaya yake tu. Hiyo freedom yenye wanatumia mpaka kwa mtandao, kila kitu hawajui imetoka wapi. Anyway, nikirudi pale kwa point, ile meeting ilikuwa pale Nyanza, Homa Bay na Siaya. Inaweza kuwa ni siasa, lakini pia kuna watu wanaendaga overboard sana. Hata kama unataka kujiconsole au fai kuenda overboard. Ni kama sasa ni kama mtu anakuchapa alafu anakubembeleza ati nyamaza tu, nitakufanyia hii nini, alafu unaelewa. Sasa hapo wachunge sana, juu election nyingine inakuja, na hizo ndio vitu watu wanaangaliaga. Kulingana na hali ya Kenya venye iko saa hii, Kenya ni nchi mzuri sana, lakini iko kwa mkono mbaya. Ukitaka kujua nchi zingine hazijafika kiwango yetu, mimi nataka kupatiana tu example moja ya juzi. Kuna bondia amekuja Kenya kupigana, kucheza na akashinda. Na ile marketing amefanyia Kenya, akisema mpaka amesema ameextend kukaa, kwa sababu ile hoteli aliwekwa hajawahi ona na hakuna kwa nchi yake. Na akasema leo ndoto yangu imetimia, kwa sababu tu amefika Nairobi. Ni kama sasa Mkenya anaweza pata nafasi ya kuenda Europe ama Amerika aseme ndoto yake imetimia. Huyu ni jirani Mtanzania na ameongea akiwa peupe kabisa bila nini ama nini, akasema angependa akae zaidi, hajawahi ingia kwa hoteli kama hiyo. Sasa tukiwa na nchi mzuri kama hii na sisi hatutambui, watu wengine wanaitambua, na saa hii venye tumeanza, naona tukirudi chini kama tutaendelea tu kunyamaza. Kama mimi sasa ninaumia sana nikifanya transaction yoyote ya bank na hata ya mobile bank na nini, all of a sudden nimekuwa surprised. Hata pesa ikiingia kwa account sikuamini ile kitu ilifanyika. Kama hiyo ndiyo mahali government itakuwa inatoa pesa, basi hapo wananchi wanafaa kuchunga sana. Na saa hii si ati ni mtu azimiwa ama nini. Mimi najua wanabiashara wengi sana wa Kenya Kwanza wenye wanalia, wenye wanasema saa hii ni kubaya, wako wengi. The moment umefanya transaction unaona tu tofauti ingine yenye haikuwaga. Sasa saa hiyo imetushika wote, na ile kitu inawezekana sasa kurekebisha hiyo maneno ni watu kukuja pamoja. Hatujui. Okay, mimi mwenyewe sielewi mambo ya kisheria na constitution. Sasa kulingana na hizi revelations zenye zinatokea, kama kuna mtu pengine yako hapo amejua mambo ya sheria, na nimekuja late kidogo, labda mlikuwa umeongelea ile kitu inaweza fanywa hapo, sijui mnaweza ona ni nini, mnipatie head start, kwa sababu mimi naonaga tu ikishindikana ni ile mass action whereby niko sure Nairobi peke yake imetosha, kama Nairobi inaweza toka, kwa sababu nimejua kila mtu anaumia. Lakini saa hii kuna watu wako na aibu ya kuongea, hawataki kuongea juu wamejua ile sehemu walikuwa. Sasa akiumia anaumia tu kisiri. Hizo revelation wenye zinatokea, sijui ilikuwa hivi na hivi, ikifikia mahali kama hapo ndio mnasikiaga mtu amekufa na evidence, na si ati haiwezekani, kwa sababu ule mtu tuko nao kwa uongozi amefanya mambo mengi sana hata kabla hajaingia kwa uongozi. Sasa yeye ndio ako hapo. Ni mtu akiona unaenda kumguza vibaya, hata kama wewe ni bodyguard wake ama rafiki, atapotea na wewe. But saa hii inafaa wananchi wakuwe chonjo, wakuwe kitu moja. Hatutangoja ati tuambiwe na baba ati sasa fanyeni hivi. Nafaa sasa sisi wenyewe aone venye tumeanza, alafu tumsurutishe, kwa sababu sisi ndio tunaumia. Otherwise sina mengi leo. Nimekuwa kwa holiday muda mrefu, ndio nimerudi hii mwaka, na nawatakia kila laheri. Sina mambo mengi, wengine wacha waongee, nikikaa kando nikisikia pia. Lakini kama kuna mtu amejua kisheria chenye inaweza fanyika kuhusu hiyo maneno, anaweza eleza nisikie. Asanteni.
Okay, asante sana JB, tunashukuru kwa kurejea kwako na mchango wako. Tutaendelea mbele. There is a well analyzed video that I'll be playing. Nilikuwa nataka tu kila mmoja afanye submission, alafu because itacheza kwa muda kidogo. There are different scenarios in our situations, and all of them are viable, but the best scenario is that justice wins. That's what it will be progressive. Any other compromise scenario will not help the country at this point in time. So I will be playing that analysis by Kumekucha, and then from there we will chart the way forward. I just want to remind those of you who are not yet subscribers of Sound Candid Talk, please subscribe. We need that number to grow. We have crossed the 400. We are at 410 so far. So please, let's keep going. we need to hit that. It's 412. Niko nyuma kumbe. So let's keep going. We need to hit that 1,000 subscribers and let that channel stand on its own and be able to continue doing what it's supposed to do. And that is keep Kenyans in the know-how and get the truth from everyone's angle. Thank you so much. So I will play that analysis, and then from there we continue with the conversation. That in the meantime, as unasikiliza hiyo analysis, endelea kufanya nini? Kusubscribe kwa Sound Candid Talk, and then after the analysis, I'll be reminding us about Jakindu Bay and Stony PK issue. Tumalizane nayo leo. Asante. Okay. Just Kenyans sharing their views. From there, we go to the analysis. Wacha tusikilize huyu dada amechoka na Kenya.
And the justice that
Kome, saizi ndo umepata mdomo ya kuongea ukweli. Saa zile sisi tunafinyika hapa, unga
participation of people is central. And the justice that
Kome, saizi ndo umepata mdomo ya kuongea ukweli. Saa zile sisi tunafinyika hapa, unga imefika 300, sukari 400 na mafuta ya kupika 700. Ndio unaongea. Tuache na amani. We are waiting for Baba to say something so that we can act. Na bado kitunguu ya hegi inaendelea kunuka. Kana ukalale huko. Tunaambia ndio saizi ndo unajua participation yetu ni muhimu.
Okay, those are Kenyans expressing themselves on the current developments from IEBC and the 2022 elections result that had William Ruto controversially pronounced as the winner, ratified by the Supreme Court. Well, revelations are coming to prove that Raila Odinga actually won these elections with a margin of over 2 million votes. How that changed is what Kenyans are shocked about. And so we are looking into the same. to see to it that we make sense of what is happening and what are the probable outcomes of this scenario. Wala ambao mnataka kuingia studio, link nimeshare. Kuna mtu alikuwa anaitisha link, iko pale. Alafu kuna ile link ya kusubscribe kwa Sound Candid Talk. Tafadhali tufanye hivyo. Natafuta ile video ya analysis ile ilikuwa inaongelea masuala ya kile kinaweza kufanyika katika majira kama haya ama hali kama hii, and so I'll get it ready, then be able to play it for us to follow. But in the meantime, I just want us to be on the lookout. As Kenyan people, we should stand for what is right, not what is wrong. We should support the right way of doing things, not the wrong way of doing things. So when you are called upon to see to it that we correct what is wrong, don't support what is wrong. Supporting what is wrong is endangering yourself, endangering your children, endangering your children's children and their future. You cannot be part of what buries their children in a bad governance and incompetence. Everyone must be on the lookout. So we'll listen to this analysis and then we will proceed further. Karibuni kila mmoja, tuate unyo unyo na tuhakikishe kwamba tunatekeleza wajibu wetu. I hope this is the video. If not, we'll get it, and that will be. Let's go.
Arab drama, Said drama, Ole drama, Nyar drama, Mto drama, zote pamoja. Ay, yeah. Folks, the latest in politics can be classified as changing. After weeks, rumors, etc., etc., a whistleblower has emerged right from deep inside the IEBC, our Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, which ran last August presidential elections. And this whistleblower has revealed a detailed dossier of exactly what went down in August 2022 concerning the presidential elections. And as a result, literally feel tension in our politics. You can even reach out with a knife, the tense atmosphere. Yeah. And I can confidently tell you today that whatever happens next, things in Kenya will never be the same again. Now, I'm sure some of you have seen this. In fact, I got this information in the early hours of today. However, I did not rush to make a video. Why? Because I waited for reaction from the various political players. I went out to seek a reaction, from various sources, people who should know, people close to movers and shakers. And it is only now, towards the end of the day, that I am ready and I'm actually doing this video. Because regulars on this channel will tell you straight away, kumekucha Chris tries very hard, doesn't always succeed, but tries very hard always to do something that will stand the test of time. Now, before we dive into the possible consequences and what will most probably happen next, For the sake of those who do not yet have this information, yeah, I am going to give you a summary. And for those who already have it, let's have a quick recap. According to the whistleblower, the results announced at polling stations countrywide do not tally with the results announced at the National Tallying Center. That's the first major point, and it's extremely important. The other very important point the whistleblower brought out is the fact that the results from the Kimskit countrywide were transmitted in the JPEG format. Yeah, JPEG is a format which is photo format, photo only. Yeah, it cannot be altered without somebody noticing somebody has done something. Just imagine a photograph, because I know we are not all graphic experts. Just imagine somebody sending you a photograph. And this is a photograph of a Form 34, complete with figures. Now, how do you start altering such a document? Yeah, and this is the precise reason why the Kimskit was designed in this way. However, when the results came in JPEG format, the results that arrived at the IEBC Tallying Center were in PDF format. Of course, the obvious implication here is that somebody altered what was in the JPEG format, yeah, and after the alterations, converted it into PDF format, which can be edited, unlike JPEG format. And that is what arrived at the IEBC Tallying Center and was announced to Kenyans. This whistleblower has produced what he calls the real results from every corner of the country called Kenya. And the results are as follows. Presidential candidate William Samoei Ruto got a total vote count of 5,915,973 against a vote count of Raila Odinga'S of, wait for this one, 8,170,355. In other words, the difference between the winner and the loser, according to this whistleblower, and the winner was Raila, was 2,254,382. Yeah. Now, there are those analysts who will still say that the difference between the two candidates is still too close, yeah, because most estimated the difference in votes to be at least 3 million, yeah, including yours truly. But that doesn't matter. What we're talking about here are actual documented results with documented evidence to prove where the results are coming from. Okay, now let's get this clear. A whistleblower is not a blogger who wakes up one morning and decides to publish their analysis. Maybe they did a lot of research here and there. They got information from point A, B, C, D, and so on. No, that's not a whistleblower. A whistleblower is usually an insider, somebody in the boiler room, somebody who was there when all this was unfolding. And so anybody who wants to dispute this, anybody who wants to stand up to this whistleblower, yeah, will first have to go through that hurdle of answering a very simple question. The whistleblower was there. This is an insider. Were you there? Simple question, requiring a simple answer. Yes or no? And if you're another IEBC insider, yeah, the question you'll have to answer is, can you challenge these documents? Can you challenge these JPEGs? Can you challenge, yeah, this PDF format results and all that has been presented here? Can you challenge the difference in the results announced at some polling stations and what was announced at Bomas? Simple question demanding a simple answer. So a whistleblower, let's get that right from the word go. A whistleblower is a whistleblower, an insider, who cannot be dismissed by a few abusive words. That won't work. Now let's quickly move to the reaction so far from the political class, before we dive into a very deep analysis of what all this means. Okay? The Secretary General of the Jubilee Party, Jeremiah Kioni, has come out to strongly support this dossier and the stunning revelations of this whistleblower. And Bwana Kioni has said, he had told us all along that the most fiddling of the votes was done within the Mount Kenya region. Now what we should expect over the next few hours and days are a lot of reactions from both sides of the political divide. But I'm going to shock most of you. We have already received a reaction from UDA. We have already received a reaction from the chairman of the IEBC, Wafula Chebukati. Now I can see you guys all looking at me shocked. Huh? What are you talking about? The reactions came out the day before the whistleblower's dossier was released. We had the outgoing chairman, the man who was involved in all this, Wafula Chebukati, appealing to the president to launch an investigation into what happened at Bomas. And then we had President William Samoei Ruto saying that actually there was an attempt last August kumaliza Wafula Chebukati, to abduct him na kummaliza kabisa. That's what the president told us. Now, you know, in politics, you can counter something before it comes. If you have inside knowledge, prior knowledge that something is coming, you can organize a campaign to counter it before it even arrives. You can attempt to change the conversation before it even starts. And in retrospect, it appears that this is exactly what we saw yesterday. This was a reaction in advance to the mind-blowing, shocking revelations that have come out from this whistleblower bang inside the IEBC. But this drama is bound to get even more interesting, because actually there are a number of politicians who deserve to be nominated for an Oscar, Academy Award, Hollywood, for acting. Because the entire ODM brigade convinced Kenyans that there was a handshake loading. I'm sure you remember that. I even had somebody telling me, Chris, you're behind. This handshake has already happened. Chris, you're lost. You're rusty. You've missed that one. Hii handshake tayari. So don't talk about ancient history. And of course I can't blame these people. What could they do? And yet people are delivering an Oscar award-winning performance. James Orengo, best male actor in a leading role. Oh yes, he even appealed to President Ruto. Please, talk to Raila. Sit down and talk to Raila. Implying that there's a handshake unfolding. And yet all these people, do you think they didn't know what was coming? Of course they knew. All those politicians in Luo Nyanza who gave the president a very warm welcome, Oburu Odinga, yeah, welcoming Ruto. Watu wa Oscars, hebu angalieni hiyo. Patia hawa watu Oscars. Now, what does all this tell you? This tells you that what we have here was a very carefully planned.
Sorry, I think there is a mix-up. Sorry for that. Alex, you are messing up my broadcast. Let's go back to the video.
Neatly orchestrated with attention to fine detail. Yeah. Baba's handlers knew precisely what they were going to do. And what blows my mind even more is the information that I have, that there's a lot of work that has gone behind what is now unfolding. And this work was going on shortly after the election results were announced. That was last August. And even when we were feeling pain, there were people very busy behind the tent, working. And all that hard work, all those long nights, all those people, and everything they put into it, we are now starting to see the results of that good work. Now, before I even go further, let me address the people of the train has already left the station. Remember that one? People were saying, Kumekucha Chris, what are you talking about? We already have a president, etc., etc. The things that have been done now, a president sworn in, and so on and so forth, are irreversible. So accept and move on. Let me address those people. According to our constitution, the man who becomes our president must have the majority votes of Kenyans. Isn't that what our constitution says? And so, if somebody is given the office today, Kumekucha Chris for instance, and then tomorrow it is discovered that Kumekucha Chris actually did not have enough votes, according to our constitution, Kumekucha Chris is an unconstitutional president. Bila kizungu mingi, Kumekucha Chris is not the president. As per our constitution, he is not. Point number 2, there is no need to have a fresh election. Why? The grounds for a fresh election are different. The grounds here are that, hold on a minute, hizo results nikupatia are not correct. These are the correct results. And then somebody comes in between and says, no, wait, let's look at both results. Okay, these are the ones you're saying are wrong. Okay, bring the ones you're saying are correct. Polling stations, okay, you're right. These are the correct results. So what happens next is that the certificate that was issued to the winner using the wrong results is cancelled, and a fresh certificate is issued to the correct winner. Simple as that. But admittedly, before we get there, there must be a lot of who's, has, pulling, and so on and so forth, because this is politics, and this is the most powerful seat in the country called Kenya. So obviously it's not going to happen overnight. Obviously Kenya Kwanza are going to put up quite a fight with everything they have. But at the end of the day, whatever matters, folks, we must follow what our constitution says. The man who becomes our president must have the votes of the majority of Kenyans. Period. It's not personal, it's not tribal, it's just stating the cold facts. You know, this is the kind of development that could save our media houses, that could bring back the vast majority of Kenyans back. Some Kenyans, you'll see them asking, ile TV yangu nilikuwa nimeweka wapi? Others will pick up the phone. We, Joroge, ile TV nilikupatia, I need my TV back, please. Can you drop it at my house? Etc, etc. And as I've said on this channel again and again, that is another piece of evidence that actually what this whistleblower is saying has to be true. Because if enough Kenyans can boycott watching their news on television, so much so that some big news reporters on TV are fired, let go, what does it tell you? It tells you those people boycotted are many. And those people on which side? Go figure. And you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Whichever way you look at this latest development, whatever mud you want to throw at it, however much you may want to push it aside, shove it aside as insignificant, it does not change the significance, the game-changing status of what this whistleblower has revealed. A difference of over 2 million votes between Raila Odinga, the winner, the real winner according to this whistleblower, and William Ruto. Well, let's wait and see what unfolds next. Until next time, this is Chris Kumekucha.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We appreciate everybody for staying tuned and continuing to follow our conversation on Mtembei TV Open Forum Political Discussion Show. I trust all is well. I share this kind of information with us so that we are all up to speed. Chris is an veteran journalist from the 80s, the 90s, and now the 2000s. He is not a small boy on the block. And therefore, what he says is something that should be taken serious. And of course, his way of putting it makes it very clear for anybody to understand. But that's just a scenario and an observation based on the available information. As we continue with the conversation, we'll be looking at it from different angles, and then everybody will be up to date. Mzee Mike anasema mbuzi ipewe mwenyewe kwa haraka sana. Thank you. The subscribers wa Sound Candid wamefika 420. Tuende hivyo hivyo tafadhali, tukisonga mbio ili tutekeleze wajibu wetu. Bwana Alex.
Yeah, Chris, hebu zima ya maji. Chris anakuwa rafiki yangu. Na wakati mi nakuanga parting shots with him, but at the same time kuna wakati nakubaliana naye. Na Chris leo amesema ukweli. Unajua Bernard, I don't know, sometimes we feel like tuache hii Mtembei tuende tufanye vitu zetu kwa sababu kuna vitu tunaweza fanya na tunaweza tengeneza. Bernard, we are not idlers. Bernard, I want to assure you one thing, and I want people in Mtembei to know this. Tukiamua kutengeneza pesa, tunaweza acha Mtembei tuende tutengeneze pesa na tutatengeneza. Haina shida. Lakini nafika wakati pia unajiuliza katika nchi yetu, what can you infuse so that we are able as a people coherently
so that we can move together, so that we can able to help our people. That is the parting shot that we have with our people. Bernard, it's not because I'm an idler I come to Metembe. Bernard, I will assure you 100%. Sahi nikitaka kufanya kazi 4-5 nitapata. And Bernard, I'll make millions of money. I don't care. I make money. I usually make money. I have money. I don't beg for money. And you know that, Bernard. When
Alex,
but when it comes to a position whereby our country is compromised, we sit down and ask ourselves, is this the right way we are going? We cannot let out and give up our country on dogs who want to destabilize our country. What I'm trying to say is this. I'm going to take a sabbatical leave maybe for a couple of days because I think people lately are thinking I'm cuckoo. I'm not cuckoo. It's because I'm disappointed. And Bernard, I want to be very candid with you. The trajectory that we are taking is very bad for our country. We are not going to redeem ourselves if we continue doing like that. We must take a stand, and that stand must be bold. Bernard, you know, I remember the first time I came here, and Themba was there, and a little bit. We spoke and we tried to put our country in a level-headed. But when I see that the people we trusted failed us, Bernard, it pains me. Now, the question is, where are we headed to after this trajectory? Where we are headed to is worse more. We had the imperial presidency, we have a presidency that could have helped us, we had cabinet ministers who were, we had everything in our capacity. We failed, Bernard. Now we ask ourselves, now, since we failed, somebody has seconded the part. What are we supposed to do so that we can redeem ourselves? That's the question we must ask ourselves, not the nonsensicalism that we are saying, oh, Ruto ABCD. The person has power. Yeye ndio rais wa Kenya sahi. That's why he's able, anamaliza subsidies, anamaliza kila kitu anataka, anafanya bila anataka. Let's ask ourselves, how can we redeem ourselves from this? If Kenyans are not feeling my pain today, we can never feel our pain anymore. This was not a duly elected government. Period. Take it to the bank. It was not. And they know it. That's why they are looking for legitimacy. They are going to Nyanza, they are going to Western, they are going everywhere to look for legitimacy because they know they never won. Secondly, we must not try to fetishize them. Let us tell them in their face what Orengo did was wrong. Orengo needs to apologize to Kenyans and tell him to heck. This guy has nothing to tell us. Lastly, as I go, I don't know if you will ever allow me to come back. What I need to know is this. We as Azimio, we put a spirited force. Our leaders are disappointing us. And we are looking at them and saying that, oh, this is what they mean. But they're saying what they mean, and then we start describing what they don't mean. Tuache ujinga. Orengo must come to his senses and know that we are not going to face like this. Hiyo ni ujinga anatuambia. If we won the elections, we won them square and fair, Bernard. Hata kama atakosana na wewe, wacha hiyo mtembei ikue, wacha hiyo kandi talk ikue. I don't care. But if we won the election, let us claim our victory. Bernard, hiyo ujinga ambaye politicians are doing to us, let us stop it. Let us tell them we have the power. Bernard, we sit here every day, not because we are merciless, not because we are fools, because we know that we are claiming what is right, Bernard. Orengo did wrong, and our leaders did wrong. They need to apologize, and we need to come up in a way that we can come up and say, how can we do this? These people fear us, Bernard. You have seen them. Bernard, you have seen them. Hatuendi kuendelea kupemeleza hao watu. We cannot continue fertilizing them. What we need to do is to come out bold and furious and tell them, you did wrong. And after that, we put our country in order. We put our country in order. We put things in order. We put things in order. We put our country in order. And then after that, then we start having a conversation. We cannot have a conversation from a point of view of life. Bernard, I am mad at Mbadi. I am mad at our people and our leadership. Not because I want to, it's because they have done to us. Bernard, we can't be here talking about revolution and some people are talking about handshake. Bernard, what nonsense is that? That's diabolical in nature. We are speaking about revolution. Some people are talking about Bernard, it cannot be. Let me tell you the truth, Bernard. Ujinga tuache. Let us tell our leaders what we want. For the first time, let us come out right. Nashukuru. Asante sana. Nitatoka hapa. Mtaniona nyuma. 1 week I'm not going to be here. But if you are ready to listen to me, tuende pamoja. We claim our victory. I'll be here. But if you want to say that Raila is right this time around, he's not right. Is wrong. We must claim our victory, and we must claim it right now when the sunshine is shining.
Alex,
thank you, Bernard.
Thank you for your givings. But unless you have any other information, there is no handshake. There is no turning back on claiming our victory, from what I know. So unless there is an otherwise, I don't think so. But even if that happens, Kenyans will not take that. I've been around this country. I'm listening to what Kenyans are feeling and saying.
Okay, yeah.
If anybody proposes a negotiation between the thief and the legitimately elected person, will not go with the Kenyan people. The Kenyan people are sick and tired of compromising their choices with tampering massive with justice. And right now, the country is in such a position whereby they are willing to do anything but get what they have voted for in office. So even Baba, wherever he is, he knows that if he comes up with that handshake thing, nobody's going to buy into it. And that is when you will see people surpassing that and go and do what is right, because we can't fix a problem by postponing it. We have postponed it from 2013, 2007, we postponed it, 2013, 2017, 2022. So we cannot postpone it any further. It's overdue. The gestation period is over. The child must be born, and that is why we're here. A new Kenya is about to emerge from this, and that's where we all stand. So let's keep going, please, and let's keep educating and informing Kenyans by providing right information for them. Let us gather here and help make easy what is hard for the Kenyan people by sharing the right information. There is no handshake. There is no negotiating with the thief. Let the rightful winner be crowned. Let the loser go and try another day. Thank you, Big J. I'm happy to see you. How are you today? Unmute.
Oh, thank you so much, Bernard and Lex. Now, not Lex Lewako on fire, but it's worth. it's worth. Unajua, sometime I go through my and jana nikakasirika mpaka nasikia roho inataka kutoka. You know, I was reading and former Wambugu MP Wambugu anaitwa Wambugu Ngunjiri. He was telling Kioni that we should just let it go and move on. I was very disappointed, Bernard, Alex. How can you let mtu akuja achukue mbuzi yako vizuri? You did work for it for almost 6 months. Umetumia kila kitu yako ukapata hiyo mbuzi, alafu mtu anakuja anachukua, na alafu mwingine anakuambia those are the traitors we had in Azimio. Azimio tulikuwa na watu wengi sana ambao ni kama fisi, wanaangaliaga mwanadamu mkono ina swing, anafikiria itaanguka akule. You know, all of them now they are following Ruto, not because they like him, almost 99% of politicians following Ruto. They are not following him because they like him. They are following him because of what they get. Ni tumbocrats. I stand with Alex. We have to claim our rightful win. That is that if Raila is going for a handshake, I will never again. I've supported Raila for long. Supported Raila for a very long time. Since akiwa LDP. Ford. Akatoka Ford akaingia LDP. Wherever he goes, I was there. And I've been always there. And I've never tried to get anything from him. I just support because I think he's the right person that can change our country. That's why I'm always supporting him. But at this time, handshake siwezi kubali. Personally, I will not. Afadhali sasa niende ni support Ruto kuliko anything else. Because hii maneno ya handshake, it's Bernard, juzi, you know, I was talking about something and I don't know you realized before hackers hacked. By the way, I was hacked the last 3 weeks. Siwezi ona Mtembe TV. So Bernard,
you're not alone, my friend. I have been there. I think I was active with my 4 accounts, and Bernard knows that. Yani nilijaribu juzi kuingia ikakataa kabisa. Don't worry, go on.
So it was when I think it was on December, something like December, November hapo. Kuna hii shamba Ruto alichukuaga ya Murumbi. Najua Ruto alikuja akawa kijana ya Murumbi mkubwa, sijui first born, na Tunai akawa second born governor of Narok. Wakachukua shamba ya Murumbi. After they took that land, sasa Ruto, Tunai akadanganya Ruto, akamuibia sehemu like it was about, let us say about 200 or 300 acres. Walipiga Ruto alienda akatuma watu wakakata hiyo shamba kukata. So that is hiyo ndio kitu inanifanya I feel so pain. Ruto cannot come, mbona wanatuambia sisi to move on. Yeye hiyo shamba nani walichukua na Tunai. Anaenda anaifuata because anasema Tunai alimuibia shamba. Akaifuata na akatuma surveyors nini wakaikata tena vibaya sana. Why are they telling us to move on? To move on to where? To move on where? If he cannot allow that land tonight to take it, why he want to take our victory? One thing I'm not going to accept, Bernard, kusema ukweli, that I'm guaranteeing you, I've never and I will not never recognize Ruto as a president. It's only that I've got no choice. I've got nothing I can do. I just look at it. The leaders who are wale kina nani Lex amewataja au Kidorengo are the people who are looking for what they have done before. Unajua Ruto is a very clever politician. He knows if he knows something small that you did, he is going for you. And he will remind you that remember you did this last time. Because the politicians, Kenyan politicians, all of them, they are corrupted. They are corrupted. They are, that Orengo that you are talking about, there is a land, a very big land in Masai Mara, which belonged to one community. And Orengo by then was a minister for lands. We went demonstration, a very big meeting, and Orengo was called because he was the minister for lands. The former Antimama was alive. That land was taken by the brothers, two brothers, Tunai and his brother Kijab, MCA. It is registered under two people. 10 kilometers square land in Masai Mara. Orengo never made any. He never made any. He never made anything to solve that. Walinyanganya community, watu wakaandikwa ati Oloyen Group Ranch Limited. Limited is something for two people. But that land was for the community. It was signed by Kenyatta in 1968. By Kenyatta himself signed. It was called a corridor because ni njia ya kutoka kwenda kwa Mto Mara for ng'ombe kupita kwenda kunywa maji wakati wa kiangazi. So that land was the community land, but the title deeds was made and it's for only two people. And was supported it. So there is a lot of things that we look into and we don't understand. Because if Orengo then was a good person, how can you just side with two people more than a community which is about 1,600 members? The whole location. So, Bernard, there is a lot of things that we still need to do in that country. To wash, we need we need Baba to come back and let us tukanyage kwa barabara. Tukanyage kwa barabara to claim our victory, because that is the only thing that we can do. Otherwise, vile nilisema, we cannot wait at kuna mtu alikuwa ananiambia ati tungoje 2027 tufanye nini? Kama Ruto alifanya wizi kama yeye sio president. Sasa hii vile amepata hiyo kiti 2027 ndiye hawezi kuiba vizuri. Ako na security, ako na kitu. We cannot, I don't want us to think even about the election of 2027. I want to think about today. That's my take. Because thinking about 2027 is like a dream. You are just a dream tu mchana. Ruto just stole election. Tukiona hivi na tuko na serikali, tuko na NSIS, tuko na kila kitu. But he stole it. Vitu makaratasi zililetwe extra. Naenda tunauliza na inafunikwa tu hivyo na ikaisha hivyo. And they use the same thing, same documents that we have seen Air 1 and 2 to steal elections. And those things happened because we had sycophants of Ruto inside Azimio. Azimio alikuwa, he planted many people like Ngunjiri. So how long are we going to allow Kenya? There is no election. We cannot choose a person that we want. We cannot elect a president that we like. Kenyan people doesn't care who becomes a president, whether Luo, Taita, Giriama, Turkana or something. They don't care. So long as somebody is elected, is elected in the right way, is elected without stealing elections. How do we need tunahitaji maendeleo ya kazi gani if we don't have justice? Wanaongea kuhusu maendeleo ati we are working with the government so that tutapata maendeleo. Nyang'i Nyong'o amefanya kazi Kisumu without a government, without being in opposition. Haya, governor naitwa nani? Anaitwa I forgot his name. The vice chairman of ODM. Oparanya did a wonderful job. He was in opposition for the 10 years. Why are they going to beg? And we fought for this, the devolution to come. That's why we had devolutions. That's why we have devolution, so that even if the president doesn't come from your side, then development will come because you have allocation. So what are we saying here? Surely, what are we saying here? Are we always going to leak somebody's buttocks, leak somebody's? Surely, the leaders, political leaders, actually, they are the what later. Ndio wanamsuia Baba, he cannot move ahead because they are pulling him back behind the scenes. They are the one who pulling that old man back. Raila is never betray people. Raila would never betray us. That's one thing that I know. But he's fighting a very, very, very difficult war between those
Jay, thank you for saying that. We are going to a trajectory whereby the people that are denying Baba the victory ni watu wako na sisi. Thank you.
So we cannot let that, because if we want Baba to come to bunge la wananchi, not politicians. Not politicians, because politicians ni watu almost all of them, they have a scandal. Almost. They have a scandal. That's why I think the best thing that we can do is Baba to come to bunge la wananchi. And I support you, Bernard. But now we cannot take any more at a long time. Najua sasa ukipigana na mtu hivi, you take too long, anajua tactics zako na atakupiga, atakuangusha. So we have to do something before they organize themselves. We have to go. We have to go for them before they organize themselves. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Big J, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, maoni yako na wasia wako kwa Wakenya. Tunaamini kwamba kila Mkenya anamakinika anaposikiliza na kutazama Mtembei TV Open Forum Political Discussion Show. And we are here to see to it that the Kenyan people get justice for their leadership through the due election process. The abuse of our election process, giving us wrong results in getting us wrong leaders, is something that can no longer be tolerated in this country. We will not experiment with the future of this country by getting incompetent people stay in office simply because somebody slept on the job or somebody was willing to sell the country to gain his bank account at the expense of the future and the destiny of this great nation. So IEBC is sick. IEBC has betrayed us, and IEBC should pay for the same by the Kenyan people overturning the wrong decisions taken by IEBC. IEBC was funded CJSG hapa amesema 40 billion Kenya shillings to conduct an election, only for them to go and conduct for us a charade that they call elections. Now that the truth is out, we must all push for that particular truth. No turning back, no relenting. We want our country to be on the right path because we want our future to be guaranteed. I'm happy that we are all congregating here to have an exchange and learn one or two things from each other. So please, let's keep going. And if you're able to get us, please invite another person to watch so that he can also benefit from what Kenyans are saying in this open forum. And of course, those of you following on Tembei TV YouTube channel or on Tembei TV Facebook page, there is a sister channel that we are trying to build called Sound Candid Talk. We want you to be a subscriber as well, because when we run into a crisis with YouTube Mtembei TV, we need an extra channel where we can get us to continue with our broadcast without interruption. So So if you are a subscriber on Mtembei TV YouTube channel, we want you also to subscribe to Sound Candid Talk YouTube channel. That way, you will always be on the cutting edge with the information of what we are transmitting. You won't miss on anything, because if we are not on Mtembei TV YouTube channel, we'll be on Sound Candid Talk. So kuwa subscriber wa hizo channel zote mbili. I'll be sharing the link right now as we bring mzee wetu Kimere atoe maoni yake katika masuala haya. Karibu mzee wetu, vipi lakini?
I forgot I had to unmute. Hi, guys. Bernard, long
Hello,
time. Yeah?
how are you today?
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Yes.
Nimefuatilia hii debate mpaka nikasema leo lazima niingie. Nimesikia Alex, nimesikia Big J, and I feel them. I feel them. Juu mimi pia been, we have been trying to keep up, lakini saa zingine you feel discouraged and disappointed. Lakini sasa hii bunge ya wananchi igawa, to be honest with you Bernard, I haven't sijasikia the real testimony the whistleblower. Nimesikia the video you played earlier. I think I had it yesterday as well, and nimesikia, I saw the briefing, the Azimio Kalonzo mother when they were together, and Kioni. Lakini whistleblower, have we heard what he spoke about, or was it a letter? That one I haven't seen it, so I can't really tell. However, what I know is like what Alex was saying before, and we have been calling for this. We need to act now. Something has to happen, because hatuwezi juu najua wengi wetu tumekuwa tukisema we are waiting for Raila to give us direction, or the Azimio leaders watuambie tutafanya nini but these guys, they seem like everyone follows their interest. Lakini sisi kama wananchi, there comes a time when we decide, we say no, enough is enough. Yeah, because as Big J was saying about even Orengo, that he was talking about the land. And many of those politicians, they all have been, if we look the history of all these people, they have been there for the last many years. So they're involved in many scandals. So they just change according to where their interest is. Now, and I was, to be honest with you, I was so I have seen a lot of people comment, probably it's, what can we tell it? What did they say? Like, when Ruto went over the weekend, he went to Nyanza and Western, and the reception, how the reception was, no, there was no protest, people welcomed him. I saw Akina Gladys Wanga, Orengo, they all welcomed him, smiling and all walking together. And many people said, well, maybe there was something because, or he is being set up. I don't think he is being set up. I'm not sure. Because, unfortunately, we can't trust any of these politicians. You really don't know them, because everyone seems to care for their interest. So Wanga or Rengo, or all of them, hakuna mtu naweza trust, to be honest with you. So, and I don't know, and others are giving up, like Big J was saying about Gonjiru Wambogo, saying that maybe we should just move on. I don't know, because even people like Gonjiri, he was the last I would have expected to say that let's just move on, accept and move on. No, we don't have to accept and move on, because if it's wrong, it's wrong. Yeah. So I think we need to, and I keep saying that For example, if we look what happened in Iran when the morality police killed that lady, they just said no, we can't take this. And for the last few months, they have really been protesting throughout, and everyone thought, oh, okay, but they're gonna do it for a day or two, but the movement has been growing, and that's what we need to do in Kenya. Now, this guy here, the president of Bunge la Bunge Mashinani, I think he is called, yeah, Wana Ita. We need to start with this guy, and we all follow him and say, okay, we are with you because we want justice. And because we can't rely on politicians, sisi wananchi tumeachwa peke yetu. We have to fight for ourselves, yeah. And Abiy knows that, and that's why, like, we have seen that he has been going around all over the country trying to find this legitimacy, as Alex says. So we need to do something, and we must. And congrats, Bernard, actually, because you are the only person who haven't given up yet. You know, we have had a lot of people here, and they have all like given up, but there you stand. Continue, man. Continue standing there, and we are with you. Sometimes, if you see, most of us don't come in because due to probably different duties or times, because we are in different time zones and the commitments that we have. But we are with you, man. We listen to you, and anytime we have the chance, we will. If we can contribute, whatever we can do to keep the movement going, we will do. And yeah, we are there, man. So let's keep it going. And well, I have a question for you though, Bernard, because you make us happy because you are so confident in this. Because something needs to happen. Yeah. What should we do? Because we must do something. And we want to see what Raila says when he comes back from South Africa. We know that we don't have an IBC, and right now we don't have anyone because the three commissioners have resigned. The three have ended their tenure. The other one is suspended or whatever thing it is. So we are there. So what happens now? And I'm sure Nabi is plotting something or planning something. But we must stop this man. And we shouldn't be afraid of saying the truth. Yeah. I saw that they want to bring the 1,000, the old 1,000 notes back. How even do you bring that? How long? When was the 1,000 note banned? It's about 2 to 3 years, isn't it? 3 years ago. How do you just say that we're gonna bring it back? Where is it? It's not. It shouldn't even be there. You know, no one should be even having that 1,000 note because 3 years, the time elapsed. It should have been all destroyed by now. So where is it coming from? You know, and Kenyans needs to ask these questions instead of accepting anything that it's being preached to them. You know. So I would have wanted to comment something about Mount Kenya, but I'll do that probably if I have another chance. I'll do that later, because also this thing about Mount Kenya, we need to comment about it when because in Mount Kenya is Maombi and Thanksgiving and no other projects going there, and all these Kikuyu people, my brothers and sisters, they are all celebrating, praying. They seem to know God more than anyone else in this planet. I don't know. You know, that's something. You are Pastor Bernard, so it's something that I need to understand whether there's God just came for the Mount Kenya people and disregards totally of all other places in Kenya. So yeah, I think I'll stop it there, and yeah. We hear from Alex. Thank you. It's good to see you people. Thank you, Big J. Alex, where is Alex? Huh? And Esther.
Thank you, Mr. Kimere. We appreciate that, and very soul-searching questions indeed. And of course, we must get our act together as a country, and we can only solve a problem after we accept there is a problem. So I believe we're on the right path by accepting that there is a problem. And any person who doesn't see that problem, then he's part of that problem and he should be put on the list of things that need to be solved. This country has been treated to bad leadership, not because we are short of good leaders or competent leaders, but because of twisted people who would go to any length, either eliminate the competent leader or hinder the competent leader from assuming office because they have to continue with their corrupt, twisted way of doing things. And so, where we have reached so far, uh, the child has to be born. The 9 months are over. And whatever means that is used to get the child born, let that be deployed. From what I will not advocate for is careless approach. Careless approach will be thwarted by the Kenya Kwanza government just like that, and everybody will be silenced. And that is why when I say that let's wait for Baba to direct, I understand Baba knows this thing and he's been in this thing for long. And he is not, we have pushed him to say something for the past 3 months. He has not said something. It's not that he has not been working on something. He has been working on something, but he didn't want to release it prematurely. Why? There is a target that he wants to get to, then get the country in that position. And I believe that time has arrived. The only thing is now strategically. And from the information at hand, he's been in constant consultations, not just locally, but internationally, both with the law people, I mean the lawyers, the wherever, the juries, so that they find a constitutional way of dealing with this problem. And then we will want this to be as peaceful as possible. But we cannot also expect it to be given without a fight. And so the Kenyan people must be prepared for anything. But what they should not relent is for them to compromise or give away their victory again the third time on the premise of a handshake. So the handshake is out of the question completely. Government of national unity should also be out of question. Transitional government should also be out of question because right now there is no IEBC. The IBC being constituted, it will be premature for it to get into office. No another election, okay? Because we don't need it. If we have the right results from the previous election, that's enough reason to swear in somebody because using that information. William Ruto being sworn in or being ratified by the Supreme Court on wrong information, the Supreme Court should recant their ruling because they judged using wrong evidence. Now there is right evidence. And just like any court of law will consider the new evidence and rule afresh on the matter. So Kome and team should relook at this entire thing and find a peaceful way of recanting whatever they made and give us the right winner, pronounce themselves. That is one of the possible means to use. But if worse comes to worse, we have the highest court in the land. The highest court in the land is not the Supreme Court, it's the court of the people of Kenya. The people of Kenya will get out and get their victory. If we did not vote, then they should force us into accepting whatever that they give us. But if we lined up and we voted overwhelmingly in a certain way, nobody has the capacity to overturn that. And whoever does that, he needs to be fought by every right-thinking Kenyan. So tusahau hao watu wengine ambao wanapenda njia ya rahisi. Huwezi kusimamia ukweli na utumie njia ya rahisi. If you want to stand on the truth, you must be prepared to follow the path. We call it the road of least resistance hardly leads to success. If we are going to get our victory, we must be willing to pay any price to get there. And that is, we have tested Kenya Kwanza government, their first 100 days. Are we satisfied with their performance? Are they giving any promising in terms of a better Kenya? Look at the decisions they have made. Look at the treatment they have treated to the common mwananchi. They promised capital for business. They give you 500. 500 cannot, when I have 500, I cannot enter supermarket. It's a crime to enter the supermarket because what are you going to pick? Toothpick and toothbrush. That money is already finished. And so whatever that we have been treated to is a proof that these people did not win the election, number one. Number two, they don't care about the Kenya government, the Kenyan people as a whole. Neither do they care what becomes of Kenya. And that makes them unfit completely. Because if you are in that higher seat, your greatest worry will be what becomes Kenya tomorrow. But these people seem not to worry about what becomes Kenya tomorrow. They just want to eat Kenya today because tomorrow they die. They have that as their philosophy. And for that, we need to get them out of office as fast as possible. Now, kumekuwa na comment ingine hapa, naomba ndio nilete mwingine achangie. Asil 2 TV, there is a suggestion you talked about Raila and getting power. I don't know what you people expect Raila Odinga to do, because Raila Odinga has done the right thing. He has submitted himself to elections. He has gone around the country, persuaded the Kenyans that he's fit for the office. The Kenyans have gone and voted for him overwhelmingly. Then somebody subverts that. So what do you want him to do? Why do you want to buy into a notion of after you campaign, you win election, you still have to go and grab that power? Well, how is that possible? I mean, we either do it constitutionally or not. You know, there are some of statements being suggested whether Miguna is a high-ranking lawyer. How can he be talking about grabbing power? I mean, it is not viable. To the best of my knowledge, Raila Odinga is the man. He has proved that the right thing pays. It may take long, but it pays. Whatever revelations that are coming up prove that Raila Odinga knows what he's doing. When he launched Azimio la Umoja, he had 6 people in Nakuru. And now look at the results. He knows how to arrange the politics, push that agenda, sell the agenda. Kenyans buy into the agenda. Vote for him naturally, without undue influence, without being bribed or anything. That is the kind of democracy I want to be part of. I don't want a democracy where I have done the due process, I have gone through the whole system, then I need to do extra. Why should I do extra by doing undue influence to the IEBC in order for them to make me president or anything like that? So let's not support what is evil. Let's stand for what is right. Raila Odinga won the elections, let him be given the office. William Ruto lost the election, let him try another time. But the changing of the results to get the loser become the winner and the winner become the loser, it has worked for too long in Kenya. It must come to an end. And that end, I believe, is now. And so Kenyans of goodwill, let's not buy into the sideshows and the diversionary tactics that are being deployed by UDA, trying to drag us into this and that. Ukweli ni kwamba sio sisi tulisema William Ruto aliiba kura, ni IEBC. Sisi hatufanyi kazi kwa IEBC. Okay? Wale watu wanatoa hayo matokeo wametoka wapi? Kwa IEBC. You get that? So that's why I have no problem believing what is being said. Okay? And the chairman himself has also asked the president to look for a commission of inquiry into IEBC. So it means the chairman also acknowledges there's a problem with what? IEBC. wewe uko kwa IBC, you don't work in IBC, then you are defending whatever that IBC, or refuting whatever IBC is giving. I think we need to do better than that. Otherwise, thank you. Big J, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Sorry, I just wanted to add a small comment about the claim, the whistleblower. I read Musalia Mudavadi's Twitter, and also anaitwa nani? Anaitwa the biggest blogger wa UD, anaitwa nani?
That is Matumbo.
Itumbi. These people, they don't know exactly what to say, because Mudavadi is saying people doesn't accept and move on. That's what exactly he said. And Itumbi anasema the whistleblower is a drunkard person. So it's really very interesting, because how can you say a whistleblower is a drunkard person instead of, giving evidence that you won the election? For example, if you say, I did something, and you are told by Bernard, so will I be complaining that why Kimere told you Kimere is a drunkard person? I have to explain myself that I did not do this because I'm clean, Lakini as these people, kusema ukweli, this is the right time that we push them to the wall, to push them hard. We push them hard, because if we give them time, they will overcome us. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Big J. I think I don't want to be responding to everything, but what I want us to do is this. For example, in the old African homestead, those of you are grown in the village like me, in the homestead kunakuwa fence, kila mtu ako na boma lake, watoto wako na hivyo. Okay, then let's say wezi wamekuja usiku, wameiba ng'ombe. Okay, wanaanza kuondoka. If you raise an alarm, na kila mtoto na kila mwanamke na kila mtu watoke, okay, you will have a lot of victims in the compound, because when these enemies begin to shoot back and you have aroused everybody to come out, you are going to suffer more. So the strategic gatekeeper and the family man who wants to protect the family will even let the thief go out with the animals. Then he will strategically call the relevant people who are capable of following and recapturing what is lost. Then they will wisely go after the loot and bring it back. So the panic, if we respond to this thing through the panic and the feeling that if it takes long, it will go this way, we're going to lose both. This has to be dealt with from all angles. There is the legal perspective of it, there is the political perspective of it, and then there is, of course, the consequences, okay? Because the Kenya Kwanza are not going to let go without a fight. But if we put up that fight, how are we putting it up in such a way that we don't lose? And so I think wisdom has to come into play here. Very serious thinking through. And that is what I believe Baba is employing. If he was, the reaction part of it will only create reaction, create animosity, and then it cools down, and that's the end of the story. And that is what Kenya Kwanza wants. That's why wanasema, just mtuambie maandamano mnaanza lini, tutawapatia escorti, na hiyo maswala, because they think this thing should just make noise and then it ends there. Now, for us to beat them at their expectation is for us to be more wiser, more collected, but very calculative. And so this will not be rushed into. But also, kuna mtu hapa ningependa kurespond kwa hiyo, sorry, just a moment. Asil tu TV alikuwa anasema the things, the revelations that are coming from IEBC are just numbers. like those that were refuted by the Supreme Court. Now, I think you don't have the required information, Asil to TV. These are not just numbers, okay? The whistleblower did not give us figures. The whistleblower gave the scenario of what happened, and then provided the result in their original form as they came into the IEBC server. Okay? Then it was handed over to a forensic audit firm that was counter-checking each and every Form 34A as they came from, because it is traceable, okay? So we had legit result and illegit result. There are some Form 34A that you could not trace where they came from, okay? The Kim's kit where they came from, so those were put aside. Then the genuine ones that came from the specific Kim's kit in carrying the original results, that's what gives up those figures. So those figures are not in the air. They are backed up with Form 34A that are ratified, that are true from the IEBC. So it's not just those figures. And when that is made as a point of argument, then to me, it makes sense. And that is why Itumbi, instead of him refuting the figures or refuting the legitimacy of the Form 34As, he says the person who provided was a drunkard. I mean, if you give 1,000 shillings to a drunkard man, does it reduce? It remains 1,000 shillings, whether it's carried by a drunkard man, a saint, a prostitute, whichever, 1,000 shillings remains 1,000 shillings in whatever hand it is. So Itumbi should tell us this is not right, not to tell us the person who provided was not right. Thank you. And if he believes that, no, let me not bring that up. I will keep talking. Asante sana. So naomba tusonge mbele. Let's keep subscribing as we move forward. Asembo Pacho. Habari ya leo? Oh, sorry. Mr. Kimere unasemaje?
Salama sana. Mr. Kimere mkono iko juu.
Mr. Kimere unasemaje ama you on a call? Unmute.
No. Yeah. Sorry. This is a quick one, yeah? Because I just spotted Ellie. I just wanted to say hi to him. I haven't seen him since the voting day. The voting day we were together, and I haven't seen him since then. Hi, Ellie. Good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So
Habari
you can
yako?
link up and...
Ndugu yangu Bernard, it's because of Mutembei that I met people like Kimere there in London on the voting day. And it's because of Mutembei TV that many Kenyans met on that day. The UDA Kenya Kwanza people went to some place in East London, and the rest of us, we stayed in Central London. And we were a big crowd. And I can tell you something, that I insist that whatever happened in the Mount Kenya region also happened in the UK. Majority of the people from Central Kenya voted for Raila Odinga and Martha Karua. Ruto was beaten hands down. The results were there by Raila Karua in the UK. So they couldn't rig. They couldn't rig in London. It was impossible for them to rig. So these idle stories we hear about, like central people did not vote for Raila and Karua, is nonsense. We know that this was the one election that Raila Odinga fared fairly well in Central Province, and the litmus test for any electoral behavior by Kenyans abroad, and I'm not giving too much advantage to people from Central Kenya, but the fact is, majority of them are the ones who vote amongst Kenyans abroad, the people from Central Kenya. And if that's true, and if as it's true that the IBC results gave Raila Odinga the victory in London, then that means that it's the central people who mostly voted for him in London. And when we were out there on that particular day, you know, as the way Kenyans congregate after an event, it was majority people from central Kenya who were at the embassy in London, and that's a fact. So some people might argue that a small number of, say, about 500 people, because there were 800 people who were, nearly 800, who were registered to vote in the UK. And some came from as far as France, all different places. I came from across the water here in Northern Ireland to vote in London. So people came from all over parts of Europe to vote in London. And the majority were people from central Kenya, and Raila won that vote. It was the final count by the IEBC in London. So I just want to congratulate Mutembei TV for making it possible for Kenyans to congregate in London on that particular day of August. And thank you very much, Gimera, for mobilizing people. And I know that you continue to mobilize people with this new group on WhatsApp that you have. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Eli, for that. And we trust you will keep going and ensure that the right thing is done. Asante sana. Asembo, please take your session.
Habari ya kila mtu. Penye niko ni usiku, kitu saa moja usiku, but sorry to say I'm a Luo. Mimi ni Mjaluo. And one thing nimeona kama imegusa watu wengi sana ni how come Ruto alikaribishwa Luo Nyanza na shangwe, vigelegele, nderemo na kadhalika. One thing yenye watu nafaa wajue kabisa kwanza, no any leader, no any project can happen in Luo Nyanza without Baba's approval. Not that tunamwabudu, but is always in there to decide to make the decision for Luo Nyanza. One thing ilikuwa nafanyika, there's a group of rejected leaders, Ombaomba group, we call them Ombaomba group. These guys who failed during nomination, failed during even election, the independent ones, went in and grouped themselves in a group. Ya kusema sasa they are the new Luo generation young leaders who went to now to start lobbying on behalf of Luo. Mnajua wale wanaendanga, sisi tumekuja kama Wajaluo, tutaenda kuongea na rais ya kuja tufanyie project ABCD. So Ruto kukuja Luo Nyanza, Baba was aware about it. He was 100% aware. Na mkisikia all the grounds from Homa Bay all the way to Siaya County, because Migori could not go to Migori, but Migori County came to Homa Bay. The governor and the team from Migori County came to Homa Bay. So the group was being handled was the Luo rejected ones, because already they had already planned their trips, grouped their people in every county, that Kenya Kwanza ukifika mahali wapate bad reception, isemekane Wajaluo bado hawajakubali na serikali yenye iko. So they were being put in place that huyu ni rais, yes, alipewa tikiti na Supreme Court ati ameshinda, ndiyo. Akaenda akapishwa, ndiyo. Sasa ni rais wa Migingo Island all the way to Kilifi. So akikuja Luo Nyanza anakuja kama rais. Raila si rais, but Ruto ni rais. So what was happening right there ni kupeana chance watembe kila mahali, so that when time Baba atakuwa naongea haitakuwa ati hata kabla Baba aongee walikataa kumfanya nini, kumpatia heshima ile yake ya rais. Baba alituambia vizuri, tungoje, tusubiri mwaka mpya ifike, kuna vitu atakuja kusema, nini lifanyika, nani alitenda nini, na wakati gani lifanyika. So us as Luos, the ones wa timu ya kuombaomba, wale wanataka kuchukua opportunity ya kuenda sasa kuomba wapate kitu kidogo kwa sababu wali lose, ama wana feel there is time for them to make money. They were being put in place kuambiwa sisi hatuwatambui. Baba amesema tukaribishe wageni, wamefika nyumbani, na sio kukaribishwa kwa sababu ati walishinda. No. Moja alikuwa ni waziri wake, alikuja anafanya maombi, ameita rais akuja amsaidie kuomba. Na Kenya, mnajua vizuri Kenya is a praying nation na tunaomba kila mahali. Na sasa tukieka kuomba Luo Nyanza na Kenya is a praying nation, mbona tukatae rais asikuja akaombe na watu wengine? So ile ilikuwa ni maombi wanafanya pale. Na hata Bernard, nawe ungepewa invitation uende uombe, ungekataa kwenda kuomba? So one thing about Luos that people don't understand, right? We don't recognize the government in place. We are respecting the rule of law for now, but mnaona vile siku inaendelea, vitu zinaendelea kutoka mara whistleblower alikuwa drunkard. So with time and these things already, baba akuna information, naliwambia tu musubiri tu, na on his way I know very well atafika tu na atakuja kusema Bernard, ilikuwa ni tarehe 12 saa fulani, so and so walifanya hivi. Nyinyi raia mtaamua. This time haitakuwa ni baba naamua, kwa saizi unga imekuwa 300, ikuwe ni Mkalenjin, ikuwe ni Mjaluo, ikuwe ni Mtaita, wote unga ni 300. Baba alisema mimi naingia kuwasaidia nyinyi, mkaona tumpanish yeye. Saizi serikali imeingia ilitengenezwa na Ruto, wamepeleka vitu Luo Nyanza. Wewe ulikuwa unapigia kura asipeleke vitu Western Kenya, and that means Western Kenya, I'm talking about Kisii, I'm talking about Western Kakamega region, Western Kenya is a block. So hao wenye wakumpigia kura tayari ashakimbia pale kuwapatia vitu. Wewe mwenye uko unampigia kura asisaidie pale, ameingia kule na vitu kusaidiana. What is this guy trying to do? He's trying to forge 2027, because he knows very well without that block he can't win. Without that block under his docket, he can't have a peaceful government. Now they agreed to welcome Ruto as a sitting president because he's supposed to go anywhere. He's supposed to serve everybody. He's supposed to give them all that belongs to them. Sio wanaenda kumuomba ati rais tuko nyuma yako so tupatie. Hawakwenda kumfanyia hivyo. They didn't ask for that. They didn't do that. But as a sitting president, is his obligation to make sure that he serves everybody equally. Na akienda pale kuomba naone barabara iko sawa, nasema sasa hii barabara paka huko itaongezwa iwekwe lami. Sieni rais na amesema. Hawakuenda wakakaa chini wakaandika sasa ukikuja pale tutengenezee hii barabara, tutengenezee hii kanisa, No. They didn't do that. Na hawajafanya hivyo pia. And Luo Nyanza, without government, they've tried to develop themselves. The past 10 years of devolution, you've seen what these governors are doing. They've tried to work with the little money they're getting to try and improve the region in the best way they can, without the national support. And if you look at the last 5 years when ilikuwa handshake, which we don't agree with. We don't even want to think about handshake, because handshakes keep on covering the problem that we're having. 2007 hii kitu ilifanyika, ikagwarwa hiyo kidonda kidogo, ikaongelelewa kidogo, wakafunika na bandage, na ni kidonda iko ndani. 2013 ikafanyika, ikaongezwa plaster, ikaendelea kujifunika tu. 2017 ikaongezwa plaster, na kumbuka hii ni kidonda yenye iko ndani, yenye isipofunguliwa vizuri ioshwe, siku moja tu ile itagwarwa vizuri, hakutakuwa na Kenya. So what Baba is trying to do right now to make sure kata kama itakuwa ni yeye next 2027, but the next person kama ni Bernard atakuwa anang'ang'ania hii kiti na ashinde, haitatumika kwa sababu ni dynasty ama ni mtoto wa maskini. Itakuwa ni sheria imechukua mkondo na inafanya kazi. Elections in Kenya cannot be like every year in year out, baba anaenda pale anaibiwa na anafanya handshake na kusamea watu. Hii kitu inafanya kidonda inazidi kuvimba kindani, na ile siku italipuka, hakuna hata kama ni jeshi, hata kama nini, haitazuia. Itakuwa mbaya kushinda ya hata Rwanda, itakuwa mbaya hata kushinda ile inafanyika Zikongo. So this is the year 2023, and haitafika even the third, maybe mwezi 4 kabla Kenya ichukue mkondo yake ya kuteremuka, na itateremuka ile speed yenye kama tuko tayari itakuwa ile mbaya ijayoonekana East Africa. And for sure these are things that we don't want to talk about them. People are hurting, people deep down are hurting. They don't know where to go, they don't know what direction they're taking. And the leaders that you are electing are Tumbocrats. They are these people that after going in, is like, how can I make money? How can I now reach myself? Look at now what's happening. Watu hii kikundi yote imeingia huko, walikuwa kikundi ya wash. Ile pesa yote walikuwa wametengeneza wash, serikali ikagundua, ikabadilisha code, ikabadilisha noti ili ikue useless. But wakaambia mdosi wao, bana, sasa na wewe umekaa pale na zile pesa ziko pale, si ufanye hiyo namna hiyo, ili pesa irudi, tukue na pesa kwa mfuko. That's why they want to bring back the money, the old note that was stopped by government to circulate. And who is going to bring this money back? And which money? Nani akona hii pesa kwanza? Ni the same member of parliament wenye saizi tuko nazo. Na mnajua history zao, sitaki kutaja jina ya mtu, mnajua vile wengi wao mnajua vile wamefanya biashara. Wengi wao umeona mtu anafanya tenda ya biashara na serikali, ana kampuni lakini yeye analipwa. Ukiangalia board of directors kwa kampuni fulani, ako mara 3 kwa kampuni moja. Yeye mwenyewe hana kampuni lakini analipwa. So this what I'm trying to say is that handshake is not the thing Baba is coming with. And it's not for handshake. Na mwenye anafikiria Baba anakuja na handshake, sahau. Hatujaongelea mambo handshake na tutafanya handshake. What you are coming with is to clean the system. Baba kufe leo ama atakuwa kesho, kama sio yeye, ikiwa hata kama ni mimi nimesimama niingie pale, hakutakuwa na shida ya mimi kung'ang'ania hiyo kiti, kwa sababu system imewekwa ya kunyorosha vitu. Itakuwa ni haki yako, kura yako imekupatia nafasi ya kulinda nchi. And that's why the commissioners walikuwa wamesukumwa watoke, ili ule mtu aanze kuprepare watu wake. Come 2027, kiwanja ishatengenezwa tu, unangoja tu referee aanze mpira, lakini tayari washaweka penalty, watapena 4, watapena free kicks karibu 5. Hii game tayari ishamalizwa tu, nyinyi tu mnangoja tu saa ifike aanze game ianze, lakini tayari washasema first half tukuna 2 penalties pale, second half tukuna 2 penalties. So meaning if they can't score in a spare normal 90 games, the referee will have already played according to their rules. But that is what you want to stop. That anybody who feels that because of money, corruption, or ill doings can make you become the leader, you won't give that chance in leading Kenya. Kenya is a prime land. Kenya is a bone for East Africa right now, that if you don't clean it up properly, we're going to lose it. And Baba naye hajasema chochote, na mnashangaa kwa nini mzee hajaongea. Mzee anangoja vijana kwa nyumba wapigane huko ndani. Ni kama msichana ameingia leo usiku, Bernard anaangalia, mimi naangalia, na huyu anaangalia, na Baba anajua huyu mgeni aliletwa na aunti yake kwa sababu ni ya Big J. Bernard na anang'ang'ana pale, ameleta vyombo, analeta soda. Eli na ameng'ang'ana pale, akaenda kanua mkati. Mzee anajua msichana ameletwa kwa sababu ya Big J, na hajaongea, anaona tu vile mnakimbia kimbia. That's what's happening with this. That's what's happening with this government. They didn't win this thing because they wanted to rule. They wanted to nyakua. They wanted to make money. They wanted to protect whatever they were having. And if you look at the first 100 days, they've taken back all the lootings that they walikuwa wamenyang'anywa na serikali. They claim that the evidence was not enough. Pesa ikarudishwa kwa mwenye aliiba. This case was not strong enough. Ule akarudishwa yake aliiba. That was the reason why they were going for this government. They were not going for this government to help mtu kama Bernard, mtu kama Mama Mboga. Na ukiangalia cabinet secretary, watu wanakufa njaa Turkana. They have billions and billions in their accounts. Umesikia mwingine amesema, okay, I've given my 1 billion iende Turkana ipeleke chakula Turkana. They are the same people being paid money with this government. Umesikia mtu amesema, my next 4 months salary nisipewe nipeleke chakula Turkana. Bado wanalipwa tu, na these are the people wenye wanang'ang'ania serikali. So msikuwa na wasiwasi Ruto kwenda Luo Nyanza ati ameingia Luo Nyanza ati sasa amekaribishwa. Hapana. Yule alienda pale kuomba, baba atakuja waambie nini nafanyika, na mnajua vizuri baba akisema left, sisi hata tujui left ni wapi, lakini tutajipata tuko left. Hiyo ndio Luo Nyanza. Na ile ilikuwa ni dawa ya wale group ya kubebana kwenda kuomba kwa rais, waliwekwa in their place. So msikuwe na wasiwasi about Luo Nyanza kuambia Ruto ameingia nyumbani. Hapana, ilikuwa ni maombi na ni maombi. Baba hajaongea na tunangoja baba aongee. So those who are watching us wajue tu sisi tunangoja baba aongee. Na mnajua akisema left, sisi hatujui left ni wapi, na tunajipata left. Na mnajua tukisema tunafanya. Thank you, Bernard.
Asempo, thank you so much for that clarification. I believe everybody is now in the picture. Walikwenda maombi na hakuna mtu anazuiwa kuhudhuria mkutano wa maombi. But okay, of course, the politicians will always use whatever circumstances to push their political agenda. And of course, we are having a limping government, so it will have to hold on anything in order to look significant. But all in all, the truth that the Kenyans have been waiting for is coming out bit by bit. And I believe Kenyans are ready to push for what is right. And that's why we're here. So tunaendelea na mjadala wa leo. Naomba tafadhali tumakinike. Tuendelee kukaribishana tafadhali. Tuko Mtembei TV YouTube channel. Tuko Sound Candid YouTube channel. And Mtembei TV Facebook page. If you are looking for us, please find us on those particular channels. Sound Candid channel is our youngest channel and we want to build it up. So if you are a subscriber of Mtembei TV YouTube channel, we encourage you also to subscribe on Sound Candid channel for both, because we have had issues with the Mtembei TV YouTube channel until today. For the past 7 days, we are not able to do live broadcast there, and we've been broadcasting on Sound Candid. So many people have been looking for us, they can't get us, and it's because you only had one eye. Kunasemekana huko kwetu kwamba if somebody is a polygamist, okay, he has 2 wives. In the old days wazee walikuwa wanakaa wamesurround chungu wanavuruta ile mricha busa. Ambia kama mtu ako na wake wawili, alafu mtoto akuje kuita kwamba mama amekufa, okay? Ambia yule mtu ako na wake wawili ataenda asema wacha nivurute 2 3 ndio niende kuona. Lakini yule ako na mke mmoja anavuja hizo miricha yote akikimbia akienda. So tuna encourage tafadhali mkuwe na miricha 2 ya YouTube channel lili moja ikizibwa ingine ilete tafadhali. So please let's apply ourselves to the same. I'll be sharing the link, and it is good because we'll be doing more in-depth analysis on that particular channel than we are doing right now on Mtembei TV, but it is all under one umbrella, Mtembei TV. So you're making no laws in doing the same. On the other hand, hebu nione nini ya kuna Raila anajua akibiwa lakini hajui akishinda. Last time alikuwa na deep state but still kura zilifanya nini? Kiptibei Joseph, sisi hatutaki urais wa kuibiwa ama wa kuibwa. Mimi sina shida William Ruto akiwa president wa Kenya kihalali, yaani alipata kura nyingi kuliko mtu mwingine yote, lakini kama alipata 5 million, Raila alipata 8 million, who should be president? Kiptibei Joseph? I mean, hakuna haja ya kusumbuana. Yule aliyeshinda apewe ushindi wake, yule aliyeiba ushindi arudishie mwenyewe, simple and pure, na kuna haja ya kutetea maovu. Don't stick out your neck defending what is evil, because hiyo mbegu unapanda saa hii, watoto wako watakuwa affected nayo, wajukuu wako watakuwa affected nayo. Wewe unafikiria unafanya sycophants, ati unasaidia mtu wenu? Unasaidia mtu wenu ukiharibu Kenya. That's not helping mtu wenu. That's destroying the country, and destroying the country is affecting everybody. It's not just affecting you. So tunahitaji serikali ambayo inatetea kila Mkenya, sio serikali ya kutetea mtu wenu. Thank you. We're doing well with the Fatan ndio anasimamia hiyo maneno ya subscription. Anasema tumefika 425. Nataka tufike 1000 kabla show ishe. Eli, dakika zako 2-3 tusikilize Nifa, alafu turejee kwa Kenyan Chepto. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know what to say exactly about the state of affairs with some of the former, powerful organizations that would have, would have faced off with William Ruto on the same day that he made that cheeky announcement about what happened. His imagined stories. There would have been back in the day of Kina Joya and the trade unions, powerful people in their own right who would stand up to be counted and object to that we heard Mr. Ruto saying. The problem is, at the moment, we don't have such people in limelight, in public space, except the strong people that we have in Bunge la Mwananchi, but those have also been infiltrated seriously, as usual. We will not be surprised in the future if we hear stories about what's happening at Bunge la Mwananchi, but we support them. The problem is money has become so poisonous, as someone said earlier, in Kenya, that people cannot, use their freedoms to speak and defend what they're saying, because money is being scattered all over the place to stop people from trying to do something better for society. Which means to me that, as someone has just said, I think Assemble, that we need to deal with this wound that it continues to, plague Kenyans. This thing is getting worse every 5 years. So if it's not dealt with, it's going to be an explosion that we have never seen before. And the problem is, we can't even imagine that that's what might happen. But we know that if given the correct ingredients, I'm sorry to say, then we will have a scenario which could be as bad as Rwanda or even worse. And how can we stop this? At the moment, we are all trying to peg our ears, to listen to what, Raila Odinga will say and so on and so forth. But on the ground, there has to be a momentum. This momentum is not there at the moment, unfortunately, because, for example, some communities are afraid to speak. And this is a big problem. If you're a big community in terms of population and you're being strangulated by the regime, you're afraid to speak. This is very dangerous, because it means that the smaller communities will also not speak. But the people who are at the top, who pretend to speak for us, the politicians at the top, will kind of just on the surface pretend to speak for us. But once this incendiary device is there, this explosion is there with the correct ingredients, time, and space, it will blow up. And we know that that can happen anytime. Because, for example, 2007, when that conflict started in December 31st or something like that, or the following week of 2008, it happened so fast, right? Some people are saying that anything like this cannot happen because the two communities that have had long conflicts, the Kikuyu and Kalenjin, are in bed together. That is a false notion because those are not the only two communities that have been having political problems. But to say that because they're at peace, the whole country is at peace is false, because that means we are exempting those people from those two provinces who have also been affected by the fraudulent election. We are saying that there are no people there in Central or Rift Valley who believe that the election was false. This is a dangerous claim because there are many people in Rift Valley and Central who believe that the election was not won by William Ruto. So we have a mixture of things that is happening, and the so-called mainstream media, we know, is part of the problem. It's a big problem because they're the ones that people listen to even on the radio, and they're telling everyone to move on. Some people have moved on. Some people are still very, very iffy. Others are very angry, and money is being channeled, by the so-called government to the people in the grassroots through this stupid thing, the hustler fund and so on, and hoping that people can change their mind very fast. The media is part of the problem, and a lot of people are afraid to challenge the media. Those who can challenge the media, even the politicians, they can't wait to get into the media platforms to talk and to market themselves. This is part of the problem. So, all in all, we have only at the moment, we only have two possible scenarios where people are talking in the cyberspace, like here, and people are talking in the grassroots, like the Bunge meetings in Nairobi and other places. But this is not enough. And also, as I said, all these platforms are being infiltrated. And I can tell you without any fear that even this platform has state agents infiltrating it. I'm not afraid to say that this is a possibility because it is, right? We should not be afraid to say these things. These are facts. We all know the history of Kenya and how things happen. So while we are talking here, sometimes we have to be aware that we are being infiltrated here, right now, right here. And sometimes, like democracy or these issues of defeating fraud is not a walk in the park. We have to make some sacrifices. This is why I always agree with Stony PK. Because when Stony PK comes on this platform, I know him through other ways where he is, and I know that the things he's saying, he's not just talking for the sake of it. And there were some people who were on this platform during the campaigns, during the election period, who have never come back to this platform, and we had doubts about them. I'm not going to say who they are, but these are some of the people who were sent here by Itumbi and so on to check us out, right? So we have to be aware. We shouldn't be paranoid, but we have to be aware. We have to be careful about what is happening in this space, but we should not be paranoid about it because we have the form of the freedom to associate and assemble, and online it's much easier than physically out there, but we just have to be aware. The difficulty now with forging a movement, and when I say a movement, it doesn't have to be a physical thing. It can be a movement which is inspired by what we say, our logic about what is going on and how to improve it, or how to force these guys to listen to us and what we can do in the next few months. This movement, we can do it. The danger is if we're infiltrated here or in other spaces, the movement cannot work. And this is just the message that I wanted to share because I can give a very, not an extreme example, but one example that is very intimate because I was there. In 2005, when people were, marching on the streets to demand for a better constitution, the divisions that led to the orange and banana during the referendum, and the orange became a party, a political force. And at that time, all the way to the 2000 elections, 2007, there were meetings by Bunge la Wananchi, mainly in Nairobi, outside the, just outside the commercial bank there, and, KCB. That was their main area of meetings. And there was one guy who was key to the event of Bunge, James Maina, who then, after the 2007 elections, claimed that Uhuru Kenyatta organized the Mungiki against other communities in Nairobi. And James was one of the principal ICC witnesses. And when the heat was on and Uhuru was at The Hague, as you know, most of the witnesses decided not to insist on how they were interviewed, on the things they said on oath. They refused, and they said they changed their stories because money was involved, and James Maina was one of those who then said that he actually didn't mean what he said. He was influenced to say those things. Maina then fled to South Africa, then Canada, and I think he's in America now. But Maina was a very, very strong Bunge person, you know. He was one of those people you just trusted so much. You believed that he meant what he said, right? And what I'm saying here is during the campaigns of Bunge, they used to do civic education, and the organization that I worked for used to give them, facilitate them for civic education. And the problem that they had was money. And this is the problem that the likes of Bunge la Mwananchi now have. It's money. And this is why they're easily infiltrated. You see, people don't, most of the time now, they will not fight with the clear minds that they want change like they did in the 1990s when people were not really interested in money as such. But in the last 15, 20 years of the transition from Moi regime, it's been money. Money has been the biggest issue, and it's affecting all manner of transformation of society. So we have all this kind of, all these challenges facing a movement that can change Kenya. And sometimes we even think it's tribalism, but it's not. Because if you look, for example, at the Kalenjin community, and they voted in a huge way in 2007 for change, and that was a vote which was anti-Kibaki vote at that time, right? And I suspect that many people from other parts of Kenya, including Central, would have voted against Kibaki, but not in big numbers, right? But for the people of Kalenjin community, yes. In fact, Ruto was a core supporter of Raila Odinga. So I wonder whether people vote by conviction or they vote because our person is there or what's going to happen. And that's the same way these movements are influenced and affected in Kenya right now. If people are trying to form a movement, it is affected by those kind of factors, media, the challenges that we have, the trade unions are weak. These are big problems, right? In this internet age, even you would think that during this internet age, such problems should be of the past. People can just do things without worrying about the old leadership and so on and so forth. So I don't want to paint a very disturbing picture, but I want to support someone who said there that if we're not careful, this pronouncement of Ruto, and even if Ruto didn't talk about these things will put Kenya in a very, very serious spot, because there are people even in the military who are angry about what is going on. And if there are no people in the military who are angry about what is going on, Kenyans in the civilian space are already angry, and you can tell. So they've taken enough. They're saying enough is enough. Some people are laughing at us here. I sometimes read the comments. You see people saying, you people, you're just here crying every day. But, this platform is providing a platform that the mainstream media don't provide. So this is a very crucial, it's one of the most democratic spaces that Kenyans can indulge in. And so I'm thankful that people can come here, and even others who are watching, they can listen to what is going on, and we are not suffering arrested development like some of our brothers and sisters in other parts of Kenya who they have been captured seriously and they don't have freedom to think for themselves. At the moment, that's how I see it. But we find that people are coming here because they're exercising that freedom. They don't want to be captured by the state. So I hope that we just continue with this strength of voice and action. But like I said, we have to be very careful. Spaces like this are infiltrated always by agents, for example, of Ruto. Thank you.
Hi, Bernard.
Hi, Nifa, how are you?
Fine. Can I say something? Because my time is getting late and Eli just spoke 20 minutes. Hey, and he had already spoken. Though he has such Eli
Thank you,
positive and
Nifa.
no wait. Eli, you've submitted everything that I wanted to say and I congratulate you. But I had some positive question to assemble about Mount Kenya Central. How did you, because now you and Eli were talking about, and that was good for me to hear because I'm also a diasporian like you guys. And you are talking only in London because there was also in Germany. Could you guys let me know how many in Central? And because some of us were in darkness, we don't know. We don't know in diaspora, as in Europe or in America, how are the results? And this Central Kenya you're talking about, who are they? Because it's really important. We should also know. And I'm saying this early and assemble because on Thursday, well, I'm talking because WEF, World Economic Forum, just ended today in the country that I live. And I'm also a member and I followed everything. So I just want to know. And they were talking about, specific issues concerning the world, climate change, food crisis. So I wonder, there was only minister from Rwanda, lady for communication. I think I did forward to you also, Bernard. Yeah. So I wonder, I asked a question, but they could not answer. I said, now the world is talking about these world leaders. They're talking about important issues. Where are African leaders? Where are they? They're just politicking. And here you find world leaders meeting and speaking about world crisis, about gases, about how citizens of their countries, about startups, about entrepreneurs, how young people, they could be pushed. Where are these leaders from Kenya, from Uganda? Where are they? It is really shameful, to be honest. It is really shameful. And I ask, and I'm going to follow up and ask the president of World Economic Forum, number one. And number two, I would like to get to the answers from Eli and Assemble about the diaspora. Why I say diaspora? We really working hard, diaspora, and we are also contributing and sending money to our families, to our friends, to our, whoever they are at home. I'm speaking about all diaspora. And Thursday it was reported only Kenya, we have percentage of 500 billion. Now, if we have a percentage of 500, now I'm just talking about mathematics and how diasporans are also working or helping our country to elevate a little bit up. and here the shilling has gone down. Now, so I'm asking if we could, diasporans, all of us, 500 billion is a lot of money. What are they doing with that? And plus to add only the 3 months that now they grab they grab the power. The money that they borrowed, and then you add the money, the subsidies that they just cut off. Where is this money going? I don't understand. I don't know these people, how, sijui treasury, sijui what. They went to school. They cannot even say, hey, this is even to tell the guy, hata kama tunafanya hivi, let's try a little bit. Si kimacho macho tu hivi tunafanya hivi. Things are bad. Of course, not only in Kenya, everywhere, but leaders in other countries are trying to fix for their citizens. Okay, I'll finish with that. Now I wanted to say about your citizens of Kenya, the way Asembo said, they should not, or we should not wait for only Baba. Baba is pushing and trying on one side, but people should also react. We should also react. We should react, not only to live for one person and then watu wa nje watasema huko America, huko wapi, oh, Baba is the problem, Luos are the problem. Luos are not the problem anymore, because Luos, the way Asembo said, okay, mnasema watu wanakuja kuomba, wakubwa wanakuja kutuombea. Okay, Luos this time hawapigi mawe, hawatukanani. And I was very happy. Wakiuliza wanasema ati oh, simulisema. Now Gachagua change of talking. The other time when I said to this Mutembe, it was Mutembe, still Mutembe, I said Gachagua sim kama anatumwa. That's what I said, and people took me wrong. Huwa ni change of weather, watu wanaenda na wind, bendera ufata upepo. So when he was down there, you heard what he said. Alisemaje? Munasema baba ni baba yenyu, hata sisi pia ni baba yetu. That's what he said. Unasikia? Changing of style, kuongea. Number one. Na hivyo ndio ameambiwa aongee. After what I said, akaenda mlimani anaenda kuomba, alisemaje? Nimeambiwa mimi ni beg for food. Nimeambiwa ni beg hata to our colonial. From his mouth, ako kwa mountain. Unasikia? So sasa, hata baba ni baba yetu, na sisi si wabaya, sisi tulishinda kura. Kushinda kura inamaanisha kitu gani? Nao sasa wamesema, the Azimio have tried, wanajaribu kufanya research yao, and I also give them, hata na mama, huyo mama Karua, I really admire this mama. I really admire this mama. I wish this mama ng'ang'ane, because this mama amesomea law. Now, kwa wanawake, I would like, ngoja nani nimalize baba. I would like also watu kama kina Charity Ngilu wako wapi? Wapambane. Wamama pia wajaribu. You understand? Now, kitu chengine, namalizia. Kitu chengine I wanted to say about, you see, ile yenye walienda retreat. I wanted to say also, I've never seen a country wakishachaguana, wamechagua serikali, wanaenda kufanya retreat, wanaenda kufundishwa. Hakuna nchi yenye nafanya hivyo, hata Amerika, hata hapa Europe, I've never seen that. Mtu kishapewa kazi, unaingia ofisini, unaanza kazi. Big J naona amevaa vizuri koti, sijui anaenda kazi. Unaona kama vile Big J amevaa vizuri, unaingia hivyo vizuri na koti yako, umepewa nice office nini, unaanza kufanya kazi vizuri. Sasa mnaenda kwa retreat 5 days, mnajua ni pesa ngapi hiyo ilichukua, na watu wana shida. Sijaona nchi, guys, go muende mufanye research. Sijaona hata Amerika, hata vile Obama alikuwa, hata Bush, sijaona wao wakubwa wote wanapelekwa kwenda, sijui wanaenda kuongea, and then after wengine siwasikii. the same person, one man show. Nilisema one man show tu na ana-announce asubuhi, mchana, usiku, na hao wengine wanakula tu mshahara ya bure So I wish watu wa Kenya pia wafanye kitu, waongee, wasinyamaze hivyo. Nao tumaliza vile wamesema ule mjamaa mwenye kihara sasa ametoka kwa ofisi, ameshamaliza kazi yake, wanasema tu there was a plot to nini, there was a plot kumuua, there was a plot to muua. I want to finish like this. Bebe Pendo washafanyako kitu, Msando washaongeako kitu, vile Msando aliuliwa kiunyama huyu mwenye bado yuko healthy wanasema there was a plot. Kama there was a plot, kama mtu kama wewe Bernard unataka kuua nani Asembo, ama Eli unataka kuua huyo Lala, si mimi nitasema tu wewe Bernard, wewe ndio ulikuwa uko mbaya, wewe ndio umefanya hii na hii na hii. Sasa wewe mkubwa unasema there was a plot. Sasa yani unaanza tu story na mtu yuko anacheka, anasema I don't regret, I did my job Kwa hivyo I don't know what will happen. Vile mtu mmoja amesema hapo, kidonda sahii kimeanza kuoza, na kidonda kikioza kitatoa harufu kitatoa harufu. It is really, I really pity my country. Nasema jamini, nchi yangu, nchi ya nyanyama wa babu zangu, nchi yetu mzuri yenye tulikuwa tuna support our neighbors country. Kama nakumbuka vile nilikuwa niko mdogo, wa Uganda na wa Nyarwanda, tulikuwa tunawaita Nyarwanda, walikuwa wanakuja Kenya kujificha wanapata good hospitality na kila kitu. Sasa nchi yetu inaanguka. Surely Kenya, Tanzania walikuwa wanasema, sijui alikuwa nani alisema, hata mnataka kwenda Amerika, sijui UK, endeni Nairobi. Nairobi ni Amerika yetu. Kenya inaenda kuanguka na itakuwa ni aibu. Itakuwa ni aibu kubwa tu sana. Watu Kenya wamesoma. Tumesoma hizo masomo za chemistry, sijui biology. Tumesoma, tumejaribu. Tumejaribu. Masomo yetu ilikuwa kweli na Wakenya kweli. Yani tumesoma. Kwa hivyo mimi naomba tu Mungu kila siku tuzidi kuomba. Hii the way the style wafanye, sijui kama East Africa watarespond. Kama watasaidia, waende waangalie kweli hizo servers ziangaliwe, because hii ikiendelea, and I'm saying, hiyo ndo nilikuwa nafikiria, nasema marehemu anaitwa nani huyu, the late Kibaki aliiba, by the grace of God aliiba tu mara moja, aliiba. And Bernard, we ni pastor, wanasemaga kama umeiba vile Biblia inasema ama Quran, utahukumiwa. Hata kama uliiba bigiji, hata kama umeiba mandazi, utahukumiwa. Number 1. Number 2, I'm saying, Mungu anisamee, hata Uhuru Kenyatta na huyo Ruto they were together, yeye ilikuwa ni mara 2. Number 3, huyu mwenye yuko ni mara 3 na ana plan tena 2027 mara 4. That's hiyo ndo nini yangu. Hiyo ndo nini yangu ya research. Ukweli mpaka isemwe. Lakini Mwenyezi Mungu mahali penye yuko, kama anaona tu kweli, na Wakenya vile mnapenda kuomba, ile kuomba ukweli, si ile kuomba ile wanasema tu Bernard, unaomba sijui Mungu gani, mwingine anaomba Mungu gani, alafu na Waislamu pia wanaomba. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka Sembo na Eli mnisaidie tu tujue kura ilikuwaje huku diaspora. Hiyo tu nilikuwa nimemalizia, ndio niachie wengine waongee.
Okay, thank you, Nifa. I'll give Asemba and Eli the right of reply, but just a moment. I want to make it clear. The waiting on Baba is not built on the aspect that somebody is afraid to lead the revolution. Okay? It is very easy to start a revolution. It becomes very difficult to call it off. That is why it must be structured. And the way it should be structured, there must be a leader. And the bona fide leader right now, who has the baton of on and off, is Baba. Any other person he will not have an off button. He will have an on one, but the off will refuse. You can start your car and start the journey, but if it doesn't have brakes, what will happen? It accelerates and then it plunges you into death. So the structuring of the leadership, and that's why even the pressure by Kalonzo, Matakarua, Kioni, we are waiting for our captain. It is important that this revolution is led. If you let it erupt, it will get out of hand. And you know how volatile our country can get, especially when people get emotional. And right now, Kenya Kwanza imewatia kidole kwa macho mara mingi. Subsidy imeenda. Njaa ndio hiyo. School fees watoto wanaenda shule Monday. Sisi tulikuwa tumesha hiyo budget tulikuwa tumetoa kwa sababu Azimio ilikuwa inakuja na Azimio itakuwa inalipia watoto kutoka nursery mpaka university. We were not factoring that. Now it is back
That's
on our
it.
desk. Kenyans are angry. If you let them to lead themselves in the riot, nobody will call them off. So to Subiri Baba, it's important, it's wise. Asembo and Eli, you can respond about diaspora.
Okay, I'll do this very quick.
I wanted to.
I'll do this very quick.
Okay.
Because I
Eli,
have
go
it
on.
here. I have it here in front of me.
Order both of you. Order both of you. Eli, go first, and then Asembo. Thank you.
Yeah, I have it here in front of me. And various newspapers, including mainstream ones like Daily Nation. I didn't go to the IBC website to check because of their controversies, but I've checked the newspapers reporting at that time in August. Raila gathered 3,727 votes out of 5,988 valid votes against William Ruto. So Raila got 3,727 and Ruto got 2,190 votes in total in the diaspora. We know that the diaspora did not inspire much confidence in terms of registering as voters. And the mention of, you wanted, I think Nifa was asking about Germany, for example. The results of the Kenyan people in Germany are not tabulated here, but places like the United States, Raila won by 393 votes against Ruto's 132. In UK, Raila had 373 against Ruto's 198. In United Arab Emirates, Raila got, there were 12 stations, okay? 12 polling stations around the world. So UAE, Raila got 273 against Ruto's 223. In Tanzania, Raila won by beating Ruto 274 against Ruto's 127. In South Sudan, Raila had 514 votes. Ruto had 269. In South Africa, Raila and Karua got 320 and Ruto 121. In Uganda, Raila got 453 votes in the final count against Ruto's 235. And in Qatar, Raila got 527 against Ruto's 519. So that was the closest competition between Ruto and Raila in the diaspora in Qatar. So there, Raila beat Ruto by just around 12 votes. And so basically, out of 12 polling stations in the diaspora, Raila won 11. of those polling stations. And the people who were registered this time around in 2022, I think the last registration by IBC traveling around the world was in February, March there last year. And it didn't really exceed 8,000 people. So even it wasn't a big number of Kenyans who were registered to vote. But what my argument was where you said that I took too much time talking, Nifa, because I like to explain things by talking, is the majority of Kenyans abroad, is a fact, are people from central Kenya. And we tested this empirically because we saw them even at the polling station at the embassy in London. We were all out there, right? And the majority were people from central Kenya. And by these results that I've just read out of the diaspora, the majority who voted voted for Raila. So it is just to prove that people from central Kenya and all Kenyans in the diaspora, if they had that legibility to vote in their thousands in the diaspora, maybe that could have also been a big good thing, because the diaspora is the only place where these guys were not able to steal the elections because there were not many Kenyan voters. I believe this is the only issue there. So anyway, I'll give it to Assemble. Thank you.
Alien, just to top it up from your side, Nifa, what happened in the 2013 election, 2007 election, and coming to 2022 election? The way Central Kenya voted for Raila in 2007, if you compare it to 2013, then you come to 2022, the percentage in 2022 was big. This time, they came out to vote for Raila. Leave alone those who are diehards of Raila who just go vote silently. Ndio kuna wale nakupenda tu, hawataongea mimi napenda Bernard, lakini siku election watapigia Bernard kura na itasemekana watapiga tu kura. Na kuna ule mtoka leo mimi nimetoka naenda kupigia Bernard kura. So that's what happened this time in 2022 election. Central people this time, they came out to vote Raila. If you compare 2013, 2017, and 2007, they were never going out to vote for Raila. They were always going out to vote against Raila. 2022, they came out to vote for Raila. And results is out. Apart from Kamaro and his group who are blocking you not to see the results, you'll be shocked the votes that Kamaro took away from Central Kenya that belongs to Raila. So it's in there in the system. If Kamaro can allow us to see it, we can see it. But Central voted for Raila.
Okay,
Just
so
a matter of time and you'll get to know it.
Bernard, goja kidogo. So Eli, thank you so much for clarification.
Thank you so much for clarification.
Now, because where I'm based, like sisi sote hatukwenda kupiga kura, and I advocated for that. We should not go because we knew itaibiwa. So we never went. So I'm also influenced where I am here. Now, even if you talk so long, but you are positive. That's what I was just congratulating you. So you should not get annoyed, but I'm happy you two, at least you know how to give answers. There are other people, when you tell them like that, they go like, oh. Now, to Assemble, thank you so much. Now, my head is ticking like this, And I like the way Eli also say, you like to speak, not just speaking, but to clarify things. I'm thinking, kama ni kuibiwa ama kuiba, how when they cooked, ilikuwa kule Mount, uko Central uko. That's what I'm thinking, because in Bungoma, because of Wetangula, at least Bungoma voted for him. All Bernard, unaweza kanisaidia, all hata Vihiga, Kakamega walipatia baba. Coast ilikuwa ngumu kuiba. So I think kama ni cooked. Maanake ukiangalia vizuri hizo results, mara 80%, 70 Kirinyaga, sijui Moranga, Kiambu, nafikiri huko ndio walikuwa na wana top. That's what I'm thinking. So nimemaliza na hapo.
Thank you, Nifa. This election, it was not even topping up. It was a determination to overturn the outcome. The winner of the election was known long before the election started. And then what UDA did was create a perception of their popularity that does not exist, including what you're talking in Bungoma and all that. So they bring in Wetangula as a front office smokescreen, okay, to justify the rigging, so that when the rigging takes place, we will say it is Wetangula who brought the votes. And then in Vihiga, the same. And Kirinyaga, the same. But now the revelations are proving that Ruto lost in Kirinyaga, Ruto lost in Kiambu. Okay? It was impunity at its highest, where somebody has lost but is turned into a winner. And then also, if you look at our history of elections closely, you notice that the fertile ground for rigging has always been central. Okay? There is an exaggerated number of voters in Central, which gives them the so-called dominance and majority, which is in question right now. Okay, from the time of Kibaki, the ghost voters and all that, the inflating of the numbers to justify the win. So, like Asembo says, this time the Mount Kenya voted for Raila expressly. But it's not that Mount Kenya does not vote for Raila. They vote for Raila, but those votes get suppressed deliberately to make sure that he does not feature as a major threat to the bloc called Mount Kenya. But Raila Odinga has support everywhere in this country. And that support is not minimal. Not anywhere. Even in Central, he has, they say 2%. Raila Odinga has a huge support in Mount Kenya, all from 2007, 2013, 2017. But they get suppressed for that political expedience of where they have pushed the agenda that the Mount Kenya is the majority. They have the numbers. They are the number that determine who becomes the president. They must keep that perception. But the truth is, underneath that perception, there is some falsehood. And so this time round, what was different is there was no, the Mount Kenya people did not need to hide to vote for Raila Odinga. And any person, like Agnes said here, any sensible person who is not a millennial knows that the best person who would help this country move forward was Raila Amolo Odinga and not William Ruto. And so they voted for Raila Odinga because they were choosing between the two candidates. The Madakarua factor is being undermined by Kashagwa. But put Kashagwa on the ballot, put Madakarua on the ballot. Madakarua will win any day, any time.
That is true.
And so whatever that is we've been treated to is a false understanding that wants to be enforced on the Kenyan people. And when you listen to Gachagua, he wants to enforce that yeye ndo alishika hizo basket za Mount Kenya akakisha kwamba siendi kokote zinaenda kwa Ruto. Okay? But it is not true. It's all a lie. So they have lied to Kenyans, they have lied to everyone, and they want us to continue following the lie. That's why we must say no. The truth is, Gachagua doesn't have the mountain. He's not the kingpin of the mountain. He doesn't have even a cloud in the mountain itself. I don't think he can even get the Madeira seat if he runs.
Ukweli itapatikana tu, dunia itaona, dunia UN secretary hata watapata maneno. Okay, thank you guys for debating with you. Mi naenda kulala.
Okay, you have a good sleep. Catch up later. Thank you so much. And the rest of the viewers around the world, let's keep talking. This is our country. We have a responsibility on how it is governed. So don't lay back. It is time to stand and be counted. Let's do everything in our power to see to it that happened. Fatan, thank you so much for the campaign to get subscribers. You're also signing out. Have a good rest. Catch up later in the day as we continue with the conversation. Julia is here in the back office. I think when it's time, she will come in the screen. Mimi niko karibu kusign out, lakini sijapata msimamizi wa kuchukua ofisi, so nitashikilia kidogo tu. Lakini cha muhimu tuendelee kufanya yale ambayo tunapaswa, especially those of you in the diaspora. Piga simu nyumbani, eleza watu vile mambo yalivyo. And like Eli gave us those demographies, how the diaspora voted is a reflection on how the local vote went, because the diaspora has an influence on the locals. Okay, they called home and told their mother who to vote for, their father who to vote for, their brothers who to vote for. So if Baba won on the diaspora, he also won at home. It is just the falsifying of the elections that is bringing us into this falsehood. And Mother Kome and her judges are a big letdown, that they refused to consider the evidence. They refused to see what they ought to see, and reduced themselves to a magistrate court instead of them being a Supreme Court, and gave a ruling that no court in the world should admit anywhere in the records. That is my take. Asempo unasema kitu kabla tulete mama Chepto.
Basically Nifa ameenda, but nilikuwa nataka kuambia Nifa kitu moja. Kuna wakati ndio kuna revision ya tunafanyanga, ilikuwa inaitwa back then, ilikuwa inaitwa CAT, assessment test. Hujasoma au hujui chochote, lakini kuna multiple choices. So unaingia pale unapiga A, B, D, C, A, D, unapiga 90%. Then during revision sasa umeitwa pale mbele, unaambiwa sasa okay, hapa hii wewe mwenyewe ulipata hii. Lead the class. Sasa tuambie ulipataje hii? Ukapata hiyo correct. Hauna formula, answer mwenyewe ujui ni gani. Ndo Kenya Kwanza saizi. Hii kitu ile waliangukia na wajui vile waliangukia. Ni ila tu maovu ya IBC, maovu ya Supreme Court ikawapatia. Sasa hawana cha kufanya. Hawajui tuelekee wapi na tunafanya nayo nini. That's what's happening with this government. They got this thing through picky pongi formula, the one that the Willis Otieno was talking about. Now they have it, they don't know what to do. Look, if you look at even now, the vice anapigana the governor ati usiguze hawa watu wetu. Governor is trying to make order because the city is not a city. Na kuna roles za vice na kuna roles za governor. If governor wants to plan the city in a way that he feels gonna make it look different or better for the people living in it, lakini wewe na cartels wako unataka kuja kuingilia, unapiga ni mimi hata sisi ndo tulikuweka pale. No, to facts be told, Kikuyus didn't vote for Sakaja. Sakaja was voted in by Luyas. Nairobi ni Luyas na Kisii na some few parts of Kikuyu. So the truth is that Kikuyus hawakumpigia Sakaja kura. Ile ilikuwa ni Mirembe Nation all the way. Na ukiguza pale na Sakaja plays cards right, raizi aenda shikana na Azimio, you can't do him anything. Atoke sasa aseme sawa, mimi nimeachana na huyu Yuda, mimi nimekuja kufanyia watu wa Nairobi kazi, ashikane na MCAs wa Azimio wenye wako Nairobi County. There's nothing they can do to him. Look at the governor wa Meru. Walienda wakaanza kumchonga huko chini, but they didn't have facts enough to make sure to prove wrong that the woman is doing ill things in the county. So serikali ya juu walipata hii kitu na wakashindwa cha kufanya, and they like thriving in chaos. Penye kuna kelele waanze kusema wale jamaa. Saizi hakuna wale jamaa, cause wamepewa 3 months, wakapewa 100 days wafanye kila kitu vile walikuwa maahidi wa Kenya, and they don't have the formula. It's not adding up. Wakaona fuliza tutapeana hii pesa, tukipeana na imeenda tutaipata aje? Wakasema hapa tunyonge hao watu tuwapatie 500 tunakata 20 bob juu yake tena kidogo tunaweka kima, because hawana formula. Unajua hata ukienda kuleo ukiitwa upombe bena, wewe ni pasa ukunywe pombe, sisi tunakunywa hii pombe. Pole kusema hii, ukiitwa mahali kuenda ukunywa lazima ubebe fare, because unapata mwenye kununua pombe leo aanze kulala. Sasa na wewe ulikuja kukunywa pombe ya mtu na una fare ya kurudi, na hata na wewe utalala. So ukiitwa mahali kufanya kitu unajipanga, unasema nimeitwa pale, lakini fare yangu ya kurudi ikiumana niko nayo. Ukunywi tu mpaka fare. Sasa fare pia una mwenye kununua pombe amelala, amelewa, itabidi wewe pia mngoje pale amuke ndo umwende. So what I'm just trying to say is that these guys, they had the chance. They took the systems that were supposed to make this thing right. They corrupted the system. And those kind of reckless statements coming from the executive at this time when Kenyans are really, really hurting is unnecessary and is very dangerous. Just to tell you that Kenyans are really, really just waiting for the moment to explode. When the group of Azimio said that they're going to have their national holiday apart from government holiday, they boycotted despite them canceling. So imagine that day Azimio wangeenda wafanye rally yao pale Jamhuri Kamkunji, na serikali pia inafanya jamhuri yao pale Uhuru Park. Ingekuwa balaa kwa dunia mzima, watu waone penye wananchi wako, who is the leader of the people and who is the leader of the government. Watu wangejua penye serikali iko na mwenye serikali alikuwa Uhuru Park, na penye serikali iko ingekuwa Jamhuri Park. Watu wangeenda waibishe hii serikali kwa ulimwengu mzima. And because baba anajua kupiga hesabu zake, akasema hapana, wacha nisinyoe watu mapema, wacha tutie kitu maji kwanza, wacha watu watilie maji kwanza, ndio ikifika wakati wa kunyolewa hakuna kupiga kelele. Kila kitu inateleza saizi kwao. Wakijaribu kushika hii inateleza, wakijaribu kushika hii inateleza, because they didn't know what to do with this thing. They were in this thing to protect their loot, to keep what they've taken away from Kenya, to keep on enriching themselves and keeping on growing the corruption in the country. Ilikuwa tu mimi najua Bernard, mimi nikiingia Bernard, nikishaingia pale wewe utakuwa unatupatia hewa ya kupeleka kwa Sudan. Tuna supply Sudan na hewa, na Sudan hatawataki hewa, Sudan nayo wanataka tu maji. Tutakuwa tuna supply Sudan na hewa, kwa sababu serikali italipa Bernard pesa na tunaendelea kukula pesa. So Kenya iko mahali pabaya yenye kama serikali kuu inajua ingeshughulikia mambo ya kwanza, subsidy ingerudishwa very fast. Waseme nyewe tulikosea mambo subsidy, na ingawa hatuna pesa kwa hii serikali, hii itasaidia. Ingeingia wangerudisha hiyo subsidy, ipunguze gharama chini kidogo, watu wapate nafasi wakitenda maovu. Lakini mjeta mtu akitenda maovu na umeshiba kwako, hauna kelele. Lakini unatenda maovu, baadaye anakuja na kunyanyasa, bado unangoja tu ile siku tu ataguza mlango yako tu na uchomoe kisu, sema huyu alikuwa anataka kukuibia. So what I'm gonna say is that let's us try as a people who wants the good thing for the country. You talk to 1-2 people, you understand that everybody is going through difficult time. Even the middle class in Kenya right now, there's no middle class in Kenya. Right now we're having the rich and the poor. And kumbe hii dynasty haikuwa ni kina Raila. Kwa saizi pia tumeona kumbe dynasty si kina Raila, kumbe dynasty ni club ingine tofauti. Because me, I'm still mad about even when walichaguliwa kwa serikali kama cabinet secretaries, the billionaires. Si kuona mama mboga pale, si kuona mtu wa bodaboda, na hata mtu wa bodaboda aliambiwa atasaidiwa, anapewa 500, better than 500 kutoka Kayole paka town ni 80 shillings. Alafu unaenda unachukua tu 140 yako kuenda kutoka town kwenda Kayole, kutoa Fuliza, kutoa Asla Fund ya 500. So basically umepewa ni karibu umepewa 300. Alafu hii tena 300 after 1 week tena faa uko umerudisha. Umesaidika ama bado umenyanyaswa? So there are things that this government is playing with that they don't know they're setting themselves badly. And the things they're doing, and they think of just being in power or being the executive gives you the power to just run things the way you want it. It's going to make it be difficult for them to even govern the next few months to come. So watu wanasema baba anaibiwa na analia, anajua wakati anaibiwa na anajua wakati imeibiwa. That's not the right statement to make right now. Right now is to focus on how is the best way to keep the things that the offices that need to make the country run properly, and the independence that needed for those offices. Kama wamesema IEBC ni independent, na wezi wakakaa chini kivyao, ma commissioners kivyao waseme kwa lugha moja yenyewe, hapa tumekosea, to cancel it, tuseme election tuna postpone for presidential election, to postpone to make sure imeenda vizuri. Wanakataa, 4 ndio wabaya, 2 walikuwa wamebaki ndani walikuwa safi, na unasema wewe utaka kuuliwa. Hautauliwa ndugu, dhambi yako nitakuja kukuua tu hapa mbele tu, hautaguzwa. Na tutaka kuomba Mungu akulinde vizuri, ukae vizuri, ili ukae vile kivita likaa, akaona vile dhambi zake zinamtenda. So tusikuwe na wasiwasi mabakuliwa ndugu, hautauliwa, utaishi, utakula vizuri, lakini dhambi zako na utaona vile inakunyanyasa wewe mwenyewe, kwa familia yako, itakufinya mpaka uende kwa kaburi yako, sio utauliwa na mtu. So basically mimi kwa maoni yangu, serikali isipochunga penye inaelekea ni pabaya. School fee watoto wamepiga wamepita mtihani saizi vizuri sana, watu wamefaulu vizuri, lakini school fee ndio hiyo. Sisi tulikuwa umeshaambiwa kazi yako ni kuzaa, kulea, ikifika wakati wa kusoma serikali inashughulikia. Hapa tumeambiwa ni kulipia tena. Before ujue tena ndio university pia ndio wameambiwa ile mambo loan pia inakuja kutolewa, ni kulipia tena. So tulichagua ili si tuongamie, na kwa sababu hii inafanyika ili ikuwe funzo kwa watu kama mimi na Bernard wenye wanafikiria wakipiga kura wanatesa Raila, inakuwa funzo kwetu. Sasa mimi na wewe tunalia, Raila naye anapiga, amepanda ndege, amelipa ndege, ameenda South Africa. Nani analia? Raila ama ni mimi? Si ni mimi nalia na wewe Bernard. Ule Raila mwenyewe anataka tumnyooshe, yeye anafanya shughuli zake, lakini bado hakuna utu, bado hakuna uchuma. Anaona si yeye mwenyewe ndiye afai hii kitu tendeke kwa wana Kenya, na bado yuko atakuja kupeana mwelekeo. Na hiyo mwelekeo vile uko nasema, yeye akona hiyo power ya kufinya on and off, na wengine wakona power ya kufinya tu on na off ni ngumu. Na wakati kama off hizi patikana, hata au majenerali wako kwa jeshi wanaziingilia katikati, na tayari pale walikuwa shaguzwa kwa wakataji wati hao pia walikuwa kwa kikundi cha kusukuma Chebukati atangaze hii kitu. So tuangalie hizi maneno kwa upole na tuangalie tunaelekea wapi, kwa sababu kama imewekwa on na iwachiliwe, Uganda ni kadogo sana, Tanzania huko ni kadogo sana, tutafikiria si wote. So wewe angalia jirani yako na uangalie serikali na wapeleka wapi. Na hao tayari washachukuliwa zile pesa zao kwa wataka, washachukua tayari wameweka. Ikiumana wako na pesa zao waliokuwa wameiba, wanatoka, wanakuacha pale, we ni asla. Hiyo tu tunasema kwa saizi Bernard.
Thank you, Asembo. That's so good, and I believe mambo itarekebika, bora tu tukubali kufanya wajibu wetu. Naidiza kila mmoja as I think we are coming to the close of the show. Except we have the night. This one is not even night; it's now day. It is almost 4 a.m. in Nairobi, and I have my guys here who take the show after I'm through, and they seem not to be around. I have Julia, who is an admin, so she can add people. But watu waingie studio. Kama mnataka show iendelee, ingieni studio, mtoe maoni yenu ama tufunge. So mchague. Link ya kuingia ndio hiyo nimeshare kwa comment section. Mkiingia, I leave you with the show. If not, tumalize tukutane jioni katika show nyingine. But what I will say is we are in a very tricky place in terms of the choices that Kenyans have. But Kenyans will have to come to terms. Either IBC is supposed to do the right thing or not. If Kenyans will keep quiet at this point in time and let IBC go free for doing what they did, then we should forget this country completely. We'll never be able to get the control of this country again as far as our electoral justice is concerned. This is the time to stand and be counted and not to apportion blame. I believe that this happened for a purpose, and Uhuru and Raila left this thing to go to how far it went because that was the best way out. The best way out. Because arresting this thing at Bomas would have had very severe consequences because of the narrative and the propaganda that UDA had sold around the country, that the deep state and the system was hell bent to stop William Ruto. And then William Ruto is the most loved, most popular, and all that. Now, since they already had taken Chebukati and Chebukati had the wrong results and wanted to justify their win, and then the interception by Uhuru and the other parties would have let the whole world learn that it is Ruto who won the election, but it was stolen and given to Baba. And since they did not arrest the situation, the best place, in my opinion, to arrest the situation was at the polling station, not at Bomas. Bomas was the wrong place to try and correct matters. The brigade of Uhuru Kenyatta and all that needed to arrest this thing at the polling station and make sure that the results coming from the polling station are well tabulated, are well counter tabulated in such a way that if anything happens at Bomas, they will have a backup. But going to wait for everything at Bomas was a big mistake, was a big blunder, although they were confident that their win would not be challenged in terms of the difference, the margin. The win of Raila, until now, William Ruto is not a challenger to Raila Odinga in terms of national politics. He's far from that. And so they were too confident of that, but they forgot that Chebukati was a proxy for William Ruto. And of course, from what William Ruto said, the person who abducted Chebukati is William Ruto. The person who threatened Chebukati with murder is William Ruto. And the person who made Chebukati made those announcements is William Ruto. And so there is nothing new he was telling us because he cannot arrest himself. That's why he has not arrested the people who had planned to abduct and murder Chebukati. But all in all, now wamepatikana, so watafute vile watajinasua kwa hili, But I believe that the Kenyan people will do the right thing, insist on what is right, taking the right action in helping the country. We must help this country at this point in time. I'm sure Baba is going to come up with a good verdict, but hiyo story ya kurekebisha IEBC peke yake hapana. Sisi hata tutake IEBC rekebishwe, tunataka rais kwa State House kwanza, akifika huko tutaongea maneno ya IEBC baadaye. Lakini ingine atu tukuje tutengeneze 2027, there is no 2027 without 2022. And if the votes of 2022 don't count, there is no voting in 2027, there's no voting in 2032. Let whoever wants to be president continue being president, and let's see how the country goes. And on the analogy of the wound that is being wrapped, okay, what happens is when the wound is not attended to in good time, it's going to end up into amputation. So if worse comes to worse, sisi tujitenge na nchi yetu, wabaki na nchi yao, lakini hatutaendelea kuvumilia kutumiwa bure kijinga tena. So Asemba, I think Julia, I think we should just do the closing remarks and close.
Okay. Bernard, hapo kwa rais mstaafu Uhuru Kenyatta, this guy was very sharp. Alijua hii Raila ameshinda kabisa, haikuwa na wakati wote wa kuingilia katikati, and that's why yeye pia alikuwa nataka akitoka ile kitu alikuwa naambiwa what legacy, umacha legacy gani? Alikuwa nataka kuambia watu wa nchi ati hii mimi ninatoka Kenya, nikitoka nimeacha kama kuna amani. Hiyo serikali imeingia na viumbi na viombo zote chafu, kila kitu imeingia, wale wote ni wezi, watakorofisha, na within no time mtajua nani ni mbaya. So Uhuru was very careful, he was very tactical, and he wanted to just leave the scene without any doubt. Because kama sio Savas na kina Kamago do whatever they were doing, it was very clean. It was a clean win. Mapema by saa sita, it was done. Raila was already in, and that was well known all over in the country. It was well known. So Uhuru angetaka kuingilia ili waseme deep state akapeana mwenye alikuwa anataka. Hapana, hata kama waliiba baada akawapatia, akawaambia si ni mmeiba, si nini ndio mnataka, ndio hii, akawapatia kwa usawa. So in the history of Kenya, Uhuru achieved what he could not achieve in 2013 to 2017. That period of time, kukana Raila pamoja, is gone, and right now he's nowhere featuring. Hakuna penye Uhuru Kenyatta anaguzwa. Hata uwezi ukamleta ati wewe ulikuwa rais ya hii nchi wakati ulikuwa naachilia, uliacha kama kuna vita. Hapana, aliwapatia vile waliiba, akawapatia, akanawa mkono, akasema ni kama yule mwenye alipelekewa Yesu amsula, akahukumu Yesu kama mimi huyu ati amefanya nini? Sioni, sipati makosa, lakini kama mnasema ni hivyo, wacha niwapatie, mimi nimenawa. Akawapatia. So basically, Uhuru was very tactical. He knew what he was doing. He achieved it to this group, and he exited the scene. Akawachia wakora nafasi. So hao wakora sasa mabaki hapo, wanataka kupambana. Na wanataka kupambana yule mwenye amepambana na hao wengine, akang'oa hiyo serikali mbaya zote mbili, zote akang'oa, akabaki nao. These boys didn't know what they are trying to do. They didn't know what they are facing. They thought ni ile wataiba kama vingine wanaibanga, na inaendelea hivyo. This time serikali ilikaa kando, wakuiba waibe, wakulipa walipwe, lakini itafika wakati yenye mimi mwananchi sitataka kujua kama ni nani aliiba ama nani aliibiwa. Mimi nataka kujua chakula yangu inatoka wapi na ni saa ngapi nakuja. And that's the time when you and me will now go and say enough is enough. Whether you're going to shoot me, to kill me today, but my son tomorrow will have a place to live and call Kenya, which is very democratic, which is very right for him to live and grow. Utaua wa 10, lakini wale 3 tabaki watakuwa mekutoa. And that time is coming. And watch the pace, guys. Kama uko tayari, Ngoja tu wewe mwenyewe tunatoka, wewe mwenyewe unasema tio sisi tunapiga kelele hapa tunalia. Wewe mwenyewe hiyo siku utamuka peke yako tu bila kuambiwa nini utoke. Hiyo tu nasema saizi Bernard. Mimi nangoja baba aseme nitaingia leo bila.
So, thank you, Asembo. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody who has participated into the show. Let's keep doing the right thing for this country. A better Kenya is good for every Kenyan, and this is the only way for us to save this country. Making Kenya better for every Kenyan is the only way to save this country. Not making Kenya better for a few and leaving other out. And Uhuru Kenyatta, I believe, like Moi said, nguruwe hujikaanga kwa mafuta yake. He said, mtoto akililia wembe mpe. So wamepewa wembe, wamejikata. Sasa baada ya kujikata, wameanza kulialia. Cha muhimu ni kwamba mwenye mbuzi apewe, wezi wa mbuzi wafungwe. Hiyo ndio case closed. Mwenye mbuzi arudishiwe mbuzi yake, wezi wa mbuzi wafungwe. That is the stand, and that is final. How that is going to be determined, the people of Kenya must decide. They are the highest court in the land, and I believe God is with them. And as we do this, we want to keep everybody safe. But our safety is only safe when every Kenyan is safe. So hakikisha kwamba tunaendeleza masuala haya. Okay, Sound Candid Talk is our small channel that we are building up. We want you to subscribe to the same. I've just shared the link. Please subscribe. We want it to grow. And then, of course, there are those who have come to join the show when we are on the tail end. You can catch up with the rest of the show on both channels. You will have a replay and be able to get what transpired while you are away. But in the meantime, naomba tu tuendeleze kuelekeza Wakenya vizuri. Let us not be naive and begin to accept what is wrong. Ukienda kwa duka ukanunua kiatu, ukakivaa, kikaanza kukufinya, huwezi kuendelea kuvumilia. Unarudisha, unapewa saizi inayofaa. Sababu ya kuwa na uchaguzi ni kuchagua uongozi ambao unafaa. Na kama huo uongozi ufai, basi unatimuliwa. Na hiyo ndio katiba inasema, inatimuliwa. There is I think I should play that video. Analysis done by Chris Kumekucha. He talked about, there are those who say the train has left the station. The president is already sworn in. That cannot be reversed. And he said, according to our constitution, if, for example, you're a governor, you are sworn in, okay, and you are in office, then unfortunately you run mad, okay? you cease to be a man of sound mind. Does the county say the train has already left the station, the man is already sworn in, he will continue being in office? No. The constitution says for you to be a governor, you must be a man of sound mind. The moment you lose your mind, the constitution says we get rid of you. That is it. So if the president in office is fraudulently in office and it is proven, let that person leave office. We get the sound person to take over and run the affairs of this country. I think I should leave with that video in the next, I think, 10 minutes or so, just to help us make sense of our country.
Yeah. Concerning what has happened, what has unfolded, after the very explosive revelation that some whistleblowers, yes, we're told it's just not one now, that some whistleblowers have revealed to Kenyans. Now I want to start with a reaction of close ally to President Ruto, somebody who was stuck with him for a very long time, Dennis Itumbi. Now I find it super fascinating that Itumbi's response has focused on the source of the information rather than on the accuracy of the information. It is like somebody accuses you of something, maybe your dear wife, and your first response is, "Who told you?" And then she says, "The village drunkard." And you respond by saying, "You can't be serious. That's not a serious man," etc., etc. And so far, you've avoided responding to the accuracy of the information. Because while it may be true that the village drunkard is drunk all the time, he has eyes, he sees, he saw you in the wee hours of the morning when there was nobody else on the streets. My point is, when people start focusing on the source rather than on the quality or accuracy of the information, then already you have your answer. The information must be true. Now, the other important factor that the Tumbi tweet brings out is that it confirms to those of us who may have doubted that this was a very well organized, well orchestrated, planned for months move. It didn't just happen. It was made to happen. You know, we have a very serious problem in Kenya today and in our politics. Since 2017, when the 36 bloggers came onto the scene, the Kenyan public has been drilled to wait for direction instead of doing their own thinking. Let me explain what I mean. Information comes out that a certain politician has not delivered. They don't have a track record. Now that should be straightforward. Because as the voters, we simply have to sit down and think and answer a very simple question. Is it true so-and-so has no track record? Or is it not true? What have they done since they entered politics? What have they achieved? It is very straightforward. But the way the Kenyan public has been drilled these days, when such information comes out, we are herded like cows to start focusing on the person who is the opponent of this person who has not delivered. Or his opponent is a mganga, or his opponent is too old, or his opponent this and that and that. And then we spend all our time at the wrong place, asking the wrong questions, which will not help us. Because the key question here is, has this person delivered or have they not? Do they have a track record or do they not have a track record? Very simple. And so today, the question should really be very simple. What these whistleblowers are telling us, is it true or is it not true? Even if the information came from the village drunkard, who is always high, we should just focus on the issues, the question. We should just focus on the information that the village drunkard has given us. Is it true or is it not true? Period. Now, I've heard some people say very confidently, even if this information is true, they're saying there is nothing which can be done because the president has been sworn in. His election into office was disputed and it went right up to the highest court in the land. There is nothing else which can be done. Kwani they'll go where? There's nowhere for them to go. There is nothing for them to do. They just accept and move on. That's what I've heard somebody saying very confidently. Now. I have a question to ask. What does our Constitution say? Because if this information is true, then the person we have in office right now is not a constitutional president. They are not the president. Read the Constitution. What it says about the person who should be president. There are some certain conditions a Kenyan needs to meet to be called President of Kenya. For example, if today, God forbid, the holder of a certain office, not even the presidency, a governor of some county, is found that they are not mentally sound, they are insane, God forbid, will the handlers of this governor say there is nowhere people can go? He was validly elected, he was sworn in, this governor. Where do you go to remove him from office? There is nothing anybody can do. And yet this holder of a constitutional office does not meet one of the requirements of holding such an office. And that is, they are not of sound mind. Do you now expect people just to accept and move on? Nobody can do. Get serious. The constitutional requirement for somebody to be called President of the Republic of Kenya is that they must have the majority votes of the people. Because the Constitution says the supreme authority, the supreme power is who? The people of Kenya. Now there's something else that has happened, and I don't know if you've noticed. Azimio have come out with a statement concerning this matter. In fact, they held a presser. And I'm just wondering if the tables were turned and these were UDA people holding a presser. What kind of presser would we have had? Because Azimio were very cool. They were calm. They were not overexcited. They were just stating the facts, answering the questions while very relaxed. Hawana haraka. And then the man most involved, Raila Amolo Odinga, who is in South Africa, has said nothing. Kenyans are waiting with bated breath to hear what Baba will say about all this. Instead, the Azimio people are telling us, wait for Baba to get back. In other words, hakuna haraka, relax. Wacha Baba arudi. Wa? Yani wanapeleka mambo yao mos. And once again we are reminded of the chessboard and political chess. Now I know a lot of Kenyans are not familiar with the game of chess. My daughter is just learning how to play it and she's super fascinated about it. Very excited. And this was her own initiative. She told me, Daddy, I must learn how to play chess. And I helped her. And this daughter of mine is very hyper. So one of the first things I've taught her is how to maintain what I call a stone face. No reaction. No emotions. You just make your move, you relax, and you quietly wait for a response. No need to get excited. You've made your move. You know that this is checkmate. Don't get excited yet. Mambo bado. Just relax and wait for your opponent to make a move. Daddy, am I allowed to go out of the room to laugh? I told her, no. That is a reaction. That will show your opponent that there's something up. Just keep a stone face. Think of things that will not bring any emotion to your face. And that will really bother your opponents. Folks, I think this is what's going on here. We're witnessing, yeah, the political chess guru in action. Now, let us just be very truthful. We know that in the country called Kenya, politics supersedes the constitution. So the biggest worry amongst supporters of Azimio is as follows. Will politics overrule, in case it's accurate, will our politics overrule what the Constitution says? That is the question on the minds of many Kenyans. Indeed, that is the fear, and it is a very justified fear. In my opinion, the Kenya government has one major problem, has one major obstacle in winning the day by playing the correct politics. They have one major disadvantage. And that disadvantage, in one word, is numbers. In 2017, although Uhuru Kenyatta lost to Raila Odinga, he had more numbers than William Samoei Ruto has today against Raila. The entire vote-rich Mount Kenya region was fully behind him. The entire Rift Valley, vote-rich Rift Valley, was behind him. Yes, he lost, but those sheer numbers cannot be ignored. Now, simple question. What numbers does the current president have? Name the regions for me. Help me understand. Make me see what I may not be seeing. You see, according to the whistleblowers, this was not a closely contested election. No! The winner won by a landslide. And that is a major problem for Kenya Kwanza. Very major. Now, of course, Kenya Kwanza are masters of the game of perception. Yeah, projecting a certain image. These guys can make you believe anything. Yeah, they can make you believe that they have the numbers very easily. That is true. But it is also true that you can fool some people all the time. But you cannot, you can never fool all the people all the time. That is impossible. No matter how good you are at playing these perception games. One day, just one day, the chickens will finally come home to roost. For instance, you will have a public holiday and you'll be making a speech to yourself. I believe we've already seen that. But ultimately, this thing will be decided by one very important factor. Indeed, the most important factor. What is God's mind concerning this issue and concerning the nation of Kenya? Especially because we know that revival is knocking on the door. You know, many Kenyans think that God Almighty is a God of democracy. Democracy is a human invention. It is not of God. I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but that is the truth. Almighty God chose former President Uhuru Kenyatta to be president of Kenya in 2017, although he did not have the majority votes of Kenyans. That is a fact. But there was a reason. And if somebody would step back today and look at what has happened, since 2017, it is very easy to see those reasons. Even if you still hate the former president, President Uhuru Kenyatta achieved more than any other president we have had in the country called Kenya. He brought unity where nobody imagined there would be unity and working together. And of course, I'm talking about the traditional arch rivals in Kenyan politics, the Luo community and the House of Mumbi. Things have changed in Kenya. And for that, and that alone, the former president will always rank very high, as far as I'm concerned, when considering presidents of the Republic of Kenya. What is the mind of God Almighty concerning the fifth president? Who is the fifth president of God Almighty? That is the most important question. And indeed, that is what is going to prevail. Tupende, tusipende. O God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, let your will prevail. I submit myself to your perfect will. May it be done. But Almighty God, you are also a God of justice. There is absolutely nothing that is hidden from your eyes. I pray that justice may be done in the country called Kenya, according to your perfect will. Amen. Now, very quickly before I go, I have 3 weekly intelligence briefings about to be released in the next few hours. 3. Packed with highly sensitive information that I can never talk about on this open channel. For example, who is the main individual who ordered what happened last August, the presidential elections? And most importantly, why? You may think you know why, but consider the fact that I believe you don't. Now you can see my latest offer on your screens right now. Take full advantage of it. Only $29.99 for full year's subscription, and only $35 for life membership to my weekly intelligence briefings. Now, of course, when you become a member, you get all the back editions, all the editions you've missed, with a lot of information that explains a lot of what has happened. Information that has stood the test of time. Some of it has never emerged in public. Some of it, of course, has become clear over the last 2 years or so. This offer, of course, is not going to be there forever. It's going to last only a few days, so please rush and take full advantage. Now, there's just something small I want to point out before I go. There is something very interesting happening with our mainstream media. Now, of course, we all know that our mainstream media, our major media houses, are in trouble. They are struggling for survival. And this is coming out in the kinds of articles and coverage they're giving. If you've noticed, it's changing. It's changing very slowly, but it's changing. We're now seeing stories on mainstream media that just a month ago you would never have seen. Headlines that I never imagined would appear on our local newspaper front pages just a few weeks ago. Now they're beginning to creep in. I believe media houses have realized that their recovery and prosperity is only in one place, and that is with the vast majority of the people. If their coverage does not satisfy does not reflect the interests, the concerns of the vast majority of Kenyans, then survival will become very difficult. I just thought I should draw your attention to that. Until next time, this is Chris Kumekucha.
Okay, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We really want to appreciate you for staying put and seeing us to the end of the show today. Our night teachers did not show up. I mean, Julia is here, but there's nobody in the studio, so she will not preside over an empty studio. But what I want you to get is following Chris is I've learned a lot, a lot. I am a lifetime member of his club, and I learn a lot from his political analysis. He's been a very, very good inspiration in shedding light on some gray areas in our politics and helping us marry to our history. He is very rich in his analysis, so it is a good place for you to get right information when you're looking for it. Uh, so if you're not a subscriber to his public channel, you just look for Chris Kumekucha, then you subscribe, utapata hiyo information. I think it helps greatly, especially when you begin to be confused by politicians. Politicians can be very good actors, and at times their act is taken too far until the public misses what actually is at play. But all in all, it's important for us to act from the point of right information. Asembo, you have something to say on what happened? On that analysis?
That analysis? There's nothing to add on it. It's so clear. If you listen, then you just know where we are heading.
Okay, then thank you. So Mimi naleta I'm bringing the curtains down on the show, unfortunately, but let's link up again later on in the day as we continue with the conversation. Let's fight to ensure that Kenya becomes a better place for every Kenyan. How do we secure that? Get round pegs in round holes, squared pegs in squared holes. Remove squared pegs in a remove squared pegs from round holes and remove round holes from squared wherever the other way around. Let's get round pegs in round holes, squared pegs in squared holes. Everybody in their place. If you are an engineer, be in engineering. If you are a teacher, be in teaching. If you are a pastor, be in pastoring. Let us not mix these things. When we do, we create a lot of problems. Julia, unasemaje? Mimi nang'atuka.
Oh, hi Bernard. Kwani unafunga?
Mimi nafunga. Sasa
naongea na
Okay.
wateja wakuje, naona wameanza kukuja, ninaongea nao, naambia wakuje, usifunge.
Sawa. Na basi kama ni hivyo mimi nita sign out, but Wakenya wakuje. Basi Wakenya kujeni, station inafungwa.
Wanakuja, wako kwa
Okay,
njia.
let them come. Okay, mama yetu ndio huyu amekuja. Mama, tunaomba ukachangie tukisonga mbele.
Yeah, Bernard, nilikuwa kwa laini saa hizo zingine, lakini nikaona nimekawia sana. There was something I was doing, so I had to disappear. And I still feel that I had something to contribute to our Kenyans who are there listening. I really feel that Kenyans, like the lady who was explaining that she always keep her whatever gadget she uses close to her while she is just lying down and listening. That is very good because it means that people might not be um, on the camera, but they are still getting the information in the right way, which is very good that many people are getting this to themselves. I see they understand the pain people are going through and how the country is being tortured in many ways by these majambazi ambao walichukua usukani ambao hukuwa wao. It's very shocking the country how it is going. Nashukuru kwa watoto wetu ambao wamehitimu mtihani na wamefaulu. That is one step ahead. Lakini si Ruto amefanya wapite, au watoto wameendea through so much, na sasa wataendea through so much, na Mungu atawaonea njia ile wanaweza kujimudu na kuweza kuingia shule. We are praying that those kids will not just go astray. They will go to the right places and continue with their studies, because that is the foundation of the country, and the country can stand with those children when they are in school, because when they learn, they get more knowledge to develop the country that they live in. I will start with the Koome statement about ni kitu nilikuwa nimetaja hapo mbele, but when she is talking about swearing affidavit forcibly is a crime. How does she have this audacity while she is cooked in a forceful ruling? I feel bad for Koome even to do what she did. She is going to be very much ashamed of the work she did because of being greedy. And being greedy can drive you to evil things or thoughts. Nataka kusema tena habari ya Wakikuyu. Wakikuyu nafikiri mlibebwa vibaya because of the togege that were taken by Ruto just to beat those drums and make that like all Kenyans were voting for Ruto or they were going for Ruto. We are not quite dumb to understand, not to understand that how things work. I even there before blamed Kikuyus that they had voted for the wrong person, but now I learned that Wakikuyu walifanya kazi yao vizuri. Ni hawa wachache ambao wanapiga kelele huko wakisema Wakikuyu, Wakikuyu. And also perception that was drawn by Ruto, it has really made Wakikuyu look like they are not people who can present themselves or help themselves. Kikuyus, I think they did their good job towards Raila, and Raila will never forget them because this time round it was big, big time. There was this guy called Assemble. We are not talking about 2027 election. We are talking about 2022. And we have now no other court to go for appeal after ruling of Koome. But now we'll go public, and the public opinion will justify what is right. We will not go back to Koome. Koome can go home, and we will make her go home. Shameful action that will take over her. I have a problem when people say that power is grabbed. Then it means then we should not go to vote. If it is being grabbed, then that is something that is assured one person will do that, because they cannot grab two people. That is not fair. We don't want that. We want the person who won the majority to have the presidency of a country and continue leading them. I know there are many people will not make a mistake electing somebody who is not right for the country. So this time we made it, and we elected Raila, who is going to be the president of our country, and it is going to happen soon. Early, I remember I left him being twisted back and forth by the UDA, who had no idea of what they were saying or contributing to Kenyans. That is the last time I was on the show. We were debating against the UDA people, and those fellas, you can't even understand their language or how they argue, or do they have a family? How do they live with their families in their house if this is how they can argue? I know they are just fooling us, coming here to annoy us for no reason, because all what they say is nonsense, something that you cannot stand, something you cannot even stand with him in front of people to argue. You just feel ashamed because they are big people, grown up adults who cannot even make sense whatever they are saying. The other thing I want to point out is Kirinyaga, they said Ruto was voted. And when I remember Waigoro did not win, Waigoro was declared the winner with one constituency. That is total insult to the Kirinyaga people. Girishi had won, and I don't understand how she went to concede that Waiguru won. These are the people who are just money. If Girishi can accept to concede with the many votes that she had with the Kirinyaga people, where did she dump the Kirinyaga people that were her followers? It is sickening, and you can see all these people because of the money after. Then that is why they are treating us like nothing, like we are animals, like we have no brain, like we cannot reason. But this time round, Kenyans, let us reason together. Let's have our power back. We have the voice, we have the majority, and we have everything with us. The evidence is there that can show that we won. And the winning was not small. The winning is enormous. And so we are looking forward to see all these things are brought to book, and then we can move smoothly, have our country run by the people who are humble, people who are normal, people who are reasonable, people who have integrity, people who have respect, people who have all kind of qualities of a human being who want to be a human being. I live there, Julia, and I see that this dream that we had been dreaming that has drove us crazy all these days after what was announced by Comey, it is going to make us have a happy ending in our country. And we are looking forward to see that happening. I'm happy for people because I see now people are smiling, and we should not smile for nothing. We are smiling for the victory of our country, and God will bless this country to come back to the right hands, and then we can live again. Thank you so much, Julia. Welcome to the show.
Asante Kenya. Chepto, leo naona umejiita Chepto, sijui umeenda kule Rift Valley, kule milimani huko. Good to see you. Naona leo tuko na more revelations. I didn't watch Bernard earlier, so sijui kama wewe uliona those presentations. What about more revelations? Uko na habari?
Sina habari zaidi isipokuwa ni yale tu hawa majambazi wanajaribu kupokonya our understanding of the evidence. Because I saw Muturi trying to say that Raila wanted to steal the election. Sasa nikajiuliza, okay, kama Raila alikuwa naiba na Ruto alikuwa naiba, so who is the thief right now? Who can we have the evidence as a thief? So this is something that they are trying to borrow people's mind, but people have already gone away through so, and they are not ready to listen to this nonsense. And I could not believe Muturi, as I had honored him, seeing like he's somebody with up-to-date charisma or up-to-date understanding, can stand in front of a camera and start talking and telling people something like that. I was like, these people really, they have taken us like cabbage. They don't understand what they are doing to themselves. Kenyans know better and they have moved to understand much more. They have knowledge right now and they understand what is going on in our country.
Yeah, si hata mimi sijaona, but we hope and we pray to God that everything comes to the light. Even the Bible says that all that is done in darkness will come to light. Pogon na kuona na kuomba uingie studio. Wewe ni mtu wetu hapa wa panel. You're a fellow member of the panel. So please come and join us. But all the same, I think the way people are expressing themselves is the right thing to do. And I think if Kenyans had not been doing this, we would not be here we are. We don't be enjoying the freedom of expression. Now, we've come a long way. Kenyan chapter, I think you can remember wakati wa Moi. Kuna siku mimi, I think I was just maturing up, and I think in those days, watu hata wangefungua mdomo kusema jina Moi. Ilikuwa unafikiria sana, unaambia nani maneno ya Moi before useme chochote. Unaona? Mpaka hata Wakikuyu walikuwa wamedevelop jina ingine juu watu wasisikie wanaongelea nani. But now here we are, we made very many strides in the area of democracy, especially in the freedom of expression. And we can say that this far we have come, and therefore we cannot go back. Hatuwezi kuwa tunapiga very many steps ahead, alafu tunaruka nyuma very many steps behind. We can't do that. So I just hope that this will change the electoral process of Kenya, and so that in future, mtu atafikiria sana kufikiria kuiba uchaguzi. You know, people talk about the West, but the West have made a lot of strides, especially, sijui kama uko America, Kenyan chapter, unaona people here go vote and they go home. They don't even have agents at the polling station because it's expected that everybody do the right thing. Even however much we want to see America does this or does that, kama kuna kitu Americans observe on their land is integrity and the rule of law. They try very much to do that. Yes, they have their challenges and they have their issues that they are still facing and they have to deal with, but they try very much to work under the rule of law, especially when it comes to their electoral systems and electoral justice. So pia sisi tunaweza fika hapo. We can decide that kama Kenyan chapter kura zako ni 10 ni 10. Hakuna vile zitatolewa zikuwe 9. And me Julia nikipiga kura, I'll be sure I'm voting for you and my vote will count. And for example, that we are saying, talking about Mount Kenya region. I mean, these people gave us a picture that Mount Kenya did not vote for Baba. Lakini you and me, you know how Mount Kenya turns out to vote. I mean, Uhuru got so many those millions of Uhuru had is because Mount Kenya came out to vote for him and to back him wholeheartedly. Lakini this time hata hawakutokea. You remember Waiguru alikuwa anasema turnout sijui ilikuwa 50, haikuwa imefika 60. It was 3 p.m. that I saw Waiguru saying that turnout was very low, and she was saying it is because of the weather. Ever since when watu walikataa kupiga kura juu ya weather. That is what she was saying. We can even find that clip. Lakini sasa hizi kura zilitoka wapi tena zikasemekana zimeunga Ruto mkono? Yes, you want to say something, karibu.
I think she was also hypocritic when I look at her own statement. Just because maybe she was aware that she is not getting enough votes, she could make such kind of comment so that she can look like she's genuine. Having that she had only one constituency which was declared for her winning, it would not have made her win the whole election. So she would say that so that people would, if it happens that she is going to do those dubious things, then people will know that she was on the way to win. All the information, honestly speaking, Julia, what I was hearing from anybody from UDA, I don't trust it. I don't even want to think about it because nothing came from them. was true. Whatever she was saying, it was just for her own grace, not for anybody else. I believe that their turnout was good. It's that they were trying to play their chess and that to play with people's mind. Kwa sababu alirudi kuwin aje kwa constituency moja. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa 50%. Ndio aliseme ati watu wameturn in 50%. It is ridiculous. Na mimi ile mambo yote tunaongea hapa, sisi tuko Azimio. Ebu angalia watu wa Azimio, the way their conference is. It's a cool, quiet, very polite guys and women. They are doing everything diligently. They look reasonable. They look people with integrity. Our Payuki. Why is it so different actually? Because when I compare those two groups, you cannot imagine. Ni kama saa ile watu wa UDA wanaongea. Ushasikia ile mvua inanyesha kwa mabati, nyumba haina ceiling, vile inapiga kelele. That is how UDA look like. But these others, it's like when it is raining at night, when viazi ama any crop in the shamba is growing, they have grown, they are green. Nayo mvua ile nyembamba inanyesha ndio hizo chakula zikue. That is how Azimio is. They are quiet. They have got good words to tell us. They have got good information. Even the way they stand, even the way they have their conference, it is so smart. You can admire even before they say anything. Look at UDA. Kuropoka maneno ambayo hata hutaki kusikia. Hata hutaki kusikiza ukiwa na watoto wako. What is that? And they are the people that they are saying that they have taken the government. I'm so sorry. I would say that we are very, we have been snatched a very good chance, because from the beginning, if Raila took the government, we would be very far for those few days that we have had this crooked government. I know very well. My heart believes if Raila took this government from the word go, pahali tungekuwa right now, hatungekuwa tunaongea vile tunaongea. And I know those people who are outside the country would be packing to go back home. I'm telling you, that one I have a belief. Thank you, Julia.
Asante, hiyo nayo ni kweli. I keep asking myself, and I don't know, I have not lost hope. I am still feeling very encouraged, because ukweli kama I keep telling people, Baba had made plans for this country to rescue Kenya. He had laid down his points. Na hivi sasa tungekuwa tunamuuliza, Baba, ulisema kana kwamba kuna 2 million families that you'll be giving them 6,000. Have you given them that money? Baba, ulisema kwamba watoto wetu watasoma bure. Kids are going to school, is it next week? Sijui Pokona atatuambia. Mimi hata sahi I don't know what people in Kenya, how they are planning their life or how they are going to take children to school. I don't even want to imagine what's going on Kenyan chepto na Pogon, because how watu, besides bei ya chakula iko juu, bei ya unga iko juu now, and the fees has been increased, the school fees has been increased. So maybe CG, I don't know what is going in the minds of Kenyans. Life must be very hard. Lakini baba alikuwa amepanga. Hivi sasa tungekuwa tunauliza baba, mpangilio upi? Tunarudisha watoto shule, mpangilio upi wa kupeleka watoto wetu bila kulipa? And I'm sure right now, Baba would have come up with a plan of the way forward about schooling. And Kenyans would be breathing a sign of relief. There are so many things that Baba had promised. So really, all Kenyans lost. It doesn't matter kama uko Azimio ama uko Kenya Kwanza. I mean, Kenyans lost an opportunity for the lives of Kenyans to change. Kenyans lost a very big opportunity. Sijui Pogon wasemaji. Karibu Pogon.
Good morning, Chepto. Good morning, Julia. And Happy New Year. Hey, tumekaa like 7 days. Ama hata ni zaidi. Nilikuwa nashindwa hii channel inaenda wapi? Nibaki kwa mataa. Nifikiria UDA wamefanya ile mambo yao. Nilikuwa najua tu one day one time they will come for us and I was thinking okay, wao ndo wametukujia but nani alituexplainia, anaitwa Bernard alituexplainia. Otherwise I'm very very happy that you're still here. I'm very happy that kumbe ni mimi ndio nilikuwa sijui kuna other platforms yenye bado Mtembei inapatikana, and I'm happy that tumebaki. And nikiangalia nilikuwa napigia hesabu how long has it taken for UDA to bring us down, 6 months after election, and I was like we've tried, and then nikapata kuwa kumbe we are not even brought down, bado tuko tunaendelea mbele. Even in fact, you know, I was contemplating starting another one like this one, because sasa how are we going now to kupotelea tu huko ikue Mtembei TV is just done like that. Nilikuwa ninauliza anaitwa Wekesa ama anaitwa nani, but Wekesa was not giving me answers because he's a very busy man. Most of the times it's not easy to find him online. So 6 months and still on. 6 months we've been told relentlessly to accept and move on. Na sisi naye relentlessly we've been here, we've been questioning, we've been demanding, we've been pushing, and I know just like the wall of Jericho, it was not for nothing that nothing seemed to be happening for those 6 days. It took just one day, one more day, and all that was holding the walls together came crumbling down. I know we are going. It's for a cause, by the way. We are not just going. We are not just here to push time. We are not here to entertain ourselves. I heard yesterday, some hours ago, there is this lady. I don't remember her name. She's Agnes, by the way. It is Agnes, one of our panelists, was here saying that she gets soothed every time that we come online and we talk, and then she can manage to sleep. But I know we are not here to get some sleep. We are here to provoke that thing that wants to love peace in us, because we are not lovers of peace. We are seekers of peace. We are not here to just talk and be. We are here to make something happen. We are here to push and to seek justice. And you know, the Bible is telling us to love justice and to seek justice for the fatherless and for the widows, for the weak in the society. And I'm glad for those of us that are always here. In fact, I'm not only talking about the panelists, those people that just come here to be enlightened, to be reminded, to have some things that they thought they knew emphasized. I know those are not peace lovers, those are peace seekers, and those are people that love justice, and we are going to bring it. And it's for nothing that hiyo jana ndio tumeanza kuambia mambo ya hiyo revelations zenye zinaendelea kutoka IEBC again. You know, these are not the things that inatoka ati nje. No, the whistleblower is somebody mwenye ametoka from within IEBC. Yeye ndo analeta habari kutoka ndani huko, akituambia yenye ilifanyika huko ndani. Sio sisi ati tumesema ati tuna speculate, ama ni sisi tunasema tumeiangalia from outside in. It's somebody from inside anatuambia, yes, this is what has been happening and this is the exact things that happened, with almost graphic details, things that is almost in fact, it's how are we going to question it? How are we going even to doubt it? Tuliambiwa na kina Cherera na wakaitwa Cherera 4. Sasa tumeambiwa na huyu sijui nimesikia Itumbi anasema He's a drunkard. And one thing I like about that comment here, Itumbi, even though I despise that man so much, one thing I liked about that statement is wameonyesha, he's a spokesperson for the president, Mr. Ruto. There is no honor in that name. There is no excellency in that name. Okay, let him just be the president. The president ndio mdomo yake inakuanga ni Itumbi, na vile Itumbi alitackle hiyo issue as in response yake ilikuwa ina tell a lot, kwa sababu he was no longer attacking the information that came forth. He was attacking the person that brought forth the information. Tulikuwa tunasikia na tunaambiwa kuwa Uhuru ni mlevi. True, he was drinking time and again, but never one time amewahi itwa muongo. Ruto amekuwa akibeba Bible, amequote Bible mpaka ameongeza verses zingine kwa Biblia, lakini hakuna mwenye amjui kuwa ni muongo, mwizi, muuaji, mtapeli mkubwa, mwenye anapenda mashamba. Sijui anataka kuanzisha Kenya yake. So yeah, ni mzuri. Na vile tuko hapa hivi tunaendelea kutafuta justice. I like mahali penye tunajulia mko huko US. Imagine to date wanajua the name. Anakuwa anaitwa John Wood or who? The guy that assassinated Abraham Lincoln. But to make sure that they kill the right person, the right person, huyo mwenye alikuwa anasemekana kuwa ni John Wood, alikimbia akaingia kwa boma ya mtu na akakuwa shot there, akakufa. Alafu onwards kukatokea na mtu akasema kuwa yeye ndiye John Wood mwenye alikuwa assassinated, sio yeye. Just to make sure sio yeye, wamekuwa, in fact that case has never been fully closed. Bado wako wanaendelea kutafuta the right person. Wanahakikisha in their land wanatafuta justice na wanatafuta kukuwa na closure. Sio hata Abraham Lincoln peke yake, hata mwenye assassinate JFK. To date, the investigation is still, the case is not yet fully closed. They are really trying all the angles to make sure that they do not make a mistake and say the person that did not kill killed the president. But here in Kenya, rumors is enough to get you convicted or killed. Sisi hapa Kenya kitu kidogo tu or voices kadhaa tu ikitokea hivi tu na iseme ni hivi ndio vile kulienda, hivyo ndio inakuwa. How are we going to move forward when majority of us, or let me just say many of us feel aggrieved? Tuna feel ni kama tumeibiwa, na ni ukweli tumeibiwa, because nothing is coming forth ya kuonyesha kuwa hatukuibiwa. Everything inaonyesha tumeibiwa, and especially when we have this Mr. Ruto going around and every day kujaribu kufanya huyo Chebukati aonekane ni kama hero. He's so lost that ajui kuwa even if tutasema basi alishinda kura and ilikuwa contested na watu almost 20 or more than 20 million people walipiga kura, but the margin was so slim that is only 200, and in fact bado hiyo 200,000 iko disputed. That says that more than half the country is not on his side, but he's still just going forward and talking of how he won. In fact, that's why people are coming and opening up and saying the things that are being said now, because they're going forward but provoking the past. They're stirring the murky waters, and they will reap it. They will reap from it. In fact, me, I say now more than ever, especially baada was it juzi ama when ile mambo yenye akiwa wanaongea na Chebukati, and there is a statement by the way he said And that statement mainly pata ikiwa ni very offensive. Not only offensive, it was in a way revealing. Alisema hivi ati there was a direct attempt to abduct Wafula Chebukati and murder him so that the commission would be paralyzed, or a compliant commissioner take over and subvert the sovereignty. It was a hard, cold, and lonely time. The threats were dire. The promised, uh, the promised reward lavish, and the pressure relentless. Now he was talking about Chebukati allegedly ilikuwa akuwe abducted na akuwe murdered, but mi najua huyu Ruto huwa anasemanga ukweli accidentally. There is never one time yenye Ruto ataenda na intention ya kusema ukweli, but if you read him and if you know him, you will know when he's saying some truth unintentionally. Like in this case, put the name, substitute that name Chebukati, put there Msando's name, and don't now put like attempted, just put murdered, abducted and murdered. Doesn't this sound like this is exactly what happened in 2017? Is this not it? Is he not acknowledging, actually accepting the facts that they abducted and killed because he was a direct beneficiary of Musando's death? According to them, and now in 2017 and 2022, the key figure in that election of 2017, it was who? Musando. Because everything was banked on the IT sector of IEBC. And in 2022, the central figure was Chebukati. And you know, Chebukati had put so much powers on the CEO, so that even the CEO was doing works that were not done by, bigger works that were not done by the Cherera 4. I remember the Chereras were given, let me just call them like that because I don't know the other names. I know Cherera, there is this other guy. Okay, Cherera was the famous one, but since they were all clustered in that name, Chereras, okay, let me just say the Chereras. In fact, they were given the works of security, and the CEO, Marjan, was the one in charge now of counting the votes and things like that, which were more sensitive than even the security itself, because we had security from the national government, from the interior, from everywhere. So according to me, the central figure in 2022 was Chebukati, and we saw the way Chebukati was acting. Meaning, Ruto just said it, just gave us the answer. All that we were looking for is in that statement. They killed Msando. So for me, that's what I just wanted to changia. I'm sorry I came in late, but I'm working. That's why I don't even want to appear on camera. But I will some in an hour or two because I'm getting out from work. Asante Julia. Good morning.
Asante Pogon. I know Kenyan, you have something. Now, you write Pogon. Now, he's saying that someone planned to assassinate Chebukati. And he knows the people who he's pointing fingers. Really, they had the machinery to do what they want, but they did not do it. They even handed power to him. So the question is, I would say like Mutahi Ngunyi said something that it is very suspicious for Ruto to make such claims on Chebukati. And I mean, you make claims about somebody planning to assassinate somebody, that is very grievous. And coming from the President of the Republic of Kenya, it should not just be, if he was in the country like the US, you'd be able to step down. That's a very grievous allegation. Because if he makes such allegation he should substantiate, and that person, he should provide evidence in a court of law, and that person should be arrested immediately. Because thinking or even planning to assassinate the chairman or electoral commission is a grievous, heinous crime. So if there were such plans, then we should hear prosecutions in court right now, and we should hear arrests, and Ruto should be one of the witnesses to explain to the court how the plot was done and how it was stopped or prevented. But since he said that, he hasn't said anything. Now, I would tell Chebukati that Chebukati should ask himself what happens to the base, what happens to Paul Gishero. He should ask himself. Unaona mtu Kenyan Chepto, Pagan na Peter Nash and those who are watching. If somebody starts let me ask you people, put yourself in the shoes of Chebukati today. Really, if someone starts saying that someone was planning to kill you, hiyo ni kitu kidogo kweli. Si unaweza mwendea basi aseme ni akina nani na hiyo maneno itolewe na isemwe. I mean, how do you make such allegations and they just end there? I mean, that is very serious.
Of course, you cannot make a sweeping statement like that ati mtu alikuwa anataka huyo mtu ni nani. There must be a name behind huyo mwenye anakuwa alleged against. Sema kama ni Matiang'i, sema kama ni nani, so that we know how to come to you na tuulize hiyo maswali, lakini yenye anasema ni mbaya, ni makosa.
And then sasa after saying that about Chebukati, how do you say someone wants to kill me? You, Pogon, you are my friend. How do you start saying that? How do you know? And you didn't tell me. I mean, are you the one planning to do it? Chebukati should ask himself those questions. Chebukati knows a lot of secrets about whatever transpired in August 2022 over the Kenyan election. So if somebody is making an allegation, someone planned to kill him, Chebukati should, I think Chebukati right now should talk with his boss and find out, because that's a very serious allegation. That's to me is outrageous and very serious. And like I said, some people said, some politicians said, and people Kenyans have been saying, if Ruto doesn't take those people who made those plans to court, I don't know what we should think about him and Chebukati. I don't know what we should think about him. So Kenyan Chepto, now you wanted to say something, John Karibishe Peter Nash.
Well, I'll not call him president. I'll call him grabber of Kenya. And being a grabber and making those comments of somebody was almost kidnapped and killed. First of all, Chebukati, where did he report that he was about to be kidnapped? Where did he, whom did he tell that I was to be abducted? When? How? All these questions need to be answered before even the grabber open up his mouth. Because when he goes and announces somebody's case, how does that case look like? The owner should have reported. The owner should have announced. The time when Chebukati was giving this conference, he would have mentioned, because they seem to be very strong, very brave. He's a hero. He should shout so that people can come to his side and rescue him. Now, these are just things that they are trying to borrow from our minds so that we can be sorrowful or be pity to Chebukati. I don't buy it even 1 minute. Even it never shook my it never made me feel any pinch in me or anything that can change my mind even a single cent. This hawa watu wanaitwa Chebukati, Gulie, Marjan, yani majina ambayo inakaa kama ya terrorists. Those people, they look like terrorists of Kenya. because the way they behave, the way they talk, the way they did our election, surely these are not good people in Kenya. They are bad people. They remember how they said that they abandoned their phones, their security, and ran away to a safe location in a Noah. How do we wish to know that Noah man whether he's still alive if he carried them where they were going? This is something very serious. In fact, in our country, people behaving like that. It's like thieves who came from another country to steal something from Kenya, and they were running away back to their country. How would you do that? How would you go hide yourself so that Kenyans can fight and burn the country? If the country would have burned, they would be out of the country. You see how Kenyans, we are being mistreated. You see how we are being taken like flies, like animals. Because if they were doing that to plant or to plunge our country into chaos, they were ready to run away. They had a way where to go, as well as when they were in that safe location where they were. But other people were just wandering, and others were committing suicide because of what they did to our election. And they dare laugh, they dare smile. Do you know how many people you committed to die? There is no difference of a murderer. Those guys, they look like murderers. They are murderers actually, because they have made people lose their life. If people fought and killed each other, they would be answerable for that. But you see, they would not be in the country, they would be out of the country enjoying their life. This is why we have to claim our victory, because those people were not interested with us. They were just interested with themselves, to enrich themselves and live comfortably.
Chepto, kuongezea tu kidogo, huyo anaitwa nani, huyo Gulia ama ni nani mwenye alikuwa anasema walikuwa wameenda kwa kujificha huko, walikuwa wanaangalia kama mnauana ama mnashangilia. A very careless statement.
It's Gulia. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Nilikuwa naongezea tu hiyo kwa sababu nakumbuka akiongea hiyo kitu nikaboeka sana. How can you just say hivyo tu offhandedly tu ati tulikuwa tuko tu the only thing tulikuwa tuko na access ni TV kuona kama mnauana ama mnashangilia na shanga. Yani ni hivyo tu. It's like tukiuana leo kesho will be alive alafu tuendelee kuongozwa na hao wezi.
That is exactly what they did to our country. Kwa hivyo evidence ni gani ingine mnatafuta? Koome ako wapi asikie hao wakora alikuwa anatetea? Ako wapi asikie this evidence so that she can sit somewhere and even she can either commit suicide, because she will be very ashamed when things comes up. Yeah, that is what we want them to see. Because when you do bad things against people who are innocent, I'm telling you, to come back to you. You'll face it before long. Now, Mother Koome, I hope she's somewhere, she's listening to us and seeing all what is coming out. And remember those hot air she was talking about, chasing goose, I don't know. Really, now things are coming up. Tell us what you're gonna tell us now. What will be your ruling now after all this is coming out? It's something that really Kenyans need to work it out. Let's not give it long time. These people are not eligible for this work. They have no mercy, they have no respect, they have no consideration of people's life. Because even now, they are still murdering people. Because people, when they are dying because of hunger, and they are the one who are controlling the government, they are murdering people. They cannot say that it's a must that you have to take your hand to murder people. No, They are dying because of your fault, because of your carelessness. Those guys really, they made me feel it's like they are carrying our life in their hands. Yani wanasema nyinyi mtaishi kama sisi tukitaka na tusipotaka nyinyi mtakufa. That is the way they are taking our lives. Hawakutuzaa, hawakutulea, so they are doing very bad. And I feel very ashamed and very disrespected and neglected, abused and exploited Kenyans. Let's think about this thing. It's not about 2027. It's about what passed. And it has passed and it is not going away. We have it in our hands. And once the evidence is found, the case should be with us. We are not taking to Kome anymore. It is ours. We will deal with it in the right way. Thank you, Julia.
In fact, Chebukati and his team should be sued for crimes against humanity, because whatever they did was incitement. And somebody saying that ati alijificha mahali kaona vile kunafanyika to see the country go down. So these people need to be sued for I don't think Ruto learned when he was taken to Hague. I think this team should be sued for crimes against humanity, because how can you set up a country for chaos? Alafu unasema ati umejificha mahali, umebeba simu zako umejificha, waiting to see what will happen to that country. And then that's a very clear assessment, and I hope this is coming to an end. And I hope one of these fine days we shall sit all as Kenyans and say, thank you, God, because you have taken away this from us. Mimi naomba sana, kama kuna kuomba naomba sana, I'm looking forward for this day, because I don't see how Kenyan Chapter and Pogon, we can sit and wait for 2027 election and we under the same drama and injustice, under the same drama and the same injustice, and the same electoral malfunction.
Actually, there is no 2027. How can we move on? What is there in 2027 if we did not get anything in 2022? What is there? Mimi siwezi nikapiga kura if we are going to do nothing. Mimi siwezi fikiria kitu yoyote kuhusu kura, and I'm not in any way insinuating kuwa nina quit for Kenya. But I'm saying there is no election in 2022 if in 2027 if we are not going to settle what we went through in 2022. We must get to the bottom of it one way or the other. Then we can move forward. Otherwise, there is no election for me. Thank you.
Asante Pogon, I feel you. And when
it is not a different Kenya, it is the same Kenya. So what we are trying to do is that there is nothing new we are expecting from them. It is only drama that they are going to continue with it. So why should we look when our Kenya is being thrown to the dogs? We want to have it now, not tomorrow, not the day after. We wanted to have it now, because even now, having it now, it has already been made a shell. We want to rebuild it because it has got so many holes that we need to amend. And for that reason, we need it now. Actually, what I noted, I think even those Western countries.
A minute, Kenyan Chemto. Peter Nash, come back, tutakupatia a chance, ingia show. We'll give you a chance to give your presentation. Tunakukaribisha, pole. Tulikukawisha. Karibu Peter Getau. Asante, endelea Kenyan Chepto.
Sorry, yeah, I think he lifted his hand. He wanted maybe to, but anyway, he can come back. He can have the chance. Thank you. Now, I was trying to say even the Western countries, I think they have looked at this situation and they have seen this is not going right. It's not going well. So it's like they are trying to go slow, whereby if they want to withdraw from what they were intending, they will not be where to be mentioned. I hope that is what is happening, because for now, we are not going to allow how these people are treating us because they have got other forces from outside. We are Kenyans. Those others are not Kenyans. And they cannot bring force what we don't want. And they cannot install what we didn't want and what we did not elect for. Their countries are stable. Their country has got no problem. They do election and go home, and people are quiet and they go on with their businesses. Why do you bring chaos in other countries? I think even for them, they will sit down and say, let's not be involved in this. And because those people have resisted, they have a right, and they have the right information, and they are right because this is not what they wanted, and they have rejected that. And I hope they come to their senses and understand that Kenya has their honor. It belongs to Kenyans, and Kenyans are fighting for it with mind, bodily, bloodly, and everything, because we love our country. Thank you.
Ati Pogon ati Tumbi alikuwa anasema nini? Ati mwenye ametoa hizo report ni mlevi.
Anasema ati that's a village drunkard. He never once addressed the issue on the table. He never confronted it. He just attacked that person. And you know, this is ghost fighting. Kwa sababu, for one, he doesn't know who the whistleblower is. Niliona ikiwa hilarious.
Okay, so Pogon, he doesn't know exactly who is, but it means the whistleblower is saying some truth. Unajua ni kama hii kitu haijawapata kama hawajui. They knew it was there, and maybe they have been trying to hide it. Unajua they are sick. In the world, kuna siri mingi huwa hazikai kama siri. Even if you hide something in your house with your family, your wife, your kids, one day it will come out. One day. Utaanikwa hadharani. Something will happen, utaanikwa hadharani. So they know that this thing was going to come out. So mimi nafikiria ndio kama kwamba Ruto alianza kusema hiyo matope ya Chebukati being assassinated. But like you are saying, Ruto never says nothing in vain, something in vain. And so my take is to ask Chebukati, think very hard, Chebukati. Ask yourself what happened to the likes of Yebei and Paul Gisheru and the others. Unajua, ukijua siri mingi za mtu mwovu, that is why it is really unfortunate to work with criminals and to defend criminals and to work for criminals.
Kwiragwo atiriri Julia, ati muici na kihii akenaga giakua.
Yes.
That means kihii no kiumbure thiri, koguo na to maire nake no muhaka ahoe Ngai kihii kiu gikue thiri yo itanaumira. So that is what is going on, and that is why you see people being mysteriously killed, because they know so much about a certain character.
Alafu ndio unaanza kusema ati somebody is being planned to be killed. What are you preparing Kenyans for? Or somebody was about to be killed. You people interrogate that. Sasa kwa nini Ruto alisema ati someone was planning to assassinate Chebukati? What is he preparing us for? Mnakumbuka story ya Okondo Lustang? Okondo Lustang alianza kuambia Bishop Muge that you'll be killed if you come here, or you not come. What happened to Muge? Wasn't he assassinated? So what is Ruto preparing Kenyans for? Is he preparing us?
He's preparing us for mazishi ya Chebukati.
And you but he should know, if Chebukati, God forbid, if Chebukati disappear, he should know that Kenyans are not worried about that. Simply because...
But if he does that, we know he'll be the first suspect, because
Exactly.
How do you start talking about somebody's demise? How? That's a very serious and grievous allegation, and that the person you're talking about should be taken to a court of law. It's a very serious and grievous allegation.
I don't know who he'll be running after if that happens. I don't know who will be arrested if that happens, because unless innocent people will be arrested, and that is the issue. Or you'll be one at a time. Whoever saw that, know that Chebukati went this way, will also follow the same suit. God forbid. We don't want that. We are not ready for that. And nobody is ready to do that. If he is preparing us for that, he better know more than that. And don't tell us. Because he's telling us for what? What is he preparing us?
Yeah, I think we now know his reverse psychology, and it is high time ajue kama kwamba Wakenya, alisema yeye mwenyewe alisema wajinga waliisha Kenya. Pia ni kweli wajinga waliisha Kenya. Wajinga wanajua, Kenyans wanajua his reverse psychology. Ati unawekelea, you remember watu wawili waliropokwa na Gachagua during campaigns. They were telling Uhuru not to kill them and their children. Do you remember these people? I think the word KILL comes out so well from their mouths. Have they killed before? You know, if I start telling you sinifanyia hivi Kenya Chemto, ni kama kuna kitu nimezoea kufanya. Sivyo?
Yeah, it is something you are used to, and it's not it does not alarm you in any way. Kwa sababu hebu niambie mtu ambaye ako na kichwa mzuri ukiongea habari ya kifo cha mtu ambaye ako hai. Are you really in your right mind? I have never seen such a thing. I cannot come to you, Julia, and tell you that some people planned to kill you. Then the question will come, who are these? Because if it is shocking to Chebukati, he will ask, who are they? But it's not Chebukati saying, it's the grabber who is saying that Chebukati was planned to be abducted and killed. What is that? Why are you reporting on his behalf? Why couldn't Chebukati report himself? This is something that he is trying to play, because it is something he is used to. He has no mercy. He has no feelings. He has been used to it. It's like drinking water. That's it.
It's like saying that I'll call you a dog. You know, they open their mouth and say that word like they have said nothing. You know, how can you, in your normal senses, get into your head that someone is trying to assassinate somebody and that person has not been taken to a court of law? And then you call the press, you go in front of the whole nation, and you are the president of the Republic of Kenya and talk about it, yet you have not provided any evidence and any witnesses, and the people you're talking about have not even been prosecuted. It is not like drinking water or insulting somebody. That's, you're talking about taking somebody's life. Na yani hawa watu wanaropokwa ni kama kunywa maji tu. Ni kama wamezoea jina killing sana, jina kifo wamezoea sana kwa matamshi yao, yani matamshi yao.
Na hata si kifo peke yake, everything yenye wanasemanga tu pale penye Ruto atatangulia na kusema anything, just jua kuna kitu inafuatilia nyuma yake. You remember when alikuwa ameanza kuzunguka duniani before election, akienda Chatham House, before hata aulizwe, nakumbuka alikuwa make press briefing, nini ilikuwa ni London ama ilikuwa ni wapi, alafu akasema the government
USA.
of the day, before aende Chatham ama ilikuwa ni after Chatham, lakini hata Chatham pia alikuwa amesema the government of the day is no, Chatham hakusema mambo ya rigging, lakini kiwa UK ndo akasema the government of the day is planning to rig the election.
I think even USA, Pagon, he said that. I watched that and he said it.
Lakini si kwa Chatham House hakusema.
Okay, I don't know the location where he was, but he was in USA when he said that. In location, I don't know where.
Yeah. Akasema vile wako wanapanga kuiba kura, wanapanga nini. Kidogo tukifika wakati ya kura ni yeye ndio mkono iko kwa kukija. Ruto.
We can flip that pogon and say that from now henceforth tutakuwa tukigojea aseme hivi, tunaanza kujipanga because kitu itafanyika, he'll do it, he'll implement it. You see what we are saying? So me, Chebukati and family should be wary, because how can someone even imagine your death? And then after imagining, the people he's talking about are not prosecuted. How do you go walking around and laughing with him? I mean, hata hao akina Chebukati, I mean, they can see the people around that man, the people who has worked for him as lawyers, the people who have been witnesses around him. I mean, their fate. Jamani, I think he was right when he said wajinga waliisha Kenya. Naona tuko na unknown scripts. Today I can pronounce your name because you didn't put that other thing before your name. Nakukaribisha isipokuwa tunaona rufi yako. Sijui, karibu. Unknown script, umepotea sana. Habari ya mwaka mpya. Unknown script, habari ya mwaka mpya. Naona bado ana set studio. Dio angalau ingi. So I was saying this. Ruto said that wajinga waliisha Kenya. Ni ukweli wajinga waliisha Kenya. So now we want to tell him wherever he is, he'll be saying this. Tunaanza, we become careful. And we start warning the people he's talking about. Because anyway, Uhuru and Raila had all the machinery to do whatever they wanted, but those two men are gentlemen. Uhuru, after the second term of Uhuru, I've respected him so much. To me, he's now a statesman. He worked, he did his level best to unite Kenya and to live a united Kenya. And isipokuwa watu wengine walikuwa they had an issue with Uhuru's family. You know, I always ask myself the other question, Kenyan Chepto, juu wametoka Mount Kenya. Kuna hao Wakikuyu wako na shida na Uhuru family. Mimi nashangaa wanashidania nini? When King Jomo Kenyatta was the president, I was very small. And I can't remember. Didn't see him clearly. Although I can remember my mama telling me that the president is passing. Come see the president now. Lakini sikumbuki kabisa Kenyan Chepto. Sasa mimi najutaga, mimi kama mimi naweza kuwa nikionea watu hivi ya nini? What would I be jealous for? Just tell me that, give me a good reasonable reasons why I would be jealous for against Uhuru. Nipatie tu sababu mzuri kabisa. Sina.
I think Julia, hakuna sababu ile imefanya hao wachukiwe ukilinganisha na zile tuseme like now the evidence we have, the kura Raila got, there was no hatred. Hiyo hatred imekuwa kati ya wachache hao wa politician wako huko, si wananchi. I don't think so. Hiyo ni kuwekwa, wamewekwa hiyo maneno kwa mdomo, na vile sasa hawa wananchi hawangesimama kwa laini waulizwe, wewe unasemaje, aseme nampenda ama namchukia. We can't do that because that will be a waste of time. But what there is that those particular people who are politicians of that area, that particular location, pandi huo wa area, nasema tu area hiyo, politicians hao ndio waliweka sumu, na hiyo sumu si kwa wananchi wale wanaishi huko. Sumu iko tu hapa kwa kamera, kwa hiyo conferences, sijui nitasema nini, kwa sababu lazima iwe hawa walikuwa wamejileta hapa juu gwithungurura, wakajiweka hapa juu kabisa ndio wasikike, wanajua wako na mdomo, wanajua wanachukuliwa na kamera. Sasa hiyo mambo yote uchungu wako nao na Uhuru wakaipenya, wakaileta kwa watu hata wale wako nje ya hiyo location. Kenya yote ikajua ati wanamchukia Uhuru. They did not hate Uhuru. Those are the few politicians who have done that poisoning, and they are poisoning even people out of that area, that Uhuru is not good. Hiyo ni madharau kubwa sana, na those politicians, they will come to find themselves in a very bad situation, kwa sababu watakuja kujulikana na watajikuta hiyo mambo yote walikuwa wanatafuta, wanatesa mtoto wa wenyewe na njia hiyo. Ni madharau tu na kuchukia wa few people, not everybody. Not Kikuyu.
That's right.
They hated Uhuru. Right. I don't think so.
Yeah, that's right. Now, after even the revelations yesterday by Jeremiah, now I know Kikus don't hate Uhuru. Ni Gachagua tu, na mimi nitauliza Gachagua nini kiliendeleaje, ama something happened, and maybe he would have wished to be the son of the late president. Maybe.
But I think Gachagua, I heard that he was a PA of Uhuru. And maybe there could be some misunderstanding between him and Uhuru. And Uhuru never payukad. He never went talking about Gachagua. But Gachagua, with his bitterness and the way he looked like, when he talk, you'll see like it's something that he should go away and leave us alone. Leave Uhuru alone.
Translate that for Pogonet. And a non-script nitawaambia
Mtu amekula ni kama mtu amekula tumbako na mdomo, anasikia hiyo, anakaa vibaya sana.
Kuna wamama wazee kwa kitabu walikulanga tubako na mdomo. Acha nikaribisha non-scripts.
Yes.
Karibu non-script.
Nimekaribishwa.
Yes, Happy New Year and non-scripts. Long time no see.
Kwani mnakula nini?
Kwa sababu gani?
Naona mtu mwingine hapo amekuwa shiny sana.
Nani? Kenyan Chepto. Kenyan Chepto inaonekana kuna kitu imevutia non-scripts.
It's because of the revelation of the good news. Those are making us shine.
Okay. Now you have every reason to smile.
Tunataka kusikia, wewe ni msimamizi wa uchaguzi, tunataka kusikia maoni yako non-script. Umepotea sana na tumekuwa hapa tukijadiliana maneno ya Bwana Chebukati, na hivi sasa habari za hizi punde zilizotangazwa na mtangazaji mmoja anajiita whistleblower kutoka kwa IBC, ni kama kwamba Bwana Raila baba alipata kura milioni 8, zaidi ya milioni 8, na mpinzani wake wa mbali, wacha niseme wa mbali, Bwana Ruto, yasemekana kwamba alipata milioni 5. Non-script, je, maoni yako ni gani? Karibu.
I think what I can say is that this matter is becoming very, very complex. You see, this system, the system that these fellows had used, sometimes if you want to understand how these people do their thing, it starts very, very far. And you realize that this time around, the strategy was to remotely do things. And they went for a system. I can be sitting here in the US, and yet I control what's happening in Kenya. I'm sure most of you are conversant with our embassy, our embassy and maneno ya passports hapa. I've been there when I was looking for my passport, and I did learn that everything is done from here remotely, so long as you have access to that system. Now, that is how high-tech the rigors of the elections this time around have been. You can imagine, apart from doing the configurations, they didn't need to be in Kenya. Apart from doing the configurations, they didn't need to be in Kenya. They could remotely do everything from anywhere, from Venezuela or from any other place. Those fellows who are called that were giving, the Camagos, who are apparently supposed to be giving system support, they didn't need to be in Kenya. Now that is worrying. That is worrying, because all you need is get the forms somewhere, hold them before you give Kenyans on the portal, and then you tell them the portal is the server. And for a long time, I think, Julia, you remember, how are you, Chepto? Is this Chepto? I thought I know Chepto. This is
yes,
not Chepto.
this is Chepto.
No.
What else do you want to know?
This is not.
Mseo, no Steve, leo uko na maswali mingi sana. Watakikana uende kando hapo behind curtain, uulize Cheptoo maswali za in camera.
I saw somebody like this.
Ulipotea kukakuwa na wageni, so we are here. Cheptoo is here.
Are you sure you are not from Nyandarua?
What Nyandarua and Sloan Street?
Anyway, that's for another time. So I was saying that you see, if there is something, what I want to point out here, if there is something called the deep end of deep state, you see, people have been saying that, how can this be? This time round, Maraho, the government was with the Uhurus, the Railas. How could all this happen, isn't it? The truth of the matter is that the deep end of the deep state was seriously at work. And that is where WSR is. In other words, he was completely smarter than all these people. He was completely smarter than all these people. And his strategy was to play victim at every stage. No matter how this thing is going to be stolen this way, these people are planning to do this and this. On the other hand, the Azimio side had so much perception, or call it support, that they said, come what may, there is no way you can overturn whatever of the people. Now, some people have said here more than once that the person who matters is the person who counts. It's not the one who votes. It's the person who counts. It's the one who matters in the Kenyan elections. And
Just
that is where...
I don't know what Waskam is saying, that what is not clear. Can you people see us?
Me, I can see Julia. I can see...
You can see the names?
I can see Pogon. I can see this Kenyan with the shiny face there.
Ama wascan wamaanisha nini? I don't know why. Are you saying that the video is not clear? Wascoan. Endelea kuseo, he respond.
So I was saying that these were professional riggers, and 70% of the thing was basically IT. And what does that mean? It means that you had instead of having your opponent playing the rigging role, it was the IBC itself who was supposed to be the referee who were playing the role, and that is why it found all these people off guard. You see, the way Azimio thought that they had the numbers, it is like, if the people are with us, who can be against us? That was the attitude on Azimio. You remember the overconfidence that they had? That was the attitude. Now, the other side believed that the person who matters is the one who conducts the elections and the one who counts the votes. He's the one who matters. Now, how the Supreme Court played into their hands, I don't understand, but it is quite clear that the Supreme Court itself was compromised. And I think some people even inclined that the Supreme Court ruling was not their own ruling. It was somebody else's ruling that they read there. It may well be true. But nevertheless, you see these revelations. And one thing about the internet.
Bye-bye, guys. See you later. See you in 20 minutes.
Okay, Pagon, Asante.
You see, what I was saying that is that I've been very cautious about going into the Facebooks and these kind of things, because I realize that whatever goes into the internet can never be erased, can never be deleted. There is almost nothing. We are all helpless about it. And that is why I think now Azimio are so confident in what they are saying. They are telling you what they have themselves witnessed. Now, if you doubt it, do that audit they're telling you to do. You see, you can't have a situation whereby the person who is conducting our elections, where there is a lot of public interest, starts telling you that because of intellectual rights, we can't open the server. Really? And the Supreme Court bought that. It is worrying. How can the Supreme Court buy that idea that, because of our intellectual rights, we can't show you what is lying in the server for purposes of deciding such a high-stake election? Now, the matter here is now the way forward. Now, you see, these fellows have taken a legal approach to this issue. The so-called whistleblowers are now known to the right authorities who can protect them. And if you doubt what they're saying, they have told you where they are. They have told you where they're coming from. They have told you, I'm told they are even saying that they have form by form. Before the forms were posted to the portal, all that record, they have it. So how do you move forward?
So this whistleblower amejitangaza ama amesemaje?
Yes. And you have heard sometimes some sensitive things are normally allowed to be said, but in camera.
So who amejitangaza kwa nani? Because if he's depending on the Kenyan government, they'll get rid of him.
No, who will get rid of him? And I don't think, by the way, I don't think it is one person. This kind of revelations, you cannot accomplish it working one person. Yeah. Because
si watawafyeka wote.
Who?
The government.
No, you can't touch them. You can't touch them. Of course, I understand that they have been spending the entire 36 hours at IEBC. Trying to pin down the possible culprits. They can actually, they might eventually. But you see, in situations like this, what you do is that you make sure you go public. Going public with something like this is the best protection.
Yes, going public is the best protection. Yeah. Going public is shouting is now the best protection.
I agree.
Yeah. That is the only way to be protected, because now unajua hata sasa what Ruto said about Chebukati, he may have been planning something about that man. But now that we are also beginning to interpret the other way around, that you are telling us someone tried to harm Chebukati, but remember, we do not trust you. So on that note, Chebukati may be safe. Okay, Asante Michael Ngigi, yes, they can see me. I mean, this thing is on YouTube. It's very clear on YouTube. Anasema ati haoni vizuri, atuoni picha, lakini naona Michael Ngigi ameconfirm they can see us clearly. So maybe it's your connection was core and that has a challenge. So I know Script, you're saying a good thing. So the best thing is to go public.
Go public. And that's why sometimes when you find that you are being followed secretly,
yeah,
that's why most people take the route to say that, you know what, my life is in danger. And normally when you make such a report to the police,
yeah,
something they don't tell you is that they list down all the danger from who. You have heard everybody say sometimes you may find, for example, Kenyans saying that my life is in danger.
Yeah.
And they stop there. Normally, when you go to the police, you don't stop there. You tell them that my life is in danger. My suspect number one is Julia, anafanya hivi. The other day, alifuatilia mimi, tracking me. All that is there. But for public consumption, it doesn't go beyond that. But at least then they know if Julia was really trying to eliminate Kenyan, you have no choice. You'll have to hesitate.
And even when, there's a time I had an experience, Kuse, when I was in Kirinyaga, that someone began texting me that the days of Mungiki, that wewe ndio mnaongea juu ya wazee, walikuwa najita wazee, wewe ndio unaongelea maneno ya wazee, tunataka utulipe na mbuzi. Some kind of harassment, cyber harassment.
That is blackmail or what?
Yes, blackmail. And they wanted money from me. And because Kirinyaga was invested with Mungiki, I was really terrified, unknown script. And because walikuwa wanakuja kwa boma yako, wanakuitisha mbuzi, wanakuitisha pesa, wanakuitisha msichana wako, your daughter by force. That's what they were doing. So I didn't even know who to trust. I didn't know where to go to the police because the police nearby were also terrified. Ukienda kwa polisi, huyo polisi anaambiwa tutakujia kichwa yako. So what I decided, I simply got into a matatu and went to Nairobi CID headquarters. And the CID just took my phone, and what they know how to track which message is coming from where. I had not, those messages were intact. I had not deleted them. And within a very short time, they traced the number was in committee. The caller was in committee maxima, is just a swindler. A swindler. And as soon as they traced, I didn't receive any further text messages or calls. And that was the end, unknown script.
Well, you know how these things work, is that this technology, that I started by saying that internet is a very tricky thing. That you cannot permanently hide. Where the internet originated. For example, this Google, whatever it is. That person can decide to control the entire world. Because you can do it that, but so long if you are a person of interest, there is nowhere to hide. There is nowhere to hide. Now, you see the way the Kenyan elections were rigged. If these people bother to check, which I think they have done, they have checked where did Smartmatic come from. I don't want to say here, but that is a very, very good leading place. Where did Smartmatic come from? You remember at one point the CEO there was being interviewed, how they conducted the biddings, the tenders, and who was the winner, isn't it? You remember?
And
that upon choosing Smartmatic, there were very many issues about failed flaws on that system in other countries where they have been.
Yes. Now, before you go,
and he was denying that they didn't know.
No. They knew a no script. My friend is a Filipino. These people did an election in a Filipino that in Philippines that totally failed. Do you remember that?
Yes. I remember that. Now, I don't want to say here, but I already said part of the reason personally why I don't appear here is because I may be tempted to say things I don't want to say. But if you know where Smartmatic came from and how they ended up in Kenya, it was through a neighboring country. And as I've told you, you see the rigging professionals decided to use non-Kenyans. And what made their work so easy is the fact that they would remotely access and do whatever they wanted to do. Do you see how dangerous it is? Now, when you want to track them and ask them to open the servers so that you can do an audit, they tell you that their intellectual rights would be infringed. And the decision of the Supreme Court was almost 70% hanging on opening of the server. They decided to let go. It is very strange. Talk about a compromised Supreme Court. It is like our Supreme Court judges did not remember what happened in 2007 when people didn't have faith in the courts. Now, with that ruling of theirs, there's a time point I said here that they have taken us back to 2007. Come 2027, anybody who will have issues will not go to court. Don't be surprised. So where will that leave the so-called Supreme Court? Then the other thing is that you see this so-called 2010 constitution. It was a big improvement over the old one, but it has serious flaws. Serious flaws. You see the way it was imported from the US into Kenya and what have you. In Kenya, all the states are responsible for their own revenues. I hope you're aware of that.
In Kenya?
In Kenya, the revenues is KRA. KRA is national government. You see the big difference. And that's why you find your governors say ati hao watafanya kazi na serikali, hao watafanya, because as much as we call them governors, devolution or whatever it is, they are still 65% to 70% dependent on national government.
So where do they take they have little tax to collect? Because like now here in the US we have state tax and federal tax.
Yes. You see, for example, VAT, for example, that is federal, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, the way they do it here is such that the systems are so advanced that the moment you check out from the store, you pay the store person their share and the tax, the 1%, like here where I am, it is only 1%. It goes straight to the IRS, straight. If you remember what happened to Nakumatt, for years and years they had failed to remit tax. They are collecting tax, but they were not remitting. They were collecting tax, but they were not remitting for years and years. Now here, these major stores, major taxpayers, the moment you swipe your card, the payment for my goods goes to the owner, the seller, the tax straight goes to IRS. The return you do is merely a reconciliation, and they use it to verify, to check what had happened, reconciliation. So their tax collection is very, very different. Now in Kenya, those so-called governors depend entirely on the central government. Now take, for example, the so-called 15%, which these people wanted to increase to 35%. That 15%, the disbursement, who is in charge? It is the central government. And that is why I'd said here at one point, you realize that, I think what it was in Kirinyaga, for a long time you realize that the governor there had problems paying the doctors. In fact, they had to sack some of the doctors who had gone on strike because they were not being paid. So in other words, as much as devolution says that you are entitled to 15%, we can frustrate disbursement mpaka there's nothing you can do. And that is why one of the reasons why those frustrations is one of the reasons why you find some governors say that wacha tu tufanye kazi na government. Because without them remitting what is rightfully yours, there is nothing you can do. You remember in the past, if you questioned development funds in parliament, the answer you'll get is that we'll do it when funds are available. Even now you can say, hey guys, where is my 15%? You know it comes coming from taxes. So we respond by giving you the taxation revenue deficit that we had. That is why there are delays. So what do we end up doing? We end up giving you the recurrent budget to pay salaries only. And even that, from the example of the doctors not being paid, you have realized they were choosing which counties they want to remit what and which counties they delay. So to a good extent, more than 50% of the operations at the county government still are dependent entirely on how efficient or how promptly the national government would support them where the law says they should support. Then secondly, you remember this idea about some of the things like to do with the judiciary and what have you. A number of these counties are not very well served with the network, the infrastructure. A good example this time round, hii maneno ya schools. I wonder how they are going to do it. Because all those schools are not very well. See, education is still a national government thing. So, some counties are well off, others are not. Now, I think CBC has basically been scrapped. Or what's going on?
What do you mean scrapped? Nimesikia watoto wanaenda sijui bado wanabaki huko primary, sijui they are changing uniform.
You know, education requires a lot of morale. That morale, by people who have been dreaming to go to secondary, you push them back for another 2 years in primary.
And you know something, a known script.
They psychologically be seriously affected.
Uhuru's government was planning for this, and this man, anaitwa nani, Professor nani, Makoha, alikuwa Makoha, he had begun constructing classrooms, and he was going around country financing at least construction of 2 classrooms. I mean, the government, Uhuru government was getting ready for it. Sasa hao badala ya kumalizia hii wamefanya nini? Because they think they are doing Uhuru a favor. You know what these idiots are doing? Because watoto wa Uhuru wanasomea hizo shule, so they have dismantled everything. And first and foremost, these people, KCSE God, first and foremost, these people came in with a plan to loot the government. Unaona KCSE ni kama pengine mimi na kuangalilia kwako nikiwa mbali, naona KCSE anaishi kwa nyumba kubwa, and probably hiyo nyumba ya there used to be this story. Let me use this story. Somebody gave me a story which I don't know whether she meant it. Unajua Luos, if you are a Lua unisamehe, I'm not trying to be tribal. Unajua kitambo ama sometime back Wajaluo walikuwa nao wabibi wawili, or they still do. So she was telling me there is this friend of hers whose husband married a second wife, a younger one, a nurse. Sasa mama ako na watoto wakubwa, wengine wako secondary, wako primary, lakini in Kikuyu we call her Gashungwa. Gashungwa amekuja. Gashungwa is a nurse.
Si anaitwa Gachungwa.
Gashungwa is a Kikuyu word, but I think imekuwa Sheng. Gashungwa
fresh, young and fresh, or what?
Young and fresh, a nurse for that matter. So when she came in, mama mkubwa she didn't complain. She welcomed her, and she said, "I'm very happy to have you here as my co-wife, and you will feel welcome, and this is your family. Na hata watoto ni wetu na wewe. These children will be calling you mama." Akaanza huyu anarudi Monday from 2. He needs shopping. Huyu naye fee tunalipianga na mzee, tutagawana na wewe. Bili ya stima hatukulipa mwezi jama, utatusaidia. You know, she shared responsibility to that woman, and within no time the young girl took off. You know what the young girl was?
Wait a minute. See, that is how it still is. I don't think that is too much to ask.
You know what the girl was? The girl must have been admiring this husband and his beautiful home, and his beautiful wife and kids, and must have been thinking, I deserve to be there too and enjoy everything that is there. But when she got inside there, she found there was more responsibility in the marriage than the fun. Now these people, the Gachagwas and the Rutos and the others, wametamani sana kuwa kama Uhuru. Wanaona Uhuru akona bahati, baba alikuwa president, akazaliwa state house, amekuwa son of president, amekuwa president, he's beginning the whole country to run, and now they want to run the country. So now they are the presidency. They came in, uliskumbuka Gachagua alituambia atu amepata treasury hakuna pesa, that even the mice in treasury have nothing to eat, because they came in to loot. They have been thinking Uhuru has been enjoying so much looting. They have come in and found Uhuru has to plan within the meager income and pay teachers, children to school, take university students to school, pay the doctors, pay this. Let do projects. That is why Uhuru had a loan after. That's how ni kama wale Gashungwa wameingia kwa boma ya Uhuru. Uhuru had too much on his back. No wonder Uhuru is quiet. Now they have realized it is not as a nice bed as they thought. Just as you go on a non-script, you tell me how they are going to take our children to school. I understand there's what we call capitalizing or something. We are using that word. You know what happens with the secondary school education, with the primary school education? The government of Kenya provides stationery. The government of Kenya pays for tuition. I mean, literally pays for tuition.
Is it software and hardware?
I don't know. They call it capitalizing.
You see, the infrastructure is what you refer to as the hardware.
But the
teaching fraternity, it basically will form the tuition that will form the software.
Yeah, they have to. The government pays a lot. In fact, in one single school, they send millions of money, just one school. Because hiyo shule, like a secondary school, once I worked in a secondary school and I knew the government sends this amount of money every year. They send money because the labs needs to run, the school needs equipment, supplies. Unaona, the school needs to buy exercise books, these notebooks for children. Watoto wanapewa notebooks for your information. So the government sends money for each child. Anasema hii shule iko na watoto 1,000. So each child should be funded with this amount of money. So, and nowadays the Kenyans, Uhuru and Matiang, and I think Makoha introduced something. Those children have numbers that they
is it what they were referring to as 100% transition or something?
Yes, 100% transition. They have then there's a names number. Those kids have the names number. This number unapata ukiwa primary na birth certificate, unaenda nayo mpaka high school. That is why it is so hard right now to transfer from one public school to another, because it's like you are being tracked because of this financing of the schools. Then besides doing all that, the government also pays the teachers, which is a big budget. You know, paying the teachers is a big. The teachers may be going to about 500,000. I mean, it's a big budget. So now, hii serikali ya Ruto, sijui kama Ruto when he was deputy president, he saw that. Maybe he thought there was too much money in treasury. Na ameingia na Joroge amemwambia huku akuchekwi. Now, the governors need their part of the money, right? They do. Now, Ruto needs to show off with the project. So he's going around launching Uhuru's projects, saying at hizi nyumba tunajenga. That man is too much stressed. He should quit like that Gashungwa. There are non-scripts.
He should run, do a retreat.
Run for his dear life.
Lakini, with all these revelations, personally, I don't see Baba coming back so quickly.
What do you think Baba is doing in South Africa?
I don't want to speculate because I have a small idea about what he's doing, but I don't want to say here.
Okay, you better not talk about it.
Some fellows are
waiting to hear.
They are waiting to confirm their
wildest fears,
their imaginations,
their worst fears. Let me tell them, they are waiting to confirm their worst fears.
Take it like this. I had, was it Kenya Kwanza saying that they know that organization that has come up with the dossier that the whistleblowers had released. But you know something? Those fellows, they managed to get everything. Then they started doing the work of IEBC. Some of the things they couldn't verify, some of the things they could verify. Now, they were able to see everything before they were, you remember these fellows were altering things, then they post onto the portal. Now, these fellows have everything intact, including they amended, they changed the ones onto the portal. plus what the originals are. Now, if they go by what the original numbers are, that's what they are telling you about the 8 and the 5. So even if you have a margin of error for the so-called the ones they are saying they were not able to verify, they know the numbers involved there, and they know those numbers cannot overturn that win. Now, the biggest challenge here is now, what is the way forward? And personally, I don't think. I think because you people are like, we're waiting for Baba to come to tell us the way forward, isn't it? From my own assessment, Baba will not come until he is certain of the way forward.
Yes, and the way forward must not fail. That is why Baba.
No, the way forward must not fail, but it will also depend. You see, for me, so long as some level of talks are started, that would be good enough.
What do you mean level of talks? With the government?
I think I need Bernard to give me your number.
Okay, I can give you my number. We are just the two of you in the private chat.
Is it the African one or the
American one?
Okay.
I don't know what happens to my Safaricom.
But it is working. I'm Asla me. Give the number quickly before these people come.
So what happened to my Safaricom? See, I don't know. What happened to my Safaricom? Somewhere it stopped working because I had saved roaming, and I could even send messages from here, check my bank statement in my banks in Kenya with it,
you are not the first one. Most people have that problem.
Yeah, it stopped. It just stopped, and even my M-Pesa, I can't send you money now with my I used to use my M-Pesa right from my apartment right now here, and I could send people money with my M-Pesa. I could put money in my M-Pesa and do transactions, even transact with my bank in Kenya. But suddenly
don't worry, you will use my M-Pesa.
No, Kuseo, I won't use my M-Pesa.
So long as I transmit a half.
Now, don't get that disease from Ruto.
I'll tell you how you can use your M-Pesa.
No, it's not my M-Pesa, it's my Safaricom line that seems to have collapsed.
Where is the number?
In private chat. The last one. Not the 245, not the 254, not run by Bernard. Mine is the last one there.
See, I can see it. I can see it here.
You can see it, yeah? The last one.
I'll try it. Then you let me know if it is the one.
So that is what happened to my Safaricom line. I have a bone to chew with Safaricom because my phone is the oldest Kusel, among the oldest, 0722.
Yeah, even mine.
So what does Safaricom think by preventing one of their oldest customers?
Oh, it ends with 524.
Yes.
What about the other one?
The other one, I don't know who that is.
Kenyan.
That is Bernard who posted that.
Because we prefer the other one.
The Kenyan one?
Yeah.
No, my Kenyan one is not working.
You better get one which is working. Even if somebody will make one for you and send to you.
I'll try to revive my Safaricom number. I'll go home one of these fine days and get it done.
If IBF, can you reverse and read what it is? IBF.
FBI.
Yeah. That is why you need the Kenyan.
Oh yeah, but I don't do much stuff. I'm a good citizen.
No. Let me tell you. I'll when I call you, I'll tell you how they work. Then you will know why I'm telling you. Use the other one.
Okay, got you. I understand you now.
I'll let you know why they use the other, and that is why they can't fail. These people, if they are given an assignment, imagine they can't fail.
It's good. Okay, I like the level of efficiency, Kuseo, because that is why that is why you can drive from Minnesota to South Carolina in the night, and you're not afraid that somebody will stop you.
Not even stop you. You are just fine.
Even if you are a lady, you just fine. Me, I'm not afraid. Sometimes I fly out and I leave my car at the airport and I land back late in the night. And I just jump into my car and drive home in the middle of the night, and I'm just feeling safe. You see what I'm saying? That's where we need to pray that our country gets to.
No, you can't get there for so many reasons. There were so many things which were overlooked. You see, the fellows who made our constitution,
yeah,
they made very big strides, but they also underrated so many other things. If they had not, you see what has happened to our so-called chapter 6. It is like you have been taking so many steps backwards just because of what our parliamentarians have done to chapter 6. It was totally wrong, very wrong, to have parliamentarians to be able, for example, to decide on their own destiny. Because that is what your current parliament is doing. It is not right. Those people have every right to decide their own destinies. You can see what they are doing with the CDF, led by the current president. It is not right. It's not right.
Yeah, unfortunately.
It is totally wrong. You see, for example, this idea about bursary. Now, they argue that education is not being devolved. And that is why they are trying to they are talking about bursary. Strictly speaking, let's take, for example, here in the US, where they were borrowing this thing from. That is a state affair. It is a state affair. You cannot roll it to the national government. The infrastructure for schools, like the county where I am is called Prince William, they are in control of each and everything. You cannot have this on somebody who is representing us in the Congress to be the one who makes decisions here. And these people, I'm sorry to say, if you know how this ASLA thing was being done, ASLA, so you see this so-called ASLA fund. I think when I talk to you, I'll tell you how it is being used to targeted people. Yeah. And you know something called Starbucks?
Yeah.
You know what happens to it every 4 years?
No.
It is written off. Who is the eventual beneficiary?
The one who borrowed.
Exactly.
So, but as they write,
that is the root of the hustler.
So we borrow money. I borrow 500. Okay, I'm the one lending. So you people borrow 500 each, but in the name of you people, you only borrowed 1,500 in total. I announced that I lent several billions, which
Let me tell you.
did not pay.
Let me tell you what I think I can say at this level. You see,
Did you know that when you log into the ASLA thing, the amount of money you qualify for is determined by where you are.
So did you ever try yourself?
No, there are people who have tried it.
And how much they get, those who are in the US?
Go to Nyeri. No, the minimum is like 500.
So if you are in Nyeri,
your minimum may well be 1,500, 2,500.
oh my goodness. So should I travel to Nyeri? Or
Oh
should I?
yes. If you are, but why would you do that? If you know what ASLA Fund is about, you would not even dare do anything to do with the ASLA Fund. ASLA Fund is about data collection. And it has been budgeted to go on for 2 years. Each year, you are going to do as TABEX, 5+ billion, 5 to 7 billion. I don't know whether you understand me. I'm talking in parables, but
And then it will be written off. I understand you, Kuse.
exactly.
Kuse, let me
So imagine this is being written off, and you every time you are taking it from Nyeri, eventually it is written off for everybody.
Yes, it will be written off.
I don't know whether you get the parable.
Yes.
Yeah. Chaka here will be lucky to get 500.
But will Chakas be written off?
Yes, of course. But remember, the more you do, the more you get. So somebody who started at 1,500, soon you may find that you are at 3,000. By the time tunasema potelea mbali na hii, hata hiyo 500 ya Chaka is potelea mbali, na hiyo yako ya 3,000 potelea mbali. And who is writing it up? The central government. Just like they did with the KQ, for example. Do you see?
Yeah, I hear you. Kuse, allow me to pause you a bit. Let me allow Chaka to say something. Chaka Mdune, wasemaji, habari ya pwani.
Aseme kama amepata 500.
Chaka Mdune, kusalimu, nataka kujua habari ya pwani ama habari ya ulipo. Chaka Mdume amepotea.
Chaka amepotea, lakini Chepto amerudi.
Chepto sema.
Ameshapata 500.
I think Chepto is back, and I think I mentioned about data. When you are taking those money, know that you are selling your name. You are putting yourself in a status of being counted on something. It's not about the money.
Exactly.
So I mentioned that very early when that thing was starting, people doing that. It is horrible that you are trapping people to do what you want the earliest possible, so that when it comes about your wants, you don't need them, but you have already qualified. What a horrible thing, surely. Kenyans,
that is the thing. Yeah.
Let's wake up. Yeah.
And then something, Chepto, you need to know is that when they take your 5%?
Yeah, hiyo pesa inaenda wapi?
When they take your 5%, what it means is to authenticate the data that we are collecting. Because everybody, your so-called money is going to be with us. And eventually what is going to happen is that all these fellows are going to get KRA PIN. Eventually. And remember, when we are able to access your M-Pesa statement, we are able to see the statements, we are able to have an idea about what you are doing. And not only about you, we are also going to be able to access the data. Let's say Chaka sent me, is the one paying me, buying some call it, buying some ballast or buying some sand from me, hata yeye, he will be roped in. His data will be collected alongside mine. So for every transaction which takes place, they capture 2.
Asante, wacha tusikie Chaka. Chaka Mdume, karibu.
Oh, asante sana ndugu yangu, dada yangu Julia, na brother hapo, alafu na mama yetu. Ni kuhusiana na, pengine sijaelewa vizuri, ni kuhusiana haya masuala na hustler fund.
Yes.
Yes, anakuuliza wewe, je, ulipokea 500 yako?
500 ile kwamba kwa sababu mimi 500 ile ambayo ukiaccess unapani, si wanaangalia ile limit yako yenye
wanaangalia wapi?
Ati wewe umetoka Pwani, limit ya Pwani ni ngapi?
Limit huku mimi wengi ni 500, 700. Mfano nitazungumzia mimi, maana nilijaribu haswa, unaelewa hali zetu za huku kama unaona, so nikaona mimi nina qualify na 700. Ushaona? Then nilipoomba nikapewa shilingi 675. 25
you are forced saving. There is a forced saving.
25 zikaenda mahali, alafu nikaona wacha tu nilipe hii tuone kama hii limit itapanda kweli. Nikalipa 25 zikaenda, nikalipa tena 25 zikaenda, nikalipa tena kwa mara 4 zikaenda tena. Alafu kuja kuangalia kuna mahali wao unaangalia ile saving, nikapata nimesave 65 sorry. How to access hiyo ujue unaweza itumia nini? Tunaiona kwamba ndio hii saving, lakini hujuwezi itumia juu hakuna option kwamba unaweza itoa pale ukaitumia in case pengine una tatizo lolote katika hiyo saving yako. Kwa hivyo hakuna. Kwa hii ni pesa ambao wao ndio wanaisave, wanaijua inaenda wapi. Then the worst thing na hustler fund, hiyo limit waga haipandi, inaibaki tu pale constantly. Sasa nikaanza kuwauliza na watu, hivi wewe limit yako imepanda? Ambia haipandi. Nikikutana na rafiki kumuuliza kwamba haipandi. So mwisho wa siku watu wameamua sasa tunalipia nini, na hii kitu ni wizi, hii kitu nikamba ni wizi. Pesa hiyo umesave inaonekana hapo na limit yako haipandi, iko pale pale constant. Kwa hiyo unakopa ile kitambo 50,000 haijulikani ni lini. So tukaachana masuala hayo ya kuweza kulipa. Hadi leo mimi niko na hiyo deni ya watu ya shilingi 700.
Bwana Chaka, nakuelewa.
Chaka, uko na rafiki Nyeri?
Siko na rafiki huko juu. Siko na mtu wa karibu maana mweleo.
Tafuta mtu wa Nyeri waeleze kama hiyo limit inapanda ama namna gani.
Okay. But huku hakuna kitu kinapanda. Huo ndio ukweli kabisa. Kwa wengi, watu wameachana na kuzungumzia masuala hasela. Haizungumziwi tena, yani imekufa. Automatically. Na wengi wanasema
unajua nini? Kupanda ama itapanda, haitapanda inategemea uko wapi. Inategemea uko wapi. Change location. Siku moja aenda Kitui.
Unafikiri Kitui itabadilika? Kitui hawezi
kubadilika. Oh yes.
Yeah, achange aende Nyeri, Karatina.
Inategemea uko wapi.
Sasa na zile pesa atatumia hiyo tiketi ya kufika huko, si hiyo hazla imeisha.
Gachagua atamrudishia.
Unakumbuka vile unatumianga Uber?
Yeah.
Si ukitumia Uber through the GPRS wanajua uko wapi.
Yes, they know where you are.
Now that is how they have demarcated the country. They know kama uko Nyeri you deserve this. Kama uko Siaya you deserve no more than this.
Nothing.
Yes. Ndio Chaka ameshinda one place. Hiyo haizi panda.
Chaka, umesikia hao maoni ya hiyo ni maoni ya unknown script, alitangwa Kiuseo kitambo. Chaka, endelea na utuambie maoni yako. Leo pia tunaongelea maneno ya haya maneno tumetoa kwa Jeremiah na yule anaitwa whistleblower bado. Maneno yaendelea kutokota, wasemaji Chaka?
Kwanza unajua nimeingia kuchelewa na mwanangu Julia hasikii vizuri, mguu umefura, nikaingia hapa late, hata sikuweza kuingia, usingizi ukanichukua kidogo, na pia jana sikuweza kufuatilia zaidi kuhusiana na hii, ndio maana nikaingia kwa haraka kujua ni nini kipya haswa kimeweza kutokota, na mimi pia nipate kujua kutokana na hapa. But for real leo ni mtupu, dada yangu Julia, bana, huwa napekua ili nikija hapa huwa najua ninazungumzia kitu ambacho pia nimekufuatilia, lakini tangia jana juzi jana sijatulia, sijaweza kuingia pale, so labda pengine nipate tu kusikia kutoka kwenu ni nini haswa kipi ambacho kimezuka tena haswa kuhusiana haya masuala na ushindi wetu ambao uliweza kunyakuliwa. Maana kwa kweli ni mtupu leo kabisa, nijifundishe tu haswa nijue ni kipi kipya tena, kwa sababu pale nimeachia ni pale ambapo unajua baba alishinda kwa 8 millions dhidi ya mpinzani wake kwa karibu ambaye ni bwana Ruto, na mwisho wa siku ushindi huu ukabaki kwa Ruto instead kwa Raila. Hapo ndo nimeachia sasa, sijui kuna kipya kipi ambacho ndo nilitaka kukisikia, so ndo maana nimeingia haraka hapa ili kuweza kujifundisha na kusikia ni yapi mapya zaidi, lakini kiupande wangu sijaweza ingia katika hizo media na kutaka kujifundisha juu sikuwa na hiyo nafasi tangia jana, nahangakia huyu mtoto.
Nilisikia kwamba bwana Itumbi alikuwa anasema mwenye whistleblower ni mlevi, kumaanisha wanajua whistleblower. Kama ni mlevi, ni kama kulingana na Itumbi hajui vile anasema, haelewi chenye anasema. Sijui kama unknown script ulisikia hiyo statement.
You say the whistleblowers have not been disclosed. The organization which received the information they had and investigated and did the retallying is what has been disclosed. And it is not a wash organization. They are reputable organizations. And they have accepted that is what they are doing, and that's what they did. They went deep, investigated the matter, they did an audit, and they went over the entire exercise, and those are their findings.
Mm-hmm.
So it is not that there are people who are hiding anywhere or what have you. And you know what? They are coming from here.
Oh,
that's why I was asking you for the phone number so that I can tell you what exactly is going on. You know, even here they are rivals.
Yes,
I remember even Kioni gave something a tweet address na akasema si ati ni watu wanajificha, they have got
no.
Yeah, they have got the way you can communicate to them and they can address it to you. So it's not something that is hidden. So when they are saying that ni mlevi, Itumbi ndio mlevi, ndio haelewi mambo.
Yeah, Itumbi ndio mlevi. And something else you can add, Chepto, is that is the same way you have the KPMGs, is the same way you have these organizations. So they are not a wash anything. They are serious, reputable organizations, global. And these ones are doing their work, that assignment and that work as strategists in Africa. And that is why you cannot take their revelations for whatever. And they are challenging anybody who thinks they are not, what have you, they are challenging to test them.
So they're just not politicking. They mean business.
They mean business, and they are paid for it.
Got you.
The same way you pay your external auditors to come and do you something.
You know, for Itumbe to come out with the Mlevi, they called Uhuru Mlevi, and Uhuru has done a wonderful job in our country. So for them, it's just something that I don't know how I can put it, because unapuuza mambo ambayo kweli kabisa inakuuma, because they must be shocked of the revelation. They must be in a disarray, because what is going on now is a true fact that will come to bite them. So kutumia tu jina ati ni mlevi on a camera, whatever you said it, I think it is like putting you into a side before they go and dissect, how can we tackle this? This is big. And that is how Kenyans should take it. It's big. It's something very good for Kenyans to know.
Yeah, it is.
Leave them, let
It
them
is
say
very big.
Nimlevi. Huh?
You see, Chepto, it's like, you remember the other time when this Robert Ouko was killed? You all
Yeah.
remember it. You remember
Yes.
at some point, these fellows contracted, the government contracted Scotland Yard.
Yes.
Now, it is the sort of thing.
Okay.
So it is not that they are people who mean business, and you pay them dearly for it.
Gotcha. Ni kama mtu namwambia, it's like here, I don't know, here you see, here we are never so worried about, okay, we take care of our credit cards and our debit cards, but really if something just like my credit card is usually like, if there's a transaction that I dispute, it is they take it upon their responsibility to get my money back.
Exactly. And the company that does the investigation is not a wash. It's people who stand with what is supposed to be done.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they don't do it for free. They are a very expensive lot. They do serious thorough job.
Unasikia chaka hapa, si utumie kadi ya mtu ati ufikirie you get away, utapotea nayo, utapatikana tu ati upate kadi ya Julia mahali ununulie vitu, tumie pesa. First and foremost, chaka, nitarudishiwa pesa yangu with my bank, then my bank will take upon myself to come after you, chaka, na watakupata, they will take upon themselves. Sasa wewe umeibia customer wetu, tunakukujia. You see, I like that level of accountability.
It's a very good system.
Yes.
That nobody loses
Yeah.
in the carelessness. Like a thief would come and steal you something through a system, you be followed. But before they follow you, they have already undertaken the problem. So now let's go for the bad boys.
It is not that it is my problem that somebody hacked into my account and stole my money. They were supposed to secure my money. You see, it's not that it is my problem. The other thing I like, after I've been here for some time now, and there are so many things I love. One of the things I learned to sell is that I can take my car to Walmart Super Center, na wanaingia nayo huko ndani, na siendi kuona gari yangu inafanyiwa nini. Unaona, I just tell them, look here, I want change of oil. I want you to look at 1, 2, 3 my car. So, and I go to my shopping to buy my stuff. So coming back, napata list. Oil imeangaliwa, na because is a work tuangalia wipers, kuangalia sijui maji ya nini, wameweka tick, 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 tick. I mean, I don't have to inspect, kuwasimamia wafanya hii kazi. And then there's an insurance, like, kama they change my tires, if something happened to that, they are accountable to that. If kama nilitoa gari yangu nikaondoka, something happened to those tires, they are accountable to that. So do you think we'll ever get there to sell?
No, you see, that is okay. Okay, it is a wishful thinking. I hope one day, maybe one day it will get
How
there.
can
But
you say that, Kusel?
what you are saying, I went through it as well.
Mhm.
Imagine, I went to a garage, and I needed to have, like here in where I am, we do this so-called inspection. You do the smoke test. You do all these tests before your number can be renewed.
Yeah.
Then you use the opportunity also to change plugs, change oil, basically do what in Kenya you refer to as red service. You know, there is blue service and red service.
Mm.
So I went there at around 8. And now when I went back at 12, I found the car where I had parked it. Just now with a job card with all manner of ticks.
Yeah, with all manner of ticks.
I
We have
didn't
checked.
see
We
what
have
they
checked
did.
the tires. We've checked the pressure. We've checked the
Exactly.
air. We've checked the wiper. We have checked the tick 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 tick. Even what you didn't ask them to tick, they checked.
Yes.
Yes.
So, and you know what? I found the car was not in the garage. It was outside at the parking. So imagine, I couldn't doubt that they had done all these things.
Me too. I have never doubted.
I just drove off.
Kuseo, I want to tell you, I have never opened my car's thing, you know. And the other day I felt so foolish. I just thought, I am Kenyan. I should know these things. But the truth is, every time I go, wanaangalia mpaka ile maji, they check everything for me. And some time back, I went to change my tires, and they have an insurance for the tires. Like if something happened, alafu kitu ingine hawabadilishi mguu moja. I mean one tire, because they cannot change one. They change all of them like at the same time. They're accountable. They want to be answerable to those for that car. So you are saying that it's a dream beyond the horizon for Kenya?
No,
Yes.
it's very far. But by the way, did they charge you for disposing the old tires?
Yes,
like
they charge.
like
I
they
don't know.
charge us here.
They charge $1 and something. Walmart, I don't know, $1 and something for disposing the old tire. And I was surprised. I thought my tires are good. I mean, now they are disposing them, and
at your cost.
at my cost. Chaka, unaona hiyo gari yangu haiko imeisha mguu, ni vile tu moja ilitombolewa na kitu, naona moja. Sasa nilitaka mguu ingine. Sasa hawezi weka moja, they have to replace the 4 of them. Sasa zile 3 bado ni nzuri, lakini wanachukua na wananilipisha to dispose them. I'm like, what? But you see, they're like, wanasema, first and foremost, we can't replace one tire. Secondly, we must replace all of them because the car needs balancing. And thirdly, we must only replace with brand new tires.
If you are in Kenya, you would have sold them for their color people and get some.
Yes, not a color. I would have sold them to another car driver. Those tires were good.
Let me say this, Julia.
Yes.
However, things are so good like that. There was one company that they started swindling people. You take your car and they take it inside, as you have explained, that you take your car and they take it inside, you go your way. Then you come back, you are told that this has been done, blah, 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 blah. Then one time they were suspected that they are not doing that work. To be honest, one guy, when he had that story, he took his car and he happened to put those pinhole cameras in his engine and attached it there and said, I want oil change. They took the car inside. They just stayed with it for how much they would estimate that oil change will take. And then they finished and they brought the car out. And the guy said, is it done? Yeah, it is done. Everything is done, blah, blah, blah. And he paid, he asked for the receipt. When he left, he went and took his camera and checked. The car was done nothing. And that was the evidence that he took to court. You know what happened? That company was on the news and it was closed down. So there are consequences of when you do the wrong thing or you don't give people services as they pay for. So if it was Kenya, that would have been continued. It was, the company would continue doing that and nobody will ever know what they are going through.
Kenya, they'll buy their way out of the court and they'll get away with it. That is what would have happened, period.
Exactly. If they are not caught, they continue. If they are caught and taken to court, they are acquitted. So that
You,
is how the difference of life is.
Julia, before you welcome Richie, maybe welcome Richie Kwanzaa, then I'll give you a Kenyan true story about car tracking, how people are being fleeced in Westlands, Nairobi.
Okay,
You will be shocked.
before that
After he
story.
has come, after he has given his bit.
Yes, and I don't know, Chaka had talked a bit. Richie, umepotea sana. Either you owe us an apology or you tell us exactly where you have been, and Happy New Year. Good to see you. Mimi nilidhania ulienda Kenya kwanza, lakini thank God you are back. Maybe they have allowed you back. So welcome Richard Makiadi. Usalimie hawa watu na usalimie wenye kwa comment section na uambie kwa kinagaubaga kama kwamba umerudi. Karibu Bwana Rich.
Can you hear me?
Yes sir.
Oh, very good. Kuseo unknown scripts. Good to see you. Habari ya mwaka mpya. Habari ya mwaka mpya.
Happy New Year. Although I wonder whether it was a happy New Year.
It's
Conventionally.
been a while. It's been a while. Chaka Mdune, habari ya mwaka mpya. Mzuri kukuona. Naona mpaka Kenyan Chepto amebadilisha jina. Hii mwaka iko na maneno mpya. Guru, good to see you. Julia, good to see you too.
Blow a whistle.
Mimi sina mambo mapya. Mimi sina mambo mapya. Unajua sikupotea kwa ubaya, nilikuwa nimeshikana, lakini nilikuwa napata nafasi saa zingine ya kuangalia kipindi na nimeona mkishikilia kwa njia nzuri sana. Kuna mambo mingi sana ya kuongea, masaa ndio hakuna. Sijui Julia unataka nianzie wapi? Kwanza wacha nisalimie watu kwanza kwa comment section huko.
Kwanza kwa comment section. I think we have missed you.
Danny Darius, nimekuona. Apologies for staying away for a while. Nimeona ujumbe wako hapo. Acha nione kama kuna mwingine ninajua hapo. Naona Black yuko hapo, Charles Agwaru, Due Diligence, Ndush, Joy Obesa, Happy New Year to you, na wale wengine wote, sijui kama kuna mtu sijataja. Betty and all the rest. Sami. Haya, sasa Julia, unataka tuanzie wapi? Mambo ni mingi. Unajua the last time nilikuwa hapa.
The last time you are here, tulikuwa tunaongelea nini?
Ask him to blow a whistle. Ask him to blow the whistle.
Hiyo ndio gani? Whistleblower. Hapana, hiyo whistleblower achana nayo kwanza, nitaongea baadaye. Mimi the last time nilikuwa hapa, tulikuwa tuna gauge uzuri na ubaya wa GMO kwa nabii kutoa matiti. Hapo ndio tuliachia siasa.
Rudi kwa matiti.
The last time nilikuwa hapa nilisikia wakisema ya kwamba ukitaka kujua GMO ni mbaya utaona nabii akitoa matiti. Si yeye mwenyewe ndiye alisema, si mimi mwenyewe nilisema.
Okay, but if he said that, you know, we haven't seen him naked, so we don't know what's happening to him.
So that's the last time I was here, but I think a lot has happened since I left. Nimekuwa nikiangalia, ninajaribu kufollow politics za Kenya, na I hate to burst people's bubble, but this is the year. Hii ndio ile mwaka tulikuwa tunasema kama ni mbaya itakuwa mbaya. Na vile unajua Julia, mimi huwa nakuja na Mwakenya kidogo. Acha kwanza niwekee watu hii, alafu tutoke hapo ndio tuongee.
The Kenya Kwanzaa government's first draft budget policy statement is out, and in case you haven't looked through it, here's what you need to know. On the high-level numbers, the draft BPS projects the total revenue for the financial year 2023-24 at 2.897 trillion shillings and the total expenditure at 3.641 trillion shillings. This means the deficit or the shortfall between the revenue and the expenditure is projected at 744 billion shillings. How is the expenditure split across the arms of government? As always, the executive gobbles up the lion's share at 2.13 trillion. The consolidated fund, which by the way is where the funds for servicing debt obligations as well as pension are drawn from, is allocated 909 billion shillings at number 2. County government's equitable share comes third at 375 billion shillings. This is then followed by Parliament at 39.9 billion and the judiciary at 20.1 billion shillings. So what are the big proposals in the draft BPS? Let's unpack them. First, the Treasury is proposing that KRA cuts back on the value-added tax gap from the present 38.9% to 19.8%. In simple terms, Treasury is basically telling KRA that the amount collectible for value-added tax that is foregone every year needs to be reduced from the current 314.6 billion shillings to just 160.2 billion. What does this mean? It tells you Treasury is indicating to the KRA that the annual value-added tax collections need to rise from the current 292.1 billion shillings to at least 445.6 billion. Second, the Treasury is proposing that KRA cuts back on the corporate income tax gap from the present 32.2% to 30%. So what does this mean? It tells us that the Treasury is signaling KRA to collect an extra 4.2 billion shillings through corporate income tax. The Treasury is also proposing the integration of KRA systems with telecommunication companies' systems. Any surprises here? I don't think so. The government began integrating KRA systems with those of betting firms in 2022 to gain more visibility of transactions in that space and help in sealing of tax revenue leakage. As we speak, by the way, KRA is collecting daily revenue from two tax heads in the betting sector, that is excise tax at 7.5% of stakes and withholding tax at 20% on winnings. So this was really just a signal of what is likely coming: integration of KRA systems with more facets of the economy. Another big issue in the draft budget policy statement is the Treasury's projection that there is a potential taxable base in Kenya's informal economy to the tune of 2.8 trillion shillings. Now, taxing the informal sector has always been a headache, and never before have we had the government map out potential tax revenue from this segment of the economy, and therefore this is a first. So what do we expect? The draft national tax policy proposes the reintroduction of presumptive tax to enable the government to net the hard-to-tax sectors in the economy like agriculture and the informal sector. Could we see it as a part of the Finance Bill of 2023? Only time will tell. And finally, the National Treasury is also proposing the mapping out of rental properties to enable the taxman to ramp up revenue collected on rental income. You may recall that on October 19, 2022, Kenya Revenue Authority kicked off a data collection exercise on rental properties within the Nairobi metropolitan area. And you guessed it, yes, that's it.
Unknown scripts. Umesikia hiyo maneno imeongewa hapo.
I've heard what is going on there. You want to give your bit first, or I give a comment?
No, you can give a comment. You can give a comment.
There is this issue about rental income. I have heard that the approach they want to take is whereby they want to use Safaricom to help them collect rental income. How do they want to do this? You see currently what's happening is that when the rent is paid, they are coming up with I think if your annual income is less than 10 million, they want you to pay a flat rate of 10% on gross. So in other words, if you have a rental income whereby the rent is, call it 20,000, they want an automatic 2,000 being the tax, being the 10%. Is it 2,000? Yeah. Now, how do they want to rope in the Safaricom? They are saying that they want KRA want a law. I don't know how they are going to structure the law in Parliament, but a situation whereby the rent is paid through M-Pesa. Now, if your rent is paid through M-Pesa, now what you are going to have is a situation whereby I pay you the I pay you, Makiadi said the 20,000. Straight away, 2,000 is deducted straight to KRA account, and 18,000 is what lands into your account. So this idea of monthly rental income is done away with. Now, if they get there, I think they would have made very many steps forward from the look of things. If they ever get there, I do not know how they are going to structure such a law in Parliament. But if that be the case, the issue of dealing with rental income may well be a very efficient, a very efficient way. I don't know what input you people have.
Okay, sijui kama Chaka unataka kuchangia hiyo video tumeona ama namna gani?
Hii video nimeona, lakini upande wangu haikuwa na sauti, ilikuwa inakatakata, so sikuweza kusikia kile ambacho kimeweza kuzungumziwa pale. Nimeona hizo mambo na pesa nini, lakini sikusikia ile video the way ya sauti yake ilikuwa inakatakata upande wangu, sikuipata vizuri, ilikuwa kama inakuja na hang, sikuipata vizuri kaka yangu.
Haya, sawa, tupatie maoni basi, alafu tutasonga mbele kutoka hapo.
Mimi swala langu liko hapa kwa hawa jamaa wapiga miluzi hawa. Hawa wapiga miluzi hawa. Sasa hawa wapiga miluzi sijui, yani sijafahamu vizuri, ndio maana nilikuwa nauliza dadangu Julia hapa na kakaangu hapa kuseo kwamba piga miluzi yani company ama ni organization fulani yenye inafuatilia, at least ndio nipate kuwaelewa vizuri hawa wapiga miluzi, kwa sababu wamekuja na kitu kizuri upande wetu kuhakikisha kwamba tumeona yale aliyotendeka katika tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, kwamba ushindi huu ulikuwa wa mwingine na mwenye yuko ni mwingine. So nashangaa hawa wapiga miluzi walikuwa pati ya hawa IBC ama wako katika pati wako hapa wa Kenya ama wako whole Africa. Ndivyo nielewe vizuri hawa wenzetu wapiga miluzi hawa. Wenyewe kwa kimombo mnasema whistle blowers. Na pia sijui kama nitakuwa nimetafasiri vizuri Kiswahili. So sijaelewa juu wanaleta mambo mengine mazuri hapa kuweza kuhakikisha yale yaliyojificha yamewekwa wazi, na at least pia kama Wakenya tuweze kujua ukweli na tujue ni njia gani sahihi tuweza malizana na hawa wanyakuzi wa madaraka kwa kupitia milango ya nyuma. Hivyo nikawa tunataka kuwafahamu wanakaa wako katika hili taifa letu ama wanadili na Afrika ama wako nje pengine huko ghaibuni, ama ni wale ambao ni miongoni mwa wale walikuwa observers wa hiyo wa huu uchaguzi wa 2022 wa August uliopita. Kidogo ndo niweze kujifundisha kutoka pale, kutokana kwa wenzetu ambao kidogo na ufahamu. Hapo ndo kaa kidogo na maswali, kwa sababu hapa nimeona katika Kenyans are in shock as more revelation prove Raila Odinga'S win in the 2022 election. So nikaa nataka kuelewa pia ni kitu gani kimenoga tena kipya. Jana niliachia pale kwamba Kioni akizungumzia kwamba kuna hawa wapiga miluzi wenye waliweza kutoa hizo figa ikagundulika kuwa Raila kashinda kwa 8 millions dhidi ya mpinzani wake ambaye aliweza kupata 5 million. Unaona, hii ni kwa wale ni yule mkuu nani Kioni ndio alikuwa anazungumzia haya,
na yalitokana kwa hao wapiga miluzi. So nikaa tu swali langu kujiuliza, hao wapiga miluzi wamo hapa tu chini ama wanadili na kazi gani, na ni organization, ni company ama ni vipi? Na ndivyo je, ni jinsi gani watakavyoweza kutusaidia kuweza kunyakua huu ushindi wetu na kumpa mwenye kushinda zaidi, ili kuweza kuhakikisha tunawakomesha hawa wanyakuzi, na pia kuweza kusafisha njia ya kura zetu kwamba ziweze kupata usemi, kura ya Mkenya iweze kupata usemi kwamba anachokichagua ndicho anachokipata, si kile ambacho anakipigia kura kisha anapata kingine ambacho kimewekwa pale na hawa wachache wenye vyao ambao wanaweza wakabadilisha chochote. Pia wana uwezo hata kubadilisha mlima, kuhamisha kutoka pwani kupeleka huko kutokana na hela zao. Kwa hivyo nikawa nimekwamia pale kimtazamo wangu na mawazo yangu wamegandia pale. Edha mnisaidie ili nipate kuweza kufahamu zaidi. Asanteni.
Safi Chaka. Ose, sijui unataka kusema nini kwanza?
Just regarding hii maneno ya those figures, the budgets and the figures, they are talking about a deficit of 744 billion, isn't it? If things go the way they are, and now that is assuming that the target revenue for KRA would be met. Yet historically, what we have seen is that these people never meet their target. Now, that being the case, it means that where will the 744 billion deficit come from? You have no other way. It has to be through some borrowing. It has to be through some borrowing. Now, I do not...
Kuseo Katanga nakupata kwa mbali sana, nakupata kwa mbali sana Kuseo. Kwa mbali sana.
Oh. Well,
no,
how about you?
I can hear you very clearly. I think maybe Chaka mitambo yako iko na shida. Sijui labda ni sisi. Sisi tunamsikia vizuri, labda mitambo yako ndio ina shida Chaka.
If you go out and come again, maybe it will improve. So basically what I was trying to say that is that this 744 billion basically is the debt. They love to bridge it through borrowing. I don't see any otherwise. And then secondly, they were saying that the counties they have budgeted at 375 billion. I think that is what they have always done year in, year out. I don't think it has ever gone very far away from there. And if that being the case, it's just that by the end of the day, you find that they have not given the entire amount. It's still a shortfall. So again, they're already up, as I remember the way things are now. They're already in the borrowing level. So I don't understand how they are saying that. Is it 3.6? 3.6 is the what? Is the 3.6 trillion. Now, if they want to cut the expenditure, then why already start from that high? Already I remember in the current structure, I think the president already promised that they are going to do away with to save some 300, is it austerity measures or what? Some 300 billion is going to be saved by cutting the budgets here and there. I do not know how this, and yet if we are not going to be borrowing, time will tell. They'll tell us in Parliament how they are going to bridge this deficit. Now, something else I needed to know what Chaka addressed. What are these more revelations? I think I'm in the dark as to which are the more revelations around the whistleblowing that indicates confirms Baba's win in that election. Is there anything other than what the whistleblowers are trying to bring out? Because Chebukati is with his assassination issues, that is not a revelation. Is it? Is that a revelation? Anyway, you give us if you Richie, tell us if you have any input on these revelations.
Yeah, I was trying to download a video here. Sorry, I think it's complete. I'll play the video, but let me say this. I think what you are seeing from the Kenya Kwanza government is what we've always been talking about here. So the government is talking about taxing the informal sector, 2.8 trillion Kenyan shillings, informal sector. I don't know if Kuseo, perhaps you later on you'll explain to our viewers what presumptive tax is, because it looks like this government, like we have always been saying since they took office and they got they got into power, it looks like these people are not prepared at all to lead the nation. And just by surprise, all they are doing right now is playing politics. I want somebody to tell me, what is this that the government is going to do with the informal sector to raise 2.8 trillion Kenyan shillings? Anybody? 2.8 Kenyan trillion shillings, 2.8 trillion Kenyan shillings, because it looks like William Ruto na mwenzake Rigathi Gachagua, plus the guy that is behind all these economics, David D, whatever they are telling us, ni ile kitu nilikuwa nasema kutoka kitambo Kuseo hapa, it's a textbook analysis. They come with textbook assessment of the economy and give us numbers. They are trying to say that they can be able to raise 2.8 trillion Kenyan shillings by taxing landlords in Nairobi. And we talked about this thing a while ago about people being, enticed with the 500 shillings loan in terms of Hustler Fund, not knowing very well that the government's sole purpose for enrolling people as much as possible into this program was to get their information from Safaricom, from is it called Airtel ama inaitwa namna gani, and the other mobile companies. That was the ultimate goal that the government was aiming to shoot for. And so many Kenyans, people wale ambao walidanganyika wakasema wacha tuchukue hii loan ya 500, involuntarily gave their information to the government. They gave access to the government so that the government can now track whatever transactions they are doing. And Makiu Kuseo, there's one thing that the government is trying to do here that I don't agree with. They are saying that they are going to monitor your transactions, your mobile transaction, and tax you from whatever transactions that you're going to be doing. Watakuwa wanaangalia ile pesa inaingia kwa akaunti yako, wanaangalia kama ni kulipwa, wana tax hiyo pesa. So how is the government going to make a distinction between an income and any other money that comes into your account? Where are they going to draw a line? Waseme hizi pesa zenye zimeingia kwa huyu mjamaa si pesa za kulipwa, ni pesa ambazo labda ametumiwa na rafiki ama amepata kwa njia nyingine tofauti, kwa hivyo tusiweze kutax hizi pesa. And this is going to be tricky because most of the people that receive these monies through M-Pesa and the rest of the mobile transactions ni wale watu ambao wanafanya biashara zile ndogo ndogo. Ukienda kwa kiosk pale ununue kitu, kuna till number pale, instead ya kulipa cash unalipa na till number. Ukipata pesa, umetumiwa pesa Kuseo na mtoto wako ama na ndugu yako pale amekutumia 3,000, serikali inasema lazima tukate 10% ya hii pesa, for example, ambayo ni 30 bob. Is it 300? Yeah, 300. So the government is trying to tax the poor to revive an economy that looks like has a bleak future. The economy cannot be revived by taxing the poor to the bone. We have to see a plan by this government to revive the economy. They told us they have a plan. they gave us their manifesto, wakakuja na manifesto yao wakatuambia hii ndio agenda zetu ambazo tutatumia kuweza kufufua uchumi wa Kenya. Right now nobody is talking about the agenda that the Kenya Kwanza coalition gave the Kenyan people. All those charters zenye walikuwa wameandika wakipromise akina mama, wakipromise vijana, wamama ambao watapata watoto, all those charters zenye zilikuwa tunaziona kila siku, hakuna mtu ambaye anazungumzia hiyo charter. Every day tukiamka tunasikia Chebukati is a hero. That is the politics that Kenya Kwanza is giving us every day. We have moved from discussing about reviving an economy. We are now discussing about how Chebukati saved William Ruto's presidency. And Makiu, the person that is telling us that Chebukati was about to be kidnapped by some forces and killed, is the president. The president himself, with the instruments of power, can initiate a commission to investigate what happened during the past general elections. Why is the president not doing that? If at all he believes that somebody somewhere, a group of people somewhere was planning to, rig an election and kidnap the chairman and interfere with the people's will like they keep on telling us, kwa nini mpaka saa hii hajaform commission ambayo itaenda kuinvestigate hiyo maneno? These people always come up with issues that will distract Kenyans from the failing government that they have. Kuseo, you should tell us, hii kitu wanasema ati Chebukati alikuwa amepangiwa kuwa hijacked ama kuwa kidnapped alafu aende uawe. If any other politician in Kenya, nitaje tu any politician ama raia yoyote ambaye anaweza sema kitu kama hiyo na iende without any consequences apart from William Ruto. He is the only politician, even when he was not the president, anaweza ongea a very absurd thing and people will say, hapana, huyo jamaa huwa anaongea namna hiyo, tunajua yeye ni muongo na wamuachilie waende. Why is the president of the Republic of Kenya, William Ruto, not being held responsible for his words? And I like the way Martha Karua came up and said, if you know very well that there is somebody, you don't have to go around, in circles telling people that this was the will of the people being subverted, being hijacked. Wewe ni president sahi, uko na instruments za power. Do you want to go and record a statement? Ule mtu ambaye mlikuwa mnasema ako DCI alikuwa na interfere na investigation, mulimtupa nje. Very well, Kinoti is gone. So I believe right now the DCI, according to the standards of William Ruto, can function as he hoped the DCI is supposed to function. Why can't he name those names? Why can't he write a statement? Why can't he have a commission formed to investigate these people? From where I sit, I think William Ruto, Rigathi Gachagua, and the UDA government through Kenya Kwanza government is taking Kenyans for a ride. They have no agenda. Everything that they speak is contrary to what they do. The president talked about lowering the price of electricity. I have seen so many people in the country complaining ya kwamba stima badala ya kuteremka vile rais alikuwa amesema atateremsha bei ya stima, stima imepanda juu. The funding that we used to see, colleges, high school and all that, they have stopped doing that. Everything they talk about is about the past. Hata leo, in fact yesterday, nimesikia bado Rigathi Gachagua anaongea mambo ya we inherited the government. Is this a song that we are going to see for the next 4 years? To 2027? Hii ndio wimbo itakuwa tunaona kila wakati wakituambia we inherited the government, we inherited the government. They began by telling us wali inherit empty coffers. So far KRA has done above what was expected. Wamepata pesa pale kwa account. Hakuna mtu sasa anaongea mambo ya empty coffers anymore. Now they are swimming in money. You will see them going as a group. Thanksgiving, sijui prayer, sijui nini, unakuta deputy and all those guys wanaandamana pamoja wanaenda. Nobody is talking about being broke right now. So sasa saa hii kwa sababu serikali iko na pesa, KRA ina perform ile kazi yenye ilikuwa inafanya, wameturudisha maneno ya assassination ya Chebukati. And I can tell you for real, mimi sikubaliani na ile kitu Jeremiah Kioni anasema. He has his opinion. He has his opinion. I want to differ with whatever hii kitu chaka, hii kitu nasema ya ati whistleblower. Mimi nasema namna hii. Kwa vile kila mtu anajua ya kwamba hii uchaguzi iliibiwa. We do not even need the evidence yenye nani Jeremiah Kioni anasema ako naye. Haitatusaidia na chochote sahi. Hakuna kitu itabadilisha. William Ruto kama anajua ya kwamba kuna group ambayo ilikuwa inataka kumwibia uchaguzi, yeye aseme ni akina nani, then we can begin from there. Lakini hizi stories zingine zenye tunasema hapa kando kando ni kizungu, I think hazitusaidii na anything. We should agree to hold this government accountable right now, kwa sababu hii serikali mahali imefika, all they do is try to get something to distract Kenyans from the main agendas. You know, Kenyans are suffering. Watu wanapata shida saa hii Kenya. Food is expensive. There's no plan whatsoever to lower the price of food. Electricity imepanda, mafuta ni pale ilikuwa. There's nothing, no tariff, no, hakuna kitu ambayo serikali imeput forward, even in the parliament, to try and lower the cost of living in the Republic of Kenya. Hakuna, zero. And I think this is what we should be doing for Kenyans. We should be holding this government accountable. The president should be asked questions. Ile siku ingine uliona akihojiwa na wanahabari, akasema that is why I fired that guy Kinoti. And whatever, journalist akamuuliza, so this guy did not resign, you fired him. You see the way alikwepa hiyo maswali, because he knows, William Ruto knows he's a liar. And we should have people in our country who can ask him questions to his face. William Ruto should be asked to his face. Kama wewe rais unajua ya kwamba ulikuwa unanyang'anywa uchaguzi, kwa nini usiform commission? Wewe rais ulisema ya kwamba mwaka ujao utaloa gharama ya maisha. Leo ni tarehe ngapi, Hosea? Today we are almost past halfway through January. Kwa nini serikali haijaleta mbinu zozote hata kwa bunge za kujaribu kuteremsha gharama ya maisha kwa mwananchi wa kawaida? Hii ndio maswali yenye tunafaa tuwe tunauliza hawa watu. Tukikimbizana na hii maneno ya uchaguzi, baba alisema ya kwamba anajua kile kitu kiliendelea. And I want to tell you this. There's this lady who is called the British ambassador, is it the British High Commissioner to Kenya? That lady. You know, even before William Ruto went to visit Nyanza, I think mulimuona akikutana na baba. Na baadaye
anaitwa Marriott or something.
Yeah, Marriott. And baadaye ukaona the next day, baadaye kukutana na Raila Odinga and the other leaders wa Azimio, the next day ulimuona ameenda kukutana na Rigathi Gachagua. So this person, huyu mtu unaona anatembea hapa katikati, these are the people that are preventing Azimio from doing its job. Ni kama anatumwa huko na, this is just my whatever, my observance. Ni kama anatumwa huko kwenda kuambia wale watu, just allow the president. The president is seeking legitimacy. We can see it with our own eyes. Anajaribu kujipendekeza kwa watu ambao hawakumpigia kura, kwa sababu anajua ya kwamba watu wanajua ni nini alifanya. So he's using these ambassadors, high commissioners all over, wanaran huko, wanaambia Raila enda ngambo, anaenda USA, anakaa wiki moja huko, ile sherehe yake ile ya Jacaranda inapita. Siku fulani Raila anataka kutangaza, anasema I'll declare my way forward, wanamwambia enda South Africa. Ataenda anakaa South Africa siku mbili. Ruto anapata nafasi ya kuzunguka kwa zile sehemu ambazo hazikumpigia kura. Ruto anatafutana na magavana wa upinzani kila mahali, akipigwa nao picha nje ya State House, ndio tuone ya kwamba anajaribu kushikanisha nchi, na tunajua ya kwamba he's looking for legitimacy. So sisi hatutampatia legitimacy. We should not allow him. Hatufai kumkubalia, kwa sababu tunajua ile kitu alifanya na Chebukati. These guys are every day worshiping Chebukati. Kila siku kwa national holidays, Chebukati is a hero. Wakikutana sijui wapi, Chebukati should be honored. Okay, sawa sawa, ona Chebukati, we agree with you, but we should also seek for justice. Kalonzo Musyoka alikuwa na statement juzi na akasema, you know, there's no healing without justice. Hii kitu ya election fraud imetoka kitambo sana, kitambo, since we voted in 2012 wakati Kibaki alichaguliwa. That was, everybody agrees, that was the only transparent election that the Republic of Kenya has ever had. 2027 tuliona the same sarakasi, 2022 tumeona the same sarakasi. How are we going to heal our country without holding people accountable? Sai kila mtu is giving up. Everybody is saying William Ruto will be the president until 2032. Kwa sababu ukimuuliza, hata Julia, mimi najua umesema hivyo, hata Chaka unknown scripts, najua umesema hivyo. Mnaulizwa, ukiulizwa ni kwa nini unafikiria William Ruto atakuwa president, unasema we have no election body. So people are giving up on our country. We are allowing a crook, we are allowing a person who is very dishonest to rule our country for the next 10 years because we have no options. Tumesema kama ni wale ambao watu walikuwa wanatupigania kina Raila Odinga, tunasema wameendelea kiumri. So tukiangalia upinzani, there is nobody else ambaye anaweza tutetea ama atetee kuhold the government accountable. The likes of the people who we were thinking about, tukisema hapa akina governor ya Kisii anaitwa nani, Simba Arati. Simba Arati kila siku unamuona State House. Hata juzi amekuwa kwa Gachagua, juzi amekutana na Murkomen. He has become an ambassador of the Kisii nation, begging. Ameenda kubeg State House, ameenda kubeg kwa ofisi ya deputy president, anaenda kukutana na minister huko begging. And I think we've had this discussion for many times. Me na rafiki yangu Black, we differ on this issue. I always tell Black here that in the United States of America, the president right now is a Democrat. Half of the states, even more than half, are led by governors from the Republican Party. Senators, the same thing. I have never seen a governor, that is very important. I have never seen a governor, unless by circumstances that are common to the federal government and the state government, you know, trying to, ile kitu tunaita Kenya working together. Unajua kuna kitu Kenya tunaitanga working together. The county government should work together. Hii work together ni begging in simple terms. Working together, hii tunaita working together, yenye unasikia president anasema we will work together. We will work together kwa Kenyans, kwa politicians wa Kenya ni kuomba. Kwa sababu unasikia mtu anasema ya kwamba sisi kama upinzani tuko nje ya serikali, hatuwezi pata maendeleo. And this discussion is where we should be going to. The governor of a governor that has been elected by a different party from the president should not go to beg for development in their counties. It is not supposed to happen like that. The funds that are allocated by the constitution kwenda kwa county, hizo funds ni enough, and you should not even try to go to State House kwenda kuambia president tafadhali wachilie hizi funds, except under mutual interest. And this is vitu kama barabara kuseo, everybody knows very well, kuna barabara za county na barabara za national government. Vitu kama hizo zenye tunasikianga hapa ati tumeenda kuomba barabara, tumeenda kuomba sijui dam, these are projects that are supposed to be done by the national government. We have reduced our country into a level whereby a politician must go and beg, must go and kneel down before the executive ndio maendeleo ifanyike. Yes, Kuseo.
Richie, you have raised a number of questions, or a number of issues, but I think your governors is because you don't understand the logistics, the challenges that these people face. You see, as I keep saying here, we borrowed the constitution from here. In strictly speaking, this devolve governments in Kenya. are far away from what the constitutional makers had intended. The truth of the matter is that these fellows are just provinces in the whole setup, or call them districts. They depend 75% on anything, on the national government. You see, the Constitution gives them that right that they can expect the 15%. The logistics involved here are such that they can't work. You see, here, the states have got their own revenue. Here in Kenya, you don't. You don't. You rely entirely on the national government.
Kusel, let me cut
Just
you
a
short.
minute.
Let me
Just a
cut you
minute.
short. Let me cut you short
The
because
Constitution.
I'll forget about that. On that very point that you're making, that I want you to look at the revenue that is generated by the Nairobi county government alone. Leave alone the other counties. You are saying here that the county governments have no what capacity to sustain themselves. Remember, these counties, even before the new constitutions, the new constitution, these counties were the so-called council, Nairobi City Council. Look at the history of these councils. Enda ata angalia ata Narok. Look at the money that these councils used to generate. Compare what they used to generate then with what they are generating right now. And then on top of that, they get additional funding from the national kitty. And then we can discuss this.
Do you want to look at Nairobi as being entirely on its own? It's a different animal. If you do that, I agree with you. Nairobi is a completely different animal. Remove Nairobi from the equation. All the others, their challenges, the challenges they face, the problems they face, is such that you cannot. If the national government chooses to, they'll frustrate you. You'll go nowhere. That is the way things are on the ground. The Constitution anticipated something entirely different based on where it was borrowed from. Where these states here, for example, here in the US, these fellows can run their own affairs. At least 60% of what they do is they can depend on themselves. It's the opposite on the other side. In Kenya, it is the opposite. Take for example, you see most of the so-called GDP on the taxpayers. Remove Nairobi from the equation. Where will the national government be? Nowhere. Nowhere. Remove Nairobi, maybe, and a little bit of Mombasa. Where would the national government be? Nowhere. That tells you the sort of control that the national government have on what happens economically in the entire country. Almost 95% of the remaining counties have zero revenue. Zero revenue. The entire, that's why sometime last year, you remember the doctors going on strike. I did give that example here earlier. The doctors going on strike. Why? Because the government was frustrating, the national government was frustrating them from paying their own doctors so that they make noise and have the doctor, the county governments run into trouble with the electorate. Now, those are the challenges. The logistics of challenging and disbursing monies to the county governments is still a challenge, as much as the Constitution entitles them to 15%. The truth of the matter is that these fellows dictate. Sometimes you find like development funds, they are released when the financial year is coming to an end, deliberately. So you find that for the county governments to run properly, as much as was envisaged in the Constitution, they have almost 80% of their logistics and doings still dependent and controlled entirely with the national government. And that is why the current president is still in charge. He can frustrate a county to zero. There's nothing, very little you can do because of KRA. Because of KRA. Here in the States, the story is entirely different.
These people have sufficient revenue to run their affairs and just topped up a little by the national government. Now, that is the biggest difference that is there. So you are a governor, and what have you, accounting on paper, but on the grounds, it is still the old worshipping of the national government that is going on. Now, you have to somehow strike a balance here, whereby you are able to prick the national government so that you run your issues the way they say. What does the ground say? The ground will be saying that you have failed, and they don't want to hear that you have been failed by the national government. No, they are saying that you are a governor, you should be in charge. Anyway, that is what I wanted to point out on that. There is the issue of the informal, the 2.8 trillion that this informal sector that the current government want to get from the informal sector, and then you raised up the issue of presumptive tax. Presumptive tax is normally, basically, a good tax system is based on actual figures. Like, let's say you earn so much, so we know the exact amount you earn, and we can come around with a formula to get the tax as expected based on the tax formula. Presumptive tax is what they want to use on the informal sector because they are diverse. And what simple formula can you use? Presumptive in taxation basically is averaging. The same way they are doing with the rental income. As I said here earlier, they are trying to say that if your annual rental income is less than 10 million, they just think of a figure, 10%. 10% of gross. We don't care what else are the details in there. Now, this is the approach they want to use for the informal sector. Now, the biggest challenge has always been, where is the data on your trading activities? Now, for whatever reason, I do not know whether the law will allow them to get away with it. Accessing people's M-Pesa, as far as I'm concerned, is invading people's privacy, and basically it is illegal. It is illegal. Now, this is what they are going to use. They want to use people's M-Pesa to come up with some data which they can base the average tax on, this so-called presumptive tax. Now, you are not here earlier on when I was saying that the danger in getting the information from Safaricom is too double-edged, in the sense that when I pay Julia is the one who is on the ASLA thing. They are using the ASLA thing to access your statements and transactions. Now, based on the transactions they are able to access, they are going to do averaging. After all, ASLA is supposed to be for business. You remember, ASLA fund is supposed to be for business. And the idea that the reason why they are taking a percentage they call a saving is so that they have authentic saving data information on the trader. You are the trader now. So the more you take, Chaka, you said you have taken it 4 times. The more you take, the more we are going to be using an average to say that, okay, on average, those transactions are supposed to be the information or the data regarding your trading activities. And based on that, now we'll have the presumptive tax. They may say on every 500 you get, we can tax you 0.2% or 0.5% as an average and roll it around across the board. Now, according to me, at some level, they are going to be dealing with the turnover. They are going to use that turnover, your so-called repeated borrowing, to represent your turnover over a period of time. And based on that, they are going to work out a formula or a figure on how to tax you. They are likely to come out with across the board, let's go in the informal sector, presumptive tax based on turnover, based on how many times you keep borrowing, and then just call it the some 0.08%, 0.000 something percent, and roll it across the board. And remember, they are pretending that they are saving for you something. So in other words, in the event that you are going to be defaulting, they have somewhere an account already where they'll be accessing to get their call it advanced tax or whatever it is. And earlier on, I had predicted here that this so-called saving may well turn around to be an advanced tax. Based on having watched you over a period, we come up with the average tax, which I believe is the presumptive tax that they are referring to. I wanted to comment about Chebukati and this inquiry thing. Now, Richie, when you are not there, I did indicate that you are saying that you know how the elections were rigged, how the election was stolen. But remember, that was not that allegation is not acceptable. The difference with this whistleblowing thing is that the whistleblowers have gotten hard evidence, which they can use, which can be used by the people who engaged them. And earlier on, Richie, I did give the example of the Scotland Yard. You remember what the Scotland Yard did in Kenya when they were investigating the death of the Robert Ouko? Now, I had indicated here that the organization which has come up with these revelations have done some investigation, more or less the same way the Scotland Yard were investigating the death of Robert Ouko. And they are like an audit firm, just like KPMG. They were commissioned and they are being paid for this. And I did say here, they are not a wash anything. You can rely on their findings because they are authentic, because it is from authentic information obtained from actual information at IEBC. Never mind how that got out of IEBC. But the truth is they got information, authentic information from IEBC, which they have gone over. They have done further investigation and they have found out the original information, and they have come to the conclusion, they have audited basically that election results, and they have found out that Baba had 8 million votes, Ruto had 5 million votes. And they are willing and ready to share with you that information. Now, that is how worrying it is. Come to the issue of you are asking why is the president still talking about Chebukati the hero, Chebukati did this, they want to kill Chebukati. One of the reasons why he cannot proceed to do that inquiry, because remember this so-called information which have been tabulated by these whistleblowers, that this investigative company, it may well turn up at that inquiry. And if it is authentic, the way we believe it is, do you see them that they may be opening a Pandora's box? So protecting Chebukati, the best way may be not to go near that inquiry, because that information may be forced to be revealed there. People may appear there with the same information, and they may actually be opening a Pandora's box on what exactly happened on the elections day on that official platform, a commission of inquiry constituted by the president himself. I'm sure you may not be willing to go that route. Thank you.
Penya Gaka alikuwa ameinua mkono lakini naona amepotea. Kuseo, there's some information I want to pass to you. I'm not aware if you have the information, or perhaps maybe it's a slip of the tongue. I want to tell you like this. In the United States, let me give you an example for one state, New Mexico. New Mexico depends on the federal government 100%. Kentucky, which is one of the poorest states, gets funding from the federal government to an average of about, let me look at the data here, around 36% of the budget of Kentucky comes from the federal government. And many other states, I can go ahead and mention so many others, of which najua hata tutamaliza sahi. But what I was saying is this: I have never seen a governor, whether from a blue state or a red state, go to beg the way we want to normalize begging in the Republic of Kenya.
Hello.
Yes, Ben. We can hear you.
Well, man, I've been dying to answer that question.
Sure. Go ahead. Let me give you time.
All the states do that every day. Dos Santos in Florida just got hired by Trump, and Trump gave him all the money. I mean, all the Democratic, like when Obama was president. In the United States, my friend, I can give you example after example after example. Don't use, I mean, it's understandable that you don't like, Ruto, but the states, wherever they, like the Republican was, all the Republican states will get whatever they want. When Obama was president, New York, California, they got everything that they were asking for. So this is the constitution in Kenya was copied from America. That is the worst. But I will answer one question because I see you guys are talking a lot. But I want to say this. Kuseo answered the question of the taxes. I mean, the shortages of the financing of the government. What they call it?
Deficit.
Deficit. Yeah, the deficit. Yes. Thank you very much, Kuseo. The deficit is everywhere in the world. The only person who was balancing the budget, the way you guys want to balance the budget in Kenya, was Germany with Angela Merkel and with America with Clinton. I don't think even Obama got there. Just last week, Makiadi, they were raising the ceiling for the government so that the government in the United States can keep following. So, my friends, when you say some of these things, yes, in the Kenyan situation, we are where we are. The Republican, the UDA are doing what they are doing. The economic theory that you guys keep on talking is an economic theory that was written by everybody, by the common hustler. But the only thing, Makiadi, I will understand, Kuseo, I will understand with you and agree. If the corruption continues, all that budget doesn't mean anything. Lastly, I could agree with Kioni. When he went with the president and his group, when he gave a speech in the Chatham House, we thought he was playing. But when he says that he wants to produce a government, an opposition party, he wants to give his opposition, that's wrong. Even Raila said it, and I don't like Raila, but I agree with him on this one. Because you have to change the constitution to be like England, which is a parliamentary democracy. But a presidential democracy like in the United States, even now, we say you don't know who is going to be the Republican leader. As of right now, Trump is ahead in the Republican Party. But you have to move to the center so that you can win. So you don't know. And when Clinton took over, it was the same thing. Obama came from nowhere, beat people like Kennedy's, Biden, Miss Clinton, all those. It is what the people want. If we can get there, Makiadi, if we can get where we agree as a people, and the last election, I think I've shown to a large extent that the tribe is not really matter that much. To a certain extent, we have come a long way. But if we can go to that end, I think I would like that better than giving somebody a position. Like Trump, like I said, Obama and Clinton could have never been president if we had an office of the opposition, because there were more senior people than Obama. So they could have not get there. And that's a really dictatorship, redundancy, and all that negative stuff. So let us criticize what we can. Let us talk through everything. But everything that you have talked today is an economic theory, a taxing, housing. Personally, I'm putting a group together so that we can finance a property. And as soon as you finish building, they pay you back. And it is on public land the land that, everywhere in the country there's bubblegum somewhere. So they start from there. And you and me, Makiadi, we put our money together. They say $300, and they will end up paying us $600 back. So it is a theory. Can it be done? We have not done it, so I cannot guarantee that everything is going to be copacetic. That's life. We make mistakes here. We do everything we can. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, my friends.
Nani, Richie, let me just ask Penny something.
Penny, don't leave. You have questions.
Penny, are you Penny?
Usitoroke. Haya, kusema muulize maswali kwanza.
Penny, are you aware that I want to call those people investors or developers? Are you aware that WSR already have them?
What do you mean WSR?
You remember all this going around with the affordable housing project that he's trying to go around with?
Right.
You already have a list of developers who are willing to do exactly that.
Yeah, but we can, okay, me and you cannot give up. If we have an idea of what we can do as social developers, we can't give up. Go ahead.
So all I'm saying is, I wish you had approached us earlier. We would drop in and be part of people in the list. But I know that you already has a list. So is it too little, too late for us?
No.
Right.
It's like, okay, personally, I was negotiating with the governor of KCSE about the land and all this other stuff. So how can we not get in? It depends on where you want, but I understand what you're saying. But if we can agree on this one. Ruto has done all kinds of stuff. I was growing up when he was in that youth organization beating up people. So I would not justify him like to be an angel or anything like that. But it's the economic theory that they did in South Korea that worked. That's how it developed. South Korea was making money even from Kenya. But like I said earlier, Kuseo, so long as there is no thievery, so long as there is no corruption, if the corruption is there, that's useless.
Penny, my question to you is this. I thought you would also address the issue of raising the 2.8 trillion. Kuseo nimejaribu kuuliza hiyo swali na hujanijibu. You've explained what presumptive tax is. I agree with you, but I want you to answer me. How is the government of William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua going to raise 2.8 trillion? Is it 2.8 trillion shillings from the informal sector? That is what I want you to answer.
It is like this. I'll just go over the same thing again. You see what's happening? It's all about, first of all, getting data. Before you came in, I did say here that this hustler thing is about data collection. Wachana na hii maneno ya borrowing 500, what have you. No. The important thing, where the value is in this hustler thing, is in that thing they call saving. That saving is going to give authenticity to the data of information about your transactions. By the end of it, KRA is going to issue PIN numbers to all the people based on that saving element for each and every one. And that is what is critical about this. So again, earlier on, before you came, Richie, I did talk about Starbucks. You know what Starbucks is? That Starbucks thing is a form of write-off, which the Kenya government has been doing, and it favors certain people who do that borrowing. That is going to be the fate of the hustler thing. And that's why I was telling you, again, before you came in, I did tell you that Chaka was there. I did say that this hustler limit is not the same all over the country. The limit depends on which part of the country you are from. For example, today, if you go and apply for the hustler fund, which if you happen to be in Siaya, I can assure you will not get more than 500. But I know of people who are used to work with in the past. Two of them had applied for the hustler limit when they were in Nyeri. They were surprised as to the limit they were able to access. The minimum was 1,500. A gentleman I used to work with, he is not from Nyeri, he was there on an assignment. But the fact that he applied for the Hustler facility when he was in Nyeri, he was shocked to himself. His limit was 1,500. Yet, when he was in Nairobi, Utawala, it was 500. Anyway, that is the other politics of it. But eventually, what is going to happen to the Hustler Fund? You see this Hustler thing, these people are budgeting to write off 5 to 7 billion a year of the Hustler thing. So in other words, when you tell your people, hey, anybody who has borrowed usirudishe, you are not telling them anything new. They knew you would not be returning. But that's not what they are after. What they are after is collecting data and collecting transactions on your statements, which they are going to use to arrive at this 2.8 trillion. Eventually, they are going to end up with a formula, which is going to tax the informal sector based on your transactions, averaging your transactions against the presumptive tax.
Kusel.
Yes.
I think you are right on every point. You just like you were saying earlier, is they pay everything for New Mexico. I mean, what about the economy of like California or New York? You go to Alaska, if you stay there over a year, they start paying you money back. So it is in Kenya, what you are explaining is very clear. Is the mingling of all those factors in economic theory to know that if you give somebody from KCSE $100, they will pay $100 back. If you give somebody from Migori $100, they might give you $2. It's all kinds of stuff that they're doing in Kenya today. Just as you can give an example. Okay, final example. When Obama became president, the U.S. was losing like $800,000 people jobs a day. But how he did that, of course, American print money, but he convinced the parliament, and of course, only nearly all of them was the Democrats that voted for it. But guess what? Within 2 years, he gave them 4 years. He gave a stimulation of 4 years to pay back or to change the economy, whatever. But in 2 years, he had paid all the companies back. But the Democrats, if the Republicans had won, all the companies like General Motors, all these big companies that pay very well, they could have gone under because they wanted to sell them and then, start making the cars from Mexico, Canada, anywhere. So it is an economic theory. It's who wins the presidency, what time, when. All these factors, we have to be live to them and know that if we lose, we lose. If we win, we win. That's part of life. Thank you, gentlemen.
Penny, I agree with most of the things that you're saying. However, there's one thing that I don't agree with, and that is the kind of groundwork that this government is putting into place to try and raise revenue. I mean, these things were discussed before. These are things that have been tried before and failed. Unfortunately, this government right now is giving us numbers from textbooks. You cannot plan the budget of an economy like Kenya with numbers that don't exist, Kuseo. You cannot give us a budget proposal, which you call presumptive, expecting that at a given point in time, you'll have collected such data and try to extrapolate how much money you're going to tax Kenyans so that you can do A, B, C, D. It's not possible. It is either we are living beyond our means as a country, and that is why I'm saying here. Sometimes when you look at what William Ruto speaks and what William Ruto does, these are two different things, very different. Because on one side, we have a government that is complaining about a ballooning wage bill. On the other side, we have an executive that is willing to expand, the number of ministries in terms of permanent secretary appointments so that they can accommodate cronies. We have an executive that is so willing to travel across the country almost every weekend, to celebrate their victory in terms of thanksgiving and prayers. The kind of money that this government is using every day to organize all these events, and the bloated government, the PSS, the CSS that are going to be appointed very soon, shows us that this government is not prepared to cut down the wage bill. Seriously. And you've seen right there, the video that I played, almost over 0.5% of the revenue collected in the Republic of Kenya is consumed by the executive. If we truly did not admire what Uhuru Kenyatta did as a president, then we should be going the opposite direction of what he did. William Ruto's government is completely different in terms of trying to, cut down the wage bill and what they do. Kuso, you said very clearly here, if we can raise 2.8 trillion shillings from the informal sector, then I don't see why the president should be complaining about the deputy president complaining about inheriting a broke government. I assume these people kuseo hawa watu ni watu ambao wameshindwa watatoa pesa wapi. And what they are trying to do is they are giving us numbers in advance so that when KRA fails to reach the target that they have set, they can have an excuse to go outside and borrow money. We know very well, everybody knows very well, that the Kenyan government cannot survive from the taxes that are paid by the Kenyan people. Number one, the percentage of Kenyans that have a livable wage, wale watu ambao wanapata pesa ambazo wanafanya kazi, wanafanya biashara na wanaweza lipa ushuru, ni watu wachache sana. Majority of Kenyans, over 60%, especially the youth, the stronger generation, do not have a job. Hawana kazi. They have no means ya kujisustain. So we cannot be telling people ya kwamba tutachukua data kutoka kwa hawa watu ambao hawana kazi. Kuseo, perhaps wewe uko na mtu uko Kenya unalipia school fees na unamtumia mpaka pesa ya pocket money kwa simu. This is what the government is targeting. How sustainable is that?
Richie, let me tell you the bombshell which is awaiting these people. You see, this so-called presumptive tax, they are trying to average transactions which according to them are authentic from the Safaricom database. Now, you will be surprised that I don't know whether the likes of Ndi have done all this. These people have overmined information from Safaricom, and it is a bit disheartening that serious government, call them economists, can bank so much on the information on the Safaricom M-Pesa and want to treat this as if they are economic activities. I don't know whether you have heard what is going on now. People are so worried that just money floating around in M-Pesa, somebody is trying to view this as being business transactions. For heaven's sake. Now, some people have been arguing that most of these are just onward transfer on onward movement of funds. Now, to respond to that, they are saying that they are not saying that all of them are business transactions. And I overheard from reliable sources that somebody is saying that in fact, when they look at your M-Pesa statement, Richie, that 500 or maybe some cash which came from me to you is being treated as a transaction, as a business transaction from me to you. And they are saying that, okay, we are not saying that all the transactions are business transactions. We are going to assume that on average. And yet that is why they are trying to rely on this, call it 0.02% of all the transactions that you have done in a month. Let's just take that we take a tax of 0.02. So in other words, maybe half of them are business transactions which attract tax, others are not, which maybe are just money onward or being passed from one person to another. But to assume that, because it is presumptive, to assume that on all in M-Pesa accounts is a bit seriously misleading, to an extent whereby you are budgeting 2.8 trillion simply because from Safaricom you can mine a database of 33 million accounts, and that in call it in a month they are handling or moving around how many billions of shillings. So you call it, I may talk about 0.2%, but 0.2% of 900 billion in a month, or call it 1.9 trillion in a month only. To you, that looks like very good tax revenue, isn't it? Which you didn't have earlier on. And somebody was trying to argue that they are broadening the tax base. To them, that is something which, according to them, they didn't have because the informal sector was not in the tax bracket. Now, on a serious note, well, time will tell. Time will tell. Somebody keeps saying that you should be paying your right share of tax. Surely your right share of tax cannot be represented by the transaction on your M-Pesa account. Should it? I don't know whether so many people are going to start using M-Pesa. Have they asked themselves? That is also a possibility. You'll find so many people now abandoning M-Pesa as a way of cash movement. Well, anyway, time will tell. But somebody is seriously misled. If serious economists will go that mpaka they put it on paper, 2.8 trillion is not a small amount of money. Well, anyway, Chepto, your M-Pesa transactions are going to attract 0.2% tax per month.
Yeah, go ahead, Kenyan Chepto.
Yes, I want to say something. I've been listening to you guys. Yeah, you're contributing a lot. And Kenyans, I hope they are hearing. But this is a way of crippling everybody in Kenya so that you come to your knees. If they are going to be taxing people who are struggling even to get food on the table, how do you expect them to survive? This is a government that talked about state capture. They are the one who captured the state. They talked that they are going to watalima ndio watu wapate chakula. Nyinyi ndio mtalimwa. Walisema hakuna pesa. There was money because how are they managing themselves going all these places they are going and all these things that they are doing? We know they are using money. Hii ni serikali ambayo imeongea habari ya mauaji. Wao wameua. Wameongea habari ya dams. Dams, how many promises are we going to get? There were dams which were to be even built during his deputizing the previous government. Nothing was done, and he was the one facilitating that. Barabara zimesimamishwa, zilikuwa ziendelee. This is a godly man, and we have come to find that he is not a godly man. What are you expecting from this? Nothing. In fact, even if we keep on talking about this government, unless we do the unusual thing, get them out of that office, we will be always talking about them. Because what they are doing, they want every Kenyan to go to their knees. They don't want anybody to raise their head. They want us crippled so that we can listen and do as they say. It is hard, It is coming to that situation. So Kenyans, don't sleep. Let's get up and do something. We are not going to be crippled just to be put down by somebody who just stole somebody's election, and then we listen to him. He will do nothing. Why is he milking everybody? How can he transact money that I have sent to my child? How can they start milking people who don't have even food to eat? It is saddening. And these people, they think that they are doing the work of a government. This is a mafia. They are killing people. They are finishing people. How much money are we manufacturing so that they can have a share and I remain with some? The cost of living is very high. Where do I get this money to pay all this? Where do they tax me? And why should they tax me? If only I'm maybe having this money from, maybe I have gone to the shamba. I have done the best I can. When I sell a gunia of maize, somebody is coming there after me for taxation.
No, Chepto, I think you didn't. They are using your ASLA borrowing to judge your business transactions.
But when they are going to M-Pesa, what does that mean? Maybe somebody is paying me for that gunia I have sold through M-Pesa. Is that correct?
ASLA is for business.
But when they say they are going to M-Pesa, are they going?
Pay tax. You are using M-Pesa to trade, and they are the ones who have lent you the money to trade.
So when I'm selling my maize to somebody and send me through M-Pesa, are they going to tax me that money?
Well, tax comes from businesses. So however small.
Of course, I'm doing business by then, and I'm selling my 1 gunia of maize. That is business. Are they going to tax me from that?
Precisely, that they are saying that after they have collected the data, the information from your M-Pesa transaction, after a while, they'll come up with an average. That is what Rich was trying to say. And across the country, they are targeting 2.8 trillion.
Why are they targeting from wananchi as if we are the one who have the money? The government has the money, and if the money is not floating to wananchi, how do they get the money?
Right now, they are calling you the informal sector. Now, this is the government you have. So, it's your government. Deal with it.
Kuseo, my problem is you cannot, even if they are giving this 500 shillings to everybody, this is a kind of taking your other money that you get through the data that they have collected from you. So anything else that you'll be putting on that account, it will be accounted for the government to tax. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is correct.
So that means
you see, Chepto, what I said earlier, for them to access your M-Pesa transaction, that in itself was some kind of a fraud, according to me. It is not right. But nevertheless, they have managed to do it that way. And you did hear, for example, when Chaka mentioned that he has tried it 4 times. Now, every time it appears on your M-Pesa transaction, to them they read it as call it a business transaction. And according to them, they have been at pains on how to tax the informal sector. Now they think they have been able to arrive at something they can use to average how you should be taxed. Remember, in the past, the informal sector have not been paying tax this much. And if you check the budget estimate, somebody is trying to say that they are actually trying to expand the tax bracket by roping you in.
Let me ask you, Kuseo, if I have, okay, let's say my child have taken that 500 shillings and he didn't do anything with it. He just used it, and because his data has gone to the government, and then my son doesn't have money, but I send him money for use. It will go the same number that he used because he took the money from the government. And then he uses that because it is pocket money. Then I may send another money because definitely somebody wants some money to keep up with the life of whatever he is. Now, does it mean the government now will come and assess those monies that I have sent several times because already they have all the credentials of that person or the information of that person, and average to charge taxes on that?
You see, Chepto, I agree with you. The challenge we have here is that these are some of the things we have been trying to point out about the fakeness of this so-called hustler thing. Now you can use, first of all, they are getting the information from it, which information itself is fake, as you have explained. You take, for example, a student who all he has is a phone and he has an M-Pesa account. He's receiving, even call it pocket money, isn't it? Now,
Yes.
somebody want to treat this as business transaction.
Business.
Yeah, you see, that's where they go wrong. And that is, it is high time the Kenyan public revolt about this hustler thing to begin with. Don't you see? So it is
That
up
is
to
my
the Kenyans.
question.
There'll come a time when the Kenyans themselves have to come up guns blazing and reject the hustler thing. And that is why I indicated here earlier that one of the things you're going to see, the Safaricom's are going to start suffering because so many people are going to stop using their M-Pesa as product. Don't you see that coming? I can see that coming. The M-Pesa
Definitely,
product, people are
yeah,
going to start withdrawing.
definitely, because if that is where the government is putting their hands and start milking somebody who is not even working, not doing business, you are receiving pocket money, and your
Yeah.
pocket money is being taxed.
Is being
Where
taxed.
where are we going?
They are taxing students' pocket money. It is not right. Hmm?
Now that is the question people should ask themselves and come to think. And if this is when you say that if Ruto tells you don't follow this road, you're gonna fall in a ditch, follow that road, because he is always the opposite. You understand what I mean?
I get what you mean. I get what you mean. But Makiadi, I just wanted to this hii maneno ya Chebukati assassination and the issue of the inquiry is going to be very, very challenging. As I said here, the organization which who did that investigation using the ASLAB dossier, the whistleblowers dossier, are people who are in business. It is like you have engaged the KPMG, your internal auditors. Now they have brought in some external auditors to go over certain business activities that took place. Maybe there was forgeries, there were frauds, and what have you. And you have engaged them. The only thing is that the way they obtained the data they have used for this investigation was through whistleblowing. And whistleblowing is a known thing and it is allowable. Internationally, it is acceptable. Now, that is the challenge that this government is now facing, because they are trying to say that Chebukati was to be murdered for doing XYZ. Now, maybe you should pray that they start that inquiry. Then this information will be validly acceptable in that inquiry to prove whether Chebukati is a hero that he claims he is or what. So they are in a fix.
You see, Kuseo, there are things that don't add up. There are things that don't add up. Before I welcome Godfrey to speak, there are things that don't add up. Before Chebukati went to announce the results at Bomas, we were told somebody was trying to kidnap him, make him disappear so that we have another person that can step in as a temporary chairman or chair lady or something, and announce somebody else. We have had people, witnesses, including the Archbishop of ACK, saying very well, categorically, that before Chebukati went to Bomas of Kenya, they passed through his home to pray for him. He called people, he called the clergy to his house in Nairobi to pray for him so that he can, gain courage to go to Bomas of Kenya and announce results. That is a story we've had. And then there's another story we come to learn later, that Chebukati was protected by the current president's security. Even as he was going to announce the results, alikuwa anachungwa na walinzi wa the former, wakati alikuwa deputy president, walikuwa wanamchunga hadi wakati ambapo alienda ku announce results. Na tuliona hiyo, we saw that. Hata tuliona Bomas of Kenya. So I want you to ask yourself, as we continue to contemplate on this so-called circus of Chebukati getting assassinated, being kidnapped or whatever, and getting assassinated, as we continue to, ask ourselves these tough questions. How did the deputy president at that time get knowledge to an extent that he was able to extend or lend his security to Chebukati? What interest did he have at that particular moment? Did we have a predetermined election even before the results were announced? And that is why Ruto had to provide his security to Chebukati. These are things that we should be asking ourselves.
But Chad, before you came, we did say here that you see the current president in the past, he had been playing victim all over. He went to Chatham House. Was it in the US, where he was saying how the government is planning to rig the election? Now, as Chepto have just said, it is always the opposite of what he says. He's actually the one who was planning to rig the elections. And in the beginning, personally, I did say here that if there is the deep end of deep state, that is where he was. In other words, he was deeper than all the other, you could imagine, deep state, so-called deep state. So everything, as you are predicting, was all planned.
All right, my friend Black here reminds me that the deputy DP has access to intelligence. Ama umesahau. Black sijasahau, DP anakuanga na intelligence briefing. Lakini William Ruto mwenyewe ndiye alikuja kwa TV akatuambia yeye hakuna mtu anampatianga intelligence briefing ya kama deputy president, na akatuambia kwamba alipigia mkubwa wa security inaitwa intelligence simu mara mingi sana. Amempigia simu mara mingi. He said it.
There was no answer.
Exactly. So wakati unakuja kutuambia hapa, we should reason from the point ambayo nyinyi mnatuletea. I mean, if you tell us ya kwamba you don't get security briefing, na wewe unakuja kuniuliza ya kwamba nimesahau deputy president anapatanga security briefing. Yeye mwenyewe alikuja akasema hana briefing. So inafaa tuambie, wakati Chebukati alikuwa anataka kuwa kidnapped, ni nani aliambia Ruto ya kwamba Chebukati anataka kuwa kidnapped ndio amtumie security? Unless Chebukati na Ruto walikuwa wamepanga hiki kitu kitambo sana, hata kabla uchaguzi ifanyike. Hapana tubeba namna hiyo. Godfrey, karibu.
Thank you Makadi. So ni kitambo sana kukuona bwana. Mwisho ilikuwa wakati kwa na discuss mambo ya Chebukati na Geo locked something. Mama Chepto na Chaka Barezen. Okay, Makadi, on the issue of intelligence, I think we have to blame ourselves. In fact, we should blame our president our former president Uhuru, kwa sababu wakati walikuja wakadisagree with the deputy president, that was the time angekata hiyo communication na huyo deputy president kabisa, but inaonekana kuwa the things were happening in secret Yeye pengine kwa anadanganywa, kumbe vitu ziko na happen in secret na ajui. Jamaa anakuwa intelligence ya kila kitu, anaongea na kina Chebukati, anapanga mambo zake. Ruto yani Uhuru amekaa tu anakunywa pombe akilewa. You know, we have to blame ourselves. Huyu jamaa alitumia sana, our president Uhuru alitumia sana. Okay, there's something I wanted to talk ambao Kusawa amesema on the issue of Chebukati being adopted auliwe. This is the propaganda ambao Ruto anatumia. You know, Ruto with the people wanamzunguka what and what wa propaganda mpaka kina with another fake lawyer, this called Ambrose somebody, a fake lawyer from Nyanza, anakuja on live TV anasema kuwa the time Chebukati alikuwa anaenda kutangaza results, kwanza alikaa kwa nyumba yake akasema ameshindwa kutoka, anapitia
Weda
somebody, Ambrose somebody, yeah.
Ambrose Weda,
he talked on the live TV akasema kuwa Chebukati called religious people from his house wakuja wamuombe kwa sababu kwa ameshindwa kuenda. Alafu tena akaongeza uongo kuwa the time walitoka kwake walitumia gari ya au religious people, religious elders ndio walitumia gari yake, na on the way wakiwa wanaenda Bomas kuna gari moja sports Range Rover ilikuwa inajaribu kuwa block kila time. And he's talking on the live TV na anajua kabisa ni uongo, anadanganya. And these are the people ambao wamezunguka huyu president. President Ruto, on my side, okay, on my view, not my side, on my view, we should not be discussing right now anything kuhusiana na government yake. I think right now we have results, the two results ambao tunaamini vilifanyika, and we know that Ruto hakushinda kura, Raila alishinda kura. So I think we should give people hope, and we should now discuss on what forward and what will happen wakati Raila anakuja. What will happen? What next for Raila? Because I don't think we can continue kuweka government kwa kiti tukifikiria kwa kuna hope baadaye. There's no hope with this government. The government came in, wamemaliza kila kitu, wametoa all subsidy. There's nothing we are waiting for this government to do kwa wananchi wa kawaida. There's no interest in him ambayo itasaidia wananchi wa kawaida. I think this is the time we need to find ways to tell people, hata kama itabidi tuangamane. Okay, I don't advocate for violence, but imefika wakati nimesema iwe liwalo. But I think we need to take back our victory. Hakuna vile mtu atatuibia kura akuje aharibu economy ya Kenya. In fact, right now kila mtu analia, unajaribu kufanya business, hakuna pesa unapata. Ukiweka pesa kwa account unashangaa pesa imepotea tu. Hata hakuna pesa kwa mfuko. Na it's only 3 months. Hata ijamaliza miezi 4 and things are not working. Everything is stuck kwa sababu ya government ya ukora, ya uongo. I think it's time we need to rise up. Come on, revolution, we need to force Raila. We take back our victory. Tusiendelee na kudiscuss mambo ya government. Government yatusaidie, imekuja kuibia watu hii government.
Haya, thank you Godfrey. Wacha ni Chaka umedrop, karibu.
Unmute, Chaka, unmute.
Hapa
Hatukusikii ama ni mimi? Mnamsikia kweli?
Yeah, sound system si poa.
Chaka, sijui sauti leo iko na shida gani bana upande wako? Mesi msikii bana.
Apande kwa huo mnazi uko hapo.
Chaka, hatukusikii bana. Leo shida ni nini bana? Ndugu yangu. Haya, awacha jaribu kutoka kwanza hapa. Utatoka alafu rudi. Inaonekana kuna shida ya connection. Ngoja dakika moja.
Anglican Church Archbishop Jackson Ole Sapit had been in touch with Chebukati.
Very tense. He was just walking across the sitting room. The wife and the daughter were in distress, and all what we did was, we never asked the details what was happening, but we can see the agitation. So we prayed, and then he said, we can now go to Bomas together. He was in need of that prayer.
This was a man who had spent several hours of the previous night at the Bomas of Kenya in meetings. A man who had been informed of an NSAC delegation seeking his audience.
That was our major concern, and even our major worry. We were asking ourselves, at this hour, why was he not in Bomas? But because he did not know the details, he did not disclose to us any details. All what we did is to offer prayer.
Unasikia hiyo story, unknown scripts, vile hiyo story inageuzwa kila siku. Huyo ni Archbishop anasema yeye aliitwa kwenda kufanya maombi kwa Chebukati. Alafu wakati walimuombea, he was in a bit of distress, na baada ya kumuombea wakaandamana pamoja kuenda Bomas. But the Archbishop is not very honest to tell you about why walienda huko. Yeye anasema Chebukati aliwapigia simu akawaambia ninahitaji maombi, so kujeni kwangu muombe. And this is a person who was supposed to be at Bomas tallying the results na wale commissioners wengine. So sisi tunalaumu our commissioners, tunawaita the Cherera 4. Walikuja wakasema sisi hatukubaliani na haya matokeo ambayo Chebukati amekuja nayo, tukawaona wabaya. Sasa saa hii Chebukati hata hakukuwa Bomas wakati tallying ilikuwa inafanyika. Yeye aliitisha maombi na baada ya kuombewa akaenda kutangaza uchaguzi. Unataka uniambie hizo results zenye alikuwa anaenda kutangaza alikuwa ametoa wapi?
Can I say something? Can I say something, Makiadi, please?
Yes.
This guy was in distress kwa sababu hakujua ni nini itatokea akienda kufanya hiyo maajabu ya ulimwengu alikuwa anatarajia kufanya. That is the distress he had. If he had it, if he had distress, it's what is going to happen to me once I announce this, and as I take this away from the winner and announce it in the Bomas of Kenya. Am I going to be killed? Will there be fight? What will happen? That is the distress, I would say. It is my opinion, Makiadi.
Yes, Godfrey.
To add something to Mama Chepto, to confirm the same distress, kumbuka vene nani walisema the other kinagulie. After releasing the results, wanasema walitoka wote, wawili watatu, wakaenda kujificha on a known place. Na kwenda kujificha, walizima simu yao wakacha Bomas. Sasa pale walienda walikuwa tu wanaangalia TV kuona kama watu watauana ama watu watauana. Yani when situation inaendelea unaona tu kabisa walikuwa wamepanga hii kitu. Ni kitu kimeshapangwa tayari. Chebukati mwenyewe anakuja with the results ambazo hazijulikani zimetoka wapi. We had an extra day ambao ilikuwa akuje akijua kama kuna pressure, angewa cool wote down akasema basi tulie paka kesho. We discuss, we agree on this results, kama ziko sawa tutangaze, kama ziko sawa tuone tutafanya nini. But why was he in a hurry kutangaza, yet we had another extra day ya kutangaza? Mbona watu wakazima simu zao wakaziwacha Bomas wakaenda kujificha on a known place, alafu wanaangalia kama watu wanauana ama watu hawani, wakakaa for 3 days wakiona hakuna mtu anauana ndo wanatoka. Sasa ani the script inaonyesha kabisa hapa.
Bando zangu ni kidogo, naomba nichangie nitoke.
Endelea.
Unajua Makiadi na ndugu zangu hapa, ukweli ni kwamba hakuna haja ya kubembeleza hii serikali, kwa sababu hii si serikali imechaguliwa na wananchi, na kuthibitisha hilo ni kwamba hii ni serikali ambayo imeweza kufanya mipango yake, imefanya mipango kuweza kupata uongozi. Kwa msitegemee hata siku moja kwamba mwananchi hapa atakuwa kuna mtu anaweza mfikiria hilo. Tusijidanganye kabisa hapa, kwa sababu yule anafikiria wananchi ni yule ambaye pengine amepigiwa na hao wananchi. Lakini kama ni mtu alifanya kwa mipango yake akapata uongozi kwa njia yake, huwezi mpangia kwamba afikirie wananchi kwamba kuna nini wala kuna taifa. Yeye atafanya kile kwake ataona ni sahihi, kwa sababu uongozi anajua venye alipata dharuba aliyopata na ujua yeye mwenyewe. Na ndipo sasa tunapitia haya, tumepitia ya GMO tukayashuhudia. Na hapo ndio kwanza hii serikali inaonyesha kwamba haina haja na Mkenya wa kawaida. Ni bora afe, ni bora angie magonjwa, lakini wao wasustain na wabaki pale kwa niaba yao ya kurudisha pesa zao na kutengeneza mapesa. Kwa hapa tukusema hapa tunalumbana, tunafanya nini, tunazungumzia hapa, hakuna cha msingi. Ni Mkenya azinduke na tuhakikisha hawa watu tumeondoa katika huu uongozi. Ndivyo tutakuwa, maana
Makiadi kidonda kuachana na inzi ni kidonda kupona, lakini kama kidonda hakitakuwa kimepona, basi inzi usitegemee kwamba litakuwa mbali. So sisi wa Kenya kuhakikisha tumeondoka katika hii hali ni kuhakikisha hii serikali tumeotoa, kwa sababu haina imani na mwananchi wa kawaida, na ndiposa wamembebesha huu mzigo na bado watamkandamiza, kama nilivyotangulia kuzungumza tangia juzi kwamba lengo la hizi serikali iko hapa ni kuhakikisha mwananchi amenyamazishwa kabisa. Kadri anavyokuwa na shida zake na njaa zake, ndivyo ambavyo ataweza kutumiwa vibaya zaidi na hata kuwa na sauti ya kuzungumza. Kwa hiyo haina haja tukae mahali ambapo tunaona tunakoelekezwa siko, tunaanza bambanya hakuna cha kujadili hili na hili na hili, kwa sababu tayari hii serikali tumeiona ingia hapa katika huu uongozi wake haina imani na mwananchi, haijachaguliwa na mwananchi, na ndiposa haina haja na mwananchi. Haja ni kuhakikisha ni njia gani wameweza kuhakikisha pesa zimeingia kwao, wamethibiti kila mahali. Kwa sababu ni jambo gani la waibu hili Makiadi? Kama mimi nitakuwa nauza kijibiashara changu, pengine nasafirisha dagaa huko Mombasa, nimelipwa huko kwa sababu mteja yuko huko mtajiri wangu yuko huko amenitumania pesa, alafu pesa ile imekatwa katikati hapo ya hewa kwa sababu imekatwa ushuru. Ya nini? Tuliona wapi? Na yanatendeka haya nchi gani inatenda unyama kama huu? Mwananchi huyo umemwapanisha vitu, vyakula viko juu, harama maisha iko juu, umemwadhibu kwa hilo, tena bado unamwadhibu hata ile pesa anayotaka kufanya nao biashara bado uikate vile vile. Bora tu ile mradi ameingia kwa M-Pesa. Hii ni jambo la waibu. So Wakenya hapa sijui huwa tunasifikiria wale wanafagilia hii serikali. Ni nini haswa kina kubenefit hapa? Ni nini haswa kinakutia matumaini katika hii serikali ya hawa mabepari na wasiokuwa na roho ya utu, wala wasiofikiria hii Kenya mahali inaelekea ni wapi? Wako radhi kuhakikisha kila mtu amekandamizwa hapa, wasiwe na sauti kabisa. So tunaiwekea nini hapa? Ni sisi wote tuje pamoja tuikatae hii serikali. Na licha kwamba kuna Raila, kuwe na Raila, kusiwe na Raila, but wananchi wenyewe tujitokeze haswa, kwa sababu tayari dalili kila kitu tumekiona hapa. So hata tukishinda tukiagwa hapa na kuijadili kila mahali itasaidia. Miaka inazidi, siku zinazidi, mwisho wa siku tutakuja kushangaa wamefika 2027 wameweka watu wao hapo kwa ABC, watu ambao watawafeva kama wale ambao wameshatoka sasa hivi katika na Chebukati wenye amestaafu. Lakini tumeiona kwamba hii serikali haijachaguliwa na mwananchi na wanalifahamu hili. Leo kama wewe haijachaguliwa, alitumia mbinu zake akapanga mipango na Chebukati akaingizwa kwenye uongozi, wewe mwananchi atakufikiria? Kwa hiyo ni kukuhadaa, kujitia kwamba yupo na kukupa ahadi za uongo, nitakutengenezea hiki, nitatengeneza hiki, lakini hakuna kitu kitakaa. Zaidi ya hii serikali wanamulika mahali pesa ipo. So wakituambia hapa pesa hakuna, wananashangaa sana. Hizi Thanksgiving za miaka mzima, za miezi mitatu mizima zisizoisha, safari kwani ni kuzungumza tu? Wakenya walikuwa shanza kulumba kidogo, safari zimepunguka. Lakini je, katika walivyoingia kwenye uongozi ni safari ngapi wenye walienda? Pili, Kenya inajulikana kwa wizi na anayejulikana yuko pale mwizi. Sasa usitegemee hata mataifa mengine watupe pesa yao hapa wakati wanaelewa kabisa ni nani wenye yuko pale. Mwenye kuchupa pesa yake hapa, unless yuko na dili na hapa Kenya, yuko na mpango na hapa Kenya, ndio hilo taifa litaweza kusaidia hii Kenya. Lakini haswa mataifa yenye akili zao timamu wanaoelewa hii Kenya na nani yuko pale, hawezi piana misaada yao. Kwa hiyo watarudi back to wananchi wakisema kwamba ndio wamekandamizwa, wao wamelipa kila kitu, hiyo harama maisha ndio yani hakuna kitu tunategemea hapa. Tunaitegemea kwamba tutapumzishwa mzigo hata mwananchi hapa. So hakuna haja kukaa hapa. Hakuna haja tukubembeleze Raila akuja hapa aanze kuzungumza, kwa sababu ni sisi wananchi wenyewe tukatae. Na tuondoe huu uongozi wa kidhalimu, huu uongozi wa kidikteta. Tukatae kabisa kwa kauli moja, hatutaki. Ondokeni katika ofisi. Tuangalie mtu ambaye ataweza kusimama hapa. Bora haswa hata tu lead by military, turudi huko kwa hizo nchi zingine bana 10 kuliko watu na mtu ambaye ni muongo. Tuwe na mtu ambaye hana utu, hana roho hata chembe chembe ya utu. Maki hadi mimi nitakwamia pale kwa sababu ninasikia kitu ndani ya moyo wangu kabisa. Hatuwezi fanyishwa biashara kama malumbukeni wa Kenya bwana. Tena bado kwa hapo unasimama Ruto, unashangilia nini? Tuna nini haswa? Kwa hivyo hapa kuna cha kujadili mambo mengi. Ni hapa ni kuhamasishana, wananchi tujitokeze, tuseme hatutaki. Maana Raila ndio huyu anayetumiwa, kama ataka kuzungumza hiki kashapelekwa mahali nyingine. Akitaka kuzungumza akashapelekwa huko, anatumiwa. Sasa ni wakati wa sisi wananchi wenyewe tuzungumze, tujitokeze. We Raila kusiona Raila, wale watatusupport watusupport, wale watasema hapana, lakini uongo hapa ni lazima kichimbike. Maana hawa watu tumeshawaruhusu tayari, washaanza kukita mizizi. Maana kama ni mahakama washateka, kama ni security washateka, kama ni parliament washateka. Hakuna vyenye ambavyo sisi wananchi kama hatutaungana kwa pamoja, kabila zote hapa tunaweza ngoa hii. Tunaweza ngoa hii nani hii serikali mamlakani. So ni nguvu yetu, umoja wetu, na kuhakikisha tunafikiria ni wapi tumetoka na ni wapi tunaenda. Lakini msitegemee itakuwa na imani na mwananchi wa kawaida. Mwananchi wa kawaida atanyonywa tu, na Mkenya atabebeshwa mzigo atake asitake. Maana lengo la hao watu ni kufikiria mahali pesa ipo. Walipora na watapora. Na kwa sababu wako katika mamlaka, hamwezi wafanya chochote. Mimi nikwamie pale.
Asante Chaka. Unajua saa ingine ninasikia watu wakiongea hapa, inasemekana ati it was clear. Ndugu yetu Charles anasema it was clear that to all that Chebukati, including Chebukati, that the government wanted to capture him. At that time it was getting help and protection from all any corner. So if Ruto knew he had won, he could tell his guards. Mi nataka kuuliza Godfrey na wenzangu hapa, kama serikali ilikuwa na nia ya kumkamata Chebukati, serikali ingeshindwa? Serikali, if the government was interested in abducting Chebukati, the government or the so-called deep state yenye tulikuwa tunaambiwa deep state, do you want to tell me ingeshindwa? So people should come here. Watu wakikuja hapa wajaribu kutuambia vitu ambayo haiwezi ku make sense, tunafaa kuwakataza. It is very very clear ya kwamba Uhuru Kenyatta was a hands-off president in terms of trying to force Chebukati to announce any person as a winner. Uhuru Kenyatta expected the election and you also, wengine misa ingine naonanga watu wanalaumu Uhuru Kenyatta ati alituuza ama nini. Godfrey, wacha nikueleze namna hii. Hata ukisema ya kwamba Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa labda anakula zile vitu zake, Chebukati kama alikuwa amekuwa compromised, even without Uhuru Kenyatta ama with Uhuru Kenyatta's influence, kama alikuwa compromised, angetangaza ule mtu ambaye amemcompromise. Na wakati Rafael them personally, kwa sababu these are people ambao walikuwa wanatembea kwa manyumba za watu wakifanya kitu inaitwa bidding, the highest bidder. Hii kitu ilikuwa inauzwa na akina
Makiadi, your network. Oh, Chaka, naona Makiadi network imepotea. But there's something about Makiadi alikuwa anasema kuhusu kuwa tunalaumu Uhuru. Kwa Uhuru alikuwa anakula ile kiti yake. Chaka, I know very well Uhuru angetusaidia pale wakati alikuwa ashapewa. You know, he was the first person ambaye alijua results. Okay, Makiadi endelea, naona umerudi.
Unajua kuna shida tunakuanga nayo hapa.
Geoffrey, jana tulizungumza mjadala wote pale, kama unakumbuka, kuhusiana na ile swala la Uhuru. Na nikakwambia kabla hata haya, urudi tu pale, futa ile taswira Uhuru alivyokuwa ameandamwa, kwamba yeye atanataka kurule hii country akiwa nje, na si wengine wenye kuzungumza ni hawa tumbo kwanza hawa. Na kabla ya hayo kulikuwa kuna maneno ambayo yalikuwa kuna romance zenye zilikuwa zinamwandama Uhuru vibaya mno. Light kitu ambacho kilimnyamazisha, nilikwambia jana, Uhuru hana roho ya jiwa, alikuwa na roho, anakuwa na roho ya nyama sawia na sisi tu. Sasa inafikia mahali ukasema wacha kiende tu, mimi wacha madamu nishamaliza nipeane uongozi nikatafute sehemu mpumzike. Na ndivyo alivyofanya Uhuru. Haimaanishi kwamba yeye alikuwa amemsaliti Raila wala alikuwa na mpango na Ruto, hapana. Ilifikia mahali aseme tu madamu tamu yangu umeisha na nashukuru Kenya hii nimebeba, wacha iende, wananchi watajiamulia. Kama ni kuwaonya niliwaonya, nikawaambia huu ndio mkono ambao unafaa na huu si mkono ambao unafaa. Juu yeye amekaa hapo, amekaa na deputy wake, alikuwa amemsoma, amemwangalia tabia zake, mipango yake, na mwisho wa siku alipomwacha ili naye apate pumzi angalau ya kuzungumza, ndivyo ilivyotokea hayo yote. Kwa sababu Uhuru wakati wa 2013 mpaka 2017 hakuwa na sauti. Sauti ilikuwa ya Ruto, na ndio wakati corruption ilizidi katika hii nchi, katika hili taifa. Pumzi ya Uhuru ilipatikana wakati yeye alipojoin hands na Raila Odinga, ndipo alipotokeza sasa anaweza zungumza kwa conference, ukamsikia Uhuru kweli kumbe anazungumza, lakini alikuwa amenyamazishwa. So walipoachana kwa sababu ya kutoelewana ya yeye, kwa hivyo kila mtu na njia yake, deputy na hii rais na hii, hakuna hapana, siwezi haribu nchi wakati iko na tension. Na kwa kweli hakika najua wazi aswa kwamba mimi sijashinda. Sasa madam sijashinda, mimi wacha niungane na ndugu yangu nikifanye na yeye kazi, na kama kweli inawezekana tu jaribu kudrive huu uongozi utoke katika kabila hii uende kwa mwingine, ili kila Mkenya at least ahisi kwamba na yeye pia alizungumzia. Naweza kuwa wakati huu ni safari ya kabila nyingine kuongoza katika hili taifa. Uhuru mwenyewe kabisa kazungumza mambo ambayo ilikuwa yanamkera haswa deputy wake ambaye sasa hivi ndio anasemekana ni rais wetu. So kwa kweli Uhuru mimi siwezi mlaumu kwa chochote kile. Hana roho ya jiwe Uhuru, ana roho ya nyama. Inafikia mahali hata wewe ndugu yangu Geoffrey useme basi, madamu mimi nishazungumza nishafanya yangu, wacha iende sasa. Wakenya wenyewe ndio watajionea. Sasa wale walio wameshaingizwa propaganda ya kuona Ruto he is the best. Wengi wakawa wanaimba, hususan hawa vijana baba boda mama mboga. Sasa hivi kila mtu anauona sasa uchafu, kwa sababu kama ni manifesto yao hakuna kitu ambacho wanaifuata, ni mambo mapya ambayo yanajitokeza kila uchao. Tena mambo haya ambayo yanajitokeza ni kwa ajili ya kumkandamiza mwananchi, si ya kuendeleza hili taifa. Kwa hivyo ndio mambo ambayo mimi naweza kuzungumzia nikasema Uhuru alikuwa ameona hii picha mali ipo. Jo alikuwa advisor yake, alikuwa naye karibu zaidi, alikuwa shamsoma zaidi. Kwa hiyo hapa mimi sione shida ya kulaumu Uhuru kwamba angezungumza kwa sababu alikuwa amepewa haya majibu. Kwanza angesema no, sisi hataki haya majibu, ndio kungezuka, kwa sababu ni kitu ambacho kilikuwa nasubiriwa tu kungezuka, na Wakenya walikuwa wameshamuamini zaidi Ruto. Hata kama angejaribu kuzungumza hayo, wengi kutokana na kauli na matamshi ya Ruto yalikuwa mazuri yasiokuwa na matendo, lakini yalikuwa ameshika mashiko ya akili za wengi. Kungechimbika ndugu yangu Geoffrey kwa kunyamaza kwa Uhuru na kusema jamani, kama ni swadi ndio hiyo, kama ni power ndio hizo, wacha mimi niende. Na kwa kweli hajaenda State House, alienda direct. Wakimsubiri State House, Uhuru alikuwa ashakwenda ashamaza kazi zake. Hajaiacha hii nchi kumpa Ruto kwa kikamilifu kwa roho yake. Alimsukumakia, ni kama kumsukumania kitu. Shika bwana, si una haja na mamlaka, haya ndio hayo, pambana na hali yako, mimi acha niende zangu. Ndivyo alivyofanya Uhuru. Sasa kipi cha kumlaumu Uhuru hapa? Kilichobaki ni sisi Wakenya wenyewe tuamue. Huko tunakokwenda siko, tuungane tena kwa pamoja, tumtoe huyu mtu hapa, inawezekana. Asanteni.
Haya, sawa ndugu Chaka. Sijui ni nani. Dakika moja hapa. Hebu kwanza nicheze kanda moja fupi hapa, alafu tuendelee.
Closing remarks, Trevor, I would want to take them from a small topic that's on the headline of the Nation there. Just below there, where you have this story that 4 families in this country own more than 40% of the entire wealth of this country. Yeah. 4 families. And this is the story, because this is one of the lines, areas within which I'm very passionate, because I've shouted the loudest. I've said this consistently, that we have a very oppressive system within our country that we need to correct. And that is why, Trevor, if you ask me, why did I jump the bus and immediately get into the bottom-up approach to government? It's because I believe that is the way we are going to, this is the route that we are going to use to correct some of these ills of society, where you have 4 people owning the entire wealth of more than 22 million people in the country, only owned by 4 individuals. And if you go on to read that story, it says actually about 130 people only own the entire of 70% of our GDP, 130. But look at these 4 families and ask yourself, then what hope is there? Trevor, do you know that the person who lives on a small quarter-acre plot of land within Nairobi, let's say in Kariakor, pays the same, will be paying the same rate with somebody who owns Hilton Hotel? And the amount that the biggest billionaire owes is taxed at the same percentage rate with the poorest person in the country. That if you look at our capital gains taxing system, if you look at the brackets within which we tax our people, there is absolutely zero recognition. Yeah. If you look at the system that we should use to ensure that taxation process results into reinvestment or bettering of the society by putting at least much more of those who have more back to society. That doesn't happen in this country. And that is why you find that if we were to proceed the way we were proceeding before, within probably another 50 years, then you would have found that this gap will have grown. And I want to finalize by saying this. This is not just talk we are having here. Yeah. It is recognized globally. Within the index of research done within the entire globe, we are number 189 of the countries with the highest inequality gap. Yeah, and that is tragedy for our people. Yeah. We must take a different turn, and I believe we have taken it now, with the bottom-up approach to our economic progress moving forward. This should now start seeing a retrogression and a reduction, such that we can have a fair society and almost close to equal society, Trevor. And I want to tell you, when you have a holiday next time, go to some of these Scandinavian countries, around Finland, Norway, where are those countries? Just go and see how those people live. Yeah. The inequality gaps in the Netherlands is unbelievable. Yeah. It's almost invisible. Such that everybody lives an almost fair. Okay, in our capitalistic system, we may not necessarily be able to attain that immediately, but we should be walking that way. Every person is equal in the eyes of God. Okay. All of us are. All right. Thank you. Malim.
Haya, sawa, endelea Godfrey. Naona leo ameingia pia.
Just 1 minute. Kuna huyu jamaa anaitwa Charles Sagwara. Sijui kama umesikia somo yote ameandika hapo. Anasema Makwadi, that proves to you that it was not Chebukati doctoring his results. Kuna kitu Charles anafaa elewe. What are we saying? Sisi tunasema huyu mtu aliepa. The guy aliepa from Bomas many hours. Na alirudi na his own results. Kumbuka kwa Bomas kuna 27 constituencies zilikuwa bado hata hawaja verify results zake. Now we still had 1 extra day. But Chebukati alikuja na results zake na akatangaza. So Charles afadhali aelewe kwanza nini tunaongea. Acha tu kusema ati Chebukati sijui doctoring nini. Hakuna. We know what happened. Okay, Makede.
Haya, sawa. Nataka kusema hivi kuhusiana na hiyo video. Unajua nilikuwa ninasema hapa, these people have no plan. These people ndio wako na serikali. Ile vitu wanatuambia ni ile vitu tumekuwa tukijua. Data. Go to the Scandinavians, enda angalia taxes zenye wanalipa, angalia Kenyans hawana mpango ya kusaidia mwananchi. Na ndio unaona mtu kama governor wa Kiambu anaweza kuja kwa TV na kusema the reason why alijump kwa sababu aliona kuna familia ine peke yake ambazo sijui zina hold what percentage ya serikali, wakati baba ya watu wengine walikuwa natafuta, hata kama ni kuiba wanasema waliiba, yeye walikuwa wapi? Where was his parents? You can't be blaming people right now, like I hear Rigathi Gachagua every day talking about ati sijui shamba ya Maumau. You know, these stories are becoming boring. Kila siku utakuwa unaambia watu mambo ya Maumau, nilipigania Maumau, sijui sisi ni Maumau, mi Maumau. Blaming an individual, Uhuru Kenyatta, of the sins of his father. If baba ya Uhuru Kenyatta alipata shamba kwa njia ambayo haikuwa inafaa, you cannot continue blaming Uhuru Kenyatta. You are in power right now. You have the tools of power. If you have the ability to buy land, if central people in Mount Kenya region do not have land, na kuna mtu ambaye last time in 2012, was it 2017, hii kitu ya mashamba ililetwa kwa Uhuru Kenyatta. At that time, the Rigathi Gachagua, William Ruto and the so-called whatever KKA walikuwa upande wa Uhuru Kenyatta, na wakasema ya kwamba Uhuru Kenyatta kuwa na zile shamba ni willing buyer, willing seller, kwa sababu anasema alilipia kila shamba ambayo wako nayo saa hii. Saa hii inaonekana ya kwamba Uhuru Kenyatta anafaa kulaumiwa. This is all about politics. Uhuru Kenyatta anafaa kulaumiwa kwa sababu ya landlessness in Mount Kenya region, and we continue drumming up beating up the drums of inciting the poor against the rich. Saizi Godfrey Ouma ukienda ugonge, and this thing happened so much until people realize that it is going to take the country into the wrong direction. Ukienda uguze mtu wa bodaboda, unakumbuka this trend ya incite the poor against the rich. This is what the Kenya Kwanza government is doing its politics on. Wanaendelea kuchomea base, inaitwa kuchocha base, ya kwamba kuna watu ambao wanatufinya kwa inchi, matajiri ambao wanatufinya kwa inchi ndio wanafanya tunapata hizi shida zote. Yes, Mary, Kenyan Chepto, I keep on.
Yeah, my name is Chepto. Okay, Makiadi, sometimes somebody can do something, ajilete shida. There are those people who went to Rift Valley, they were from Central, and this land they were occupying, they had bought it. They go as a society and they pay for that land to occupy, and then they get the land. It's not free. They use their money to buy that big land, and then it is demarcated into pieces according to the number of people. Where are those people now? They have been displaced. Ruto cannot talk about those. Gachagua cannot talk about those. But they can only follow Uhuru, who has the right of using the land or having the land because his father worked in whichever way and he got it. He never grabbed, he bought it. He used his money by that time when people maybe they didn't have money and he bought it. Come to think about those people who are displaced for their right land, and up to today, they have no land to occupy. That is my question, Makiadi.
Yes, Godfrey, as we go to Leo.
Just to add something on what Chepto has said and Makiadi, hii propaganda ya kusema ya ku incite what UDA used to campaign on, what incite rich na poor, when wanaendelea, before they took the seat, kuna propaganda walikuwa wanaeneza kuhusiana na hii mambo ya SGR na Mama Ngina, wakisema kuwa SGR ni akina Mama Ngina. They had a lot of propaganda on the family of Uhuru first, kwa sababu anasema Uhuru sijui na ile Brookside yake alienda kamaliza Central yote, akawa ndiye pia anafanya business mingi zimekuwa zinafanya na familia ya Uhuru, which is all propaganda. But hiyo ndo amekuwa wakiendelea kuitumia mpaka leo, na walifaulu kudanganya watu wengi na wakakubaliana na mambo yao. That's why unaona hii propaganda yote, hata Ruto wesiamini kama angepata hata 2 million votes, but ile propaganda ambayo alitumia kudanganya ndio ilifanya watu wakafikiria kwa Ruto anakuja kusaidia kiasi ndo sasa akapata kura kidogo, but angepata hata 2 millions. The guy is full of propaganda na hakuna lolote tunaweza pata kwa huyu mtu. The 4 families, okay, bado hajataja the same family, but I know wanaongea kuhusu Uhuru yuko kwa hiyo family, the 4 families, lazima Uhuru yuko ndani. Mbona wasitaje tuambie the families ambao wanasema ndio hizi. Haya, hiyo wealth yao yote tuone kama ukweli walikuwa wanalipa tax ama hawalipi tax, kuliko kusema tu kujumuisha na hatuambii nini inaendelea.
Leo nimekuwa na habari ya masiku mingi bwana. Happy New Year, hatujaonana mwaka huu.
Happy New Year bwana Makiadi. Niko salama, nimejua hatujaonana, ingawaje wakati wangu wa kuja hapa studioni imekuwa tofauti na yako. Tumekuwa tukipitana hivi, lakini niko salama. Naona Kenyan Chepto bado yuko hajachoka. Godfrey Chakamdune kama kawa huwa akosi kupatikana hapa, na Wakenya wale wote ambao wanatufuata kwenye comment section. Good morning kila mtu. Naona mmeleta hoja tamu hapa ili tuweze kuzungumzia nchi yetu tukufu ya Kenya. But mostly I have to start by congratulating those guys who sat for the KCSE. They've really performed well. So whether the exams were real or whether they were leakages or whether there were some issues, we'll have to congratulate them. We don't blame the students. With them, they were given an opportunity to sit for the exam. So whether they did it prior, that one is none of our business. Though we've seen some improvement from the previous examinations that have been taken. So we also have to give credit to the previous holders of that office. I think we had COVID, and they really managed to squeeze and ensure that the timetable, the school timetable worked within the shortest time, though it was congested, but they've produced the results. That is all I can say. Then secondly, there's this conversation about hustlers. I just want to take this opportunity to tell hustlers that currently there is nothing for them. There is really nothing for hustlers, and if there is any hustler outside there who still smiles and thinks that there's something in the store, I think yesterday I heard the Deputy President Rigathi speaking somewhere, I think it was in Central, telling them that we will only be having one bar and restaurant in each town to operate 24 hours. The same was also said by the president, who said that we are going to be having one bar in each constituency. So we are now moving out from voting for your MP to represent you in the parliament, but we will also be voting for one bar and restaurant to represent you in the constituency level. So when you say that each constituency should only have one bar, and you were saying that you don't want this issue of seeing a bar each corner, unaenda kanisani unaona bar, unaenda kwa hii corner unaona bar. There is something that he failed to tell hustlers. Who are these people who are having these small bars and restaurants within the estates? They are the hustlers, those people who cannot be able to start or to get a bar, like they cannot be able to have some big restaurants like Hilton or the ones they go to Norfolk hotels and whatever. So now he wants to suppress these hustlers by denying them an opportunity to start these small bars that they normally start with less money, like 50,000, 20,000, whereby they can be able to serve people within the estate. They want to have each constituency to have one. So tell me, which hustler can be able to start or operate such a bar with the 500 shillings hustler fund that they are being given? In other words, he's telling these people, this business, we are going to preserve it for the rich, like the Nakuru senator, that lady called Kiroche, like this owner of the Mount Kenya restaurant, the one they went for the last induction that they were doing there. So they are the guys who are now going to be getting an opportunity to operate businesses. So business is no longer for the poor, but is going to be a reserve of the rich. Then there's this issue that keeps on irritating me about the Mau Mau. We are sons of Mau Mau. The Mau Maus are languishing in poverty. I don't know if we have an exact number of those Mau Mau whose land was taken. I came to realize that these stories are used politically and they only arise during campaigns. These guys, Uhuru and Ruto, were in government. Ruto was the deputy president. Why was he not talking of compensating the people he keeps on telling us about the Mau Mau? The Rigathi have been Uhuru's PA for all this long time. Is it now that he's realizing that the Mau Mau lost their land. But if you look deep, I was looking at some of the revelations last week from the people, the real Mau Mau. They're really claiming that these guys did not lose land. Some of them actually refused to take the land that they were being allocated. I'm told there's somebody who was even allocated the land where we currently have these great hotels that we're having in Nairobi. And they said, no, we cannot take that land because it doesn't rain there. And they opted to go and take land somewhere in Laikipia. Some were even offered land in some places like Laikipia, and they were saying, no, that place is far. And they were selling this land at a cheaper price to the neighbors and friends. So these stories are some complicated stories that these people normally use. Wanataka kuchochea wananchi, and they also want to divert the attention from the real issues so that we start thinking of some imaginary things that are not there. So they're just trying to create some theories each and every day. And as to the matter of the things, revelations that are talking about Raila's win, I'll not comment on that because these are facts that have been there. We've always known it. We've been talking of these numbers. So people like Jeremiah Kioni cannot claim that it is when they know these things. These things even a common mwananchi. Yeah? Even a chokora in the streets knows very well, and they can tell you that Raila won with this percentage. It was in public domain. So these people really failed us. I have to say they failed us. They became cowards, and this is what is costing us. Kenyans are really suffering. Things are not right because of their cowardice act. They ought to have acted. And even right now, we can just tell them that it is not over. They just need to act. You know, why are they delaying these other issues? We can still claim it. I know we cannot do it better than it would have been done earlier, but we still have options as citizens. We've already learned that these people we call our leaders and the secretary generals of these political parties, they are not taking these matters serious. So it is upon us now to force them to take the matter serious. I can say that currently the Mtembei TV and the Bunge la Wananchi is more active compared to people like Jeremiah Kioni, who only sit at the camp and give us some press conferences in this expensive hotel. They're doing nothing. They're not doing anything to push out the agenda of the Wananchi. So it is the right time that now the common Wananchi, we take action and act irrespective of what these other people are going to say. If we keep on waiting for them, they'll keep on giving us press conference after the other as Kenyans continue suffering. I think I'll stop there for now, but I'm still around. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leo. Good to see you. Godfrey.
To add something on what Leo has said, on the issue of Kioni, exactly, those guys knew it, but just ask yourself, kwa nini wakati walikuwa wanaanza kutangaza matangazo, tunajua kabisa in Central kulikuwa na shida, but guys from Central ndio wa kwanza ambao walianza kukubali, wanasema wameshindwa, waliconcede defeat mapema sana. Yet we knew mpaka kwa TV tuliona kabisa kule Central watu wanapatikana na makaratasi, wanapatikana na form 34S za ukora wanapeleka, but still watu waliconsider defeat mapema. Exactly, me I agree with you, Leo. We want to act this kitu mapema. Hata in fact yesterday I was saying that Raila pia alitumes. You know, wakati Uhuru ameenda Central, it was not the right time for Raila ku argue watu wake wa receive Uhuru Ruto vile walimreceive hivyo. No, angekataa, angaacha watu wake kando. Although nasikia ilikuwa strategy, but I don't believe in that. Ile ndio ishakuwa Raila pia kwa shakubali kwa Ruto ndio president. Sasa wacha tufanye kazi na yeye. It was a big blunder ambayo tukosea yeye pia.
You know, there are some things that we say here sometimes, and watu wanakuja kusema sisi uongea uongo. But what I can tell you is this: at the moment a president is sworn in, hata wacha mambo ya kuswea ina president, wakati IBC chairman anapatia mtu certificate ya kwamba yeye ndio amechaguliwa kama president, hiyo kitu inakuaga imeenda namna hiyo. That thing is gone, and that is what we said. Even ile siku wenye I think tulikuwa tuna debate hapa, tukasema ya kwamba we should have stopped this thing at the source pale. Lakini wakati Chebukati alitangaza namna hii, hizi vitu zingine zote zinafuata almost 6 months after the election. Yeah, Hizi vitu zinakuja saa hii, mtu anakuja na paper na foolscap anatuambia ako na expose ati ako na dossier. Hii ni kutupotezea masaa. Hizi ni vitu hazitusaidii na anything. People right now are strategizing for 2027. Na sisi kama watu ambao tuko the so-called upinzani ambao wanapenda kusema opposition. I know there is the majority and minority, lakini kwa sababu jina opposition inawafurahisha, wacha tuseme sisi ambayo tulisema tuko opposition, we are supposed to put this government in check. This government does not need enemies. It has enemies within it. Na hawa ni wale watu ambao wanaitwa hustlers. Hustlers ndio watu ambao wataweka hii government in check simply because they were overpromised. Zile vitu ambazo waliahidiwa hazifanyiki. And so you do not need a figure like Raila Odinga kukulazimisha kufanya kazi. Wale watu ambao uliwaahidi ya kwamba utawapunguzia gharama ya maisha ndio watakukumbusha. And it will not take the 5 years that these people think they'll be in power for them to be reminded ya kwamba they are not doing what they promised the people. They'll do for them. A few months down the line, tukiendelea namna hii, you can see what is happening right now. The cost of living is still going higher and higher every day. The cost of power, the cost of doing business in Kenya. You know, there's no employment. We are churning out millions of students, of graduates every year. Watu wanatoka technical colleges, watu wanatoka university na degree, wote wanakuja hawana kazi. You know, sometimes I look at what is happening in my country. Saa ingine naangalia, unakuta kampuni moja imesema imetangaza kazi, nataka kuemploy watu wawili. And then you see the kind of applications that are thrown to that job. Unaangalia siku za interview. I think there was a company ambayo ilikuwa na recruiter about 50 salesmen ama saleswomen. There's a company. And even it appeared in the news. Laini ilikuwa inaenda kama ile laini ya banki ya Equity mwisho wa mwezi. And these are young men ambao wako na degrees, wameziweka kwa bahasha, hawana kazi. So before we even come up with the issue of kusema ya kwamba Raila Odinga aongee, these guys William Ruto na Gachagua wakumbuke ya kwamba kuna watu ambao wanajiita hustler, na hao hustler ndio watawalazimisha kufanya. In fact, let me say this. In 2027, kama William Ruto anafikiria ya kwamba it will be a walkover for him, he should be reminded ya kwamba the people alidanganya all over the country ya kwamba atawafanyia kazi, ndio watu watamtoa hapa. And you know, the funny thing is this. If we look at the situation that has happened in other countries, where people have been overpromised and the government has underdelivered, you cannot rig an election. You cannot rig an election in a country whereby the economy is not doing well. Haiwezekani, kwa sababu hata kama ni kule ambako ulikuwa unaiba kura, kama kura zilikuwa zinaibiwa Central na Rift Valley kuhakikisha ya kwamba mtu fulani amepita hiyo kiti, ikikuja 2027, kama maisha ya wale watu ambao walikuwa na piga kura hizo sehemu na wanakubali, wanaangalia hata kama kura inaibiwa, wakiona na waongei, these people will not allow you to do that. And you can see what is happening with the farmers. Saizi tunangojea mahindi. In a few days, I'm looking at the calendar right now. Leo ni tarehe 21. Tunangojea mahindi ikuwe imported, GMO. Hii mahindi inaenda kufanya mkulima mwenye alitumia a lot of money kupanda mahindi yake aende kukosa market. Na kama atapata market, atauza mahindi yake kwa bei ya hasara. Tunangojea mchele, sijui ni tani ngapi. Wale wakulima wa Mwea kule ambao Uhuru Kenyatta aliwajengea damu ndio waweze kupanda mchele yao, wanaenda kupata competition kutoka kwa mchele ambao inakuwa imported. And these are the people that supported this government, the current government. So it is very clear that coming 2027, the lives of the people that supported this government, ambao kila weekend wanakumbushwa kwenda Thanksgiving na maombi, wakati president anaenda zile area ambazo watu hawakumpigia kura, anaenda na so called goodies, zinaitwa goodies. Siku hizi Kenya wanaita goodies. Yani president anakuja anasema, nimekuja na goodies hii area, nitawatengenezea barabara bilioni 1, nitawawekea viwanda bilioni nyingine. Hizo zinaitwa goodies. You can see what is happening, and people have noted. Even the people who voted for this government know this. Wanasema sisi mnatulisha maombi na wale ambao hawakupiga kura mnaenda kuwapelekea development. It is true, si uongo, because the president does not need you anymore.
Bwana Makiadi, sorry just for interruption. You know, these things that they call that the goodies or wanapeleka maendeleo, you also have to tell Kenyans that they are being given promises of maendeleo. It is not maendeleo, they are promises. We will only talk of maendeleo once they'll have to be realized.
Yeah, I agree with you. These are promises, but let me say this. Let me say this. Some of the things that we are seeing happening in the so-called opposition strongholds are tangible. Unaweza ona, ni kitu unaweza ona. Hata kama ni promise, it is a promise with an action on top of that. Because this person, like we said here before, this person is looking for legitimacy. And how do you legitimize yourself in areas that people don't like you? Unajipendekeza. Ukitaka kupata kamrembo pale, unapeleka gift. So hiyo gift ndio inaitwa goodies. Lakini wale watu ambao walipigia, and I have had even my friends tell me, there's no need for us to be voting for people, and then wakati tunamaliza kupiga kura namna hii, these people do not remember us. Hawatukumbuki hata sisi wenye tulipiga kura, because right now they have started the tune ya kwamba sisi tulipiga kura lakini tunaletewa maombi na Thanksgiving kila weekend. Ni wapi ambapo president ameenda akasema ya kwamba ninaenda ku bring this development in the regions? And let me be specific, especially in Rift Valley. Especially in Rift Valley, he is stronghold. Ebu niambie, kwa hizo siku zote zenye president amekuwa kwa hiyo kiti, niambie kitu hata kimoja ambacho ameenda kuletea watu wake, so called watu wake, in terms of development. Zero. Simply because this guy is preparing for 2027. And you know, for a good politician, unajua ya kwamba if you still using this method this time, it might not work for you next time. So you have to have a backup plan. So there's a high chance that the president is looking for a backup plan right now. And the backup plan might be to try and, bring more voters who did not vote for you in the previous election into your basket. The Coast Province did not vote for him. Western Province was on its own. Ukambani iko kivyake, Nyanza iko kivyake. So zile region ambazo zilikuwa zinampigia kura saa hizi, asipotimiza ahadi yao, people will not even wake up to go and vote. Right now, hata tukisema Raila Odinga, we used to say Raila Odinga is a very controversial candidate when he's running for president. He makes people go to vote. Either wengine wanaenda kumpigia kura na wengine wanaenda kupiga against Raila Odinga. So, take for instance, Raila Odinga is not running in 2027. And we have another candidate. Even the people that have been taught and coached to hate Raila Odinga will not have a reason to go and vote. And so, how do you rig an election? How do you rig an election? Yes, Godfrey.
Okay, there's one thing ambao umeongea kuhusu walkover on 2027. If we cannot address this issue right now, 2027 still hao watu watatuibia. Kumbuka what happened 07 Kibaki aliapishwa usiku. You see, na hiyo tuliona kabisa imeibiwa na akaapishwa usiku na akabaki president. So what we are trying to say, Makiadi, as much as kila kitu sha happen hivyo, we should not wait until 2027. We need to address this issue sahi. Hata kama itakuwa ni shida kiasi gani, but we need to address it sahi, kwa sababu what I know, if they are able to manipulate in central, paki ikaonekana kwa central alipigia wote kura Uhuru, yet and Ruto, yet hawakupiga kura, nini itakuwa ngumu? Kumbuka the guy anachukua he's taking everything right now. Ameshashika court, ameshika IBC, na kwanza sasa najua ataleta watu wake tena atateka pale. So nini tamshinda kuiba next time? Hata kama watu watapiga kura, still they use the same system, na watasema watu walipiga kura na amepata kiasi fulani, and still he will walk over on us. So me what I'm saying Makadi, we need to act on this thing right now. We address the issue na wananchi watoke. Mimi what I'm advocating for, I'm not advocating for vita, but I'm saying we need to address the issue. But ikiwa itafika wakati iwe ni vita, basi wacha ikuwe ni vita, lakini tusiendelee, tusikubali kukaa na government ambayo imetuibia na tunajua kabisa imetuibia. There's something ambao umesema kuwa we want to address the issue mapema sana before atangazwe. But now angalia Uhuru, ndio mimi naendelea kublame Uhuru. Uhuru knew it, but akaona paka watu wanaweka red carpet, but still he kept quiet. Kwa nini he kept quiet? Odo tuliona Raila kwenda pale, But at least angeongea. Yeye alikuwa ni president, akawa shajua nini inaendelea. Angetoka akaambia Raila aenda kwa kiwanja, mambo yameharibika. But walinyamaza wote, wakaweka red carpet mpaka usiku, hakuna kitu, wameweka mpaka red carpet imelala pale, still hakuna mtu anaongea. You know, these things walitumia saa watu bana. Uhuru, we love Uhuru, but Uhuru messed us.
Unajua Godfrey, hiyo red carpet sitakange kusikia ikitajwa. Hiyo carpet inaumiza watu roho sana. Kuna vitu mbili ambazo sitakange kusikia ikitajwa, na moja yao ni hiyo red carpet, na ingine ni ile lori ilipeleka evidence Supreme Court.
Mimi hata nikipatana na mtu amepost hiyo carpet mahali, I just hate seeing that carpet. It reminds me mbali sana. So mambo ya carpet achana nayo.
Mimi nitasema namna hii na uangalie zile nchi ambazo raia wa chini kabisa, and it is happening right now. It happened in Brazil a few days ago, although hiyo tunasema maybe they are supporters of one presidential candidate who lost. The countries that are not doing very well economically, inakuanga ngumu sana for the sitting government, for the sitting president to rig an election. Statistics zinaonyesha namna hiyo. Wananchi huwa ina cause uprising kwa wananchi, regardless of whether hawa watu wanakupigianga kura ama ni the so called stronghold yako ama si stronghold yako. And the parameters zenye this government itakuwa measured, itakuwa zitawekewa, kipimo ambayo hii serikali itawekewa haitakuwa ni zile siasa za kupigwa na opposition. Itakuwa ni kipimo ambacho waliahidi mwananchi wa kawaida. And that is why I'm saying, you know, right now things are going to get worse. They have told us, kila mtu amesema, you know, every country right now in the world is sitting on a time bomb, so to speak. Kila mahali unasikia economy inasemekana kunaweza kuwa na kitu inaitwa recession. Some people are saying they fear recession, kitu kama hiyo. So if at all the government cannot mitigate and try to protect Kenyans from, you know, cushion Kenyans from the effects of this so-called economic depression, then William Ruto will not have anybody to blame. As far as I'm concerned, saizi Raila Odinga hakuna siasa anapiga. Tangu Raila Odinga akose kutangazwa kama mshindi, Raila Odinga is literally mute. Haongei. Wewe tunamuona ameenda South Africa, ameenda US, akirudi kidogo akitaka kusema nataka kupeana direction. Nimesema hapa mapema, ambassador wako all over the place. You tell me, ambassador wa UK ni nini, high commissioner wa UK ni nini anaambiana na Raila Odinga at this particular moment? You tell me, why are they meeting? Why is it so much important for them to go, you know, waende wakutane na Raila huko, wakae chini wakoe na discussion? The next day tunasikia Raila Odinga ameenda South Africa for 2 weeks. He's not around. He's never around. So it's like the current the current government is so imekuwa darling ya the West, and the West inaifanyia bidding. So for them to cool the opposition, they have to use all these manner of tactics, you know, send the ambassadors, send the commissioners, enda uongee nae, wacha tumwambie tutamtafutia ofisi ya opposition so that we can make his position legal and we can put that position in the constitution. You know, they are trying all manner of stuff just to make sure that hakuna opposition kwa nchi, which is good because you will have nobody to blame after the 5 years. If it goes on like this, na sisi Motembei tuko hapa, sisi ndio sasa, sisi ndio opposition. Wachana na ile watu wako huko kila siku wanaenda State House kupigwa picha. You know, politicians are always politicians. Mwananchi wa kawaida ule wa chini kabisa, the person ambaye anaangalia Motembei TV, ule ambaye anafinywa pale chini, ndio mtu ambaye atakumbusha hii serikali ya kwamba ulituahidi kitu fulani na hujafanya. So Godfrey, wacha wasiwasi whether they put the IBC. Hata akichagua walisema Oburu Odinga, wakati alikuwa anatuambia Oburu Odinga, sasa aende atafute hata Nick Ruto kijana yake amweke hapo. If you don't perform, kama mwananchi ataendelea kupata zile shida ako nazo sahi, and it is going to get worse, life is going to become even more expensive, then William Ruto will have nobody to blame. Hii wimbo yote wanashindaga wakituimbia hapa kila wakati, sijui maumau, sijui tuli inherit whatever, broke government. This thing will not last for long. This thing will not last for long. So Raila Odinga does not need to speak. Wacha aende apumzike. Kama anataka kupiga siasa yake from the periphery, it's okay. But mwananchi wa kawaida ule anaumia, ndiye atakumbusha hii serikali ya kwamba umeshindwa kufanya kazi ambayo tulikupatia ufanye. If we allowed you to rule this nation, then we have to hold you accountable. And 2027 itakuwa ni story ingine tofauti. Watu wanatuambia tusahau itakuwa walkover. Then let's wait and see. Maybe we might not even get there before mwananchi start complaining. And this is what I want. I want Kenyans, wale ambao wanatusikizanga, wajue namna hii. It is your role, it is your responsibility to make sure that the government of the day is held accountable. Kama ulipromise ya kwamba kwa miezi 2 ukiweka Biblia chini utashukisha bei ya unga mpaka 100, then you should tell us kwa nini watu wananunua unga karibu 300. Kama ulituahidi ya kwamba utapunguza bei ya mafuta, kwa nini saa hii bado bei ya mafuta iko juu? Don't tell us about subsidies zilikuwa zinaenda kwa mifuko ya watu. That is not our business. Hiyo haitusaidii na anything. Wale ambao walikuwa nakuwa ni wanaitwa makatel, they know themselves. Even this government has its own cartels. What Kenyans need to see is results. Waone ya kwamba if I have 100 bob, na kama 100 bob ilikuwa inanipatia lunch, that is what I expect. I expect to be fed with the money that I have. These are the parameters zenye tutakuwa tuna hold nazo hii government. Hii mahubiri yote yenye tunaambiwanga kila siku, sijui maumau, sijui tuli involve nini. This thing will pass. Itafika wakati ambapo utajaribu kusimama unaambia watu inherited a government, wakwambie kaa chini utuambie ni nini utatufanyia. Let me play a video here and then I give you an opportunity ya kuongea, my brother Leo.
The journey to Dennis Ondingo's house in Kibra's Gatwe Kira village starts early Wednesday morning, and we find him and his young wife busy packing for the journey ahead that both seem so excited about.
Nikifunguliwa biashara ya electrical shop, I can do the management of that na nifanye vitu zangu kule nyumbani.
After a 39-year stay in Nairobi's Kibra slum, having been born here, he notes that the time to begin life in a new home is nigh.
Mama alikuwa ameenda nyumbani kitambo. So masomo yangu nilianza Old Kibira. Nikatoka Old Kibira nikaenda Ramba High School. Kutoka Ramba High School nikaenda Technical Institute. Ilikuwa Kenya Industrial Training Institute Nakuru. Nilifanya diploma in electrical engineering.
Ondingo struggled to find stable employment in the city for years before he decided to go into business. That grocery store picked up quite well until 2 years ago, when a myriad of challenges financially and in his relationship forced him to abandon the business.
26.
With lack of a steady stream of income, life for his 3 children and his young wife has been one full of downs lately.
Naenda kujenga nyumba nyumbani. Eri nikuwe na nyumba nyumbani. Umejua ukiwa hapa Nairobi na una nyumba nyumbani, inakuanga shida ingine. Hata shida ikikupata ujui utaanza na wapi.
Her husband Dennis has made plans to have his son going to Standard 8 live with a family member for the year and join the rest in Siaya once he is done with his studies. He hopes to join his mother in business ventures as he looks for work there.
We are doing monitoring and evaluation to ensure that the businesses can stand on their own. And we keep on talking, we keep on giving feedback, and we also make field visits to see how are they doing.
This is one among 50 families voluntarily going back to their home villages in Siaya, Kisumu and Vihiga counties under the financial and logistical support of Natural Capital Trust that is working with the county and national government administration officials to support them settle back into their ancestral homes.
Mtu kuambiwa unarudishwa nyumbani, uende kwenyu, kama hauna kanyumba ndio hako, shilingi 10 ndio hiyo ifanyie hii na hii na ile.
Most of them came from Western Kenya, and because of that we felt so as to reduce operation costs, let's focus on one region, and given it's a pilot, we do not want to expand so thin.
45-year-old Peter Okumu has been in the public service transport industry since he was 18. He too was born in Kibra and raised his 7 children in this one-roomed house for the last 2 decades.
And we give them about a month to settle down and weigh other opportunities that might be available on the ground so that they don't go in with a formed opinion.
Ni vile sasa matatu saa zingine tu hauko job na una familia, sasa unaona nafanya saa zingine maisha huwa ngumu.
But many residents of such informal settlements like here in Gatuakera, Kibra, the clamor for the menial jobs that are little and coming slowly every single day, and the ever-rising cost of living is some of the reasons many are choosing a second chance at life and hoping that the trip to the ancestral homes will be a new beginning.
Sasa itakuwa tu labda nitafute vibarua kidogo kidogo. Bora riziki patikane.
We provide them with a seed fund and they set up businesses. We also work with them psychologically because we have what we call psychosocial support, because sometimes migration can be a shock.
The waste here in Kibra flows meandering in the middle of the settlements in various villages here in Kibra constituency. But even then, there is a story of hope of many who are living this kind of settlement and starting life afresh in their ancestral home.
Naenda mahali nimeolewa.
Selina Vyambo Cheno, who came to Nairobi in the early 70s, will have her late husband's family to hold her hand when she gets back home after over 3 decades of doing menial jobs in the city.
Ule bwanake pia alikuwa na pali pake. Sasa hapo ndio huwa tunaenda kumjengea.
Niliamua tu sasa nimeona niende tena nianze maisha ya huko nyumbani.
Ameenda nyumbani baada ya kufanya vile alisema atafanya na akafanyiwa, amerudi Nairobi. Akafikiria Nairobi ni kubwa sana, ameenda kujificha sasa Soweto. Tukikupata tutakustaki. Kwa sababu umeharibu nafasi ambayo mtu mwingine angefanya nini? Angepatiwa.
With a new beginning hundreds of miles away from what they have called home for years, some like Dennis are hopeful that things will definitely change for the better. Leila Muhammad.
Haya, habari ndio hiyo. Unajua tulikuwa tunasema hapa maisha inaendelea kuwa ngumu. You can see that is an example of what is happening right now in Kenya. Families, individuals that have lived almost the entire life they've had, they've been born in Nairobi. So far wamekaa huko more than 30 years, wameamua kurudi nyumbani because life is unbearable. They cannot support themselves and feed themselves, house, pay house and everything, clothe themselves for reasons economic. Na wameamua sasa wacha warudi nyumbani, waende wakarelax huko, labda pengine maisha itabadilika siku nyingine na warudi Nairobi. So these are the things that we keep on reminding people here. And these are the people ambao tungeita hustlers, ambao sasa maisha imekuwa ngumu zaidi. Hakuna vibarua, and most of these people ni wale ambao walikuwa wanatumika kwa hii miradi ya Nairobi ambayo ilikuwa kwa serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Sijui ilikuwa inaitwa kazi mtaani ama namna gani. Na hiyo miradi kazi mtaani ilikatika, na Nabii akasema ya kwamba huwezi patia watu kazi ya mjengo. So akakata hiyo kazi. Wakati raia walianza kulia, akasema atarudisha kupanda miti. Sijui kama kuna mtu ameandikwa kwa hiyo mradi ya kupanda miti mpaka wa leo. I have not heard of any. And so I'm saying here again that the people that voted for this government, if at all kuna wale watu ambao wanajiita hustler, ambao walinunua hiyo narrative ya sijui hustler, this is our man, Ruto sijui alikuwa anauza kuku, this person has no concern for you whatsoever. William Ruto hajali mtu wa chini kama vile anawaambia kila siku. He has no concern for you whatsoever. This guy was all about power. He would do anything to gain power. And he did everything to gain power. Now that he has power, he does not know what to do with it. Yeah, there's a saying that goes, you might just get what you wish for. So Chebukati and William Ruto, they got what they wished for. They don't know what to do with it anymore. And now all they'll keep on doing is telling us hadithi za sijui kidnapping, mara sisi ni watu ya maumau. Hakuna kitu ambayo wanataka kutuambia kwamba wanaweza tusaidia, wanaweza saidia mwananchi wa kawaida. And I'll keep on saying this and repeating this every day, ya kwamba this government has no plan. Hawa watu hawana plan. Ile manifesto yenye walikuwa wanatuambia we have a plan, walikuwa wanaita the plan. Hakuna mtu anaiongea siku hizi. Hiyo kitu ilienda na ikazimia kabisa namna hiyo. Wanatuitaka watu wa kuzimia, kumbe manifesto yao ndio imezimia. So let us be vigilant, because very soon they will come up with another conspiracy theory. That is what they do every day. Mnakumbuka wakati ambapo mambo ilikuwa imeanza kuchemka namna hiyo, wakatuletea mambo ya Cherera 4, we are going to establish a commission to investigate. Hiyo story ya Cherera nani anaisikianga siku hizi? Leo unasikia mtu akiongea mambo ya hiyo commission anymore?
No, actually, what happened is this. There's
Yes.
one thing I want to tell Kenyans. These guys, Ruto is a man who can promise you everything as long as he achieves his mission. That I have to give to him. He can promise you heaven when he knows very well he doesn't even know the gate to heaven. He will even tell you how he was your family member so that he feels part of you. That is what he's been doing to church. And that is what he did to the hustlers. Ruto realized very well that majority of the voting bloc in Kenya are those people who earn low and live in these these settlements like the one you've seen, Kibera and all. These are informal settlements. So he crafted some lies to deceive these people how he's going to change their lives. And because, Kenyans are people who are so easy, you can easily manipulate them. That is why you see Kenyans losing money each and every day. Like if you tell them kuna miradi hapa, they'll spend their money. If you look at Africa, I think Kenya is the country that is having most of the betting companies. They are in Kenya and they are making profits and they're operating daily. Matiang'i tried to close and lock some of them, and they come here daily. Apart from this channel of ours, you go to the mainstream media. After every 5 minutes, there is an advert of betting or things to do with the kubahatisha. If you look at our comedian, their contents have been changed to betting companies. So that is what happens in Kenya. So this guy promised, he used to talk of SMEs during his campaigns. Nowadays, who he has of the SMEs, the small, medium business, whatever, he's now changed the narrative. Now that they want one bar or one restaurant, these big units which are not held by common mwananchi. Kazi kwa mtaani, this thing was helping hustlers directly. They were getting some money, they were working. He came, when you look at the video we just played, why these people go, even they don't even have money to go home. These are people who stayed in Nairobi, they were depending on this Kazi Mtaani. They will work and at the end of the week, they will get something to pay their rent and to buy some food. Now Kazi Mtaani has been ended. They were promised planting trees, it is not coming. They were promised Mjengo is not coming. How do you end? If Ruto was sincere, angewambia hii kazi mtaani ni kazi mbaya, nataka kuiondoa, lakini kabla niondoe, wacha niwaweke hapa kwa mjengo. That is how it happens. So there's nothing he's doing to help these people, and there's nothing he's planning or he's having in that plan. That plan was not there. That plan was just some dream that they don't believe in it, and you'll never hear of it again. Right now, do you hear them talking of the Hustler Fund? It was hyped at the beginning. Saa hiyo mambo ya Hustler Fund imeisha hivyo. And let me tell you, it is only in February. By March, you will not hear of anything about Hustler Fund. They are no longer updating us of Hustler Fund. They're just getting stories to divert our attention. So by the time we will realize that 50 billion that was hyped went to somebody's own pocket, it will be too late. So nobody will tell you the Hustler Fund is not there, and maybe from next month you'll not even be able to access it. So that is how these people, they don't have any plan. Common mwananchi, hakuna mpango hapo. What they are busy doing is they are busy appointing their people and their relatives. Like the other day, they fired somebody and appointed Duale's relative in the Ketraco. Yeah, Ketraco is the one that deals with, I think, with the trades and whatever. So that's the only thing they're doing. Kazi yao ni kutafutia mabwenyenye kama kina Mudavadi kazi, kutafutia. The other day, he met the women representatives and promised them he's going to add these women, how do you call it, the affirmative action fund. So this affirmative action fund, I know most people in these constituencies, they don't know how this money operates. They've never felt the weight of this money. So these are the people he is giving money. He promised senators through that BBI that he wants to bring in parliament that he's going to give them something called oversight fund. So which oversight fund? If somebody at the bunge la mwananchi like Gaucho can be able to oversight a government without even a cent, so why would a senator who is earning a salary be given an oversight fund? So all of this is to capture this parliament so that they can be able to dance and follow his tune. So that is what is there. There is nothing that the government is doing for the common mwananchi. Let us not be deceived. The campaigns were over. The promises we were given are over. We are waiting for other promises for 2027. That is what they are planning for. They also want to disorganize the voting pattern in Nairobi. They've realized that Nairobi major voters are lawyers and Luos, so they want to disorganize you. They want to frustrate you so that you go back to the rurals, so that they have a small number that they can be able to manipulate. Let not be cheated. The Kikuyus who stay in Nairobi don't vote in Nairobi. Most of them run to vote in Kiambu, Thika, and their rural areas. It is majorly Luos and lawyers who vote in these slums, and they have some constituents that are reserved for them. If you look at the places with the majority of the voters, you'll find them in places like Embakasi East, Kibera, Langata, Westlands, majorly occupied by the lawyers and the Luos. So they're trying to reorganize themselves for 2027. Nothing for citizens. Hello.
Godfrey, do you want to speak?
Yeah, just to add something on what Leo has said. Ukweli, there's nothing I expecting from this government. Hakuna. Watu ni waongo kuanzia mwanzo mpaka mwisho. You know, when he was giving his manifesto, wakati alikuwa anatudanganya kuwa kwa manifesto yake atapeana 50-50 in his cabinet. Hakuna kitu happen, and the guy is just a liar na full of propaganda. There's something ambao Makadi umeongea kuhusu 2027 election. I'm still having an issue with that thing kwa sababu what I'm still saying, if you can act right now, tutapata shida kule mbele. You know, the problem that we always make, okay, kama timu ya ODM, you know, baba huwa anapenda kutrust watu sana. Wakati anatrust watu, inafika wakati anachukua watu ambao hata hawezi msaidia, watu ambao hata kuchukua advantage kwake, wakishapata kiti wanapotea. Look at what happened with this Azimio. Azimio, we had a number of people, even governors, but wakati tu waliona kuwa wametangaza Ruto, most of our governors pia walikimbia wakaenda upande wa Ruto, and those are the people ambao wamepata kwa sababu ya Azimio. Raila amewakampenia the whole time, the whole season, lakini wakati wanapata wanatangazwa mtu mwingine au tayari shapata wanatoka kwa Raila. You know, that is the mistake that we always make. I think right now, as much as we are still waiting for him to come atupatie direction, but I think he need to look at the people, the inner circle. At least achague watu ambao wanaweza kuwa die hard wake, watu ambao if anything happens still wataanguka na yeye, si watu ambao wakiona kitu kidogo wanatingishika wanakimbia. Somebody like kina Kibwana, okay sana sema tamejitoa kwa siasa. Those are the people ambao wanakimbia all along na Raila, wakipiga kelele wakisema kuwa Raila ako sawa, Ruto ni mwizi, but angalia dakika mwisho anakimbia na acha Raila. The governor from upande wa kina nini kule juu Northern, wote ni watu ambao wamekimbia na Raila wakisema Raila ni mzuri, wakati wanapata kura wanakimbia wanaacha Raila. So it's better we reorganize ourselves right now. But on reorganizing ourselves, still we need to fight for our victory. Ambao Ruto ameiba. Tusinyamaze kwa sababu tukinyamaza, I'm very sure this guy capture everything. Capture court, capture IBC. He will still make, hata tuseme wananchi wote watasema hatuendi kupiga kura. Atasema watu 10 wamempigia kura. Na kuna kitu tutafanya kwa sababu itakuwa anatangaza uongo na tunaenda na hiyo uongo. Wakitangaza tunaenda na hiyo uongo. So this is the right time, I think, we need to inform our people to fight for our victory. Tusinyang'anye tunyamaze kwa sababu ndio imeenda hivyo. Tuseme imeenda, haijaenda bado. Let's wait for him to come back. Hata kama inaonekana kuwa ni mlima, no. Let's do something. Ndio at least 2027 something will happen. But if you keep quiet tuseme ndio imeenda, hatutatoboa 2027 kwa sababu amekalia kiti.
Yeah, you know, you've reminded me of something here. Kitu inaitwa state capture. We always hear about state capture, people telling us that Uhuru Kenyatta government, Uhuru Kenyatta ilikuwa capture state. But what I'm seeing right now is even worse. juzi sijui kama mlikuwa mnaona TV mkaona, I think ni commissioner mmoja wa, is it IPOA ama ilikuwa ni gani?
The deputy chairman wa IPOA akasema he been in IPOA for the last 6 years and never before had he been invited to State House. And I think that is not something we should be celebrating. It's really sad.
Yeah, so you heard what Leo is saying here. It's exactly what I said when I watched that guy speak. I mean, commissioner mzima wa independent commission ako na guts za kusimama mbele ya umati na televisheni kusema ya kwamba mimi nimekuwa commissioner kwa hiyo miaka yote na sijawahi alikwa na president hapa State House. Ilikuwa nasema sijui kunywa chai or something. There's a funny I think statement I'll make. And I was asking myself here, why would you as a commissioner of an independent commission want to be invited by the president? Under what circumstances would you want to have that kind of interaction with the president kama si official interaction? Unajua hii chai yenye tunaona kila siku watu wanaenda kukunywa State House. Okay, ni mzuri kwa sababu kuna wengine walikuwa wametamani sana kwenda State House lakini hawakupata nafasi ya kwenda. Ni sawa sawa. Sasa hivi mko na nafasi ya kwenda State House. But you should also ask yourself, the role that you're playing as a commissioner, does it bring conflict? What is the sort of relationship you are expecting to have with the presidency, which is also an executive branch of government, ambayo in most cases unakuta hizi commission zina oversee? Commissioners kama wa IPOA wakianza kutuambia hapa walikuwa wanatamani sana kuenda kualikwa State House, waende wakakunywe chai. Kwa akili yangu ninafikiria kwamba huyu ni Mwafrika ambaye amepata opportunity ya kukua captured na amekubali kuwa captured. When we see the judiciary, you know, the president and the CJ laughing together, wakipeana high five, hata kama wako independent, what perception does it give you as a Kenyan? It tells you that even the judiciary has been compromised. And sometimes mimi nikiona hapa watu wanakuja wanasema ati tuende kotini sijui tufanye nini. Let me tell you something. Wakati Koome alitangaza ya kwamba William Ruto walishinda hiyo uchaguzi, you should look at the trend going down. Hebu niambie, in the previous elections, hizo zingine zenye zimetangulia hapo, we have seen governors wanapoteza viti zao. Tumeona MPs wamepoteza viti zao. Look at this election yenye imefanyika 2022. Because wakati ilisemekana ya kwamba hiyo vitu ilikuwa hot air with no legal basis, hata wale ambao walikuwa wameibiwa kwa njia halali wakaogopa kwenda kotini, because it looks like the court now can take directions from an individual. So saa hii ukiona mtu kama Gladys Wanga huko anasumbuliwa ni kwa sababu alikuwa ameplay hardball. And I can tell you today, leo ni tarehe 21 Januari, vile Ruto alienda Homa Bay na akakaribishwa na Gladys Wanga, I can tell you, take this to the bank. Hii kesi ya Gladys Wanga na Kidero, hakuna mahali itaenda. Hakuna mahali itaenda.
Actually, Makiadi, you are right. What I was telling people is the welcoming of Ruto in Homa Bay is the one that set the pace that you saw in Siaya. Had he not been received well in Homa Bay, the same would have replicated in Siaya. And why was Homa Bay doing this? Homa Bay, it was not about Homa Bay doing it. It was Wanga sanitizing himself and getting a way of removing Kidero from the seat of the president. Kidero was close to the president. So these guys just hijacked. And from that is how the case of Wanga and Kidero ended. And you'll not hear of anything of such or those hypes that were there. It ended like that.
So, I mean, Kenyans see these things. Isn't it vitu wa Kenya wanaona? You know, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to read some of these things. You have to see the thing in context. Wakati William Ruto alienda last time Homa Bay, hakukuwa na mtu wa kumkaribisha. It was a bad picture. It was a very bad picture, you know. And so, kujaribu kurudisha hiyo uhusiano, uliona wakati governors walienda sijui kukutana wapi. Wakati governors walienda, ilikuwa ni wapi mahali walikuwa na mkutano juzi? Sijui ilikuwa ni Nyeri ama
kwa Mombasa. Mombasa nadhani.
No, the other one. Hii ya juzi ilikuwa ni Nyeri before Ruto aende
Ilikuwa ni Nyeri, Mount Kenya, the Mofe. I don't know it's called Mofe or whatever. The one that belongs to the owner of African Spirit, huyu mtu wa Blue Moon.
Yeah. Uliona the relationship, even the cameraman and whatever UDA bloggers were very keen to capture the picture of Gladys Wanga and William Ruto shaking hands. It was very well choreographed. And I'm telling you, hii story ya uchaguzi wakati unashindwa kwa ballot, whoever comes up there kama president, it happened in the other regimes. Hata saa hii is the same thing. The president, especially the one we have right now, has found a way to make sure that he can influence some of these things kugandamiza maadui yake, especially those people from the so-called opposition who do not toe his line. So kama Gladys Wanga amemkaribisha William Ruto Homa Bay na wakaonekana wako na good working relation, the so-called tufanye kazi na serikali ya kitaifa, hiyo lugha which I normally call begging mission. Hiyo tufanye kazi na serikali ya kitaifa, kesi ya Kidero imeisha vile leo wamesema namna hii. It is as simple as that. And because we say here William Ruto has nothing else but to try and entice himself to the people who don't like him. Wale watu ambao hawakupigia William Ruto kura, there is no way wanaweza msupport kama Raila Odinga atasema huyu mtu msimpatie support. Period. And it is known. Supporters wa Raila Odinga wanafuatanga direction yake ever since kuanzia, you know, there are people, watu wanasema hapa Black tunakuanga na argument na yeye ananiambia mambo ya working together with the national government. I always give an example ya serikali ya county ya Kakamega. If you go to Kakamega, kama kuna mmoja wenu ameshapitia Kakamega County, Oparanya has been on the opposition side, so-called opposition side, for the past 10 years when he was a governor. Tangu Uhuru Kenyatta na William Ruto akuwe rais, Oparanya amekuwa pande lingine. Ukienda kuangalia ile kazi yenye Oparanya amefanya Kakamega, uende uangalie development ya Oparanya as a governor, watu wanakuja hapa wanatuambia the county government depends on the national government for what? Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Kama county yako inapatiwa bilioni 5, if you are being allocated 5 billion as a county and you make good use of that 5 billion shillings, kazi itaonekana. Ukiangalia ile pesa yenye Turukana imepewa, Turukana, enda angalia Turukana County, the money that it has been given, na zingine ziko Northeastern. Uangalie ile kazi yenye imefanya. Kitu kubwa kabisa yenye Nanoka alifanya ni kujenga nyumba ya governor. Hakusaidia watu wake at all. But the people who know the power of the constitution and the power of devolution have used the resources that have been allocated to them to help their people down at the county level. And that is why I always will say and will always insist that the governors, even if you are a governor that did not get elected on the party of the president, you should not be seen to be begging for development. You should not be seen to be begging for development. I had so much faith in somebody called Simba Arati. Until nowadays, ninaona mpaka anaenda kutafutana na kina Murkomen. You are a governor. You are a governor of a county. A governor is like a president. You cannot be seen to be begging at the national level. It is not possible. You are lowering yourself. If you know the resources that are allocated to you are enough to do A, B, C, D, chukua hizo pesa na ufanyie hii kitu, wananchi wataona ile kazi umefanya, even if the resources are little. Chukua hizo pesa, fanyia kazi, wananchi wataona, and people will promote you. Watu watakuongezea miaka ingine 5. And you know, in countries like the US, most of the people ambao wamepanda pale juu kidogo wametoka kwa Senate na wametoka kwa governor. So uongozi inaonekana kutoka hapa chini. Ukiwa mtu ambaye unakimbia huko State House kila wakati, and you know William Ruto ni ule mtu ambaye tunasema ni mtu ambaye I think majority of the people ambaye William Ruto analipa ni watu wa PR. Watu wa PR, propaganda, PR. You can see, I've never seen a president who have 5 people, 5, what, 5, ambao kazi yao ni inaitwa sijui spokesman ama inaitwa nini. William Ruto analipa 5 wa kuongea, wasemaji wa serikali. Tulikuwa unajua Alfred Mutua akaenda, tukaletewa ile jamaa mwingine alikuwa polisi, akaenda tukaletewa mwingine. So this is the only government yenye nimeona iko na ofisi. Hata Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa na one lady, alikuwa anaitwa nani this lady, I can't remember her name, but it's just one person. This guy, because huyu ni mtu wa uongo, he needs a lot of people to cover you uongo yake.
You are true. You're saying the truth. In the office, he's having 5 people. There are 3 that were appointed last in communication department. There's even digital. There's one in charge of digital. That is the one who will be spreading lies in your Facebook and your Twitter. Apart from that, there are also some bloggers like Dennis Itubi. So he really invested in PR and deception and creating some perceptive stories and theories. So this is a government led by propaganda. So you need to know that it is going to be led by propaganda. Side shows, ma video na vipindire, as Mike Movie Sonko would say, yeah?
Yeah, so hata umesema watu 5. Let me tell you, ni watu 5 ambao wako kwa payroll. The people that are being paid by the taxpayer. Kuna mmoja, ule jamaa mwenye alikuwa anatulilisia results. Hana position, hana official position, but ako kwa hiyo group bado. So we have 6. 5 on the payroll, official payroll, and then 1 that is also so-called digital, ako kwa hiyo digital space, kutetea rais. Na halipwi na, legitimate means, the so-called Itumbi guy. Hana position, sijui kama mmeangalia, hana position, lakini bado analipwa, ako kazini. So it is a government ambayo imejaa waongo. Na unajua muongo anahitaji watu wengine wengi kukava uongo yake. So coming back to what I was saying here, hii historia ya Wanga na William Ruto ilikuwa ni kujaribu kuonyesha ya kwamba William Ruto can come to Nyanza, watu ambao hakumpigia kura, na akuwe accepted as the president. And you could see the faces, eh? These people were very happy. Hata Rigathi Gachagua, for the first time nimeona alishika microphone na akakuwa na adabu. Yeah? Akasema hata kama mhukutupigia kura, nyinyi pia tunajua ni wababa, na maendeleo ikikuja tutawashughulikia kama watu wengine. For the first time akaongea na discipline. Although the next day uliona mahali alienda ile kitu alisema. So these are people on a mission, and their mission is to make sure that at least wanakubalika. Unajua kitu inaitwa legitimacy. Unaweza shinda uchaguzi, lakini kitu inaitwa ku accepted legitimately. Yani kuchukuliwa kama rais, uende mahali. Mliona vile Uhuru Kenyatta walikuwa nasumbuana na Joho. Mpaka ikabidi wajamaa wakalishwe chini waambiwe hapana, sasa mahali imefika. Baba akaambia Joho hapana, wacha president akikuja Mombasa, enda karibisha yeye, ongea na yeye vizuri namna. Ndio sasa Uhuru Kenyatta akaanza kupata amani akienda Mombasa. It is the same thing that is happened to William Ruto. If at all William Ruto cannot do that, then inamaanisha mahali atakuwa anaenda ni Maombi Central na Nandi. Maombi Central na Nandi. That is where people will accept him the way he is. Kule kwingine kila mtu anamuona ni mwizi wa kura. Yes, Godfrey.
No, I just wanted to add something on the issue ya Joho. Hiyo mambo hiyo mambo ambayo umesema ya governor wa Homa Bay na Uhuru na Ruto. I think okay, siwezi changia sana kwa hiyo issue kwa sababu vile mmesema kwa maybe ndio kesi imeisha hivyo. I just wanted to talk on this issue ya governor. Last year, the past government, those governors ambao kwa hiyo time, I don't know how they were operating. Kwa sababu look at kama hapa Mombasa, the government ya Joho. You know why watu wengi hawakutoka kupiga kura in Mombasa? People were so much discouraged na Joho. Yet kule nje outside Mombasa, Joho alikuwa anapendwa na kila mtu. But in Mombasa, Joho ndo alichangia watu wengi hawakwenda kupiga kura kwa sababu watu walikuwa wamekasirika na yeye. The guy alikuwa na a lot of things ambazo alikuwa anafanya against interest ya mwananchi wa chini. Ukiangalia kama hii mambo ya permit, business permit, the guy alikuwa ameiweka juu, although bado haijapunguzwa, lakini alikuwa ameweka juu sana. Sasa watu wake walikuwa wanaumia, lakini ukija kwa maendeleo ya Mombasa, there's nothing that was happening in Mombasa. In fact, wakati walikuja wakakutana na Uhuru, wakati Raila alikuja kukutana na Uhuru, that's the only time ambao at least government ilikuja na at least wakaanza kuleta hii maendeleo kama hii barabara ambayo ilijengwa ya Kibarani. Those are the things ambao at least government ilitusaidia. But Joho alisaidia tu kutoa ile dump site ambayo ilikuwa pale Kibarani, akaweka hizo wanyama plastic ambazo zimejazana pale, kwa nini akaweka maua. But the guy ali mess up with the life of many people in Mombasa. Ukija kwa drainage in Mombasa, drainage is not working. At least maybe kama nani atafanya kazi, at least huyu Abdulswamad. Sasa nasikia Abdulswamad na Joho hawaelewani tena. Obviously hawataelewana kwa sababu Joho alikuwa ni mkora. Although people alimpenda nje kwa sababu wako wamemjua vizuri, Joho alikuwa ni mkora, aliharibia maisha ya watu wengi sana hapa Mombasa. Na watu wengi sana walilia na yeye, watu wengi wakamkasikia, na that's why watu wengi hawakutoka kupiga kura. Na the few ambao walitoka kupiga kura walipigia Raila, but still some few walienda wakapigia Ruto. Kwa sababu gani? Ruto alikuwa amewadanganya akimwambia kuwa ataleta siji kazi itatolewa na Naivasha kwa sababu ya mambo ya SGR, airudishe Mombasa. You know, a lot of guys in Mombasa hawana kazi na wengi walikuwa wanafanya port. Oje kitambo kidogo before kina Uhuru waingie kule Mombasa pale port, people were getting port pass. You have to have a port pass ndio ingie port ufanye kazi. Na mtu alikuwa anaweza ingia port ambaye atahafanyi kazi, lakini anaweza enda akanunua hiyo port pass, akalipa port pass aingie na afanye tu kibarua pale ndani atoke na pesa. Na it was only 20 bob ku get a port pass ya kuingia port au ufanye kibarua, kwa sababu kuna watu kwa wanakuja tuseme kama driver anaweza kuwa ametoka Malaba, amekuja amechoka. Sasa inabidi apatane rafiki yake aje amsaidie kupakia ile container, na kuingia pale ilikuwa analipa shilingi 20, anapata port pass anaingia. But the time Uhuru aliingia wakabadilisha, ikawa sasa you have to pay 100 bob, na 100 ikawa ni ngumu kwa vijana wengine kupata hiyo 100 kila siku kulipa port pass kuingia port. Watu wengi wakakosa kazi. The more tunaendelea SGR ikakuja, alafu container zote zikawa zinabebwa kwa nguvu zikipelekwa kule. Sasa wakati Ruto alikuja akadanganya watu kuwa akija atarudisha kazi Mombasa, that's time watu wengi walitoka kwa Ruto kwa Raila, wakawa wanasema sasa ni Ruto anakuja kutusaidia. But still mtu ambaye angefanya kazi ikawa sawa Mombasa alikuwa ni Joho, but Joho alimess. Haya, angalia kwa kaunti yake, watu ambao kama andika kama county officials, watu wengi ni ghost workers. Sasa wakija wanapatikana watu wengi ghost workers, na watu wote walikuwa wanalipa pesa. Wale watu ambao wako physically pale hawalipi pesa, kila kitu imekuwa ni mess. So in the issue of governor, I think we need to have a structure ya governor vile tumesema, wasidilai sana kwa nini, wasidilai sana kwa county government, kwa national government, kwa sababu the same wanapata tax na they can do their own bila hata government kuingilia katikati. But sasa issue ni kuwa what was happening, kwa sababu Joho kulikuwa na ghost workers. Tukienda kule Kisii still tuliona kulikuwa na ghost workers. Tukienda sijui wapi Nyeri kulikuwa na ghost workers. Kwani how comes ilikuwa ni governor wote walikuwa na hiyo shida? Kwani watu walikuwa hawaangalii ama nini ilikuwa inaendelea?
Mimi unajua history ya Joho mimi sijui sana kulingana na vile watu wa Mombasa huongea. I agree with you, kuna watu wengi sana kutoka Mombasa wameongea juu ya Joho in negative terms. But what I want to say is this. I give example with governors from the so-called code. Ilikuwa inaitwa code kabla tuingie hii uchaguzi. I think tulikuwa naitwa code kabla tuingie uchaguzi. Na uangalie kuna governors ambao wameperform. You know, hii performance ya governance haikuwa inamaanisha kwamba lazima, I'll go back to the debate that I had. Haikuwa inamaanisha lazima ukuwe in good terms na national government. Stories za Joho kuto perform in Mombasa, I might not be aware. You guys ndio labda Godfrey uko na information ya hapo. Lakini mimi nataka kusema the reason why I'm speaking about this ni kwa sababu imeonekana ya kwamba kwa saa hizi, and we are trying to take that mentality out of people's life, ya kwamba for you to have development in a county, in a constituency, you must be on the side of the so-called government of the day, so that to such an extent ya kwamba hata president akifanya makosa hawezi ambiwa na mtu, kwa sababu wewe kama mbunge, wewe kama senator, wewe kama governor, unaona ya kwamba ukikosoa serikali, ukikosoa rais wa hiyo siku, eneo lako litaachwa nyuma kimaendeleo. That is the debate that we are supposed to get out of our brains kabisa. We are supposed to have a government ambayo inajua ya kwamba we will do politics and we will do development. Zote mbili zinaenda pamoja. When the national government does something stupid, it should be told. It should be told ya kwamba you are misusing pesa, muna allocate pesa kwa projects ambazo hazina manufaa kwa wananchi without repercussions. Now, Kenyan politicians wamebadilisha hiyo mentality hata kwa wananchi. Unaona kila MP ambaye sasa saa hii nimeona jana, I think ni jana, Rigathi amekutana na Jubilee MPs, anajaribu kuambia kwamba nyinyi mko upande wa upinzani, kwa hivyo hamtapata maendeleo, so I want you to come back to the government and work together with us. In real sense, what we are doing, we are killing the so-called accountability. We are killing putting the national government in check. Let me ask you, Godfrey and Leo, saa hizi kukitokea bill ambayo itapelekwa kwa parliament saa hii, bill ambayo inaonekana ni mbaya, hebu niambie ni mtu mgani kwa hiyo bunge ambaye ataraise even a finger ya kusema ya kwamba this bill is not good for this nation. This bill will lead our country into more debt. This bill will make the lives of our people even harder. Tell me one person. Hakuna, zero. Because the parliament that we have right now has already been compromised. The Senate that we have right now has already been compromised. You can listen to the senators speak. Hata ukisikia wale ambao wako kwa leadership ya Senate wakiongea. The likes of Khalwale, the likes of Cherargei. People like this guy, the senator from Kericho. These are people that will never oppose anything that is brought to the floor of the Senate. Go back to the National Assembly. And the reason why I'm saying this, I'm comparing our democracies with other democracies, whereby even the president brings a bill into parliament and the parliamentarians who come from his party will tell him, no, we are not going to vote for this bill. So the president makes a proposal, your bill inaenda kwa parliament, lakini wabunge wake wanasema hatutapigia hii kwa sababu hii kitu itafanya taxes ziende juu, labda hii kitu itafanya gharama ya chakula iende juu. They refuse. Currently, mahali tumefika kama nchi, bunge yetu haina sauti kabisa. The likes of Ichung'wah, who is the majority leader, do you expect Ichung'wah to ever say anything contrary to what his boss tells him to do? Zero. You come to the person ambaye ni minority leader, ambaye anaitwa Opiyo Wandayi. Opiyo Wandayi is low energy. I would have wished, kama mimi ningeulizwa, tungepatia mtu kama Babu Owino, minority leader. I am very sure that Babu Owino cannot be compromised. Hata kama atabaki peke yake pande moja, yeye atapiga kura aseme hapana, hii kitu sita support. So we have a long way to go. Na hiyo kitu imeenda mpaka kwa governors. You can see they elected the chairperson wa governors kuwa Waiguru. Waiguru will never ask for money for the counties. She will never. Wewe una expect Waiguru aende kuambia Ruto ati mmechelewesha pesa ya counties? Tangu lini? She will never do that. This thing goes even to the judiciary. Ile 4 billion yenye Chief Justice alipatiwa na William Ruto imemfanya akuwe docile. Right now, all we are hearing is people complaining about cases being withdrawn from court because the DPP has a president that supports impunity. So DPP hana shida, anaweza enda aseme leo I think ile kesi yako sasa tunaweza toa saa hii. Unaonaje? Unasema ni sawa sawa. You send your lawyer there. That is what is happening in Kenya right now. That is why we have the likes of Sarah Cohen running around na maua akienda kwa kaburi ya bwana yake huko, na kila mtu anajua ile story ilitokea. We are seeing people being murdered. Tunaona mabwana za watu wanatupwa kwa maji huko na magari, wengine wanapatikana kwa forest wamekufa. But the DPP hana time ya kucharge watu in court, kwa sababu hata president mwenye yako alisema corruption cannot prevent somebody from delivering. So take that to the bank. Corruption cannot prevent you from delivering. So he does not care about accountability. Bora siku inaamkwa inaisha, watu wanaenda kulala. The next day namna hiyo, as we keep on moving forward. And as a country, we should be worried because we are almost going to be called a failed state. Ama Godfrey unataka kuniambia, what is the difference between Kenya and a failed state? Because if the judiciary is not functioning, the executive can do what it wants. When you vote, your vote does not count. Tell me, what else do you expect for Kenya to be called a failed state? Hebu niambie, ndugu zanguni, because we are here with you. Tell me.
In fact, angalia kama hakuna lolote ambalo tuna expect kwa government. In fact, angalia the same president wakati anaingia, sasa anakuja anaanza kuambia watu kwa kulikuwa na container ya death pale State House. Acha container sema pelekwa si wapi kwa ofisi ya karibu na ofisi ya DCI. A whole president anasema kwa country, anasema kulikuwa na anamaanisha kwa ile government ilikuwa ndio ilikuwa wale watu ikaenda kutupa kwa Yala River. That's what she was telling people. You know, pia kuna kimoja Makiadi mimi anajiuliza, huyu president hapo na advisors kweli ama ni nini? Because the way ana act, I think he's acting kama mtu ambaye hajaipata advisors wazuri. Na the man wakati alichukua ile kiti alichukua kuonyesha kwa yeye ndio president, anajua yeye anajua kurun the government hata kuliko Venukura kwa na run. But look at what's happening right now. Ni kama jamaa hana hata advisors. Alafu anaenda anachukua watu kama kina huyu mwanakuwa anapenda kutusi Raila kila siku. Anampatia cabinet. Huyu anini, huyu anaitwa ngaje huyu ana shida na miguu.
Moses Kuria.
Tena shida. Mtu hawezi fikiria kitu ambacho anafikiria ni kutusi Raila pekee yake, ndio kitu kwa anafikiria. And those are our cabinet ambao ana make decision right now. No, our government is failed. Hakuna lolote tuna expect kwa hii government. Nothing.
You know, when you lower the bar, what happened is this. The corrupt people, watu walikuwa na cases za corruption, hizo cases zilihave kutolewa. And you know, some of us tulikuja hapa tukasema, hii judiciary ni kama ni mbaya. Watu wa clergy wakasema hapana, hii serikali msiguze. We prayed for this government. Hold on, ngojeni tu dakika moja muone hiki kitu ninacheza hapa saa hii.
Kenya has hailed the plan to reintroduce the Office of Official Opposition, saying it was part of its proposal in the failed Building Bridges Initiative BBI, adding that Kenyans should be involved in the inception of these constitutional changes that will alter the organization of the government and especially the National Assembly. Speaking during the end-of-year National Delegates meeting, the Council General Secretary General Chris Kinyanjui also urged the government to re-evaluate its decision to abolish boarding in primary schools, saying that there is still room for discussions before the decision is implemented. Regarding the recent move by the DPP to withdraw some court cases, the clergy urged Nordin Haji to explain to Kenyans why some cases have been withdrawn at advanced stages.
Passed a constitution that does not have a position for the opposition leader. However, we have an opposition in this country, currently in parliament led by the leader of the minority party. As NCSK, we have made our pronouncement very clear. We would like junior secondary school to remain within the primary school. And where possible, we should discuss as a country whether they are going to be boarding, because not all children can attend this school. The issue of DPP and the withdrawal of cases from the court, we have discussed it and we have come to the conclusion that we need further information from the DPP himself, and we shall pronounce ourselves in the future. We don't know whether he is doing the right thing or the wrong thing. And if he had charged people with without adequate evidence or cases that cannot succeed, we would like to know why he did that. We have also observed the action of the president on that resolution of Parliament. We have seen the resignation of the 3 commissioners. If the tribunal is going to carry out its affairs, if there is still a commissioner who has not resigned, they have to do it.
Sasa hao ndio watu ambao walikuwa wanatuambia hii serikali imechaguliwa kutoka binguni. all of a sudden wameona DPP ameanza kutoa kesi, wameanza kusema wanataka official opposition office ikuwe established. Kidogo kidogo ndio wanaanza kuuliza kwa nini DPP anatoa some cases. He should explain to them if he had charged them. So wacha niulize, you know, some cases zenye DPP, for example, let's look at the case of Aisha Jumwa. Aisha Jumwa kesi yake ilionekana live kwa TV na bodyguard wake, lakini DPP akasema wacha nibadilishe huyu mtu akuwe state witness, na kila mtu aliona. Bodyguard kazi yake inajulikana na kila mtu aliona ni nani alipiga risasi, lakini kwa sababu huyu mtu alikuwa anatafutiwa mahali ya kuingia, ikasemekana ondolea yeye kesi, wacha tupatie kazi. Haya, wacha niachane na Aisha Juma. Kuna huyu jamaa, wachana na huyo mtu mwenye unasema wa kutukana Raila. Kuna huyu jamaa mwingine tuliona kwa TV hapa, alipatikana kwa room kwa hoteli na towel, akapelekwa kotini, attempted rape. Lakini kwa sababu alikuwa anatafutiwa mahali ya kuingia kwa serikali, hiyo kesi ikatupiliwa mbali, akatafutiwa mahali akatoshea. So these are some of the things zenye tumeona DPP akifanya, but because DPP hashtuki saa hii vile alikuwa anashtuki, you know, some people like the DPP wanafaa kuwa na kitu ina, at the end of the year wanaangaliwa, what do we call that, performance, wanasign kitu inaitwa performance contract. At the current state we are in right now, I don't think even the DPP is scared of doing anything anymore. Why? Because even the president himself does not care about accountability. So Nurdin Haji anaweza amua leo ataenda kutoa kesi fulani na hakuna mahali mtampeleka. So people have been sanitized. Tulikuwa tunaambiwa Capitol Hill ndio ilikuwa laundromat, mahali watu walikuwa wanaenda kuwa sanitized. So far nikiangalia saa hii ninaona even Capitol Hill was better. People are going there wanakuwa sanitized, lakini the kind of sanitization yenye inafanyika saa hii na hii State House is even worse. So we should be very afraid in terms of where our country is going kwa accountability, na especially wale watu ambao wako in power wakifanya makosa ni nani atawauliza. If we are still looking at our judiciary right now, I think we are done. Hii judiciary haina kazi yoyote ambayo inaweza saidia mwananchi nayo. This is one of the most useless judiciaries ever, from top down, kuanzia kwa CJ huko juu. You know, the CJ is a person who has made all the gains zenye zilifanyika from the constitution yenye tulipitisha in 2010 mpaka saa hii zipotee, just with a simple stupid judgment. Amepoteza gains zote za Supreme Court, and people now do not even respect the courts anymore.
So alituambia ni Mungu amemuongelesha, alituambia muongee na Mungu, Mungu akamwambia ndio pay judgment.
This thing about prayers na watu kusema, unajua watu wamekuwa spokesman wa binguni. Saa hii watu wamekuwa spokesman, kila mtu anatokea na Bible kwa anasema yeye aliambiwa, siji tuliomba, tulifanya nini. So hata logic saa hii hai make sense anymore, because people can tell you things ambazo unaona hapa ni uongo wanakuambia, lakini kwa sababu wameingiza Biblia hapo ndani nasema tu haidhuru. So hii judiciary, my brothers, this judiciary is done. Hakuna judiciary itawahi kuwa bure kama hii, and it is going down the drain. I just hope amalizi aende na waende pamoja na huyu mtu mwenye alitupatia, because hata mtu alitupatia sioni kama kuna kitu atatusaidia nayo. Hata kama alinunua judiciary ni sawasawa tu, ilikuwa bahati yake, wacha amalize hiyo yake 5. Wengine wanatuambia ni mpaka 2032, mimi sioni. I am the only person ambaye kwa hii forum huwa ninaona William Ruto hata maliza hiyo term. I'm the only person. Hiyo yenye mnasema ya 10 years, mimi sioni yakimaliza. I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Makadi, if we cannot act right now, atamaliza. If we can't act kwa sahi, atamaliza.
No, Bwana Godfrey, what is going to happen? I agree with Makiadi. You know, finishing 10 years will not be possible. 10 years, you know, when this guy got himself there, he had so many promises. Now the promises alipatia the hustlers. So there is now creating the enmity with the hustlers. Tell me, which narrative will he use to get the second term? So if he doesn't do anything apart from what he's doing currently, if the trend continues, I'm telling you, he'll finish the 5 years simply because once ameshakula kiapo, ako pale like basically hatutamtoa pale, though tunaweza mtoa, but people in Kenya, you know, there is no unity of that purpose. But getting another 5 years will be impossible because he gave you promises. He did not fulfill the promises. So how will he come and cheat you again? And it's sad when we talk about judiciary, our judiciary got some positive ratings. That is after the 2017, it was under this guy called Maraga. Then it is sad that even a few years later, our judiciary have lost that respect. In fact, Kenyan judiciary was the most admired, not only in Africa, but in the world. But what has happened? Our judiciary has been turned into hot air. They decided to lower the gains that the Kenyans have made. And now the judiciary is now, it's currently captured. Our religious leaders have lost value. In the olden days, you would call your pastor or a religious leader like imam when your child disobeys you at home, and they will talk to them and they will listen. I'm telling you, currently nobody wants to listen from these people. They become irrelevant. They can no longer give people advice, and that is why Kenyans have resorted to getting advice from the comedians. So we are lost and we're finished as a society.
Leo and Makiadi, you know what? This guy, before akuwe president, he was deputy president. Na hata before akuwe deputy president, kuna vitu ambazo alikuwa anafanya mpaka anaibia watu mashamba, anapelekwa kotini, anaambia rudisha shamba, arudishi. Kuna vitu vingi ambavyo mtu amefanya, but still he was able to come back, akaconvince watu kwa kupeana pesa. Huyu ni mtu mkora, mjanja. Atakuja tena ataanza kupatia, uje ameamua kuweka watu wakuwe maskini, ndio akujaza kupatia hata zile 2,000 alikuwa anapatiana kila siku, 2,000, 3,000, 2,000. Hao Wakenya watapewa hivyo hivyo, tena utaona wanaanza kumpigia makofi. Next time tena utaona wanaanza kusema alafu tena pia ibiwe tena. I'm telling you, Leo and Richie, this is the moment we need to act. Na kama ni kutoka kwa nguvu, basi hata tumtoe kwa nguvu. But tukisema baada yako pale, this guy is so crafty, ataiba kura na atakaa maliza miaka. Hata in hata change your constitution. Unajua alikuwa juzi alikuwa anajaribu kupima hewa, kupima maji. Aone kama watu wanaweza kubali ku change hiyo limit ya presidents. Akaona watu wanaweza kukataa kuja against it. But the guy, hiyo ni kitu iko kwa kichwa yake. Atabadilisha limit na atafanya hata atakaa kama Museveni. Wewe ndio rafiki ya Museveni. Na atafanya vile Museveni anafanya.
Kuna vitu ninakubaliana na wewe na kuna vitu siwezi kubaliana na wewe. Godfrey, unajua okay, tuseme dictatorship inaanzanga na siku moja. Nakubaliana na wewe. Na si ngumu sana kwa president kugeuka kuwa namna hiyo, kuwa dictator. Lakini kuna kalibati Kenyans wanakuanga wameonjeshwa. Hiyo kalibati hiyo Kenyans wameonjeshwa, you will try to do something with the constitution na watakukataza. And it will not matter whether ni mtu ambaye alikupigia kura ama ni supporter wako ama si supporter wako. You know, Kenyans sahi kuna vitu sisi usikia zikifanyika nchi zingine. I can tell you for example, unaona sahi tunaweza kaa hapa na tupige siasa to criticize serikali, and we are very okay. We are very okay. Lakini saizi ninaona watu wameanza kubadilisha majina, watu wanaingia baridi. Which is okay, kwa sababu hatujui jamaa vile atatupeleka hapo mbele. But what I can say is this: Kenyans have been subjected to some form of freedom ambayo countries zingine hata kwa saizi hazijawahi fikia. And it is going to be very difficult. Itakuwa vigumu sana kutoa hiyo freedom kwa Kenyans. Let me give you an example ya Miguna. Wacha nikupatie example na Miguna. Unaona Miguna sakasi yake na serikali ilikuwa about citizenship. But he knew very well ako upande wa haki. It took him a long time. Ilimchukua miaka karibu sijui ngapi ndio arudi nyumbani. Finally he is home. But you see that freedom ya kupigana, mtu mmoja kupigana na serikali kwa sababu unajua ni haki yako, kuna countries zingine hazijawahi fikia mahali kama hapo. So William Ruto ndio, he can turn into a dictator. And there are some things zenye anaweza fanya, but there are some other things zenye hawezi fanyia Wakenya wanyamaze. Like hii kitu unasema ya term limit. I don't know, it's possible. I cannot deny that. But I don't think in Kenya. Labda ende kufanyia Uganda ma nchi nyingine. I might be wrong. But I don't
Only
think Kenyans...
People,
yes?
Only people like kina Babu Wino maybe. Lakini hao ambao tuko nao sasa.
Makiadi tumia Mr. Kamau link. I've not joined as an admin. Tumia kama wanataka link.
Wale ambao tuko nao sasa Mekiadi leo hatuoni au jamaa atafeki kila kitu, hao watu bwana wananunuliwa. Hao watu wanalia, ni watu sijua njaa, hata sielewi nini nawasumbua. Hao watu hakuna, tungepata watu kama kina Babu Wino, watu kama Sifuna. At least tunaweza kuwa sure hii itafaulu. But these guys ambao wako sahi hakuna Mekiadi. Hii government lazima to act sahi. Tusipoact sahi hakuna.
But you see, what we are saying is this, my friend Godfrey. What we are saying is this: as long as you have the people on your side, and this government, from what I'm seeing right now, and from what we are seeing right now, this government is not going to perform. Vile walikuwa wamesema ya kwamba wataenda kuperform, we cannot see anything indicating ya kwamba wanaenda kuperform. Wananchi wenyewe hawatakubali hii serikali, hawatakubali. Kama William Ruto alikuwa anafikiria kwamba atabadilisha katiba aende 20 years, ole wake. Wananchi wenyewe hawatakubali. Kama ataiba kura, basi Godfrey amalize hiyo miaka yake 10, atamaliza hiyo miaka yake 10 na aende, of which mimi sidhani. Hii story yenye mnafikiria ya kwamba huyu jamaa anaweza kuja anunue sijui parliament na nini abadili, people will not agree. Not in Kenya. Not in Kenya. You can record this ukuje kuniuliza siku ingine.
Hii Forengo anaweza sema tufanye kazi na tumekubali chagua watu wengi hapa Nyanza. Chukua watu wengi sana weke kwa government yako. Unasema watu watanunuliwa?
No way. I don't think huyu jamaa anaweza badilisha katiba apeleke hiyo vitu nini yake for 20. I cannot agree with that. I don't think it, not in Kenya. I might be wrong, but not in Kenya. Labda aende kufanyia nchi nyingine. Yes, kama unaona umeingia, karibu. Habari ya mwaka mpya bana, siku mingi.
Mzuri sana, habari yenu bana. Naona aluta continua Pan-Africans
Tuko hapa sisi ni Pan-Africans, lakini mmoja wetu anaitwa Miguna alitusaliti akaenda kula na the devil.
Unajua hata mtu alinishangaza ni Maraga. For all the people, I never expected atalambishwa abadilishe principle. You can imagine that, but you see, Bwana Makedi, and I say hi to each and every person, Leo there, and Godfrey Auma, Kenyan, Chepto. The thing is, it is very hard to be a Moi in this generation. Hiyo ndio kitu watu hawajui. That this time, we are here in the, Moi did not even have such we didn't even have such a forum in the dark days of Moi. Moi could manipulate the leaders, manipulate the TV stations, manipulate people, and even sing songs. We even sang patriotic songs praising Moi. So his tenure was not per se controlled by. He could manage to control everything. The instruments of power. There was no internet. There was no advance. You know, the problem we have today is that Ruto can buy every leader he wants. Anaweza nunua Maraga, anunue Miguna, Orengo, everybody, because watu wako na njaa na wanataka pesa. Hata mimi anaweza ninunua. He can even buy me. But the problem with the public, they are impatient, they are agile. As I speak with you today, there are so many WhatsApp groups zimeanzishwa hata kwetu Central Province za agitation of throughout the cost of living. That tells you what? That watu wamechoka na hii serikali. It is rather obvious that this is not what they were expecting. Kwa sababu Ruto aliwaambia, mimi nikiweka Bible chini hivi nitaua cartel na maisha itabadilika. They have not seen that. In fact, they have seen the opposite. Maana akatuambia sijui akifanya nini Bible, sijui akipiga kengere huko New York, na akapiga kengere, akapiga sijui nini. He has done so many things. Kesho atakuja na Thanksgiving nyingine, atakuwa Kirinyaga maombi, ataletea Wakristo wa Mount Kenya maombi tani 5. Hiyo vitu watu hawataki, because they have seen hata hii project na commission, they are just hot air. Hakuna kitu Ruto atafanya. In fact, hakuna kitu wamefanya for 110 days. And that is obviously what people can see. As we speak right now, the dollar is at 128, at 134. Ni nchi gani hii ya kuongea story na mtu anafikiri that we are doing well? So, it is difficult to be a Moi in 2023. people are talking. In fact, 8 million people per Chebukati, the gospel according to Chebukati, 8 million people did not vote according to Chebukati because he's a liar. Then another 7 million voted for Baba. Another 7 million voted for Ruto. In my own observation, according to that numbers, is that the numbers that voted for Ruto are the ones now coming to the opposition. That's why you play the clip ya nini hao ama pastors, because they are now realizing this was not a born-again Christian as they thought. Because a born-again Christian does not entertain stealing and murder. But now we have seen corruption is now an institution. In fact, we need to close EACC because all what they are doing today ni kufuata mtu ambaye ameiba sijui kuku, sijui askari amepewa 50 bob. Hiyo ndio vitu. They are not hawezi guza mtu ambaye ako politically correct. In fact, they cannot touch anybody who is powerful in this country. EACC should be closed. Courts should be closed because right now, if you are not a thief in this country, Leo, and you know you are in this country, you are out of fashion. Sasa unatakiwa kuwa mtu ukiamka asubuhi unatafuta deal ya serikali ya kuiba. And that is why you see there was an article yesterday, I think the day before yesterday in the Business Daily, that said that the investors and the people with money are not spending. Why should you spend in a country where there is no foreign policy, there is no economic policy, there is no policy that is making you have the confidence that if I pour my money, niweke kibanda Kenya mzima ya kuuza mahindi, ya kuchoma mahindi, how will that money come back? Hiyo pesa yote itaibiwa na Gachagua, na Murkomen, na hii government. Why should you waste your money with a government that cannot protect your taxes? Why do people pay taxes? People pay taxes so that they can get services. And if your taxes is not being seen, or you cannot track it, you cannot see what it is doing for you as an individual, why should you pay it? And that is why you see Kibaki was having an easy time, because everybody was volunteering to pay taxes. Because within the first 100 days, we had free education. We had good hospitals. He had started to establish a good product of loans. What have we seen in this government? That someone, because he's been having a relationship with the president, or he has a good books with the president, or I don't know what kind of relationship, he is forgiven his tax that he's supposed to pay. Like that lady who was forgiven 2 billion shillings. This is money that he was supposed to pay because KRA does audit. And this audit comes with the money that they see in the banks and the orders that you have received, because this company was given some orders, some tenders to do. So they were paid. But the KRA was asking, now because you are paid this amount, can you pay us this amount? He forgave, the government forgave that person. Yeah. And said that we enda nyumbani, hiyo 2 billion ni kitu kidogo. Akaambia Kariuki hapa Thika, enda nyumbani, Kiroche, enda nyumbani. Alafu mimi na wewe tunaambiwa tulipe tax. Are we mad? Tuko kuenda wazimu. Ni hawa walipe ndio tulipe. You have to build confidence. That's what happens in the whole world. Yeah? Kwa hivyo, we as the people of Kenya, we have come to realization that this government is taking us into... Now, after you are talking about 10 years of this government, how, where? Ikimaliza hii mwaka, ukuja niwanunulia chai. Because I am sure the vitu zinaenda zikipatana. Economic trajectory inaenda ikipasuka. Political inaenda ikipasuka. So they will converge somewhere. And then the trigger point will come. You can talk so many things. You can quote the Bible the way you want. Genesis to Revelation. Yeah, take prayers, Thanksgiving, Monday to Tuesday to the other Monday. But the symptoms of corruption can be seen. People are not working. In fact, if you go to CBD right now, unakuta duka imefunguliwa for 3 days. These are the people who voted. Actually, these are the same people who voted for even Kenya Kwanza, thinking that cartel was stopping them from selling. Unafungua duka from Monday to Tuesday. hakuna kitu unauza, and you are expected to pay rent. Na unajua watu wana renting hizi ofisi za Nairobi per square feet, kare ka square feet pay. How do you pay rent? How do you pay electricity? And then you are telling me we are going to be smiling with those Thanksgiving services. Kila weekend ni meno na kuambia hadithi za Bunwasi. Ati sijui tulienda hivi, unajua tulikuta serikali haina pesa na sasa ile pesa tumepata tunaenda Mount Kenya Safari Cup, tunakula kidogo, tunapanda ndege 6, tunafuatana na mabrado 18. Bibi yangu akitaka toothpick anaenda Dubai toothpick. Bibi anapanda ndege Dubai, ati toothpick za Dubai ni nzuri, akipata homa hii inaweza kuwa COVID, wacha tuende Australia. Na tulipata coffers hazina kitu. We have to change our way of thinking. And as Kenyans, we have to realize there are times of jokes and times to be serious. This government must resign. They are unable, they are incompetent. There is nothing that is happening that is making sense. The inflation is out of control. Is almost 10%. The dollar against the shillings is over 120 and 34. Bank rates. And then you're telling me things are okay. They are not okay. He told us that he's going no, and because they like stories that stima itaongezewa. Sahi stima imeongezewa sana. People are selling poultry farms or poultry business. They are not doing it because it is very expensive. And then you're sitting there thinking that things will be right. Mtu anaiba kura, anafikiri ya kwamba akiba kura. But let me put it this way. He could have hidden all these stories kama angekuwa good president. Sasa ametoa subsidies zote. Saa hii wamepea wazee pesa kidogo, sasa wametoa tena kwa budget. All of a sudden school fees ndio hiyo. CBC hatujui. Juzi wametoa NEC exam jana. With a lot of malpractices. Watu wajai hata shinda shule na walikuwa wamepewa leakage na government themselves. This is unbelievable. We are destroying their education. Na watu wanasema hapa tunachukia Ruto. We don't hate Ruto. We hate the way he behaves. So kwa hivyo wananchi, we have to realize this is no longer a joke. Watu Nairobi wanahama wanarudi. Hata nimeona watu wanatoka Kibera wanapelekwa nyumbani. It's becoming unbearable. Adhali uende tena nyumbani ukakula ile matunda ya msitu. Because it's becoming unbearable to live in Nairobi. Because kama uko Nairobi saa hii na mshahara yako ni chini ya 150,000, you are doing a lot of nothing here. Because fare itself inachukua karibu 20 to 25,000 na rent inachukua karibu the same amount. Utakula lini na ulipe school fees when? So we have to come to a realization that we do not hate this president. We just hate he cannot manage public policy. He cannot govern. And that is it. And we call upon him to be a man enough and to resign and say, it is true I am unable to lead this country. And then...
He's not a leader.
Yes, he is. So he should admit that he is good in speaking, storytelling. Zile vitu alikuwa anatuambia baba anapeananga ati sivijui vitendawili. Yeye ndiye kuna vitendawili because these are the stories. Vitendawili ni hizo vitu kila Sunday. Unajua tutatengeneza damu 100, tutatengeneza stadium, tutafanya nini? Tutatengeneza super highway 10.